Lu Chun, an ordinary corporate worker suffocated by the weight of reality. On the same day, he experienced a dual shock. An invitation to the wedding of his ex-girlfriend, now wed to another man. Alongside this, a system known as the Godly Wealthy Life System was inexplicably bound to him. Each day upon awakening, his bank account would automatically receive a deposit of 50 million yuan, with the amount compounding daily. This was merely an appetizer. At the beginning of each month, the system would randomly allocate vast assets from around the globe. From the snow-capped peaks of the Alps to substantial shares in Tesla, to private islands and century-old vineyards. Even cutting-edge technology laboratories, the world seemed to transform into his exclusive infinite gold coin mode game. With an initial investment of 300 million, he acquired the company of his ex-girlfriend and her wealthy husband, marking his first step in bidding farewell to the past and embracing a new life. From that moment on, Lu Chen's focus shifted from mere survival to the art of wasting this endless wealth. He purchased elite clubs for tranquility, invested in future technologies purely out of interest, and made daily charitable donations of 100 million yuan a routine. He evolved from an ordinary individual calculating his living expenses to a formidable tycoon stirring global tides. Surrounding him were the elite of society, affluent magnates, and breathtaking beauties. However, as money transformed into an endless string of digits, and as his global asset list grew increasingly incomprehensible, Lu Chun began to ponder. What indeed is the ultimate purpose of the system? Is there a deeper secret concealed behind this seemingly infinite wealth? Chapter 1. The Thunder of 50 Million in the Morning. The summer morning light, still tinged with a languid warmth, barely penetrated the worn curtains of his rented room, slicing through the air with slender beams, in which dust danced. Lu Chun was roused by a series of urgent and almost irritable notifications from his phone. It was not the dull alarm he had set, but a cascade of crisp and chilling ding sounds, so frequent they induced a sense of panic. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to open his bleary eyes, fumbling for his phone at the bedside. The screen blazed with brightness, inundated with a multitude of message notifications. Your account 0927 received a deposit of 50 million yuan on June 17th at 6 hours 30 minutes and 1 second. Current balance, 50,321.88 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. The first message invaded his vision, and Lu Chen's immediate reaction was, are scammers now this extravagant? Crafting so many zeros without fear of slipping on their tongues? His fingers instinctively swiped down. The second message contained identical content, a deposit of 50 million. The third and the fourth followed suit, until the seventh message arrived. A total of 7 notifications, each announcing a deposit of 50 million, struck him like 7 thunderclaps, shattering his lingering drowsiness and leaving his scalp tingling. 350 million? He shot up from the bed, his heart racing uncontrollably, blood rushing to his head, inducing a slight dizziness. The dilapidated single bed creaked under the burden. Is it a prank? Has the banking system gone mad? Or is it something else? His fingers trembled slightly as he accessed the mobile banking app, and the moment he unlocked it with his fingerprint, the page transitioned. A lengthy string of numbers, devoid of embellishments, violently occupied his entire field of vision. Balance, 350,321.88 yuan. Units of 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, and 100 million. Over 350 million and 300-odd yuan. His previously meager savings appeared insignificant and ludicrous in the wake of this astronomical figure. Log out and log back in. The numbers remained unchanged. He pinched his thigh, the sharp sensation affirming reality. It was not a dream. Lu Chun surveyed his surroundings. The cramped room, the peeling walls, the desk cluttered with old books and bric-a-brac, the indistinct calls of vendors outside mingled with the characteristic din of the old city. Everything was as usual, save for the phone in his hand and the number within that could utterly transform his life. An overwhelming sense of unreality seized him. His breathing quickened, and beads of sweat formed in his palms. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice, entirely detached from the external world, resonated within the depths of his mind, cold and clear, proclaiming, "Ding! The system for a life of luxury and abundance has been successfully bound. Every day at 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 1 second, 50 million RMB will be credited to the host's account, with the amount compounding daily. The next day, 100 million, the day after 150 million, and so forth. On the first of every month, the system will randomly allocate global assets, real estate, equities, land, enterprises, etc. to the host. The sole guideline: the host must abandon a loser mentality and revel in a life of luxury, experiencing the ultimate freedom that wealth can bring. Note: the sources of funds and assets are absolutely secure, so please use them with confidence. The voice faded away. The room was left with only the sound of Lu Chen's somewhat labored breathing. A system? A wealthy benefactor? 50 million daily? And compounded? Monthly global assets? Countless cliched tropes from online novels were now unfolding with astonishing reality in his life. The immense shock left his mind blank, and he struggled to regain his composure. He, Lu Chen, an ordinary wage slave, working for 9 to 9, squeezing into the subway, ordering takeout, fretting over next month's rent, having just endured the heart-wrenching betrayal of a gold-digging ex-girlfriend who promptly married a rich heir, had somehow become the chosen one? Just then, his phone chimed again, not a bank notification, but a regular text message. He instinctively opened it. The sender, Zhao Mingyu, the wealthy classmate who married Li Qian. The content was a photograph. In a dimly lit upscale restaurant, Zhao Mingyu embraced Li Qian, whose smile radiated joy, a diamond ring sparkling under the light on her finger. The accompanying text was laced with malicious mockery. "Thanks, Lu Chen, for letting me have such a wonderful Qian. My wedding is next week. You must come. I'll send you an invitation. Don't forget to give a generous red envelope, though that might be a bit challenging for you." The words pierced through the last remnants of his unwillingness and humiliation like a needle. Had it been yesterday, he would have silently deleted the message, swallowing his embarrassment and anger, continuing his drab existence. But now, Lu Chen's gaze slowly shifted from that insulting message back to the balance page of his mobile banking. 350 million. Just yesterday, this was a figure he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Today, it merely represented his daily income, which would transform into 100 million tomorrow, 150 million the day after, with no end in sight. In his mind, the cold system voice echoed once more. Please, host, abandon the loser mentality and fully enjoy a life of luxury. A surge of unprecedented strength and resolve, mingled with a hint of madness, dispelled all his anxiety and hesitation. He took a deep breath, gripping his phone with such force that it felt as though he might shatter it. Then he tossed aside the thin blanket and rose from the bed. He showered, shaved, and rummaged through the depths of his wardrobe to unearth the inexpensive suit he had purchased for an important interview, but had been reluctant to wear since. The young man in the mirror still bore signs of fatigue, yet an old flame of vigor was rapidly igniting within him. He picked up his phone, glanced at the time, 8:30 in the morning. He checked the navigation to Zhao Mingyu's company one more time. A cold, slightly playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Zhao Mingyu, your company seems quite impressive," he murmured to himself, pushing open the creaking door of his rented room and stepping outside. The morning light flooded the corridor, elongating the silhouette of his departing figure. Chapter 2. The system of lavish life has been bound. Lu Chen stood beneath the familiar office building. The words Honda Technology shimmered in the morning light, prominently displayed on the glass facade of the more than 30-story edifice, exuding an air of grandeur. In the past, he would come here to pick up Li Qian after work, always waiting at the bus stop across the street, never daring to step into this dazzling realm. The notification sound from the bank lingered in his ears, and the cold, mechanical tone of the system's prompt was an inescapable echo in his mind. The system of lavish life, daily 50 million, compounded daily. Global assets monthly. These phrases coalesced into a magical reality he could never have imagined before. The weight of the phone in his pocket was not merely that of the device itself, but rather the substantial pressure and sense of power brought forth by the 350 million within. Zhao Mingyu's provocative text message vividly replayed in his mind, each word like fuel on a fire. He took a deep breath, inhaling the mingled scents of exhaust fumes and coffee that filled the crisp morning air. Adjusting his ill-fitting, slightly wrinkled suit, his most formal attire, he cast aside his previous mindset. The system's words resonated within him, akin to encouragement, yet also a command. No longer hesitating, he stepped towards the revolving glass door. The polished marble floor reflected his somewhat out-of-place figure, and the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped him, infused with a hint of expensive fragrance. The receptionist, clad in a well-tailored uniform, wore an exquisite makeup and a professionally trained smile. "Good morning, sir. Do you have an appointment?" Her voice was sweet, yet her gaze held a subtle scrutiny as it swiftly assessed his attire. "No appointment. I'm here to see Zhao Mingyu." Lu Chen's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of unexpected nonchalance. "I'm sorry, sir, but without an appointment, Mr. Zhao likely won't have time to meet with you. You may leave your contact information," the receptionist replied, her demeanor impeccably professional. Lu Chen seemed to disregard her words, his gaze drifting past her towards the exclusive card access elevator. He walked directly in that direction. "Sir, you cannot proceed." The receptionist's smile faltered, and she hurriedly stepped out from behind the desk in an attempt to obstruct him. The security guard at the entrance noticed the commotion, and two tall men swiftly approached, their expressions unfriendly. "Sir, please leave immediately, or we will be forced to take action," the security guard warned, his tone laced with threat. A few scattered office workers in the lobby cast curious glances their way. Lu Chen halted his steps. He was not here to force his way in. Under the watchful eyes of the security guard and the receptionist, he leisurely retrieved his wallet from the inner pocket of his suit. He did not glance at the credit cards or membership cards. Instead, he pulled out the most unremarkable, faded industrial and commercial bank savings card, the one that had just received a deposit of 350 million. The gesture was so casual it resembled retrieving a bus card. He casually flicked the card onto the smooth marble surface of the reception desk. The soft sound it made was not jarring, yet it inexplicably silenced the surrounding clamor for a brief moment. "Tell Zhao Mingyu." Lu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "I am here to purchase his company." Both the receptionist and the security guard were momentarily stunned. "Buy the company?" The receptionist instinctively glanced down at the plain bank card, then back up to Lu Chen's youthful yet remarkably composed face. The professional smile on her face evaporated, replaced by a look of astonishment and absurdity, akin to that reserved for a madman. The security guard's fierce expression also froze, morphing into confusion and uncertainty. They had dealt with unruly drunks and dismissed persistent salespeople, but they had never encountered someone who boldly declared their intent to buy a company, especially in such a seemingly farcical manner. Sir, you." The receptionist stammered, unsure of how to respond. "Call him," Lu Chen reiterated, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet possessing an undeniable authority, relaying the exact message. "Or shall I call him directly?" He pretended to reach for his phone. "Wait." The receptionist, intimidated by his presence, felt a flutter of apprehension. Even if she believed him to be entirely deranged, what if he was telling the truth? She could not afford the consequences of a mistaken judgment. In a flurry, she picked up the internal phone. "Please, hold on a moment while I consult Mr. Zhao." Once the call connected, she turned her back, speaking urgently in hushed tones, stealing glances at Lu Chen, her expression shifting unpredictably. Minutes later, she hung up the phone, her face a tapestry of shock, disbelief, and a lingering hint of fear. "Mr. Lu," she tentatively addressed him, her tone now tenfold more respectful. "Mr. Zhao requests that you come up directly. The elevator is this way, to the top floor, the general manager's office." The security guards had silently retreated, their eyes averted, unwilling to meet Lu Chen's gaze again. With an impassive expression, Lu Chen reclaimed the bank card from the desk, as if retrieving a trivial object. Guided almost to the point of bowing by the receptionist, he proceeded towards the exclusive elevator. The interior of the elevator was lavishly decorated, its mirrored surfaces reflecting his current figure, still clad in the inexpensive suit, yet something deep within his eyes had irrevocably changed. The numbers flickered rapidly. "Top floor." Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. A spacious corridor, adorned with thick carpeting, led to a heavy wooden door at the end. The life of a lavish millionaire was about to commence behind that very door. Chapter 3. Humiliation and Resolution. Buy it. On the top floor, outside the general manager's office, the heavy wooden door stood ajar, and Zhao Mingyu's deliberately raised, mocking laughter drifted out, seemingly engaged in a phone call. "Ha ha ha, rest assured, the invitation will definitely reach him. I'm curious to see how much he can scrape together for a red envelope. TSK, when Li Qian was with me, it was truly the wisest choice." Lu Chen stood outside, every word penetrating his ears with clarity. The last remnants of emotion on his face vanished, leaving only an icy calm. He did not even knock, simply pushing the door open. Bang! The door collided with the buffer behind it, producing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft, successfully interrupting Zhao Mingyu's call and laughter. The office was exceedingly spacious and opulent. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a bustling cityscape, adorned with an expensive Persian carpet, a mahogany desk, and a genuine leather sofa. Zhao Mingyu lounged in an extravagant executive chair, his feet arrogantly propped on the desk, phone still in hand. Meanwhile, Li Qian, clad in a chic, seasonal Chanel ensemble, sat elegantly on the adjacent sofa, delicately holding a cup of coffee. Their gazes met at the doorway, and upon seeing Lu Chen enter, their expressions froze instantaneously. Zhao Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, then a grotesque, mocking smile spread across his face as he leisurely lowered his feet, uttering a casual promise to call back to the person on the line before hanging up. Oh, isn't this Lu Chen? He scrutinized Lu Chen's incongruous, inexpensive suit with disdain that nearly overflowed from his eyes. What's this? Did my message provoke you? You came right to me? How did the receptionist let you through? Li Qian's expression was far more complex. She appeared flustered, instinctively placing her coffee cup down. Her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Lu Chen's eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. There was embarrassment, shame, perhaps a trace of lingering affection. But more prominently, an urgent desire to distance herself from him. Lu Chen paid no heed to Zhao Mingyu's rapid-fire taunts, his gaze sweeping slowly across the office as if appraising a commodity, ultimately settling back on Zhao. Your company, Lu Chen began, his voice calm and devoid of emotion, appearing rather satisfactory. Zhao Mingyu momentarily paused, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, and erupted into an even louder guffaw. Ha! You must be out of your mind. My company is satisfactory? What? Do you, a penniless wretch, wish to apply for a janitorial position here? The position is available, but it depends on whether you know how to grovel. Li Qian could no longer contain herself and whispered, Lu Chen, please, don't do this, just leave. Her voice tinged with a hint of desperation, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lu Chen finally cast a glance her way, his expression as serene as that of a stranger, devoid of any animosity or lingering sentiment, causing Li Qian's heart to plummet. He turned his attention back to Zhao Mingyu, directly ignoring the derogatory remarks. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to apply for a job, Lu Chen stated flatly. I am here to purchase it. A moment of profound silence enveloped the office. Zhao Mingyu's smile froze once more. He dug at his ears, seemingly unable to comprehend. What did you say? Purchase what? Acquire your company, Honda Technology, Lu Chen reiterated. His tone as casual as if he were ordering a cup of coffee. Name your price. Having confirmed he had not misheard, Zhao Mingyu's expression morphed from shock to utter absurdity and mockery, slapping the table and laughing uproariously. By my company? Lu Chen, have you lost your mind? Or are you still drunk from last night? Do you know how much my company is worth? Even if you were to be sold off piece by piece, you wouldn't be able to scrape together a fraction. Li Qian also perceived that Lu Chen had succumbed to the pressure and completely lost his mind. She stood up, her tone laced with urgency and reproach. Lu Chen, have you had enough of this? Do you even know where you are? Please, I beg you, just leave. Lu Chen finally furrowed his brow slightly, not due to her words, but rather because of the noise. He ceased the idle chatter, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Disregarding the varied expressions of the two before him, he located the number of Manager Wang from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, noted in his recent calls, and dialed. Pressing the speakerphone button, the phone rang only once before being swiftly answered by an exceedingly respectful, almost sycophantic middle-aged male voice that resonated clearly in the quiet office. Good morning, Mr. Lu. How may I assist you today? The sound of Zhao Mingyu's laughter abruptly ceased. Li Qian stood frozen in place. The tone, the almost reverential manner of speaking, could not possibly belong to a bank manager addressing an ordinary customer, nor even a typical VIP client. It was a tone imbued with a primal reverence reserved solely for the holders of immense wealth. Lu Chen spoke into the phone, his tone remaining flat. Manager Wang, prepare a sum of money. Certainly, certainly. How much do you require, Mr. Lu? What is the purpose? I will arrange the most optimal transfer plan for you immediately. Manager Wang's voice responded, his efficiency astonishing. 3 billion. Cash acquisition. I need it now, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly. His gaze fixated on Zhao Mingyu's face, which had turned ashen, the target being the entirety of Honda Technology's equity. On the other end, there was no hesitation or inquiry. The response came promptly. Absolutely no problem, Mr. Lu. You wish to acquire Honda Technology? I will immediately coordinate with the most professional corporate service team from the branch, along with legal and accounting experts, to assist you within half an hour. All procedures will be simplified, and the funds will be guaranteed to arrive as swiftly as possible. Each word struck like a hammer, landing heavily upon the hearts of Zhao Mingyu and Li Qian. 3 billion? Cash acquisition? A team arriving within half an hour? The color drained from Zhao Mingyu's face at a visibly rapid pace, his mouth agape, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. It was as if he were seeing Lu Chen for the first time, the very person he had so recently ridiculed. Li Qian, too, covered her mouth with her hand, her pupils constricting violently, her body swaying slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. She gazed at Lu Chen's calm, yet powerfully intimidating profile, a wave of overwhelming, frigid regret seized her, nearly rendering her breathless. Lu Chen ended the call. The office fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. He stowed his phone away, his gaze returning to the utterly dumbfounded Zhao Mingyu, now tinged with a hint of playful insinuation. Now, he said, can we discuss the price? Director Zhao? Chapter 4. The Thunderous Acquisition, Part 1. After the call was terminated, the office descended into an eerie, suffocating silence. The sound of a pin dropping was audible. Only the faint hum of the central air conditioning and Zhao Mingyu's gradually heavy breathing could be heard. The color had completely drained from his face, his lips quivering, and the eyes that had brimmed with derision moments ago were now filled solely with immense shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Lu Chen, as if trying to discern any trace of deception upon his face. Yet all he encountered was an unfathomable calm. 3 billion in cash for acquisition? A professional team arriving within half an hour? This was not the Lu Chen he had envisioned. This was not even a method of acquisition that any rational businessman would adopt. It was as if God had descended, brandishing cash to purchase a mere toy from a mortal's hands. Absurd. Insane. Yet it bore an air of despairing, undeniable power. No, it cannot be. Zhao Mingyu shook his head violently, as if to dispel the terrifying illusion, his voice hoarse and dry. Where did you get the money? You must be deceiving me. Yes. That's it. You've hired an actor to pull off this ruse. Clinging to the last straw of hope, he pointed an agitated finger at Lu Chen. Attempting to regain control, Lu Chen, you're something else. To put on such a pathetic show just to impress Li Qian? I'll tell you this. It's over for you. Security. Security. He reached for the internal call button on the table. Director Zhao, Lu Chen finally spoke again. His voice low yet akin to a cold vice that instantly halted Zhao Mingyu's actions. I suggest you check your phone before pressing that button. Zhao Mingyu's finger froze midair. Or perhaps, check Li Qian's phone, Lu Chen added, his gaze unwavering. Almost simultaneously, the phones of both Zhao Mingyu, resting on the table, and Li Qian, tucked away in her bag, emitted the sharp sound of incoming messages. In the dead silence of the room, the sound was particularly jarring. Zhao Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding gripping him. He lunged forward, snatching his phone. It was a notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank regarding account activity. Your account ending in 8810 has made an expenditure of 300,000 RMB on June 17th at 9:47:32. Current balance, 3 billion. Expenditure. Zhao Mingyu's eyes bulged in disbelief, his mind buzzing into a void. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at Lu Chen as though he were a monster. On the other side, Li Qian's face turned ghostly pale as she retrieved her phone. Unlike Zhao Mingyu, she did not receive a notification of expenditure, but rather a VIP membership message from a high-end brand store. Dear Ms. Li Qian, the limited edition handbag you ordered has arrived. However, the system indicates that your associated secondary card holder, Zhao Mingyu, has just undergone a significant abnormal expenditure, and the credit limit has been temporarily frozen. Please verify the situation before proceeding with your purchase. Thank you for your understanding. Li Qian's hand trembled, causing her phone to clatter onto the carpet, its screen shattering into a million pieces. Yet, she paid no heed to the device. Instead, she regarded Lu Chen with an expression that blended sheer shock, terror, and absurdity. The subcard had been frozen, for the primary card had just instantaneously disbursed a staggering sum of 300 million. Evidence. Irrefutable evidence. It had been brutally and unrelentingly thrust into their faces. Lu Chen need not utter another word. With a thud, Zhao Mingyu's legs buckled, and he crashed back into his executive chair, the expensive leather groaning under the weight of his defeat. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, his gaze vacant as he muttered incoherently. How could this be? How is this possible? All his arrogance, mockery, and superiority were utterly shattered in that moment by the chilling text from the bank. In its place arose a profound chill and dread. He realized that the man he had never regarded with any measure of respect wielded a power he could neither comprehend nor contend with. It seemed that President Zhao was now willing to engage in discussion. Lu Chen approached the adjacent leather sofa, seated himself with poise, crossing his legs, exuding an air that even surpassed Zhao Mingyu's earlier claim to dominance in the room. At that moment, a flurry of hurried yet orderly footsteps echoed from beyond the office door. The previously pale receptionist pushed the door open, her voice trembling. Mr. Zhao, Manager Wang from the Industrial and Commercial Bank has arrived with many people, stating it is at Mr. Lu's request. Before she could finish, a procession of professionals clad in bank uniforms and tailored suits, carrying briefcases and portable printers, streamed in. Leading them was Manager Wang, whose respectful tone had been heard over the phone. Upon entering, his gaze swiftly fixed on Lu Chen, and he hurried over, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a smile brimming with reverence. Mr. Lu, I hope we haven't kept you waiting. We have brought the team and equipment, and this is Lawyer Zhang. And this is Chief Accountant Liu, absolutely professional. We guarantee to execute your acquisition directives with the highest efficiency. Behind Manager Wang, the elite team members regarded Liu Chun with intense curiosity and absolute deference. Their sole directive was clear: to fulfill every request of the enigmatic Mr. Liu at any cost. With the utmost priority, the sudden intrusion of this group, coupled with their almost servile demeanor towards Liu Chun, became the final straw that broke Zhao Mingyu's psychological defenses. He slumped in his chair, ashen-faced, the last vestige of hope extinguished. Liu Chun inclined his head slightly towards Manager Wang, then turned his gaze to the pallid Zhao Mingyu. "Let us begin," he stated coolly. The professional accountants and evaluators immediately advanced, demanding to inspect all accounts and asset lists of Honda Technology, while the lawyers commenced drafting the framework for the equity transfer agreement. The office instantaneously transformed into a battleground of efficient acquisition. With the quiet young man seated on the sofa, orchestrating it all, Li Qian stood dazed in the corner, witnessing this surreal scene unfold. The man she had once deemed insufficiently ambitious, incapable of providing her with a life of luxury, was now effortlessly seizing the very thing her current husband held most dear. She gazed at Liu Qian's composed profile, the icy remorse within her transforming into a searing anguish. Chapter 5. The Thunderous Acquisition, Part 2. The ensuing hour felt to Zhao Mingyu akin to a slow and public execution. The office was filled only with the rustling of papers, the tapping of keyboards, the occasional hushed inquiries from accountants, and the calm, professional explanations of clauses from the lawyers. The team Liu Chun had brought resembled a finely tuned and relentless machine, dissecting every aspect of Honda Technology without mercy. Zhao Mingyu slumped in his executive chair, as if his very backbone had been extracted. The cold sweat on his forehead did not dry, as he vacantly observed those strangers sifting through his core documents, which he had considered confidential, appraising the enterprise he had painstakingly built over the years, supported by his family. He attempted to struggle, to voice some dissent regarding pricing or terms. Yet each time he opened his mouth, Manager Wang would immediately glance at Liu Chun, who would merely lift his eyelids slightly. No words were necessary for Wang to comprehend. He would turn back to Zhao Mingyu, employing a tone that was both gentle and frigid, stating, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Liu's time is exceedingly valuable. We hope this will be a cordial transaction. Based on our current assessment, this offer fully considers your company's future potential and brand value." The underlying message was simple: accept or face far less favorable conditions. In the presence of absolute capital, there was no room for negotiation. A bone-chilling realization washed over Zhao Mingyu. For the first time, he vividly perceived how utterly fragile his wealth and status were in the face of true affluence. His modest assets and pride were obliterated by sheer monetary force. Li Qian had long since lost her composure and returned to the sofa, her head bowed, her hands gripping her shattered phone tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She dared not lift her gaze to witness the unfolding events. Nor could she look at the man across from her, controlling the situation, Liu Chun. Each rustle of paper felt like a slap across her face. The luxurious life she had chosen was being effortlessly purchased before her eyes, the buyer being the very man she had forsaken. This irony and regret threatened to consume her whole. Liu Chun remained quietly seated, occasionally sipping the exquisite Longjing tea that Manager Wang had personally brewed for him. His gaze would occasionally drift beyond the window to the bustling cityscape or fixate on a piece of art displayed in the office corner, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing acquisition involving billions of funds. This apathy evoked a sense of despair and humiliation in Zhao Mingyu that surpassed any overtly aggressive demeanor. At last, the chief accountant and lawyer Liu simultaneously turned to Manager Wang and nodded slightly. Manager Wang's face broke into a smile as he approached Liu Chun, holding a hefty document. Bowing slightly, "Mr. Liu, the preliminary audit and valuation are complete, and the agreement has been prepared. Honda Technology is currently valued at approximately 280 million. And considering brand and channel premiums, the offer of 300 million is entirely reasonable. Here is the equity transfer agreement for your review." Liu Chun did not take it. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the ashen-faced Zhao Mingyu. "What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Mingyu's lips trembled, and he could not utter a single word. What could he feel? Did he have the right to feel anything? Manager Wang promptly placed the agreement and an expensive pen on Zhao Mingyu's executive desk. "Mr. Zhao, if there are no issues, please sign here, here, and here." The lawyer stepped forward, precisely indicating where signatures were required. Zhao Mingyu's fingers quivered violently. Nearly unable to grasp the pen, he glanced at the agreement, its cold words and numbers heralding the transfer of ownership of his years of hard work. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Li Qian, but she abruptly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. In that moment, He was utterly abandoned, facing utter defeat. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength, and finally scrawled his name on the agreement. The handwriting was shaky, devoid of its former vigor. Once the lawyer confirmed everything was in order, he respectfully handed the agreement to Lu Chun. Mr. Lu. Only then did Lu Chun rise and approach the expansive mahogany desk. He did not sit immediately, but instead picked up the pen Zhao Mingyu had just used. His gaze swept over Zhao Mingyu's signature on the agreement before settling on the blank line designated for the signature of the acquiring party. The entire office held its breath, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Lu Chun slightly bent forward, his wrist steady, as the pen poised above the paper. The faint sound of scratching reverberated sharply in the silence. Lu and Chun, two powerful and resonant characters, were inscribed with conviction upon the agreement valued at 300 million. From this moment forth, Hongdao Technology would bear the Lu surname. He set down the pen and straightened, his gaze finally meeting Zhao Mingyu, who was slumped helplessly in his chair. Now Lu Chun spoke, his voice low yet imbued with finality. I kindly ask you to rise from my chair. Zhao Mingyu's body trembled violently, the last vestiges of color draining from his face. Like one scalded, he stood unsteadily from the managerial throne he had occupied for years, retreating awkwardly to the side. Lu Chun calmly circled around, taking a seat in the grand, comfortable chair that symbolized power and status. His arms rested naturally on the armrests as his eyes swept over the bank team standing respectfully before him, then glanced at Li Qian, who cowered in the corner, too fearful to meet his gaze, before finally settling on the disheveled and despondent Zhao Mingyu. Manager Wang, he began, his tone remaining neutral, please escort Mr. Zhao and the former Mrs. Zhao out. Yes, Mr. Lu. Manager Wang immediately bowed in response, then turned to Zhao Mingyu and Li Qian, gesturing for them to leave. Though polite, the gesture carried an unmistakable undertone of dismissal. Zhao Mingyu, dazed and listless, was ushered out like a specter. As Li Qian passed the desk, she hesitated, seemingly wanting to speak to Lu Chun. Her lips moved, but ultimately, under Lu Chen's complete disregard, all words caught in her throat transformed into silent tears, and she awkwardly followed him out. The heavy solid wood door closed gently behind them. In the office, only Lu Chen remained. The sunlight outside poured in unreservedly, flooding the entire space and illuminating the chair beneath him. The world fell utterly silent. Chapter 6. The first minute in the former boss's chair, the heavy wooden door sealed off all external sounds. The office fell into a sudden stillness, interrupted only by the subtle hum of the central air conditioning and Lu Chen's own steady breathing. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading into the room and casting long, bright patches of light upon the floor, where tiny specks of dust danced silently within the rays. Alone, he sat in the broad, soft, leather-clad executive chair. The high back supported his spine perfectly, and the armrests felt smooth and substantial. He gently rotated, the chair emitting a smooth and steady whir. This perspective was remarkable, facing the door as if all who entered would be scrutinized by his gaze. The mahogany desk lay bare, save for a disheveled pen holder that had been knocked askew during Zhao Mingyu's hasty departure and the black internal telephone. The air still bore traces of Zhao Mingyu's familiar cologne, mingling with the aromas of leather and wood, yet now, these scents were swiftly overshadowed by a new, distinct essence belonging to Lu Chun. An intricate wave of emotion washed over him, akin to the tide gradually rising within his heart. It was not the simple, anticipated elation and excitement. Rather, it was a deeper, almost trance-like calm, interspersed with a sense of surreal detachment. Just hours earlier, he had lain upon the single bed of a rented room costing 1,500 a month, fretting over the upcoming rent and a humiliating message from Zhao Mingyu. He could recite the digits before the decimal point in his bank account almost by heart. Yet now, he found himself ensconced in the top-floor office of a company worth billions, seated in a chair that likely exceeded his entire annual salary. His bank account cradled over 300 million in cash, and by this time tomorrow, it would swell to 100 million, then 150 million the day after, with no end in sight. All of this transpired due to the inexplicably bound, wealthy, and carefree life system. The boundary between reality and illusion blurred. Instinctively, he tapped his fingers against the smooth armrest, the icy sensation reminding him that this was no dream. Was there a thrill in revenge? Yes. When Zhao Mingyu stood, ashen-faced and staggering from the chair, and when Li Qian's eyes brimmed with shock and regret, a long-suppressed frustration was indeed released. But this exhilaration dissipated more swiftly than he had anticipated, akin to a strong spirit that bites on entry but leaves a bland aftertaste. In its place arose an overwhelming emptiness and sense of disorientation. He had acquired unimaginable wealth, achieved a thunderous act of revenge through acquisition, and claimed this position. And then, managed the company, He knew nothing of it and had no interest. Was the system binding him merely to become a boss, reviewing reports and holding meetings each day? Please, host, abandon the mindset of mediocrity and revel in a carefree life. The system's directive resurfaced. Enjoyment, how to enjoy. Like Zhao Mingyu, driving luxury cars, embracing beautiful women, and spending lavishly? That did not seem particularly enticing. His gaze fell upon the freshly signed equity transfer agreement on the desk. The characters Lu Chun were distinctly stamped there, proclaiming ownership. But could these insubstantial sheets of paper truly define all that he now possessed? At that moment, from the depths of his mind, the cold system notification chimed unexpectedly once more. Ding. Daily funds have been deposited. Your account 0927 received a deposit of 5 billion renminbi on June 17th at 12 o'clock. Current cumulative daily income, 100 million renminbi. Funds have been transferred, and we wish you a pleasant experience. Lu Qin paused slightly, remembering that it was already the next day. The 35 million from yesterday was the cumulative total of 7 deposits of 5 million. Now, a new cycle began, with the daily deposit amount rising to 100 million. 100 million RMB. Just like that, in a fleeting moment while he sat in the former boss's chair, it flowed into his account, hardly stirring any significant emotion within him, as if it were merely a string of numbers. This rapid desensitization to immense wealth unnerved him. Leaning back in the chair, he exhaled slowly, casting his gaze out the window. The city sprawled beneath him, skyscrapers towering, traffic weaving, as countless individuals toiled for their livelihoods. And he, it seemed, had been abruptly dislodged from that track, thrust into a new dimension, gilded yet strangely unfamiliar. Enjoy, he whispered, repeating the system's directive, his fingers unconsciously brushing the smooth armrest. Perhaps the first lesson he needed to learn was how to squander this endless wealth, and to discern why this system had chosen him. The first step, perhaps, should be to leave this space still infused with Zhao Mingyu's essence. Chapter 7. The System's Consumption Guidance Task. The city outside remained tumultuous, yet within the office, silence enveloped him, allowing him to hear his own heartbeat. Lu Chun reclined in the expansive executive chair, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the smooth surface of the mahogany desk. 100 million RMB had just been credited to his account, yet it failed to elicit the anticipated thrill. Instead, it felt like an invisible boulder pressing upon his chest, imparting an unprecedented sense of emptiness. There was too much money, so much that it lost its tangibility. The thrill of revenge had surged fiercely, only to recede swiftly, leaving behind a profound sense of confusion. Please, host, abandon the mindset of a loser and indulge in the pleasures of life. The system's guidelines echoed in his mind like a persistent background melody. Enjoy? How does one enjoy? By purchasing this building? Acquiring the entire street? And then what? Would he merely gaze at the growing numbers like a miser, or light his cigarette with wads of cash like a nouveau riche? Both scenarios seemed far from elegant. They resembled another form of a loser mentality, enslaved by wealth. He needed to find a fulcrum, a point from which he could genuinely begin to wield this boundless fortune rather than be consumed by it. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, the cold chime of the system's prompt rang out once more, but this time, the content was different. Ding. Detecting that the host's mindset is in a transitional adaptation phase. Issuing a time-limited guidance task, the initial experience of extravagance. Task requirement. By 2400 hours today, achieve a single expenditure of 50 million renminbi or more. Task reward. None. Failure penalty. None. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. A guidance task? The initial experience of extravagance? A single expenditure of 50 million? This system seemed quite considerate, aware of his reluctance to spend. It had even devised a task to encourage him. Moreover, there were no penalties for failure, no rewards. It was purely an invitation to spend money. This blunt and somewhat mischievous task structure left Lu Chun both amused and bewildered. Yet undeniably, this task was like a key, precisely unlocking the confusion he felt at that moment. Well then, since he was uncertain of his next step, he might as well follow the system's guidance and give it a try. A single expenditure of 50 million could not be an investment in company shares. The task emphasized consumption, extravagance. What to buy? His gaze swept across the office once more, then out the window. A house, a car, a yacht, a plane? Clearly, acquiring a yacht or a plane was not something he could resolve immediately. The procedures for buying a house were cumbersome. Thus, the most direct and swift means to experience extravagance was. His eyes fell upon his own wrinkled, inexpensive suit, and he recalled the obviously expensive attire worn by Zhao Mingyu and Li Qian. Perhaps it was time to start with a complete transformation of himself. He would begin with a vehicle befitting his current status. He remembered the city's largest luxury car showroom, located in the most bustling area of the city. There, what was displayed were true luxuries, not the entry-level vehicles driven by Zhao Mingyu. With his mind made up, the sense of aimlessness rapidly faded, replaced by a clear sense of purpose. He stood up, adjusted the suit that clashed with the office's ambience. This might very well be the last time he wore it. Approaching the office door, he opened it. Manager Wang and his team were still waiting outside, engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing him, they all stood at attention, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Mr. Liu, how may we assist you?" Manager Wang stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Ensure that all subsequent procedures and handovers are handled efficiently." Lu Chun instructed in a calm tone. "I need to step out for a while." "Certainly. Please rest assured. We will manage everything diligently and present you with a complete asset report as soon as possible." Manager Wang promptly assured him, then tentatively inquired, "Would you like us to arrange a vehicle and driver for you?" "No need." Lu Chun waved his hand. "I'm going to buy a car myself." "Buy a car?" A flicker of surprise crossed Manager Wang and his team, but they quickly restored their professional composure. For this mysterious tycoon who could effortlessly mobilize hundreds of millions in cash, purchasing a vehicle was likely as ordinary as buying a bottle of water for an average person. "Very well, Mr. Liu. Please proceed." Manager Wang respectfully made way. Lu Chun said nothing further and headed straight for the dedicated elevator. As the elevator descended, he took out his phone and quickly searched for the address and details of the luxury car showroom. The brands represented in the showroom ranged from Rolls-Royce and Bentley to Lamborghini and Ferrari, including some limited edition supercars. 50 million should suffice for a few purchases, he thought. The elevator reached the first-floor lobby. As the doors opened, the receptionist and security personnel stood stiffly, their expressions filled with awe and anxiety, as if startled rabbits. Lu Chun paid them no mind, striding through the polished lobby and out the revolving glass doors. The early summer afternoon sun was somewhat scorching, casting its rays upon the bustling street. He stood by the roadside, signaling for a yellow taxi. As he settled into the cab, which bore a hint of smoke and the scent of aged leather, the driver lazily asked, "Where to?" "City Center, global luxury car showroom," Lu Chun replied with clarity. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, then appraised his ordinary attire, seemingly questioning the mismatch between his appearance and destination. However, he said nothing further, merely muttering that it was a good place before accelerating. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic, heading toward the vibrant city center. Lu Chun gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, his mind tranquil. The system wanted him to experience extravagance. Then, he would do just that, through the most direct means possible. Chapter 8. Farewell to the rental apartment, the first night in the presidential suite. The taxi halted before the gleaming entrance of the global luxury car showroom. Lu Chun paid the fare and stepped out. The showroom before him resembled a crystal palace, with each vehicle displayed like a work of art, emanating an aura of opulence and metallic allure under the meticulously designed lighting. Sales consultants clad in impeccably tailored suits stood at the entrance or within the showroom, exuding elegance. A young salesperson standing at the door noticed Lu Chun stepping out of the taxi, particularly his incongruous, inexpensive suit, and a flicker of subtle disdain crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained his professional demeanor and approached. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view cars?" The tone was polite but lacked genuine enthusiasm. Lu Chun hardly acknowledged him. His gaze bypassed the young man and landed squarely on the centerpiece of the showroom, a dark blue sports car, its lines as sharp as those of a fighter jet. A Koenigsegg Jesko, displayed as if awaiting adoration. He walked directly toward the car. The young salesperson was momentarily taken aback and hurried to catch up, attempting to guide him. "Sir, this is our latest model." Lu Chun halted a few steps away from the Koenigsegg, appreciating the perfection of its every curve. Then he turned to a nearby middle-aged sales manager, who appeared more seasoned and was assisting another well-dressed client. "This one," Lu Chun pointed at the Koenigsegg. His tone is flat, as if inquiring about the price of cabbage. "How much?" Both the seasoned sales manager and his client turned in astonishment. The young salesperson awkwardly attempted to intervene. However, the experienced manager, though skeptical of Lu Chun's purchasing power, maintained his professionalism. "Good day, sir. This Koenigsegg Jesko is a limited edition, with a domestic price of approximately 32 million renminbi, and it requires a qualification review." "And that one?" Lu Chun's gaze remained fixed, casually indicating a matte black Bugatti Chiron nearby. "Let us consider them together." The entire showroom seemed to fall silent for a moment. Together? The Bugatti Chiron, after all, was also a hypercar priced in the tens of millions. The seasoned manager's breath caught sharply in his throat, the professional smile on his face transforming into an expression of genuine eagerness and intensity. He practically jogged past the young sales associate to stand before Lu Chun. "Sir, are you implying you wish to acquire both the Koenigsegg and the Bugatti?" "Indeed." Lu Chun nodded. "Are there any available? Can I drive them away today?" "Yes. We have them in stock. We will undoubtedly complete all the paperwork for you today." The manager's voice quivered with excitement. 2 top-tier supercars meant substantial commission. He gazed at Lu Chun as if he were a walking golden Buddha. Would you like to know more about the specifications, or perhaps take a test drive? No need. Lu Chun interrupted, retrieving his industrial and commercial bank card from his pocket and swiping it. Both of them. Please also arrange a temporary license plate. His actions were decisive, devoid of any hesitation. As the POS machine ejected a lengthy receipt with an astonishing amount, the expressions of all sales staff, including that of the previously well-dressed customer, underwent a complete transformation. Shock, reverence, and disbelief filled their eyes. The young sales associate who had initially attended to Lu Chun turned pale, regretting his missed opportunity. Once Lu Chun signed the documents and returned the pen, he said to the exuberant manager, "Please contact me at this number once the paperwork is completed." He left behind a contact for Manager Wang as subordinate. The cars will stay here for now. With that, he did not spare a single glance at the two supercars, each valued at over $500 million, and turned to exit the showroom, leaving behind a trail of astonishment and hushed whispers. Ding. The limited-time guided task, the initial experience of extravagance, has been completed. Amount spent, 64 million renminbi. The system's prompt resonated at an opportune moment. The task had been accomplished with remarkable ease. Once again standing by the bustling street, Lu Chun gazed at the vibrant thoroughfare, but suddenly felt averse to returning to the cramped rental apartment, which still reeked of the failures of the past decade. That place no longer suited his current self. Taking out his phone, he searched for the most prestigious hotel in the city, the Bulgari Hotel. The call connected to the Presidential Suite Reservation Department. "Hello, this is the Bulgari Hotel's Presidential Suite Reservations," a gentle female voice greeted him. "I would like to book the Presidential Suite for tonight, for an extended stay." Lu Chun was succinct. The customer service representative seemed taken aback for a moment. "An extended stay in the Presidential Suite? That is not a common request. Sir, how long do you anticipate needing the suite? Our Presidential Suite is priced at book it for a month." Lu Chun interjected directly, "How much?" The representative quickly quoted a figure that would leave an ordinary person in shock. "Very well. Reserve it for me. I will arrive in approximately 1 hour," Lu Chun concluded, ending the call. An hour later, the taxi carrying Lu Chun halted before the grand entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. The doorman, trained impeccably, approached to open the door. Although a flicker of surprise crossed his face at Lu Chun's plain attire as he exited the taxi, his professionalism ensured he maintained perfect decorum. Upon entering the lobby, a distinguished foreign manager in a tailored suit approached with the warmest of smiles. "Are you Mr. Lu Chun? Welcome to the Bulgari Hotel. Your suite is ready. Please follow me." Lu Chun was relieved of any concerns regarding the check-in process, as the manager personally escorted him via a private elevator directly to the presidential suite floor. When the heavy double doors of the suite swung open, even though Lu Chun had mentally prepared himself, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The vast, opulent space boasted enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the city's finest scenery, adorned with luxurious Italian furnishings and exquisite artworks. Every detail exuded impeccable taste and astonishing wealth. "Mr. Lu, I am your dedicated butler, at your service 24/7. I wish you a pleasant stay." The manager bowed slightly and quietly withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. The world fell silent once more. Standing alone in the lavish, palace-like living room of the suite, Lu Chun felt the soft, expensive Persian carpet beneath his feet. Outside, the city was illuminated by the evening glow, the neon lights twinkling like a brilliant galaxy spread out before him. He shed his cheap suit jacket, carelessly tossing it onto the nearby sofa, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Here, it was tranquil, luxurious, and offered a breathtaking view. Most importantly, it severed all ties to his past. With several tens of millions remaining in his bank account and an additional $1.5 billion expected to arrive tomorrow, he now owned a company and 2 top-tier supercars. He stood in the most elite space in the city. A completely new, previously unexperienced sensation gradually replaced the emptiness he had felt before. It was the taste of freedom. It was also the taste of solitude. But regardless, the Lu Chun who had lived in the rental apartment had been left behind in yesterday. Tonight marked a new beginning. Chapter 9. The Pinnacle of Automobiles, from Bugatti to Custom Phantom. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Chun was awakened by his precise biological clock. Almost simultaneously, the system's prompt and a vibration from his mobile banking app signaled the arrival of funds. Ding. Daily deposit has been credited. Your account 0927 received a deposit of 10 billion renminbi on June 18th at 6:30. Current cumulative daily income, 1.5 billion renminbi. Another 1.5 billion. Lu Chun opened his eyes to the sight of the Bulgari Presidential Suite's lofty, luxurious ceiling, and beneath him lay soft, cloud-like Egyptian cotton bedding. After a night, the surreal feeling had slightly faded, gradually replaced by a sense of calm adaptation. He rose, barefoot on the plush carpet, and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The morning light gilded the city's skyline, bustling yet serene. This was the second day of his new life. The two supercars he purchased yesterday, the Koenigsegg and the Bugatti, had been efficiently arranged by manager Wang as subordinate, including the temporary license plates. They had called respectfully to inquire if he required the cars to be delivered. Lu Chun instructed them to bring both vehicles to the hotel's underground garage. However, he suddenly felt that the two distinct hypercars seemed to lack something. Beyond sheer speed and excitement, perhaps a sense of ultimate stability and comfort was also required. He thought of Rolls-Royce, that mobile palace embodying unmatched presence and noble status, regardless of time or place. He retrieved his phone once more and searched for the authorized Rolls-Royce dealer in the city. When the call connected, he bypassed any pleasantries. I would like to custom order a Phantom long wheelbase model, the highest specification. If there are any ready-to-go high-spec display or stock vehicles, I want them today. The custom order can proceed simultaneously. His request was clear and direct. The sales representative on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback by such an audacious demand for immediate delivery, yet professionalism compelled them to respond swiftly. Good morning, sir. We happen to have a high-spec Phantom available, which was previously reserved by a client who could not finalize the purchase due to financial issues. It is exceptionally well equipped, and if you're interested, send me the address. I will arrive in an hour, Lu Chun stated before hanging up. An hour later, as Lu Chun arrived at the Rolls-Royce Center in a luxurious courtesy vehicle arranged by the hotel, the entire sales team was already lined up at the entrance. Their demeanor respectful, as if welcoming a king. In the center of the showroom, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom stood like a silent monarch, its Parthenon-style grille standing solemnly. The statue of the goddess of celebration gleaming, and every curve of the car exuding silent authority and luxury. The sales director approached personally, carefully introducing the vehicle's features: starlight headliner, a wine cabinet, a rear cinema system, bespoke sound system. Every conceivable luxury feature was present. Lu Chun circled the car, then settled into the rear seat to savor the first-class comfort of the spacious interior, nodding in approval. This was the one. He swiped his card without inquiring about the price. For a vehicle of the Phantom's caliber, the difference between the top configuration and the standard was merely a few million, a detail of no consequence to him. Once that magical credit card fulfilled its purpose again, the sales director presented the car keys and all necessary documents with a radiant smile. Mr. Lu, would you like us to arrange a driver for you now? No need. Lu Chun replied, taking the heavy key that symbolized status. He instructed the hotel concierge vehicle to return, then took his place at the helm of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The leather steering wheel felt warm and substantial in his hands, and the interior was so quiet it seemed to exist in a realm apart from the world outside. Upon starting the vehicle, the V12 engine emitted a deep, resonant growl, yet the exceptional soundproofing filtered it down to a powerful background hum. He navigated this behemoth smoothly out of the showroom and merged into the flow of traffic above. Wherever he passed, he captured the attention of nearly every pedestrian and driver nearby. The aura of the Rolls-Royce itself commanded the spotlight on the road. With no specific destination in mind, he drove aimlessly, relishing an experience starkly different from the adrenaline of racing a supercar the day prior. It was an absolute sensation of comfort, tranquility, and control. As he drove, he passed by the luxury car dealership he had visited yesterday. A thought struck him, and he turned the steering wheel, veering inside. The same showroom, the same sales team. When they spotted a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, still unregistered, gliding into their VIP parking area, they immediately recognized the arrival of an important client. Several sales representatives hastened to greet him. As the driver's side door opened and Lu Chun descended from the vehicle, the seasoned sales manager from yesterday's visit widened his eyes in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Mr. Lu, it's you. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This mysterious tycoon had just purchased two supercars costing over 60 million yesterday, and today, he arrived in a newly acquired Phantom worth at least 8 to 9 million. What astonishing purchasing power. Did he buy luxury cars as casually as one would buy bottled water? Lu Chun offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, then surveyed the showroom. The manager promptly fell into step beside him, his demeanor more reverent than the day before, bending lower. Mr. Lu, what would you like to see today? How may we assist you? Other sales representatives and customers in the showroom began to take notice, casting curious and admiring glances. It was evident that someone of such stature could render their manager so subservient. Lu Chun's gaze finally settled on a Bentley Continental GT, its elegant lines and understated yet sophisticated color appealing to him. This vehicle, unlike the ostentatious supercars or the formality of the Phantom, was more suited for daily driving. I'll take this one, he indicated. The manager, now somewhat numb to the situation, forgot to quote a price, instinctively responding, "Very well, Mr. Lu. I'll handle it immediately." Thus, within less than 2 hours after leaving the Rolls-Royce Center, Lu Chen completed yet another multi-million-dollar transaction. He instructed the dealership to deliver the Bentley to the garage of the Bulgari Hotel, as he once more took the wheel of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Departing the luxury car dealership and merging into traffic, he caught sight of the entire sales team standing at the entrance, watching him leave as if bidding farewell to a legend. In just 2 short days, his mode of transportation had transformed from 2 legs and a taxi to a Koenigsegg, a Bugatti, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a Bentley Continental GT. Such rapid elevation in status could scarcely be believed, even in fiction. Lu Chen gazed ahead at the wide road, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The sensation of rapidly fulfilling desires through wealth, enhancing his quality of life, seemed rather agreeable. The system's glamorous lifestyle was gradually materializing before him. Chapter 10. A personal image overhaul, tailored suits and watches. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly into the underground VIP parking garage of the city's premier shopping destination, Hong Kong Plaza, a hub for the world's most elite luxury brands. Lu Chen emerged from the vehicle, still clad in the cheap suit that contrasted starkly with the Phantom and its opulent surroundings. His previous purchases had been motivated more by the system's tasks and a symbolic farewell to his past. Now, he needed to completely reinvent himself. He first made his way to the flagship store of Ermenegildo Zegna. Renowned for its premium fabrics and exquisite tailoring, this Italian brand is a favorite among business elites. The store's sales staff, sharp-eyed, noticed the cheap suit, but were nonetheless drawn to Lu Chen's composed demeanor and the Rolls-Royce keys he habitually held in hand, prompting the experienced store manager to personally welcome him. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today?" The manager's smile was warm and respectful. "I require several suits, suitable for both casual and formal occasions," Lu Chen replied succinctly. "Please, follow me." The manager led him to the VIP lounge, where the chief tailor was soon summoned to take his measurements. The soft measuring tape wrapped around his shoulders, chest, arms, waist, and legs, capturing precise dimensions. As the tailor worked, he marveled. "Your proportions are excellent, sir. You're a natural model." Once the measurements were complete, the manager presented a thick book of fabric samples. "These are the latest rare materials: cashmere, alpaca, island cotton. Feel free to explore." Lu Chen casually touched several fabrics, the delicate softness and weight contrasting sharply with the rough texture of his synthetic blend suit. No longer hesitant, he selected the most comfortable and subtly luxurious fabrics that caught his eye. This one in deep gray, this one in navy blue, this one in black, he quickly decided, adding 5 white and light blue shirts to his order. Include ties, belts, and shoes to match. He didn't even inquire about the price. The manager's smile grew increasingly genuine as he swiftly recorded the details. The mere cost of these bespoke suits and accessories easily surpassed 1 million. "Mr. Lu, the custom tailoring will take approximately 4 weeks. We will prepare some ready-to-wear options and shirts for you in the meantime, if that is suitable." "Fine," Lu Chen nodded. Next, he visited Brioni, where he ordered several suits and casual outfits in slightly different styles. Afterward, he stopped by Loro Piana to purchase top-tier cashmere sweaters and casual trousers. After completing his clothing shopping, he proceeded to the Patek Philippe boutique. The sales staff at Patek Philippe were exceptionally discerning. Upon noticing the distinguished bags Lu Chen carried, their demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. "Sir, what type of watch would you like to see?" Lu Chen's gaze swept across the display cases, glimmering with mechanical beauty and the sheen of precious metals under the lights. He avoided overly complex or ostentatious styles, ultimately settling on a remarkably simple yet profoundly elegant platinum watch from the Patek Philippe Calatrava collection. "I'll try this one," he indicated. The salesperson carefully retrieved the watch, placing it on Lu Chen's wrist. The cool platinum case nestled against his wrist bone, its weight just right. The understated gray dial complemented the platinum material perfectly, exuding a sense of luxury that transcended mere ostentation. "This one will do," Lu Chen decided, not even removing it before swiping his card. The sales representative stifled their excitement as the transaction was processed. The price of this watch corresponds to the down payment for an apartment in a first-tier city. After departing from Patek Philippe, he stepped into Richard Mille. In stark contrast to the classic restraint of PP, RM exudes a sense of futurism and mechanical tension. He selected a lightweight timepiece crafted from carbon fiber and titanium alloy, its radical style more suited for casual attire or for donning while driving a supercar. Upon leaving the Hong Kong Plaza, Lu Chen wore a PP Calatrava on his wrist, a RM tucked away in his bag, along with an array of high-end ready-to-wear garments and pending custom orders. He drove back to the Bulgari Hotel, where his dedicated butler had been awaiting his return, respectfully taking all his shopping bags. Once inside the suite, Lu Chen casually placed the Richard Mille on the coffee table in the living room, then proceeded into the bedroom's walk-in closet. He shed the inexpensive suit, shirt, and shoes that had accompanied him for several years without a hint of nostalgia. Discarding them all into the trash bin, he then adorned himself with a newly purchased Loro Piana cashmere sweater and casual trousers, slipping into soft lambskin loafers. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling mirror in the closet, he gazed at his reflection. The same person, unchanged in physique and visage. Yet, the mere transformation in attire radiated an entirely different aura from within. The comfort of the premium fabric and the elegance of the tailored fit, paired with the understated yet valuable platinum watch on his wrist, silently narrated a newfound identity and social standing. No longer was he the individual meticulously counting his salary to make ends meet, nor the one who resorted to shouting and splurging to assert his dominance. The figure in the mirror, eyes calm and posture composed, emanated a grounded confidence derived from immense wealth and a system that had empowered him, manifesting as a serene and introspective presence. This was the essence of transformation. Lu Chen quietly spoke to his reflection. The external metamorphosis was but a preliminary phase. However, this was merely the foundation of a life lived with flair. He understood that true change emanates from within, from how one wields the inexhaustible wealth to redefine and seize control of one's existence. He gazed out at the setting sun, the city illuminated by a burgeoning array of lights. His new life had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 11. The initial taste of money's omnipotence. Permanent reservations at elite restaurants. As evening descended, the city began to shimmer with lights. Lu Chen donned a deep gray leisure suit by Brioni, layered with a light gray cashmere sweater, and adorned his wrist with the Patek Philippe Calatrava. The figure in the mirror exuded a tranquil and refined demeanor, having completely shed the remnants of the previous day. A slight emptiness stirred within his stomach, signaling that it was time for dinner. The butler from the presidential suite had indeed presented a menu earlier, indicating that the Michelin-starred chef was at his beck and call. Yet, Lu Chen desired to venture out, to feel the heartbeat of the city by night. He recalled a colleague's mention of an exceedingly difficult-to-book Japanese restaurant, Yinsha Kaiseki, reputed to be helmed by a master disciple from Japan, with ingredients flown in daily. The omakase experience was highly sought after, with reservations extending 3 months into the future. The colleague's tone had been imbued with longing and a sense of unattainability. In the past, such places had seemed like tales from another world to Lu Chen. Now, he yearned to see for himself. Without a reservation, and unaware of the exact location, he instructed the chauffeur of the Rolls-Royce to navigate there. The Phantom glided silently to a serene and elegant street, halting before a building with an exceptionally understated facade, marked only by a dimly lit lantern and a small wooden sign bearing the name Yinsha. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a minimalist Japanese entryway. A young woman clad in a kimono bowed slightly to welcome him, her smile warm, yet her tone tinged with a perfunctory apology. "Good evening, sir. I'm terribly sorry, but we are fully booked tonight. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "No," Lu Chen replied calmly. The look of apology deepened on the woman's face. Yet her etiquette remained impeccable. "I sincerely apologize, but without a reservation." Before she could finish, a middle-aged man in chef's attire, exuding a poised demeanor, emerged from within, clearly having heard the commotion outside. He was Mr. Fujiwara, the proprietor and chef of the establishment. His gaze swiftly and professionally assessed Lu Chen. From the seemingly simple, yet inherently valuable Brioni suit to the understated platinum PP on his wrist, and finally to the remarkable composure exuded by this young man, surpassing his years. Chef Fujiwara raised his hand slightly, halting the woman's words. He bowed slightly, and, with a slight accent but fluent Mandarin, inquired, "Sir, may I ask your name?" "Lu." "Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure." Chef Fujiwara's demeanor was noticeably more respectful than the young woman's. "It appears this is your first visit?" "Yes, I've heard great things and wanted to try it out," Lu Chen replied in an unassuming tone. Chef Fujiwara contemplated for less than a second. Having operated the restaurant for many years, he had encountered countless affluent patrons. However, the aura surrounding this young man was not that of an ordinary wealthy heir. It was a deeper, more reserved sense of control. The very act of arriving without a reservation spoke volumes of his confidence. A genuine smile spread across his face as he stepped aside to grant passage. "Mr. Lu, please come in. Although we are indeed fully booked tonight, please take a moment in the tea room while I arrange something for you." The young woman's eyes widened with surprise but quickly returned to a respectful demeanor, leading the way. "This way, Mr. Lu." Lu Chen was guided to a small, private tea room, where a kimono-clad attendant promptly presented him with a warm towel and welcoming tea. The aroma of the tea was delicate, the environment refined. Within 5 minutes, Chef Fujiwara personally arrived, bowing slightly. "Mr. Lu, your seating has been prepared. There is one spot at the bar that became available due to a last-minute cancellation from a previous guest. Would that be acceptable?" The so-called last-minute cancellation was, of course, a pretext. Such elite establishments rarely allow cancellations, let alone sudden openings at the bar's prime seats. It was evident that Chef Fujiwara had exercised his discretion, potentially persuading a regular patron to relinquish their spot, all to accommodate the enigmatic Mr. Liu. Lu Chen nodded. That works. He was led to the best central position at the cooking counter. The other dining guests could not help but cast curious glances, as those who could secure such an arrangement on a whim were certainly no ordinary individuals. The ensuing 2 hours unfolded as an exquisite feast for both the palate and the eyes. The freshest air-flown sea urchin, premium tuna belly, and auction-grade uni were presented as culinary masterpieces, meticulously crafted by the chef's deft hands, paired with perfectly matched sake. Lu Chen savored each bite quietly, occasionally engaging Chef Fujiwara in discussions about the origins and flavors of the ingredients, his insights and nonchalance further prompting the chef to treat him with utmost respect. As the meal neared its conclusion, Chef Fujiwara personally served a glass of Shizuoka melon juice and respectfully handed over a pure black card. Mr. Liu, this is our establishment's exclusive black card. With this card, you will always have the best table reserved for you at Yunsha, without the need for a reservation. Lu Chen accepted the uniquely textured card, nodding. Thank you. The flavors were exceptional. He produced a business bank card to settle the bill. The amount was substantial, yet for him, it bore no essential difference to the cost of a bowl of noodles from a street vendor. As he departed, Chef Fujiwara and the young woman personally escorted him to the door, bowing until the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove away. Seated in the back of the car, Lu Chen gazed at the flowing neon lights outside. He took out his phone and dialed Manager Wang's number. I need you to do something for me, he commanded. Contact all the finest restaurants in the city, Chinese, French, Japanese, Italian, regardless of whether they are Michelin-starred or quaint private establishments. As long as they are the best. In my name, prepay each restaurant a substantial sum, with but one stipulation. I require a permanent reservation. At any moment I wish to dine, there must be a table available. On the other end of the line, Manager Wang did not hesitate for a moment. Understood, Mr. Liu. I will attend to it immediately and provide you with a list by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up, Lu Chen reclined in the plush seat of first class. This is the power of wealth. It cannot directly purchase happiness, but it can obliterate most obstacles in the world, rendering the most elite resources and rare opportunities effortlessly accessible. What once required months of advanced booking, a keen awareness of others' moods, or even the futility of desire, now merely necessitated a phone call, or even just a fleeting thought. This sensation, indeed, felt quite gratifying. He began to grasp the essence of a life lived with panache. Chapter 12. The shock and stammering of former colleagues. The new day's sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, illuminating the exquisite breakfast table. The butler quietly arranged the meal, a chef's special Benedict egg and hand-brewed geisha coffee, rich in aroma. Lu Chen leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, with his phone beside him. The screen illuminated with Manager Wang's preliminary asset takeover report and today's itinerary suggestions, professional and detailed, but he had little interest in perusing them. Suddenly, he recalled that he had left behind a few personal items at his former publishing house, a well-worn thermos and several proofread manuscripts filled with notes. Though of little monetary value, they were remnants of his past, and he intended to retrieve them, thus bringing closure to that chapter of his life. He chose not to drive the imposing Phantom, but opted for the more understated Bentley Continental GT. The deep blue exterior shimmered elegantly in the sunlight, still capturing the attention of countless passers-by. The car came to a halt in front of the familiar, yet somewhat antiquated office building. This place felt worlds apart from the Bulgari Hotel and Hang Lung Plaza. The air was thick with the scent of greasy breakfast stalls and the palpable anxiety of hurried commuters. He entered the building and took the creaky old elevator to the floor where he had worked for 3 years. The receptionist, engrossed in her phone, looked up in surprise as she heard his footsteps. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, she froze, her eyes widening in astonishment, nearly dropping her phone. The man before her was Lu Chen. He bore the same features, yet felt entirely different. Previously, he had always appeared somewhat weary and understated, clad in faded shirts. Now, however, he donned impeccably tailored, high-quality dark casual wear, standing tall with a calm, profound gaze. The watch on his wrist, though unfamiliar to her, radiated an exquisite sheen and quality, unmistakably expensive. He exuded an air of affluence. Lu Chen, the receptionist tentatively called out, her voice stammering, "What brings you here?" To collect a few items, Lu Chen replied with a slight nod, offering a faint yet distant smile, then proceeded directly toward the editorial department. As he walked past, it was as if he had cast a massive stone into a tranquil lake. In the open office area, those who had once shared late nights with him, venting about the boss and ordering takeout, seemed frozen in time. Fingers hovering over keyboards, Zhang was left speechless mid-conversation, nearly spilling coffee. All eyes, some filled with shock, others with confusion or disbelief, were fixated on him. Is that really Lu Chen? How did he change so much? Is he wealthy now? That outfit must be Brioni. I saw it in a magazine last time. And that watch. ISNT at a Patek Philippe. Didn't he resign? Could he be supported by a wealthy patron? Whispers surged like a tide. The former department head, a middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly, was the first to recover. His face instantly brightening with an overly enthusiastic and somewhat obsequious smile as he hurried over. Ah, Lu Chen, it's truly you. I almost didn't recognize you after just a few days. What a transformation. You look so revitalized. He attempted to clap Lu Chen on the shoulder, only to have his gesture halted by Lu Chen's calm gaze, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Lu Chen's attention drifted past him to his old desk by the window, cluttered with remnants of the past. The items are still here, Lu Chen stated flatly. Oh, you didn't need to come in for this minor matter. Just let me know, and I could have had Xiao Wang deliver them to you. The department head replied, rubbing his hands together, his smile radiant. Where are you working now? It seems you've encountered a benefactor, soaring to new heights. At that moment, Xiao Lu, a former colleague with whom Lu Chen had maintained a decent rapport, approached, his eyes brimming with curiosity and envy. Lu Gu, did you win the lottery? Or did your family's property get redeveloped? How could you not share such news after hitting it big? Another former colleague, who had often enlisted Lu Chen's help for menial tasks, forced a syrupy smile, her voice adopting a more flirtatious tone. Lu Chen, you're looking so handsome and dapper now. Are you free tonight? I know of a fantastic new Japanese restaurant faced with this sudden onslaught of warmth, inquiries, and flattery. Lu Chen felt no ripples of emotion, only a sense of noise. In this office, he had once been as transparent as air, apart from work. Few would spare him a glance. Now, merely donning different attire had transformed their attitudes entirely. How absurdly realistic. He offered no responses, simply approached his old workspace, gathered the thermos and a few manuscripts, and casually tossed them into a plastic bag on the desk. Thank you all for your past care, he said, turning to the group with a polite yet distant remark, nodding slightly before striding toward the exit. Hey, Lu Chen, don't rush off. Share your contact information. Yeah, Lu Gu, let us keep in touch. Come back and visit us. The department head, Xiao Lu, and a few others trailed behind him, attempting to retain him with further conversation. Lu Chen did not look back. He merely raised a hand in a casual farewell. He took the elevator down, exited the building, and tossed the bag containing remnants of his past onto the passenger seat of the Bentley, then settled into the driver's seat. The engine emitted a deep, sonorous rumble as the Bentley Continental GT glided smoothly away from the curb, merging into the flow of traffic, leaving behind an old building filled with myriad complex, astonished, and unfulfilled gazes. The interior of the car was quiet, a stark contrast to the clamor of the office moments before. Lu Chen glanced at the cheap plastic bag on the passenger seat and then at the swiftly passing streets outside. He understood that he had irrevocably bid farewell to that world. The shock and flattery from his former colleagues were merely inconsequential interludes in this farewell. His path lay ahead, in the vast expanse paved with infinite wealth, leading to the unknown. Chapter 13. The Dilemma. What to do when money spins ever more freely. The Bentley Continental GT cruised on the way back to the Bulgari Hotel. The high-end sound system played soothing jazz, yet Lu Chen's thoughts were far removed from the music. The cheap plastic bag containing the thermos and notes on the passenger seat served as an incongruous footnote, a reminder of the past that had yet to fade away. The vibrant and dazzling urban landscape outside the window, coupled with the opulent vehicle worth millions beneath him, encapsulated his present reality within reach. This profound sense of disconnection, however, was fleeting, soon supplanted by a more pressing and absurd concern: money. He had squandered an entire day yesterday, acquiring companies, luxury sports cars, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Bentley, haute couture, prestigious timepieces, and indulging in exquisite Japanese cuisine, culminating in expenditures nearing 400 million. Such an extravagant sum was beyond the grasp of an ordinary person across several lifetimes. Yet, a glance at his phone revealed a summary of today's asset report from Manager Wang. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Your primary account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank has received another deposit of 10 billion yuan at 6:30 a.m. today. Yesterday's expenditure summary amounts to approximately 39.2 billion. The current balance in your main account stands at 15,800,032,188 yuan. Note: the equity acquisition of Honda Technology has been finalized, with the company now valued at approximately 2.8 billion, not yet included in liquid assets. Assets such as the Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Bentley Continental GT are registered in your name. Having spent nearly 400 million, he still retained a staggering 15 million. Moreover, This remaining sum was merely a fraction of his salary for the day, as today's system deposit was $15 million, while most of his extravagant spending was covered by the $350 million deposited the day prior. In other words, despite his reckless consumption yesterday, not only had his total assets remained unchanged, but the daily deposit mechanism had paradoxically increased his disposable cash flow. It was akin to a reservoir where one tirelessly scoops out water, only to discover that the inflow is surging, leaving the reservoir ever fuller. A uniquely absurd and unprecedented dilemma began to weigh on Lu Chen's mind. The more he spent, the more he accrued. What to do? Previously, his worries revolved around insufficient funds. Every penny required meticulous budgeting, from rent and food to transportation costs, with even a casual meal out demanding careful consideration. Now, his concern was the impossibility of exhausting his wealth, which was growing at an alarming rate, compelling him to devise means of wastefulness. The fleeting thrill of relentless consumption gave way to a deeper sense of emptiness and confusion. Material desires seemed easily satiated. When everything is readily attainable, the joy of acquisition itself diminishes. Luxury vehicles? He had already purchased four. Was he to collect them like stamps? Lavish homes. Residing in a presidential suite was delightful. Yet owning an entire building merely increased his managerial burdens. Gourmet dining? The finest restaurants had reserved tables for him year-round, but even the most exquisite meals could become monotonous. Please abandon the mindset of a commoner and relish the pleasures of a flamboyant life. The system's guidelines resurfaced. But what precisely constituted a flamboyant life? Was it merely an endless cycle of exhausting consumption? Lu Chen parked in his designated spot in the hotel's underground garage, adjacent to his Koenigsegg, Bugatti, and Rolls-Royce Phantom, resembling a miniature exhibition of elite automobiles. He sat in his car, delaying his exit, his fingers subconsciously tapping the steering wheel. A new approach was imperative, not merely consumption, but utilizing this boundless wealth to pursue endeavors that were distinct. Ventures that could yield a greater impact or sustain a sense of novelty. Investment? He lacked expertise, yet he could enlist the most qualified individuals. Perhaps establishing an investment firm dedicated to seemingly fanciful technologies that could reshape the future, or supporting nascent enterprises with potential yet lacking funding. This seemed to hold more significance than mere expenditure. Charity? A fleeting thought had crossed his mind yesterday. With such substantial daily deposits, allocating a portion to society could render his newfound wealth less burdensome. Furthermore, aiding others might provide a satisfaction unattainable through consumption, or perhaps exploring realms inaccessible to the average person, such as the deep sea, polar regions, or even space. Once his thoughts were unfettered, a myriad of possibilities began to emerge. Money ceased to be the issue. The challenge lay in how to wield this wealth to serve him rather than allow it to dominate his life. He opened the car door and entered the exclusive elevator leading to the presidential suite. The mirrored walls reflected his dapper appearance, though his expression bore a contemplative gravity. Upon returning to the suite, the butler had already prepared fresh fruits and beverages. Lu Chen waved him off, indicating he need not intrude. He approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the sprawling city below. His bank account housed over $150 million in cash, and tomorrow it would swell to $300 million, then $450 million the day after. The worries persisted, yet their nature had fundamentally shifted. The focus had transitioned from mere survival to how to live, or perhaps how to instigate change. He retrieved his phone and dialed Manager Wang. Manager Wang, his voice regained its calmness, now infused with resolve. Two matters. First, assist me in registering an investment firm, to be named Songqiong Capital. Recruit the finest team. I require them to promptly devise an investment strategy emphasizing cutting-edge technology and innovation, with no budgetary constraints. Second, in my name, establish a charitable foundation. Initially, inject $500 million into it. Formulate a plan focusing on educational and medical assistance. I want to see the allocation and impact of every single yuan. On the other end, Manager Wang visibly inhaled, momentarily taken aback by the sudden escalation of directives, but quickly composed himself. Understood, Mr. Liu. I will attend to it immediately and prioritize this. After hanging up, Lu Chen tossed his phone onto the sofa. Spending seemed to have found a new direction. He was aware that even after these actions, the likelihood of his account balance increasing remained high. Yet this was, at last, a beginning, a venture to harness money rather than be consumed by it. Chapter 14, Monthly Reward Preview, Global Asset Blind Box. Following Lu Chen's directives, the establishment of Songqiong Capital and the charitable foundation commenced with astonishing efficiency, propelled by Manager Wang and his banking resources. Professional headhunting firms were engaged to scout top-tier investment managers, analysts, legal experts, and personnel for the charitable foundation. The allure of substantial funds was unparalleled, with resumes flooding into the recruitment team hastily assembled by Manager Wang. Lu Chun refrained from meddling in the minutiae, choosing instead to maintain a visionary approach while providing endless financial support. This hands-off management style allowed him to retain an air of detachment. Time passed quietly. He became accustomed to the lavish services of the presidential suite, the thrill of driving various luxury cars aimlessly through the city, and securing the best tables at any premier dining establishment. The initial exhilaration of extravagance gradually faded, transforming consumption into a mundane habit. Until the last night of June, he sat on the suite sofa, casually browsing profiles of several candidates for the investment director position submitted by Manager Wang, when the system's notification chime unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Yet this time, it was not the cold enumeration of daily deposits. Beep. Monthly time node reached. The monthly asset distribution program of the Godly Wealth Leisure Life system is now initiated. Randomly selecting assets globally. Selection complete. Generating asset list. Lu Chun's fingers came to a halt as he perused the documents. Monthly asset allocation. During this period, he had been almost entirely absorbed in the overwhelming influx of daily cash and the conundrum of how to spend it, nearly forgetting that the system not only dispensed money daily, but also conducted a monthly global asset allocation. Was a staggering 50 million merely pocket change? The true feast lay in the monthly distribution? He instinctively straightened his posture, feeling a surge of intense curiosity and a subtle anticipation towards the system for the first time. What could be the assets randomly selected from around the globe? Another company? A luxurious mansion abroad? A yacht? The asset list has been generated. It will soon be allocated to the host, with relevant legal documents, property ownership certificates, and contact information for the management team to be delivered via the system's certified channels. This month's allocated assets are as follows. 1. Real estate. A peak in the Swiss Alps, at the northern foot of the Matterhorn. At an elevation of 3,812 meters, along with approximately 157 square kilometers of surrounding land, with permanent ownership rights. 2. Equity assets. Tesla Incorporated in the United States, with ownership of 17 shares. 3. Infrastructure assets. Microsoft Corporation, complete ownership and operational rights of the third data center in Asia, located in Singapore. Reading the list. The system's cold, emotionless electronic voice recited a string of terms so astounding that they could cause any listener's heart to skip a beat. Lu Chen's expression froze. He wondered if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. A peak in the Alps? Shares in Tesla? A data center for Microsoft in Asia? What was the connection here? This had completely exceeded his understanding of assets. This was no longer a mere numerical game of money. It directly involved geographical landmarks, the lifelines of the world's foremost technology giants, and the core infrastructure of the internet age. Each day, the system simply and starkly provided cash. Yet this monthly reward resembled a blind box from a higher dimension, yielding bizarre treasures, each carrying monumental weight. This was no longer just a wealthy individual. This was a global magnate. No, even that term seemed inadequate. The cold electronic voice continued, announcing more fragmented assets, including quaint vineyards in Europe, private islands in Southeast Asia, small equity shares in diamond mines in Africa, yet these paled in comparison to the preceding 3 items. Asset injection completed. Wishing you a pleasant life. The system's notification sound finally faded away. However, Lu Chun remained motionless, maintaining his original posture on the sofa, still clutching the resume of a candidate for the investment director position. Outside the window, the city's dazzling nightscape twinkled, while the room was shrouded in silence. He needed a moment to digest this explosive revelation. Thus, the system was not merely a money-printing machine. It resembled a cosmic asset allocator, randomly aggregating precious resources scattered across the globe and delivering them to him. The source of funds was undoubtedly secure. What about the origins of these assets? Also entirely secure. How did the system facilitate the silent transfer of Tesla's 17 shares without triggering an earthquake in the global capital markets? How had the Swiss government consented to sell a peak in the Alps to a Chinese individual? And for permanent ownership rights? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Yet answers eluded him. The existence of the system seemed to embody an absolute power that transcended the rules of reality. He slowly placed the resume down, leaning back against the soft leather sofa. Thus, he fretted over the increasing amounts of money he was spending daily, contemplating how to consume billions. While the system casually bestowed upon him pocket money, if these assets could even be termed as such, given their strategic national significance, the value and significance of which had far surpassed mere currency, an unprecedented sense of shock, mingled with an ineffable absurdity, ultimately transformed into a profound realization. He was utterly unaware of the energy contained within this system. The trajectory of his chosen life would likely exceed even his boldest imaginings. He picked up his phone, the screen illuminating to reveal Manager Wang's number. This time, when he called, The matter he inquired about would be entirely different from just a few minutes prior. Chapter 15. A Peak in the Alps, Geological Documents and Ownership Certificates. After the system's notification sound vanished, an unusual silence enveloped the suite. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, taking a full 5 minutes to barely digest the astonishing asset list in his mind. The peak in the Alps, the Tesla shares, the Microsoft data center, together. These three items wielded an impact far exceeding that of acquiring an entire company the previous day. He first needed to confirm the authenticity of it all. How did the system's absolute secure source operate? At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the suite, followed by the respectful voice of the butler. Mr. Liu, there is a staff member claiming to be from the Swiss consulate, along with an international lawyer, who says there are very important documents that require your personal signature. They arrived, faster than he had anticipated. Lu Chun steadied himself. Please have them wait in the living room. He adjusted his attire, ensuring his expression returned to calm before stepping out of the bedroom. In the living room stood two impeccably dressed expatriates. One was clad in a formal suit, exuding a composed demeanor, with a Swiss flag pin affixed to his lapel. The other carried a hefty briefcase and wore gold-rimmed glasses, unmistakably an elite lawyer. Upon seeing Lu Chun, both men immediately inclined slightly, their demeanor respectful yet poised. Good morning, esteemed Mr. Lu Chun. The representative from the Swiss consulate addressed him in fluent English with a slight accent. On behalf of the Swiss federal government and the Valais state government, it is our honor to deliver this document to you. The lawyer promptly opened the briefcase, extracting a substantial stack of exquisitely bound legal documents. The cover adorned with the Swiss coat of arms and the emblem of Valais state. Mr. Liu, this pertains to the permanent ownership certificate for the plot numbered ELP SF 0817, located at the northern foot of the Matterhorn in the Swiss Alps at an elevation of 3,812 meters, along with the associated unnamed peak, as well as a complete set of legal documents including geological exploration reports and environmental protection commitments, the lawyer explained in a professional and clear tone, laying the documents out on the ivory-white marble coffee table in the living room. Lu Chun's gaze swept over the documents. The paper was thick, densely populated with terms in French, German, and English, accompanied by precise topographical maps, coordinate survey documents, and official seals. The permanent deed, feudal title, stood out prominently. This represented an ancient and unique form of complete ownership still existing in select regions of Switzerland, symbolizing absolute dominion over the land and all its resources, including rocks and glaciers. According to the documents, he was the sole and complete owner of the area. He enjoyed rights that included but were not limited to the construction of private facilities, subject to environmental regulations, scientific research expeditions, climbing permit approvals, and limited tourism resource development. The lawyer added, simultaneously offering an exquisite fountain pen, please sign here, here, and here to confirm receipt. The subsequent ownership registration has already been filed with the Swiss Federal Land Registry. Lu Chen picked up the pen and inscribed his name on the pivotal documents. The tip of the pen glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound, reminiscent of the howling winds of the Alps. The signing process was both solemn and succinct. Congratulations, Mr. Liu. You are now officially a significant landmark owner in the Alpine region, remarked the personnel from the Swiss consulate, presenting him with an exquisite congratulatory card and a finely crafted wooden box containing a crystal model of the Matterhorn, a gift from the government of Valais, along with a welcome letter from the governor, extending a heartfelt invitation for him to visit his land at his convenience. As Lu Chen opened the wooden box, he beheld a meticulously cut, translucent crystal model of the Matterhorn, refracting dazzling rays of light under illumination. After bidding farewell to the two envoys, he stood alone in the living room, cradling the weighty land deed and the crystal peak model in his hands. He approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the thriving panorama of the eastern metropolis beneath him, then glanced down at the imposing photograph of the Matterhorn and the stark elevation figures inscribed on the document. An overwhelming sense of surreal dislocation washed over him. Here he was, in a super metropolis on the Pacific West Coast, possessing a peak atop the roof of the European continent. This possession transcended mere digits in a bank account. It was a tangible asset, recognized by national law, granting him absolute sovereignty over a breathtaking expanse of mountains and rivers. He could almost envision the scene there: perennial snowfields, jagged black rocks, the crisp, pure air, and a profound sense of solitude surveying the myriad of life below. What purpose did this peak serve? He was uncertain. Perhaps it could become the world's most secluded private sanctuary, or merely a symbol, a testament to the might of the system and the trajectory of his fate, cold yet magnificent. Regardless, the impact of this asset was far beyond the measure of monetary value. It represented a dimension that transcended borders and worldly wealth. He placed the Crystal Peak model on the coffee table, its frigid touch and radiant brilliance silently narrating the realm of life that had now irrevocably transformed. The snowy summits of the Alps were now within his grasp. What, then, would the shares of Tesla 17 and the data center of Microsoft manifest before him? Lu Chen found himself experiencing an unprecedented anticipation for the unfolding events. This monthly blind box had proven to be immensely worthwhile. Chapter 16, Equity Assets, the Impact of Tesla 17. The deed for the Alpine Peak still lay spread out on the ivory-white marble coffee table, the crystal model of the Matterhorn quietly shimmering under the light. Lu Chen had yet to fully recover from the jolt of this transcontinental tangible asset when another knock resonated from the suite door. This time, the visitors arrived in greater numbers. Guided in by the butler were three meticulously dressed individuals, their expressions grave and their attire immaculate. Leading them was a white man in his 50s, with keen eagle-like eyes, followed by a young Asian assistant and a technician bearing a sleek, encrypted notebook. "Good morning, Mr. Liu," the leading white man began, his fluent American English infused with the precision and efficiency characteristic of Wall Street. "I am Michael Thorne, a senior partner at Goldman Sachs. These two are members of my team. We have been commissioned by the system to handle the transfer of your Tesla Inc. equity assets in their entirety." "Goldman Sachs? The system has directly engaged a top investment bank?" Lu Chen nodded slightly, indicating for them to proceed. He noticed that, after enduring successive shocks, his capacity for resilience seemed to have strengthened considerably. Thorne wasted no time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the crux, according to system directives and relevant legal arrangements. The 17 shares of Tesla, previously dispersed across multiple offshore trust funds and anonymous entities, have now been consolidated and ownership transferred. You are now officially the second largest shareholder in Tesla, second only to Mr. Elon Musk himself. The young assistant promptly stepped forward, placing a thick stack of equity certification documents beside the Crystal Peak model, then activated a tablet to display a series of complex equity structure diagrams and summaries of legal documents. "This is your equity certification document. A template for the proxy voting rights agreement, should you require it, and related tax arrangement details." Thorne spoke rapidly yet clearly, in accordance with SEC regulations and company bylaws. As a significant shareholder holding over 5, you are required to undertake necessary disclosure filings. However, rest assured that all disclosure documents have been meticulously prepared and will only indicate that the ultimate beneficiary is an anonymous holding company, Horizon Unlimited, based in the Cayman Islands, ensuring no disclosure of any information related to the system. The disclosure process will be completed before the opening of the U.S. stock market today. The technician stepped forward, turning the screen of the encrypted notebook towards Lu Chen. "Mr. Liu, this is the back-end interface of your exclusive securities account. The 17 shares of Tesla that you hold are valued at approximately XXX billion USD based on yesterday's closing price. Specific figures will fluctuate with stock prices. You can monitor your holdings in real time, observe market value changes, and enjoy full voting rights, dividend rights, and all shareholder privileges." Before Lu Chen, a dizzying array of figures and clear equity proportions materialized on the screen, cold and objective. XXX billion USD. This was not a fixed asset, nor a potential growth stock. This represented a substantial stake in one of the world's most sought-after tech companies, a tangible force capable of creating tumult in the capital markets at any moment. Being the second largest shareholder signified that he was no longer merely an observer or consumer. He had stepped into the very core of the global technological and capital game. He possessed the right to voice his opinions at Tesla's shareholder meetings, and even influence significant corporate decisions. Furthermore, Thorne added, his expression growing increasingly serious, "Given your substantial shareholding, the Tesla board secretary's office has sent an email formally inviting you to participate in the upcoming quarterly board teleconference, scheduled for next Thursday. The agenda and materials will be sent to your designated email shortly. Additionally, Mr. Elon Musk's office wishes to arrange a time for an informal phone conversation with you." A board meeting? A direct dialogue with Elon Musk? Even with Lu Chen's efforts to maintain composure, his heart raced uncontrollably. Everything was unfolding too swiftly, too unreal. Just days earlier, he had been striving for basic necessities. Now he was on the verge of engaging in equal discourse with one of the most iconic innovators of this era. "I understand." Lu Chen labored to ensure his voice remained calm and unruffled. "I will attend the meeting. Please inform me of the time for the call with Mr. Musk once arranged." "Understood, Mr. Liu," Thorne replied with a slight bow. "All subsequent shareholder communications, financial report deliveries, voting matters, etc., will be handled by my team, providing you with a one-stop service. Here is our 24-hour exclusive contact information." He presented a card inscribed solely with a name and a series of special phone numbers. The Goldman Sachs team arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, akin to a whirlwind of efficiency and professionalism, leaving behind assets and power capable of altering the world's landscape. Once again, Lu Chen found himself alone in the living room. He gazed at the coffee table. On the left was the land document for the Alps and the Crystal Peak, while on the right lay the tablet representing Tesla's 17 shares, accompanied by a thick stack of legal documents. On one side lies the timeless, profound force of nature, and on the other, the tumultuous realm of technological capital that stirs the global landscape. These two disparate powers converge within him at this moment. He picks up the tablet, his finger gliding across the screen, beholding the familiar Tesla logo and the lengthy string of equity figures behind it. An unprecedented weight descends upon his shoulders. This is no longer mere virtual currency. It embodies a substantial power capable of influencing the real world, impacting the livelihoods of thousands and dictating the trajectory of technological advancement. What the system has bestowed upon him surpasses his wildest imaginings, both in magnitude and gravity. He approaches the liquor cabinet, pours a small glass of amber-hued cognac, yet refrains from drinking, merely cradling it in his hand, savoring the warmth of the glass. His gaze drifts once more toward the bustling metropolis outside the window. He realizes that from this instant forward, his perspective of the world must undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 17. The Power of Infrastructure Assets, the Authority of Microsoft's Asia Data Center. The reverberations of Tesla's equity shock have yet to subside, and the two asset documents embodying the forces of nature and technological capital seem to emanate an intangible energy within the living room. Lu Chen, still holding the untouched cognac, is interrupted for the third time by the butler, whose expression now bears an unprecedented seriousness tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. "Mr. Lu," the butler intones, his voice lower than before, "a few guests have arrived, claiming to represent Microsoft's Global Legal Department, Asset Operations Division, as well as officials from the Singapore Economic Development Board and the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, accompanied by two cybersecurity consultants." Microsoft? The Singapore government? Lu Chen's brow arches slightly. This assembly appears even more formal and intricate than the Goldman Sachs team and the Swiss consulate. He sets down the glass. "Please, let them in." This time, more individuals enter, 5 or 6 in total, clad in a variety of formal attire. Some in Microsoft's signature business casual, others in the crisp uniforms of Singaporean officials, and yet more in the distinctly technical garb of cybersecurity experts. Each carries an air of solemnity, the atmosphere thick with the gravity typical of significant infrastructure handovers. A middle-aged Asian woman, impeccably dressed and wearing frameless glasses, steps forward. She is Anna Chun, Vice President of Microsoft's Global Legal Department. "Mr. Lu, greetings." Acting under the highest directive from Microsoft headquarters and in cooperation with relevant Singaporean governmental departments, we are here to facilitate the transfer of ownership and operational rights for Microsoft's Asia Region Data Center No. 3. Her Mandarin carries a slight accent, yet her diction is precise, the rigor of a legal professional unmistakable. A Singaporean official then steps forward, presenting identification and adding in fluent English, "Mr. Lu, the Singapore government confirms this transfer of ownership. Given that this data center harbors critical economic data and cloud services, it is classified as Critical Information Infrastructure, CII. We must conduct a thorough background check on you as the new owner in strict accordance with the Cybersecurity Act, and we reiterate the essential operational safety protocols. The registration process has been completed through the system. You need only sign this confirmation document." Another representative from Microsoft's Asset Operations Division opens a hefty folder, revealing a myriad of technical blueprints, equipment lists, operational contracts, and energy supply agreements. "Mr. Lu, this is the complete technical dossier and asset inventory for the AS3 data center, Asia Singapore 3. The center spans X square meters, accommodating over X server racks, employing the most advanced liquid cooling and energy-saving technologies, with a PUE value below X, serving as a core node of Microsoft's Azure cloud platform in Southeast Asia, covering the entire Asia-Pacific region." As he speaks, the tablet displays images of the data center's interior, an endless expanse of white racks resembling a sci-fi forest, illuminated by countless green indicator lights, thick, colorful cables resembling the veins of a colossal beast, and a sophisticated air conditioning system maintaining a stable temperature and humidity. The control room's vast screen wall pulsates with an ocean of global data flow information. This is no mere scenery or equity figures. It is one of the tangible hearts of the internet, the cornerstone supporting the digital lives of countless enterprises, governments, and individuals worldwide. Lu Chen gazes at the images and data, finally grasping the immense entity and its formidable strategic value represented by the phrase Microsoft Asia Data Center. This transcends the mere concept of an ordinary property. The entire operational team will remain. They are the most professional, Anna Chun continues. As the owner, you possess complete ownership rights and ultimate decision-making authority over the data center. Microsoft will compensate you with the highest market standards for leasing and operational costs. Naturally, you may also choose to engage other cloud service providers or develop your own ecosystem. Here are the profit-sharing agreement and long-term leasing framework for your review. The cybersecurity consultant then steps forward, presenting a confidentiality agreement and security management protocols. Mr. Liu, as the owner, you are entitled to the highest level of access keys, though adherence to security protocols is essential. Yet you must also commit to complying with all international and local data security and privacy regulations. Any security breach could have global ramifications. The signing, confirmation, and registration processes unfold sequentially. When Liu Qin finally affixes his signature to the voluminous transfer agreement, spanning hundreds of pages, he feels the weight of the pen in his hand multiply exponentially. This signifies that, in both legal and physical terms, a vast entity located in Singapore, regarded as one of Asia's digital hubs, along with the vast ocean of data it harbors, now officially belongs to him. After bidding farewell to this substantial delegation, tranquility envelopes the suite. Liu Qin stands alone in the center of the living room, exhaling slowly. Before him, on the coffee table, to the left lies the ownership of the cold rocks and eternal ice of the Alps. In the center, the influence of Tesla's equity. To the right, the authority of the core infrastructure of the digital age represented by Microsoft's Asia data center. Each of these three elements possesses the power to alter a person's life irrevocably. And now, they converge here, belonging to a single individual. A newfound clarity washes over him, akin to sunlight streaming through the window, dispelling all prior fog and uncertainty. What the system has granted him is far more than mere wealth. It is a multi-dimensional empire in its nascent form, with tendrils extending throughout both the physical and virtual realms of the globe. In the face of this empire, money has become the most trivial and superficial of assets. He had previously fretted over how to spend billions in cash each day. Now, it seems that such a sum might merely suffice to cover the electricity for this empire, which has only just begun to reveal its true nature. The absurdity of it all strikes him again, but this time it is accompanied by an indescribable sense of control and pressure. He raises the glass of cognac he had yet to drink and finally tilts it back, savoring the fiery liquid as it glides down his throat. His gaze deepens, fixed upon the boundless sky outside. He understands that his life stage has been abruptly expanded to encompass the entire world, and the performance has only just begun. Chapter 18, a comprehensive report from the asset reception team. The warmth of the cognac still lingers in his throat as Liu Qin stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below, which resembles a miniature model. The tempestuous waves of astonishment within him gradually settle, transforming into a cold, tangible realization. What he possessed was no longer merely an ever-increasing figure in his bank account, but rather the nascent form of a vast empire of assets that straddled both the physical and digital realms. This realization evoked not only a simple thrill, but also a weighty sense of responsibility and an urgent need for control. At that moment, his private phone rang. The screen displayed Manager Wang's number, but the ringtone seemed more urgent than usual. "Mr. Liu," came Manager Wang's voice through the receiver. Imbued with an unprecedented reverence and a hint of barely concealed excitement, "I apologize for the intrusion. The core team for the Tsangxiong Capital and Charity Foundation that you instructed to be established has been preliminarily assembled, and several key leaders wish to present a joint report to you. Additionally, there are some urgent and significant matters regarding the major assets that have recently come under your name that require your immediate attention." Manager Wang's choice of words became exceedingly cautious, even tinged with trepidation. Clearly, he had learned through some channel, most likely a system-arranged coordination, about the three monumental asset changes. Matters that far exceeded the purview of a mere banking client manager, even surpassing the limits of his imagination. "Where are they?" Liu Qin's voice remained calm and unruffled. "At the small conference center downstairs in the hotel. We have reserved an entirely private meeting room," Manager Wang promptly replied. "I will arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Liu Qin took the exclusive elevator directly to the luxurious conference center level of the hotel. A private bodyguard, clad in a black suit and exuding an air of vigilance, clearly a new arrangement by Manager Wang, awaited him at the elevator entrance, silently guiding him toward the innermost meeting room. Upon pushing open the heavy soundproof door, Liu Qin paused as he surveyed the scene within the conference room. On one side of the long conference table sat 5 or 6 individuals, clearly elites among elites, men and women aged between 30 and 50, each possessing sharp gazes and a polished demeanor. In front of them lay open laptops, thick folders, and coffee cups. This must be the preliminary core team of Sangqiong Capital and the Charity Foundation. On the opposite side of the table sat two groups, one consisting of Goldman Sachs partner Michael Thorne and his assistant, and the other comprising Anna Chun from Microsoft and a technical consultant. They were evidently present to discuss matters concerning Tesla's equity in the data center. Manager Wang stood at the head of the table like a pivotal hub, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he appeared as if he had seen a savior and hurriedly approached. "Mr. Lu, you have arrived." As Lu Chen stepped into the room, everyone rose in unison, their gazes converging upon him. The expressions were complex, brimming with inquiry, reverence, and a trace of undeniable curiosity. Lu Chen strode directly to the main seat and sat down without any preamble, his eyes sweeping across the room. "Let us commence." The first to rise was Qin Feng, the proposed CEO of Sangqiong Capital, a man in his 40s with penetrating eyes and a distinguished Wall Street background. "Mr. Lu, I am Qin Feng. It is an honor to serve you." He spoke swiftly and clearly, stating that the framework for Sangqiong Capital had been established, with an initial team of 15 individuals, all top talents in their respective fields. "This is our draft of investment strategies, focusing on cutting-edge sectors such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, renewable energy, and space exploration. We propose an initial capital pool of $10 billion, ready to be activated at any moment." His introduction was succinct and pragmatic. Next, the head of the Charity Foundation, a woman named Su Jin, with a gentle yet resolute demeanor, took the floor. "Mr. Lu, the Charity Foundation has been provisionally named Dawn and has been registered. Our preliminary plan focuses on the construction of educational infrastructure in remote areas, medical aid for rare diseases, and funding for advanced scientific research. Here is the initial budget and project evaluation process. The first tranche of funding of 500 million renminbi is secured, and we expect to launch the first round of aid projects by next week." Lu Chen listened quietly, nodding occasionally, refraining from meddling in the details. He required professionals to execute their specialized tasks, then commenced the weighty reports. Michael Thorne from Goldman Sachs stood, his expression grave. "Mr. Lu, regarding Tesla's equity, the SEC filing has been completed, and there are currently no unusual market fluctuations. However, due to the news of your becoming the second largest shareholder, albeit through an anonymous entity, Tesla's pre-market stock price has seen a slight uptick. Here is the latest holding report and market analysis. The board meeting invitation has been confirmed, and a call with Mr. Musk is tentatively scheduled for tomorrow before the U.S. market opens. Here are the key points that may be discussed during the call for your review." Anna Chun from Microsoft followed suit, her tone even more somber. "Mr. Lu, the handover of the AS3 data center has been completed. Here is a summary of all operational contracts, service level agreements, SLA, and energy supply agreements. There is an urgent matter. The planned hardware upgrade and expansion for the center next quarter will require your final signature for approval due to the change of ownership, involving a budget of $2.3 billion. Additionally, the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, of Singapore wishes to hold a high-level discussion with the new owner regarding data security compliance." Manager Wang interjected, "Mr. Lu, furthermore, regarding the assets in the Alps, the Swiss management team has also sent a letter of inquiry regarding your preliminary intentions for development or conservation of that land, so they can plan ahead for environmental impact assessments." A torrent of reports and information surged toward Lu Chen, involving amounts that range from hundreds of millions to even billions of dollars, with decision implications spanning from fluctuations in capital markets to international data security and European environmental conservation. The room fell silent as everyone awaited Lu Chen's directives. He sat at the head of the table, his fingers gently tapping on the polished surface. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a play of light and shadow upon him. He did not respond immediately to any specific inquiries, but instead paused in contemplation before slowly speaking, his voice soft yet clear enough for all to hear. "Qin Feng, here. Mr. Lu, the $10 billion will be credited tomorrow. Proceed according to your strategy. I expect results." A gleam of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. "Understood. Su Jin, please instruct Mr. Lu. You are fully responsible for the Charity Foundation. Ensure the processes are standardized and the funds are utilized effectively. Provide me with regular reports." Su Jin nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Thorne." "Yes, Mr. Lu. The board meeting and the call with Musk will proceed as scheduled. I have reviewed the key points. They are acceptable." "Very well. Anna, Mr. Lu, approve the upgrade for the data center. You will represent me in discussions with the Singapore government, with the non-negotiable conditions being safety and compliance. The specifics are yours to manage." Anna Chen exhaled softly. "Understood." Manager Wang. "Yes, Mr. Lu." Manager Wang instinctively adopted a respectful tone. "Regarding Switzerland, inform them that our current focus is on ecological preservation, and there are no plans for development at this time. Instruct them to send regular environmental monitoring reports. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun delivered his commands with clarity and precision, as if each decision had been meticulously contemplated beforehand. Every directive was decisive and succinct, exhibiting an indomitable resolve. At that moment, all the elite individuals present retracted any lingering vestiges of doubt or disdain. This young master was far more enigmatic than his appearance suggested. He possessed not only formidable wealth and assets, but also an extraordinary capacity to rapidly absorb information, discern the crux, and make resolute decisions. As the reports concluded, everyone departed swiftly with their respective orders, leaving the conference room once again spacious and empty. Lu Chen remained seated at the head of the table, gazing out the window. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly begun to take over the empire that the system had forcefully bestowed upon him. Yet, all of this was merely the first month's blind box. What else lay in the future? Chapter 19. The First Shareholders Meeting, the Silent Behemoth. Within the soundproof study of the Bulgari presidential suite, the lighting was adjusted to a soft glow, perfect for a video conference. Upon a vast mahogany desk rested only a sleek, ultra-thin high-definition monitor, a minimalist directional microphone, and a steaming cup of black coffee. Lu Chen sat behind the desk, adorned in a custom deep blue Ermenegildo Zegna suit, sans tie, with the first button of his shirt casually undone. He appeared relaxed, yet his gaze was focused and sharp, akin to a predator poised to enter the hunting grounds. On the monitor, the screen displayed a split view of the participants in Tesla's board meeting. Each visage was familiar from the realms of technology and finance news, including the iconic and often provocative CEO, Elon Musk. At that moment, Musk reclined in his chair, listening to a report from an executive, his fingers idly twirling a pen. Lu Chen's entry was silent. His screen merely bore the simple code HU, Horizon Unlimited, and a virtual background, devoid of any real avatar. This arrangement had been meticulously crafted by the Goldman Sachs team at his behest, maximizing discretion and mystery. The meeting was engaged in a vigorous discussion regarding the capacity expansion plan for the next quarter, involving substantial financial investments and supply chain adjustments. The directors and executives fervently debated, each presenting their perspectives. I believe we should adopt a more aggressive approach. The window for new energy subsidies in the Chinese market 1T remain open for long. A conservative stance might be safer. But the supply bottleneck of battery raw materials remains the greatest risk. Elon, what are your thoughts? Should we reassess the site selection for the Gigafactory? Musk, stroking his chin, swiftly proposed several audacious ideas interspersed with technical jargon and grand visions, injecting a dynamic rhythm into the meeting. All arguments and statements seemed to tacitly overlook one undeniable fact: the presence of a new member with a 17 shareholding and significant voting power. Lu Chun merely listened quietly, occasionally tapping his fingers lightly on the table, showing no inclination to speak. He resembled a colossal whale concealed beneath the depths of the ocean, silently observing the tumult above. The detailed meeting materials and analytical points prepared by the Goldman Sachs team were already ingrained in his mind. He could even anticipate what certain directors would say next. Yet, he chose to remain silent. His silence, paradoxically, created an intangible pressure. Several directors, previously embroiled in heated arguments, would occasionally cast furtive glances toward the black window marked HU on the screen, their expressions betraying a mixture of curiosity and subtle caution. They were all aware that this newly emerged second-largest shareholder was enigmatic, with substantial capital, yet his temperament and intentions remained utterly unknown. Such uncertainty itself was a formidable deterrent. In a lull between discussions, Musk's sharp gaze swept across the black window, as if attempting to pierce through the virtual background to discern the identity of the individual seated behind it. The meeting progressed to a pivotal vote on the autonomous driving technology roadmap. The CFO meticulously outlined the pros and cons of both proposals and their financial requisites, ultimately stating, "Now, I kindly ask the board members to cast their votes on Proposal A and Proposal B." On the screen, the directors expressed their votes in sequence: Proposal A, Proposal B, Proposal A. When it came to Musk's turn, he succinctly stated Proposal B. Finally, all eyes, whether intentional or not, once again converged upon the silent HU window. A brief hush enveloped the meeting room, as if awaiting his decision. His vote could very well tip the balance. Lu Chun surveyed the options on the screen, quickly reviewing the Goldman Sachs team's analysis in his mind. Proposal A was more conservative but had a lower ceiling, while Proposal B was bolder, aligning with Musk's long-term vision, albeit with greater risk. He hesitated not for a moment, addressing the microphone, and, for the first time in this meeting, spoke. His voice, slightly altered by software to evoke a deeper and calmer tone, betrayed neither age nor emotion. Proposal B. Just 3 simple words, devoid of explanation or elaboration. Upon finishing, he fell silent once more. Exchanges of glances occurred among the directors on the screen. Musk's lips seemed to curve upward ever so slightly. The CFO promptly noted, "All right, HU votes for Proposal B. Therefore, the final resolution adopts Proposal B." The meeting continued. Yet subsequent discussions subtly skirted topics that could provoke significant dissent. This taciturn yet powerful new shareholder had made his debut with a mere 3 words, unequivocally aligning himself with Musk, at least regarding the technological direction. As the hour-long meeting drew to a close, the silhouettes of the directors gradually vanished from the screen. Lu Chun cast one last glance at the display before severing the connection. Silence returned to the study. He lifted the now slightly cooled cup of black coffee to his lips, savoring the bitter taste that spread across his tongue. At the first shareholders' meeting, he had assumed the role of a silent leviathan. There was no fanfare, no provocation. He simply cast a vote that could sway the balance at a critical juncture. There was no need for him to rush to voice his opinions or to prove anything. His existence, that 17 stake, spoke volumes in itself, subdued, enigmatic, yet striking with precision when it mattered most. Perhaps, this was indeed the optimal manner to navigate his newfound identity. He set down the coffee cup, his gaze drifting to the window. What thoughts might the famously audacious and imaginative CEO harbor regarding this mysterious new partner? And what kind of confrontation awaited him in the direct conversation with Musk tomorrow? Chapter 20, A Direct Dialogue with Elon Musk. After the conclusion of the video conference with the Tesla board, an intangible electronic resonance lingered in the study. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the tabletop, relishing the weighty impact of his recent silent debut. At that moment, another encrypted satellite phone, provided by the Goldman Sachs team, on the table emitted a familiar buzzing tone. The screen displayed an anonymous number that had undergone numerous relays. The appointed time had arrived. Lu Chun inhaled deeply, adjusted the position of the microphone, and answered the call, keeping the video off. "Hello," came a voice on the other end, slightly fatigued yet imbued with a distinct sense of exhilaration, speaking rapidly in Musk's characteristic, slightly raspy tone. In the background, faint keyboard clatter suggested he was multitasking during the call. "Mr. Musk," Lu Chun began, his voice still subtly altered, calm and undisturbed. "Okay, ain't you right? The mysterious 17. Musk cut straight to the chase, devoid of pleasantries, directly addressing the subject, with an undertone of curiosity and challenge. "Thanks for your support on Proposal B during the meeting." Based on commercial logic, Lu Chun responded, his reply impeccably guarded, neither boastful nor distant. "Interesting." Musk seemed to smile briefly, the sound of typing ceased, and the Goldman Sachs folks were as tight-lipped as clams. "To this day, I remain unaware of your true identity. Which family do you belong to? Are you from the Middle East, or perhaps a certain tech titan from China?" "Who I am is of little importance, Mr. Musk," Lu Chun's voice remained calm. "What truly matters is that I hold a 17 stake in Tesla and am optimistic about its future. At least on this point, our interests align." "Align?" Musk's tone took on a playful lilt. "There are myriad ways to be optimistic about the future. Some seek short-term gains, others aim to join the board to exert influence. And then there are those who may harbor more peculiar intentions." His words carried his characteristic, almost candid, skepticism. Lu Chun could almost envision the raised eyebrow on the other end. "My intentions are quite straightforward," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. "I aim to provide financial support and make strategic decisions that align with long-term interests, without interfering in day-to-day operations. You may regard me as a particularly silent partner." "A silent partner, like a mute stone, yet holding 17? Musk's words raced forth. "This certainly raises concerns, especially if this stone might possess the data center of Microsoft." He abruptly tossed out this provocation. Lu Chun felt a stir within, yet his voice remained unperturbed. Indeed, these top-tier individuals possess their own channels of information. It seems the change of ownership regarding the AS3 data center did not escape him. "Asset allocation is a necessary means of dispersing risk," Lu Chun deftly deflected, neither confirming nor denying, asserting that this is a separate matter from my investment in Tesla. "I will not utilize the resources of the data center to influence the automotive division, nor vice versa." Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds. Only the faint hum of electricity could be heard. Good. Musk seemed to momentarily accept this explanation, or perhaps he simply chose not to probe further. "Now let us discuss. Aside from voting in favor of Plan B, what insights do you have regarding Tesla's long-term interests? For instance, the Mars colonization plan using Tesla batteries? Or perhaps utilizing your data center to optimize routing for my Starlink?" His words began to intermingle with that signature blend of jest and earnestness. Lu Chun remained steadfast, not allowing himself to be sidetracked. "Mars is a distant endeavor, and optimizing Starlink's routing is not an immediate priority. My focus is on the pressing issues at hand. For instance, Where exactly does the bottleneck lie in the mass production yield rate of the 4680 battery? Can the Berlin factory's ramp-up speed be accelerated by another 2 quarters? And what is the true core breakthrough of the next major update for FSD, rather than merely marketing jargon? His inquiries were precise, incisive, directly targeting several of Tesla's most critical and challenging pain points, revealing that he was far from being an uninformed financial investor regarding technology and business. The sound of typing on the other end faded entirely. Musk seemed to finally set aside all distractions, genuinely beginning to value this conversation. He pondered, his tone becoming markedly serious. The yield rate pertains to materials science and process issues. We are addressing them. As for the Berlin factory, the local environmental regulations are the greatest hindrance. Regarding FSD, he paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. The next update will be revolutionary, not merely a code iteration, but a reconstruction at the perceptual level. However, details remain confidential. Understood. Luchin was not surprised. I look forward to witnessing groundbreaking results. In terms of funding, should the need arise, Sanxion Capital can provide additional, unconditional support. He mentioned Sanxion Capital, further hinting at the depth of resources at his command. Sanxion Capital, okay. Musk echoed the name, as if noting it down. Money is not currently a concern for Tesla. However, there may be times in the future when special funding is required. His words left an open hook. The call lasted approximately 15 minutes. No specific agreements were reached, yet a preliminary channel of tentative and somewhat guarded communication had been established. All right, I must go. There's a meeting at SpaceX regarding rocket engine testing. You know how it is, always a bit noisy. Musk prepared to conclude the call in his characteristic manner. Goodbye, Mr. Musk, Luchin responded. Yeah, bye, silent partner. Musk's final designation carried an inexplicable nuance as he promptly hung up. The hum of the satellite phone faded, and the study fell into complete silence. Luchin set down the phone, leaning back in his chair, exhaling slowly. His first direct conversation with this world-class figure had proven more taxing than he had anticipated. Musk's rapid thought processes, candidness, and pervasive probing created an overwhelming pressure. Yet, fortunately, he had maintained his composure. He did not falter, nor was he led astray, preserving his rhythm and an air of mystery while appropriately showcasing his understanding of the business and the value he could offer. This dialogue had added a crucial stroke to the image of him as a silent giant. He lifted the now-cold cup of coffee and drank it in one go. Bitter, yet invigorating. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The ongoing game and collaboration with Musk, with Tesla, and this ever-expanding empire would continue. His next challenge perhaps lay just ahead. Would Zhao Mingyu and Li Qian acquiesce? Chapter 21. The Zhao family's counterattack, subtle business maneuvers. The mental tension from the conversation with Musk had yet to fully dissipate when the phone on his desk, used for handling daily affairs, began to ring. The screen displayed Manager Wang's number. Luchin frowned slightly and answered the call. Mr. Liu, Manager Wang's voice came through, laced with an intentionally subdued urgency and seriousness. I apologize for the disturbance. There is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Proceed, Luchin replied succinctly. It concerns Honda Technology. Manager Wang accelerated his pace. We have just detected that since this morning, there have been several anomalous acquisition offers targeting key material suppliers upstream of Honda Technology. The acquisition premiums are exorbitant, and the conditions are harsh, demanding suppliers to unilaterally terminate their long-term supply agreements with Honda and pay hefty penalties. Luchin's gaze sharpened. Who is the acquirer? On the surface, they are several newly registered shell companies with obscure backgrounds. However, our team has traced the flow of funds, which ultimately leads back to an industrial group controlled by Zhao Mingyu's father. Manager Wang's voice carried certainty. The Zhao family is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. They aim to cripple Honda Technology by cutting off the supply chain, causing production to halt, thereby forcing you to concede, or at the very least, leaving you to manage a mess that cannot operate normally. Lu Chun leaned back in his chair, his expression cooling. Zhao Mingyu. He is indeed unwilling to relent. He assumed this was merely a conventional business retaliation, wielding family resources to engage in such petty tricks. What is the supplier's response? Luchin inquired. They are currently in a state of observation and hesitation, Manager Wang replied. The Zhao family's offers are undeniably tempting, and they are willing to cover the penalties. However, Honda has been their long-standing client with stable orders, and they are weighing the risks of offending the new owner, that is you. However, if we do not swiftly implement countermeasures, it is difficult to ascertain whether anyone might be swayed. Once one entity falters, a chain reaction may ensue. How long can Honda's current inventory of raw materials sustain operations? At most, 2 weeks. If our primary suppliers cease deliveries, the production line will inevitably grind to a halt. Understood. Lu Chen's voice revealed no hint of emotion. Is there anything else? For now, that is all. However, We are concerned that the Zhao family may take further actions, such as poaching key technical personnel or inciting customer apprehensions, Manager Wang added. Very well. You must stabilize Hongda's existing management team and inform them to continue operations as usual. I will handle this matter, Lu Chen instructed. Yes, Mr. Lu. After ending the call, Lu Chen's fingers gently tapped the table. The Zhao family's counterattack was anticipated. Yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly, so directly, nor to target the most vulnerable links within the supply chain. Such tactics, in the realm of ordinary corporate acquisitions, are indeed ruthless and effective. Should they succeed in severing the supply lines, the newly acquired company would find itself in a precarious position, potentially forced to procure at exorbitant prices from the secondary market or helplessly witness order defaults, thereby tarnishing its reputation. Alas, they have erred in one crucial aspect. They are no longer confronting the Lu Chun who meticulously weighs costs and balances expenditures. They are attempting to strangle a man endowed with boundless cash flow with mere money. It is akin to a child armed with a squirt gun attempting to extinguish an erupting volcano, absurd and laughable. Lu Chun felt no anger. Rather, he experienced a detached indifference from his elevated vantage point. He picked up his phone, not to call Manager Wang, but to directly connect with the encrypted line of Qin Feng, the prospective CEO of Songqiong Capital. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Mr. Lu, Qin Feng, I entrust you with your first task. Lu Chen's voice remained calm and unwavering, with the objective, all primary suppliers of raw materials for Hongda Technology, along with their competitors. The method, complete acquisition or the signing of exclusive long-term supply agreements. Price is not an issue, and we will pay triple the penalty for any breach of contract. The requirement, an absolutely stable supply, prioritizing the needs of Hongda Technology. On the other end, Qin Feng exhibited no hesitation or doubt, responding immediately with a hint of excitement, as though he had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Understood, Mr. Lu. The goal is to control the entire supply chain. What is the budget? There is no budget. Lu Chen replied casually. Clear the path of all obstacles with utmost speed. I want to see Hongda Technology's supply chain fortified within 24 hours. And costs should decrease rather than increase. Acknowledged. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Qin Feng's voice was resolute. For an investment firm possessing billions of dollars in cash and authorized to access limitless additional funds, acquiring or controlling several raw material suppliers in the manufacturing sector is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, or even a dimensional strike. After concluding his call with Qin Feng, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before dialing Manager Wang's number again. Manager Wang, on my behalf, send an email to Zhao Mingyu's father. What should I include in the message? Simply write. Lu Chen paused, his tone still even, yet laden with a chilling weight. The game has only just begun, but your stakes are far too low. Manager Wang on the other end of the line visibly inhaled sharply, immediately responding, Yes, Mr. Lu, I will attend to it right away. Having completed all this, Lu Chen tossed his phone back onto the table. Commercial maneuvers? In the face of absolute power, all stratagems appear pale and ludicrous. He need not personally negotiate or calculate those minor premiums and penalties. He merely needed to instruct his legion of capital, trample forward. Then, quietly observe as the opponent's meager stakes are swept away by an endless torrent of gold. He lifted the freshly brewed hot coffee from the butler, took a sip, and cast his gaze once more out the window. Beneath the city sky, an inconsequential yet inevitably disastrous commercial slaughter had silently commenced. Chapter 22. Counterattack, paving a path with wealth. Lu Chen's directive resembled a high-level mobilization order for war. Songqiong Capital, a newly formed yet ravenous financial machine, was set into motion under Qin Feng's leadership with unprecedented efficiency. The immense financial advantage revealed itself in stark relief at this moment. A typical business acquisition necessitates prolonged due diligence, intricate negotiations, and protracted back and forth, all while weighing cost-effectiveness and assessing synergistic effects. Yet, Songqiong Capital's methods were simple, brutal, and breathtakingly efficient. Qin Feng divided the team into several groups, each responsible for liaising with a core supplier of Hongda Technology and its major competitors. Their negotiating terms were highly uniform, encapsulating three core ideas. 1. Acquisition, partnership intention. We, Songqiong Capital, hold significant interest in your company and wish to fully acquire it. Signing a 10-year exclusive supply agreement. 2. Pricing conditions. Acquisition price, 3 times the market valuation. Exclusive agreement, a 20% increase in procurement price, with 5 years of advance payments. And any breach penalties will be covered by us, Songqiong Capital, to the original clients, Hongda Technology. 3. Time requirements. Intent letter must be signed within 24 hours. And all legal procedures completed within 72 hours. No extensions will be granted. This utterly unconventional and almost brazenly aggressive negotiating approach triggered unprecedented tremors throughout the supply chain circle. The first call often met with the recipient's astonishment, skepticism, or even ridicule. However, when the second call was accompanied by the immediate arrival of earnest money, typically several multiples of the recipient company's annual profit, via bank notification, all doubts transformed into shock and elation. By the third call, the owners of the recipient companies often found themselves en route to the top-tier conference room temporarily rented by Zhangqiang Capital, accompanied by their official seal and legal advisors. Resistance? In the face of a threefold premium acquisition offer or a long-term, stable, and lucrative exclusive agreement, it was nearly non-existent. Hesitation? Consider that competitors have also received the same generous offers. Delay a moment, and one might be outpaced by rivals, or the opportunity could vanish altogether. The tide of capital rolled forth, uprooting all in its path. Merely 10 hours later, Manager Wang's call reached Lu Chun once more, this time brimming with incredulous excitement and admiration. "Mr. Lu, it is miraculous. Absolutely miraculous." He stumbled over his words, reporting that 7 core suppliers had been approached, with 3 already signing acquisition agreements, while the remaining 4 had entered into exclusive supply and priority assurance agreements lasting 15 years. The prices are even 5 lower than our previous procurement costs. All penalties are to be covered by Zhangqiang Capital. Furthermore, Qin Feng and his team have also conveniently acquired 2 secondary suppliers that the Zhao family had intended to exploit, effectively sealing all loopholes. Now, the entire supply chain is not only completely secure, but even sees costs decrease. The Zhao family's meager premiums and penalties, in light of our conditions, are but a jest. Those few shell companies have been utterly silenced, with their contacts vanished. Lu Chun listened to the report, his expression betraying no surprise, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement, as if all of this were entirely expected. "What of Honda Technology?" he inquired. "They are stable, completely stable," Manager Wang exclaimed. The management and technical team, upon hearing the news, experienced a significant morale boost. Several technical core members who had previously been approached by the Zhao family and felt uncertain are now thoroughly reassured. Production has remained entirely unaffected. "Good." Lu Chun paused for a moment and added, informing Qin Feng that the work had been commendable. He instructed his team to follow through with the subsequent integration and execution of agreements. "Understood, Mr. Lu." After ending the call, Lu Chun approached the wine cabinet, yet refrained from pouring himself a drink, instead gazing out at the cityscape transformed by the night. The neon lights flickered, and the traffic flowed like a weaving tapestry. Behind each light, there lay the potential for a grand or modest commercial tussle. Meanwhile, he had just triumphed in a seemingly trivial, yet symbolically significant battle, employing a most unadulterated and unreasonable approach. This was not a victory of skill, nor even of strategy. It was an overwhelming display of sheer magnitude, like a colossal elephant, casually raising its foot and bringing it down, effortlessly crushing the meticulously constructed sand fortresses of a few audacious ants. He felt no elation from this victory, only a sense of detached indifference. He could surmise the emotions of the Zhao family at this moment: shock, fury, resentment, and the dread that accompanies facing an opponent of unfathomable depth. His terse email, consisting of a single sentence, must now feel like a cold dagger piercing their hearts. The game had merely begun, yet their stakes were woefully insufficient. This was not a threat, but a plain declaration. He picked up his phone and glanced at the date. Tomorrow heralded a new day, and at the appointed time, 150 million would be deposited. His empire of assets continued to expand silently. The Zhao family's feeble counterattack did not even warrant his serious attention. The true game had indeed only just begun, yet they were rapidly losing their eligibility to participate. Chapter 23. A Complete Victory. A classic tale of acquisition and counter-acquisition. The Zhao family's attempt to sever Honda Technology's supply chain crumbled under the ferocious financial torrent of Zhangqiang Capital in less than 24 hours, resulting in a complete rout. The news spread like wildfire throughout the city's business circles. All those who had anticipated the new owner's missteps, or who were merely biding their time, including Honda Technology's employees, partners, and competitors, were left stupefied by this thunderous and utterly illogical counterstrike. To acquire the entire supply chain at multiples of its value, such terrifying financial clout, and such domineering tactics, the Zhao family's seemingly ruthless calculations appeared laughably petty and small-minded in the face of this overwhelming assault. Following this encounter, no one dared to underestimate the mysterious new master of Honda Technology, nor did anyone doubt his resolve and capability to safeguard his assets. However, the Zhao family's counteroffensive did not cease there. In fact, Zhao Mingyu's father, a seasoned entrepreneur seasoned by the vicissitudes of the business world, was thoroughly incensed after suffering a humiliating first defeat and receiving that scathing email. He mobilized more family resources and connections, launching a second wave of attack. This time, the tactics were more cunning and covert. Rather than targeting the supply chain, they sought to incite concerns among Honda Technology's clientele. Several companies closely associated with the Zhao family, which also represented significant clients for Honda Technology, began to privately approach the sales director under the pretense of worrying about product quality and delivery capabilities following the change in ownership, suggesting a suspension of orders and even hinting at switching to competitors. Concurrently, rumors began to circulate about Lu Chun, whispers of his dubious origins, questionable funding, and the notion that his acquisition of Honda was merely a fleeting capital venture, lacking in operational acumen, destined to end in chaos. Such attacks on reputation and customer confidence were far more insidious than direct assaults on the supply chain, and much harder to guard against. Manager Wang anxiously reported the situation to Lu Chun once more. "Mr. Lu, the Zhao family has shifted tactics. They are undermining our customer base. 3 major clients have expressed intentions to suspend next month's orders for reevaluation. Rumors are spreading in a limited scope, while the immediate impact is minimal. It could lead to significant long-term harm." After listening, Lu Chun maintained an impassive demeanor and simply inquired, "Is Honda's product quality inherently competitive?" Manager Wang hesitated for a moment before responding, "Absolutely. Honda thrived under Zhao Mingyu due to the exceptional technical team he recruited and the superior products they developed. That is their foundation." "Then that is good," Lu Chun nodded. "Send me the list of clients and the amounts of hesitant orders." Moments later, a list appeared on Lu Chun's encrypted tablet. He glanced over it before promptly initiating a video call with Qin Feng, the CEO of Sanxiong Capital. On the screen, Qin Feng appeared invigorated, akin to a general eager for the next battle after a victorious skirmish. "Mr. Lu, new objectives." Lu Chun presented the client list to the camera, highlighting those crucial clients of Honda Technology who were now swayed by the Zhao family's machinations, along with their principal competitors. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood. "Understood. What are your directives, Mr. Lu?" "2 directions." Lu Chun spoke with calm precision, yet undeniable resolve. "First, reach out to these wavering clients. Inform them that should they sign an exclusive procurement agreement for the next 3 years and prepay 30 of the total, Honda Technology is willing to offer a 20% discount on their purchase price." Qin Feng quickly calculated, "A 20% discount? That is perilously close to the cost price. The profit margins would be exceedingly thin, or even a potential loss." "It matters not," Lu Chun replied without a flicker of an eye. "What I require is the absolute stability of orders and clients. Any losses incurred will be compensated through other means." "Understood. We will exchange profit for market share, severing the Zhao family's potential to manipulate our clients." Qin Feng grasped the intent immediately. "In the second direction?" "Second." Lu Chun's finger traced the names of several competitors on the list. "Acquire them. Or, should acquisition prove challenging, invest in them to become major shareholders, requiring them to abandon their pursuit of Honda's clients and redirect their efforts towards other differentiated markets." Qin Feng gasped in astonishment, his face illuminating with excitement. "This is a strike at the root, directly eliminating competitors or converting them into allies. Mr. Lu, the capital required for this could be substantial. Funding is not your concern." Lu Chun fixed his gaze upon him. "I seek results. Likewise, within 24 hours, I expect to see exclusive agreements from these clients on my desk, or intentions for acquisition or investment from those competitors. Ensure the task is completed." Qin Feng's voice trembled with excitement. Such a commercial war, bolstered by unlimited funding, was the ultimate dream of every capital strategist. Sanxiong Capital revved into high gear once more. This time, their negotiation representatives embarked with 2 distinctly contrasting proposals. Facing the wavering clients, "Sir, sign a 3-year exclusivity agreement, and with a 30% advance payment, we will immediately apply a 20% discount. Hesitate for even a moment, and your competitors may sign." Facing competitors, "Sir, we recognize the potential in your company and wish to pursue a full acquisition or strategic investment. The price is negotiable, but the condition is that your operations must be adjusted to avoid direct competition with Honda Technology." A dual approach of coercion and inducement. The substantial discounts and advance payments presented an irresistible temptation to clients, especially given the robust quality of Honda's products. Meanwhile, the high acquisition premiums or strategic investments were equally enticing prospects for the shareholders of competing firms. The Zhao family's connections and verbal provocations crumbled once more in the face of tangible financial incentives. 24 hours later, Manager Wang held a thick stack of recently faxed letters of intent, his hands trembling with excitement, his voice nearly quivering with emotion. "Mr. Lu, it's done. Everything is finalized. All 7 wavering major clients have signed 3-year exclusive procurement agreements, and the advance payments have already been received. As for our 3 principal competitors, 2 have consented to be acquired, while 1 has accepted our strategic investment and committed to a business transformation. The Zhao family has been completely sidelined. We have effectively severed all their avenues with our financial might. What unfolded was a classic battle of acquisition and counter-acquisition, or rather, a commercial defense war crushed under the weight of capital, culminating in an absolute victory for Lu Chen. Listening to the report, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across Lu Chen's face. It was not joy, but rather a confirmation, an affirmation of the ultimate power that money wields in such high-stakes confrontations. Clear the battlefield, he instructed. Ensure the Hongda team is reassured. From now on, no one will dare to provoke us lightly. Yes, Mr. Liu, Manager Wang replied, his voice laced with reverence. After hanging up, Lu Chen approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the night was profound, yet the city's neon lights sparkled brilliantly. This brief skirmish with the Zhao family felt like a warm-up match, allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of his own limits and adapt more seamlessly to the art of controlling situations through capital. It was a complete victory, undeniably so. He found himself somewhat disinterested. His adversaries were simply too feeble. His gaze drifted beyond the city lights towards the distant night sky, where perhaps true challenges awaited. Chapter 24. A New Height of Prestige, the moniker of Capital Shark. The commercial offensive launched by the Zhao family against Hongda Technology crumbled into utter disarray under the nearly infinite capital pressure of Sangxiong Capital, disintegrating within mere days. What was once anticipated as an intriguing clash between a local power and a formidable outsider concluded in a manner that surprised everyone. The outcome was not one of mutual destruction, nor could it even be described as devastating. It was a thorough, one-sided triumph. The reverberations of this victory spread like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil lake, swiftly permeating the city's business and financial circles and even attracting higher-level attention. Previously, rumors about Lu Chen had largely lingered in the realms of a mysterious tycoon, known for his extravagant spending and impressive background. Speculations ran rampant that he might be an heir to a hidden aristocratic family, a winner of an unprecedented lottery, or perhaps merely a recipient of extraordinary fortune. However, following the defense of Hongda, all conjectures and impressions were entirely refreshed and solidified. His ruthless tactics, swift responses, and particularly his complete disregard for cost-benefit analysis, pushing everything aside with sheer capital force, left an indelible impression of shock among all observers. Madman, this is not business. This is paving the way with gold bricks. The Zhao family had not encountered an iron wall. They had struck a mountain fortified with titanium alloy. Such astonishment and discourse echoed in boardrooms, elite clubs, and financial salons across the industry. Yet more profound was the sense of deep reverence. In the realm of commerce, strength is ultimately revered, especially the kind that can wield vast resources. Lu Chen showcased a power that transcended conventional business logic, an almost absolute strength. Consequently, a weightier title, tinged with awe and even fear, began to circulate quietly among the upper echelons. Capital Shark. This designation no longer merely described his wealth. It encapsulated the essence of a force that, once stirred, possessed a terrifying capacity for consumption, concealed beneath a calm exterior. He resembled a colossal sea creature suddenly breaching the shallow waters, its immense size and manner of movement entirely beyond the comprehension of the pond's native inhabitants. The transformation of his reputation brought about a direct change. Lu Chen began to receive an influx of invitations. No longer were they tentative or casual social overtures. These were genuine, high-caliber invitations to exclusive business forums, private wealth management meetings, charity auction galas, and personal luncheons or golf invitations from family heads seeking to forge connections. His presidential suite butler now presented these exquisitely crafted, weighty invitations on a silver tray daily. Manager Wang's phone had become increasingly busy, transitioning from mere reporting to receiving requests from various magnates seeking to gauge the waters and facilitate connections. His status had quietly evolved from a mere bank client manager to one of Mr. Lu's de facto external liaisons, his position rising correspondingly. Even the several companies under Lu Chen's recently acquired ownership, previously lukewarm in their business dealings, suddenly found their operations flowing smoothly. Contracts that once required extensive negotiations were now met with unusual acquiescence, and partners who had previously been indifferent were now seeking to deepen collaborations. It was as if the name Lu Chen had become an invisible signboard and a guarantee of credibility. Despite all these changes, Lu Chen himself felt little of the profound impact. He remained largely reclusive, spending most of his time in the presidential suite, remotely overseeing Sangxiong Capital's investment directions and the charitable progress of the Chintzy Foundation via video conferences and reports. Occasionally, he would drive different luxury cars to dine alone at the top-tier restaurants where he had permanent reservations. The external clamor, accolades, and reverence seemed to be filtered out by the thick soundproof glass and layers of security, failing to reach the tranquility of his inner self. Until one day, he received an invitation that was distinctly different. This invitation bore no ornate envelope nor lengthy titles. It was merely a card of exceptionally heavy texture, icy to the touch, with a matte black background and gold accents. The front bore no text, only a laser-etched, stark yet imposing outline of mountains, vaguely reminiscent of the Kunlun mountain range. The back featured a single line, also laser-etched, nearly blending into the black background. The Kunlun Club, an invitation for Lu Chun. There was no signature, no date, no location. When the butler presented this card, carefully cradled in white gloves, Lu Chun immediately sensed a chilling quality and an extraordinary aura unlike any other invitation. It was delivered by a gentleman who left no words, merely stating that he would understand upon viewing. The butler reported quietly, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Lu Chun picked up the cold metal card, feeling an unusual weight in his fingertips. He examined it repeatedly, apart from the small text and mountain outline. There was no further information. Kunlun Club? He murmured. He had never heard of this club, but his intuition told him that it was no ordinary gathering of the wealthy. This extreme discretion and mystery hinted at unimaginable energy and exclusivity lying beneath. He reached for his phone, contemplating calling Manager Wang for inquiries, but hesitated and set it down. A premonition stirred within him. He sensed that Manager Wang's level might not even touch upon any genuine information regarding this so-called Kunlun Club. He attempted to conduct an online search once more, yet the results were scarce, consisting only of vague legends and conjectures that portrayed it as a clandestine organization governed by the world's most prestigious and ancient family consortiums. Its membership was exceedingly limited, with each member possessing the capacity to influence the global order. The veracity of such information was ambiguous, resembling urban legends more than credible facts. As he pondered this, the long-dormant system notification sound reverberated in his mind once again, detected that the host has received an invitation to join the significant organization known as the Kunlun Society. Alert! Members of this organization are the foremost controllers of global resources. Entering this circle will assist the host in adapting to a new identity more swiftly, acquiring scarce information and resources, and expanding the boundaries of influence. Recommendation: accept the invitation. Note: the activities of this organization are not directly associated with the system. The host should make an independent judgment. The system's notification, though still cold in tone, was for the first time acknowledging a specific organization in the real world and even offered a suggestion. This revelation sent a jolt through Lu Chen's mind. An organization deemed significant even by the system? Foremost controllers of global resources? Influencing the global order? The amalgamation of these terms rendered the cold metal card an object of immense weight. It seemed to represent a ticket to a true stage of global prominence, a realm that transcended ordinary wealth rankings and media exposure, hidden behind the curtain of reality, manipulating the flow of global capital and power. Lu Chen's fingers traced the cold contours of the Kunlun Mountains embossed on the card. His gaze returned to the window. Thus, defeating the Zhao family, controlling billions in funds, possessing shares in Tesla and a Microsoft data center. These achievements, which appeared to be unattainable pinnacles to the average person, might merely be an entry ticket to that true elite circle. For the first time, an unprecedented curiosity and desire for challenge stirred vividly within him. He was eager to discover what kind of world lay beyond that door. He placed the metal card on the coffee table, side by side with the crystal model of the Matterhorn. One represented a pinnacle of nature, the other a metaphor for power. He picked up the internal phone and dialed the butler's extension. The voice of the man who had delivered the card was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I accept the invitation." "Yes, Mr. Lu," the butler replied respectfully. After hanging up, Lu Chen settled back onto the sofa. He understood that the moniker of a capital magnate might allow him to wield influence in this city. However, to truly establish himself at the heights of Kunlun, there was much more he needed to learn. The first step was to witness the scenery at that summit. Chapter 25. Invited to join the mysterious elite circle of the Kunlun Society. After accepting the unknown challenges represented by the cold metal invitation card, Lu Chen's life remained outwardly tranquil, yet an intangible sense of anticipation lingered in his heart. He felt akin to an actor who had received the script for the next act, aware that the stage would be broader, yet still waiting for the signal for the curtain to rise. 3 evenings later, the signal arrived. What was delivered was not another metal card, but rather a seemingly antiquated yet remarkably weighty encrypted satellite phone, devoid of any brand markings. A middle-aged man, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, exuding a calm demeanor, personally delivered it to the entrance of the presidential suite. Without uttering a word, the man bowed slightly, handed the phone to the butler, and quietly departed, his footsteps soundless as if he had never been there. The satellite phone was cold to the touch, crafted from a unique material. Upon picking it up, the screen illuminated automatically, displaying a brief message: tomorrow evening at 2000 hours, 10:15, Yuyuan Road, West Shanghai. Entry with this device only. No companions allowed. K. The time, location, and instructions were succinct in their clarity. 10:15, Yuyuan Road? Lu Chun was not unfamiliar with this city. He recalled that it was an area filled with historical old mansions, yet he had heard nothing of any special private club. He attempted to search for it on mapping software, which revealed it to be an ordinary private residence, devoid of any commercial signage. The air of mystery thickened. The following evening at 1950, Lu Chun drove alone in his relatively understated Bentley Continental GT, navigating through the sycamores lining the quiet night on Yuyuan Road. He had not brought manager Wang, nor any bodyguards. He understood that in such high-level meetings, conventional companions held no significance and might even be perceived as an affront. He arrived at 1015. A towering gray wall loomed before him, accompanied by a nondescript black iron gate. The house number so small, it was nearly indistinguishable. Within the walls, lush trees obscured the view, allowing only vague outlines of the rooftops of several old mansions to be seen, with no sounds of commotion to be heard. The Bentley came to a slow stop in the shadow across the street. Lu Chun did not exit immediately. He observed for a moment. The area was strikingly quiet, almost devoid of pedestrians and vehicles, a stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfare nearby. An invisible aura seemed to envelop this region. At precisely 2000 hours, the screen of the satellite phone in his hand illuminated once more, displaying a new directive: please enter. Simultaneously, the black iron gate emitted a faint mechanical sound and silently slid open, revealing a dimly lit driveway wide enough for a single vehicle to pass through. Lu Chun started his car and cautiously drove in. The iron gate closed silently behind him, completely severing the outside world from his view and sound. Flanking the driveway were dense bamboo groves, with meticulously designed ground lighting outlining the path. After approximately 50 meters, the view opened up to reveal a carefully curated, aesthetically profound Japanese rock garden, with a low building that harmoniously blended Eastern Zen and modern minimalist styles nestled in the background. In the parking area, a few vehicles were already present. They were few in number, but each was remarkably understated, some appearing almost ordinary. Yet those knowledgeable would discern the subtle traces of special modifications and inherent significance. An elderly man, dressed in a similar black Zhongshan suit and possessing a gaunt visage, stood at the entrance of the building as if he had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Lu Chun exit the vehicle, he did not inquire for his name, but merely inclined his body slightly in a gesture of invitation, his gaze calm and unperturbed, as if he already knew who the visitor was. The elder pushed open the heavy soundproof door, which appeared wooden but was actually embedded with metal, and Lu Chun stepped inside. The worlds outside and within seemed utterly severed. The exterior exuded extreme tranquility and restraint, while the interior was not the opulent spectacle or futuristic allure one might expect, but rather an indescribable weightiness steeped in power and time. The space was exceptionally high-ceilinged, with light emanating primarily from concealed light strips and the internal illumination of several substantial modern art sculptures. The walls were made of some dark natural stone, cool to the touch. A silent air circulation system maintained a constant temperature and humidity, devoid of any stuffiness. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the rock garden, which appeared even more profound in the interplay of night and light. Scattered throughout the hall were several seating areas. The furniture bore no discernible brand, yet the design, materials, and craftsmanship were museum quality. 7 or 8 individuals were already present, a mix of men and women, their ages ranging from the mid-30s to around 60. Their attire appeared casual, yet every detail exuded an ultimate taste and understated luxury. No one spoke loudly. Most engaged in quiet conversations or contemplated their wine in solitude. Lu Chun's entrance did not cause a noticeable stir. However, almost simultaneously, several pairs of eyes seemed to scan him, either intentionally or inadvertently. The gazes directed towards him were not filled with curiosity, but rather constituted an exceedingly swift and precise evaluation, akin to a sophisticated radar scan that instantaneously captured information before swiftly diverting away, devoid of any emotion, yet imparting an intangible pressure upon the observed. No one approached to engage in conversation. An unspoken rule permeated the atmosphere. The elder guide silently offered him a glass of richly hued whiskey and then quietly retreated into the shadows. Lu Chun accepted the glass, not hastening to converse. but rather ambled casually to the floor-to-ceiling window, appreciating the courtyard vista outside, all the while using his peripheral vision to rapidly acclimate to the environment and ambience. He noted that the individuals present seemed to belong to distinct small circles. A middle-aged Asian man clad in a traditional high-collared shirt, idly toying with a string of agarwood prayer beads, was quietly discussing the investment prospects in quantum computing with a silver-haired European elder exuding an air of scholarly gravitas. Nearby, a statuesque Latina beauty, adorned in a bespoke dress and radiating an imposing presence, was smilingly listening to a somewhat portly Arab man, whose finger bore a sizable, yet tastefully unostentatious sapphire ring, as he expounded on the new mining policies of an African nation. Their conversations transcended mundane business mergers or stock market fluctuations, delving into the global energy landscape, monopolies in cutting-edge technology, the impact of international geopolitics on commodities, and even clandestine negotiations concerning the exploration rights of extraterrestrial resources. The figures discussed were often in the billions. Yet it felt as if they were merely conversing about the weather. Luchan understood. This was the Kunlun Club, a private enclave composed entirely of the world's elite, concealed beneath the facade of mundane society. Isn't this courtyard enchanting? A gentle voice interjected, speaking fluent, yet accented Mandarin. Luchan turned to find the Latina beauty, who had been conversing with the Arab man, now beside him, holding a glass of champagne, her smile radiant and sincere, her eyes shimmering with the wisdom of worldly insight. Indeed, the blend of movement and stillness exuded a zen-like quality. Luchan raised his glass slightly in acknowledgement and responded in English. He observed that she did not pry into his background, but rather initiated the conversation with a safe topic. Isabella Mendoza, she introduced, extending her delicate hand, primarily dealing with minerals and energy. Luchan, he replied, shaking her hand lightly and omitting any titles. I know you. Isabella's smile deepened, a glint of cunning in her gaze. A few days ago, you orchestrated a spectacular capital avalanche that buried a local family. The method was rather direct. Word travels swiftly. Luchan maintained his composure. It was merely the elimination of some noise. Indeed, noise does require elimination, Isabella concurred, gently swirling her champagne, especially as they were about to hear more exquisite music. Welcome to Kunlun, Mr. Liu. The individuals here may well be far louder than the noise you have encountered in the past, yet they follow a more discernible rhythm. Her words served both as a welcome and a caution. I look forward to hearing the true symphony, Luchan replied calmly. At that moment, the elder guide reappeared silently in the center of the hall, softly tapping a small jade chime in his hand. The clear, melodious chime resonated throughout the expansive space, and all whispers abruptly ceased. Every gaze turned toward the elder. Esteemed members and our new friends, his voice, though not loud, reached every ear with clarity. The Kunlun gathering is about to commence. As per tradition, our new friends must undergo a brief cognition test to ascertain whether you truly grasp the rules of our circle. The elder's gaze settled calmly upon Luchan. All eyes in the hall refocused upon him. There was no animosity, no provocation, only a serene, nearly pure observation. The trial had begun. Chapter 26, The Initiation Test of Kunlun Club. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop, all attention fixed upon Luchan. After delivering the cognition test, the elder retreated once more into the shadows, as if he had never appeared, leaving the stage entirely to the newcomer. Contrary to expectations, there were no vexing questions, no complex commercial case simulations, and not even any specific inquiries. An Asian man in his 50s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he sipped red wine in the corner, slowly set down his glass. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, with a gentle yet penetrating gaze, addressed Luchan in impeccable Mandarin. Mr. Liu, there is no need for anxiety. Kunlun is not an examination institution. We merely wish to confirm that our new partner shares a similar perspective with us. His voice was soothing, imbued with a scholarly calmness. Suppose, merely suppose, you suddenly acquired the ability to obtain any resource you desire in this world, be it material, energy, information, or even a certain state, without limit and with absolute safety for the next 24 hours. However, this ability will vanish permanently after 24 hours. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes glimmering with wisdom behind the lenses. What resource, in your estimation, would provide you or the entity you represent with the most enduring and unassailable advantage during this singular opportunity? Please disregard all real-world constraints and moral considerations, and contemplate purely from the perspective of optimal strategy. As the question was posed, the hall fell into a deeper silence. Isabella Mendoza ceased her gentle swirling of champagne. The Arab tycoon abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, and even the middle-aged man toying with the agarwood beads lifted his gaze. This was a seemingly vacuous, yet profoundly intricate cognition test. It assessed not commercial knowledge, investment acumen, or even the depth of understanding of a particular resource. Rather, it examined a person's vision, imagination, and comprehension of the underlying logic governing the world. Unlimited, absolutely safe access to any resource, but only for 24 hours. Choosing gold or diamonds. Shallow and laughable. Material wealth was merely a numerical game in the eyes of Kunlun, opting for oil, uranium, or other strategic energies. A broader perspective, yet still confined to the realm of traditional geopolitical maneuvers, and the energy landscape is not immutable. Selecting cutting-edge technological blueprints, such as controllable nuclear fusion or quantum computing. An astute choice, but technology requires time for digestion and transformation. While one might acquire the blueprints in 24 hours, forming an absolute advantage instantaneously is improbable. Choosing time itself, or longevity. Philosophically intriguing, yet too ethereal for establishing a foundational advantage. Opting for absolute loyalty? How does one define that? Such a resource might inherently possess logical paradoxes. Each choice reflected a mirror, illuminating the respondent's depth of thought and boundaries of ambition. Each member present had once undergone various forms of similar tests. They were now awaiting how this newcomer, who had suddenly burst in with a capital onslaught, would respond. Lu Chun stood resolute, the whiskey in his glass undisturbed. There was no trace of embarrassment at being confronted with a difficult question. Instead, he fell into a momentary contemplation. The elder's question resonated intriguingly with his own experiences. Was the system not providing him resources in an almost infinite manner? Though the format was not entirely arbitrary, the essence was still an acquisition that transcended conventional means. His silence lasted for less than 10 seconds. Then, he lifted his gaze, meeting the calm eyes of the professor-like man who had posed the question, as well as the scrutinizing stares from everyone else in the hall. His voice was clear and steady as he responded in Mandarin. If I had only 24 hours, I would choose to gain unlimited trust. This answer caused a subtle shift in the expressions of a few attendees. Trust? It seemed a more elusive and difficult to quantify concept than loyalty. A flicker of interest passed through the questioning professor's eyes, but he did not interrupt, merely gesturing for him to continue. Lu Chen continued, but not in a vague, moral sense. Rather, it is about acquiring unreserved cognitive trust based on absolute rational judgment at the most critical junctures within specific domains. He paused briefly, organizing his thoughts to concretize this seemingly abstract concept. For instance, gaining the trust of the global community of leading scientists regarding the research directions I propose, with unlimited funding support and no interference in the process. Securing the trust of decision-makers from major nations for establishing a global foundational research platform in a neutral zone, with unconditional sharing of non-military achievements. And obtaining the trust of the world's most exceptional engineers and managers concerning the technological blueprints and resource integration capabilities I envision. This trust is not garnered through emotional or moral coercion, but is naturally formed based on my ability to precisely deliver the resources they urgently need yet find hard to acquire, whether extreme experimental environments, rare materials, or computational support, within 24 hours, creating a consensus recognition of potential and execution capability. Unlike or, it cannot be hoarded, yet after 24 hours, it can attract the finest intellectual resources globally to converge spontaneously on my platform, generating a continuous, self-reinforcing siphon effect of innovation. What it yields is not static wealth, but a dynamic, exponentially growing capacity to solve future problems. With this core cognitive trust as a foundation, Lu Chun concluded, casting his gaze across the room, breakthroughs in energy, materials, biotechnology, these are merely matters of time and investment. What it establishes is not a treasury, but a source capable of continuously giving birth to new rules and defining new futures. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. There was no applause. Yet the previously scrutinizing and evaluative gazes had evidently shifted, now imbued with deeper contemplation, greater acknowledgement, and even a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. This answer transcended all notions tied to specific material resources, directly addressing the most fundamental elements of human collaboration and the advancement of civilization, consensus, and collaborative efficiency. It did not reveal a greed for existing resources, but rather a grand vision and profound wisdom aimed at constructing future resource generators. Particularly, the notions of cognitive trust and the innovation siphon effect precisely described a new form of power that transcends nationality, culture, and traditional interest patterns. The professor who had posed the question was the first to display a genuine smile, softly applauding, though silently. The meaning was unmistakable. A brilliant perspective, Mr. Liu, he commended. Extending the definition of resources from objects to intersubjective relations, shifting from what one possesses to what one can inspire. This is indeed a more advanced optimal strategy. Isabella Mendoza also smiled brightly, raising her glass towards Lu Chun. It seems the avalanche of capital is merely a small hobby of yours, Mr. Lu. Welcome to the truly intriguing world. The Arab billionaire also nodded slightly, the sense of detachment in his gaze diminished significantly. In that moment, an invisible barrier seemed to have considerably melted away. The guiding elder reappeared like a specter, his expression still as inscrutable as before. Yet his tone appeared somewhat gentler. Cognitive test passed. Mr. Lu, you have officially obtained temporary auditing qualifications for the Kunlun Society. You will receive notification for the next formal gathering. The trial is concluded. Lu Chun maintained a calm demeanor, yet a subtle sigh of relief washed over him. He knew he had just crossed the first, and perhaps the most critical threshold. This circle, indeed, held some intrigue. Moreover, his response was not mere rhetoric. To some extent, what the system was facilitating for him was, in another form, constructing this cognitive trust, wasn't he it? Whether through Tsangxiong Capital investing in frontier technology or the Dawn Foundation funding research, the underlying logic intriguingly aligned with his answer. Was this merely coincidence, or a deeper intention of the system? He could not ascertain, yet he understood that on this new stage, the game was just beginning. Chapter 27. Completing the trial. Official entry into the core circle. The elder's declaration of the cognitive test being passed resonated like a spell of liberation, dissipating the previously palpable and tense scrutiny in the hall, replaced by a more relaxed yet still somewhat distant atmosphere of acceptance. The temporary auditing qualification Lu Chun received meant he was no longer an outsider needing evaluation, but was permitted to engage and understand the workings of this circle within a certain scope. The professor-like man, later known to Lu Chun as Shun Wangshu, a leader of significant influence in both the global academic and technology investment realms, stepped forward to extend his hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Shun Wangshu. I primarily engage in catalyzing frontier technologies. His handshake was warm and firm, his smile considerably more genuine. Your answer is quite intriguing. Cognitive trust is a concept worthy of deeper exploration. Perhaps we could discuss your specific thoughts on catalysis in the future. It is my honor. Mr. Shun, Lu Chun replied with poise. I merely proposed a direction. The specifics of implementation require learning from esteemed figures such as yourself. His demeanor struck the perfect balance, expressing respect while maintaining his own confidence. Isabella Mendoza approached with a playful smile, this time accompanied by the Arab billionaire. Lu, it seems you not only have a knack for throwing money around, but also for challenging concepts, she teased, proceeding with an official introduction. This is Prince Amir bin Salman, whose family wields significant influence in the energy and infrastructure sectors. Prince Amir smiled and added in heavily accented English, especially in cultivating sunlight in the desert, referring to solar projects, and extracting black gold, referring to oil. His humor felt somewhat stiff, yet his attitude was evidently friendly. Mr. Lu, your avalanche of capital is quite fascinating. Sometimes, simple power can swiftly clear obstacles. Welcome. Lu Chun shook hands with Prince Amir, feeling the cold hardness of the massive sapphire ring on his finger. Thank you, Your Highness. Clearing obstacles is for better construction. Subsequently, several members approached for brief self-introductions. There was Oliver von Heinrich, who managed an ancient banking family's trust fund in Europe, Raymond Wu, who held a monopolistic position in the biotechnology and pharmaceutical patent fields, and a discreetly named Mr. Smith, who controlled the world's largest private security consulting firm. Each introduction was exceedingly succinct, often encapsulating their core domains in just a word or two, yet the energy and influence they represented were immeasurable. Their attitude towards Lu Chun shifted from scrutiny to a preliminary acknowledgement and observation of equal standing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the gathering transitioned into an informal networking session. Silent servers glided through the room, replenishing drinks and serving delicate hors d'oeuvres. People gravitated into small groups to converse. Yet the depth and breadth of their discussions left even Lu Chun, the auditor, silently astounded. They no longer spoke in vague terms, but engaged in discussions of exceedingly specific projects capable of influencing the global landscape. Shen Wangshu and Oliver are engaged in a discourse regarding strategies to circumvent technological embargoes imposed by certain nations, aiming to collaboratively establish an international laboratory for a superconducting super collider situated in international waters or Antarctica, free from the jurisdiction of any singular sovereign authority, with a preliminary budget estimated to commence at $8 billion. Meanwhile, Raymond Wu and a lady specializing in agricultural gene editing are quietly exchanging insights on the feasibility of employing novel gene drive technologies to eradicate malaria-carrying mosquitoes across the African continent, along with the potential ethical tempest that might ensue. Isabella and Prince Amir are in conversation with Mr. Smith, deliberating on how to leverage the latter's company's network to ensure that their newly acquired cobalt-rich mine in the Democratic Republic of Congo maintains absolute stability in output amidst the impending political turbulence in the country. Each of these topics, if leaked, could easily dominate the headlines of global mainstream media and ignite countless debates. Yet here, they are discussed with the calmness of everyday chatter, with a decision-making process that is both efficient and direct, often culminating in preliminary agreements and financial allocations articulated in merely a few sentences. While the intricate details are left to their vast think tanks and remarkably capable teams to execute, Lu Chun listens intently, refraining from interjecting. He absorbs the unique thought patterns, information density, and decision-making tempo of this circle like a sponge. He realizes that Kunlun is more akin to a premier resource matcher and strategic coordination platform. The members exchange not only information and capital, but also the unique resources, channels, and influence they command, which are essential for propelling grand projects that cannot be realized in isolation. His boundless capital is no longer the sole trump card here. Rather, it becomes one of many scarce resources that must be adeptly integrated into a more intricate chessboard to maximize its utility. Approximately an hour later, the guiding elder reappears, gently clapping his hands. Esteemed members, our gathering is drawing to a close. As is customary, new members will receive a token of our meeting, an unverified piece of information sourced from reliable channels, which may inspire you. All eyes once again turn to Lu Chun. The elder continues. Recently, a prominent North American startup focused on brain-computer interfaces, Neuralink, not affiliated with Musk, has witnessed irreconcilable differences between its chief scientist and major investors regarding its commercialization pathway. The core conflict lies in the investors' demand for rapid deployment of consumer-grade entertainment products for monetization, while the scientist insists on prioritizing the reconstruction of motor functions for patients with high-level paralysis. The rift has reached the brink of rupture. The scientist possesses a key technological patent with a separate licensing option. The information is succinct yet brimming with potential value, a nugget concerning cutting-edge technology, internal strife within the team, and investment opportunities. More critically, it suggests a window of opportunity to acquire core technology at a relatively modest cost compared to the company's overall valuation. This information serves as Kunlun's ticket for new members, testing their ability to seize opportunities and act swiftly. Shun Wangshu smiles at Lu Chun, stating, Neuralink's technology indeed possesses unique advantages in decoding motor cortex signals. Alas, an overemphasis on humanity sometimes neglects the patience required by capital. Isabella raises an eyebrow. It is an opportunity, yet it may also be a hot potato, depending on how you assuage the scientist's conscience and the investor's avarice. Prince Amir is more forthright. If you require swift funds to placate those greedy VCs, venture capitalists, you may reach out to me. I have always been interested in technologies that can change the world. Their words are laced with hints, tests, and a silent invitation for him to step into the arena and engage in a genuine game. Lu Chun instantly comprehends the weight and significance of this information. It is not merely a gift, but an intangible test for the future. He maintains a tranquil demeanor, merely nodding slightly to the elder. Thank you. I am indeed interested in this gift. He does not immediately declare his intentions, yet the act of acceptance itself serves as a response. A faint smile graces the elder's face. I look forward to your insights at our next gathering. As the gathering concludes, members begin to depart quietly, maintaining the same understated demeanor as when they arrived. As Isabella passes by Lu Chun, she discreetly slips him a pure black business card, bearing only a name and an encrypted communication number. Let us stay in touch, Lu. Building cognitive trust begins with a successful collaboration, does it not? She winks and gracefully departs. Shen Wangshu also nods in farewell. Regarding Neuralink, should you require academic endorsement, feel free to contact me. Soon, Lu Chun finds himself alone in the hall. He stands still, clutching the cold satellite phone and Isabella Mendoza's business card. The echoes of the Neuralink information resonating in his mind. He has tentatively stepped into the core circle of Kunlun, yet the true challenge is only just beginning. He needs to make a call to Qinfeng. This time, the target is no longer an ordinary raw material supplier, but a cutting-edge technology that may alter countless destinies while holding immense commercial prospects. The fangs of capital giants are about to extend into a wholly new domain. Chapter 28. Gaining insight into the deeper mechanisms of the world. Departing from the secluded courtyard at 10:15, Guyuan Road, the Bentley Continental GT glides into the dazzling night of the metropolis. The world outside is ablaze with vibrant lights. Yet Lu Chun's thoughts remain anchored to the brief, yet information-rich gathering he has just attended. He can still feel the icy touch of the encrypted satellite phone in his hand, while in his pocket lies Isabella Mendoza's black card bearing merely a number. In his mind, terms like Neuralink, brain-computer interface, The rift between chief scientists and investors and key patent licensing swirl like a barrage of thoughts. However, his contemplation extends far beyond this singular business opportunity. The existence of Kunlun has forcibly unveiled a layer that has always been present, yet previously obscured from his view. Behind this veil lies a profound stage that parallels the superficial world, one that deeply intervenes in and even dictates the apparent realm. On this stage, the boundaries of individual nations become blurred, and global issues, energy, technology, disease, even the environment, turn into a shared chessboard. The players, members of Kunlun and the forces they represent, wield not merely corporations or capital, but a composite power that includes, but is not limited to, 1. Capital power, liquidity that transcends sovereign wealth funds, capable of indefinitely supporting long-cycle, high-risk, high-return strategic projects. 2. Technological power, the ability to control or swiftly acquire cutting-edge and potentially disruptive core technologies and their patent barriers. 3. Resource power, substantial control over global key mineral resources, energy channels, and data infrastructure. 4. Governance power, the capacity to influence policies through lobbying and even deeply bind with specific political forces, thereby altering the rules of the game in certain regions. 5. Information power, access to unfiltered, core intelligence networks that far exceed normal channels, potentially forecasting the future. 6. Military power, possession of highly specialized private security and problem-solving forces that are unbound by national constraints, as represented by Mr. Smith. These powers intertwine and leverage one another, forming an invisible yet remarkably resilient web that spans the globe. Kunlun serves as a crucial node in weaving and coordinating this intricate network. It is not a cabal intent on world domination. Rather, it resembles a strategic alliance and information exchange composed of elite players, formed to more efficiently pursue their grand ambitions, be it the relentless quest for profit, technological breakthroughs, the resolution of global challenges, or the mere satisfaction of personal ambition. The rules here are harsh and unyielding. The exchange of value. What unique contributions can you offer? Be it technology, channels, resources, intelligence, or simply a brilliant idea. How can you bolster the projects of others? Does your presence fortify the entire network, or merely represent a resource-draining redundancy? Prior to his descent, Lu Chun had, through the virtually limitless funding and monthly assets bestowed by the system, brutally asserted his claims of capital rights and certain resource rights, such as Tesla shares and data centers, thereby securing his entry ticket. His response regarding cognitive trust revealed his understanding of higher-dimensional power structures, which perhaps intrigued other members more than mere capital could. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Neuralink presented an opportunity, a practical test of his abilities. It would determine whether he could adeptly combine funding, vision, and execution to seize this technology cleanly while adeptly navigating the ensuing complex web of interests, the ideals of scientists, the greed of financiers, possible technological risks, and legal pitfalls. This would test his capacity to integrate and wield capital rights, technological authority, and even informational power. With this realization, Lu Chen's path forward became increasingly lucid. The substantial cash influx from the system served as fuel, a foundation. However, to truly establish himself in this deep arena and potentially emerge as one of its leaders, he must utilize this fuel to construct his own diversified power matrix. The Qiangong Capital and the Dawn Foundation are promising beginnings, yet their scale and vision necessitate considerable expansion. Qiangong should transcend a mere investment tool and evolve into a platform capable of catalyzing, even birthing, disruptive technologies. The Dawn Foundation ought not to be merely a benefactor. It must evolve into a conduit for establishing global soft power and academic influence. He needs to assemble his own core think tank, not confined to business and law, but inclusive of leading scientists, geopolitical analysts, and even former intelligence officers. He must enhance his information network, relying not solely on the occasional bounties from the system and the Kunlun Society. He even needs to contemplate how to construct a robust force of his own, one not easily throttled by others, perhaps not a military, but a means to ensure the absolute safety of his global assets and core personnel. As his thoughts crystallized, an unprecedented exhilaration and urgency surged within him. Indeed, the essence of a truly liberated life does not lie in endless material consumption and extravagance, but in possessing the freedom to influence or even define reality. This freedom must be underpinned by the most profound power. He reached for the encrypted communicator within the vehicle and directly contacted Qin Feng of Qiangong Capital. Qin Feng, new target, North America, a startup in the brain-computer interface domain called Neuralink. Immediately deploy all resources to gather information, particularly regarding their chief scientist, Dr. David Kohlberg. the status of their core technology patents, the backgrounds of major financiers, and detailed intelligence on current internal conflicts. This is of utmost priority. I expect a preliminary report within 24 hours. Without hesitation, Qin Feng on the other end did not even inquire about the source of the information. Understood, Mr. Liu. Neuralink. Focus on Dr. Kohlberg and the patents. Preliminary report in 24 hours. After arranging all of this, Lu Chun leaned back in his chair and gently closed his eyes. The car glided smoothly along the route back to the Bulgari Hotel. He knew that from the moment he stepped into Kunlun, there was no return to the past. What he now perceived was no longer the neon lights and towering edifices of the streets, but rather the intricate flows of capital, information, and power structures interwoven before him. What he heard was no longer the roar of the engine, but the low-frequency vibrations emanating from the shifting global landscape, subtle tremors imperceptible to the average person. The deep rules governing the world's operation had slowly unfolded before him, and his journey had only just begun. Chapter 29. Li Qian's regret and attempt to connect. The morning in the Bulgari presidential suite was still marked by composure and luxury. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue over the opulent furnishings and artworks. The air purification system operated silently, maintaining the optimal humidity and cleanliness. The housekeeper had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast along with freshly ground coffee from premium beans recently airlifted, the rich aroma wafting through the spacious living room. Lu Chun sat at the dining table, engrossed in the preliminary analysis report on Neuralink and Dr. David Kohlberg, hastily prepared overnight by Qin Feng's team. The report was detailed and professional, affirming the accuracy of the information provided by the Kunlun Society and supplementing it with numerous details: the financier's impatience, Dr. Kohlberg's idealism and stubbornness, the immense potential of the technology itself, and the clinical barriers yet to be overcome. As he immersed himself in contemplation of this report and the subsequent action plan, his personal phone rang at an inopportune moment. It was a local unknown number. Very few people knew his private number. Aside from Manager Wang and core team members like Qin Feng, almost no outsiders were privy to it. He frowned slightly, but answered the call. His tone neutral. Who is this? After a 2-second silence, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar, tinged with evident hesitation and timidity, replied, "It's me, Li Qian." Lu Qian's gaze lifted from the report, a flicker of faint surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. He remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Perceiving the silence on his end, Li Qian's voice grew more anxious, even tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. "Lu Qian, I know I shouldn't have called. However, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry." Her apology came abruptly and felt hollow. Lu Qian continued to remain silent, merely lifting his coffee cup to take a gentle sip. The rich flavor of the coffee sharpened his thoughts. He understood that this "I'm sorry" was far from a mere expression of regret. I was truly blinded at that time. Li Qian's voice, now laced with tears, began to recount her grievances and remorse. Zhao Mingyu, he never truly cared for me. His family, now everything is in disarray. The company is gone, and he takes his anger out on me. Only now do I realize that some things cannot be bought with money. Her words were disjointed, brimming with self-pity and self-justification, attempting to attribute her betrayal to the temptations of reality and Zhao Mingyu's duplicity, while conveniently omitting any mention of her initial choices. Lu Chun listened quietly, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were hearing a story unrelated to himself. He could almost envision Li Qian on the other end of the line, a picture of remorse and despair. In his former self, he might have felt a ripple of sympathy, perhaps even a hint of laughter at her plight. But now, all that stirred within him was indifference. Her regret stemmed not from a moral awakening or a cherished regard for past affections, but from the stark contrast of her choices and the discomforting realities she faced. When she realized that what she had cast aside now stood at an unattainable height, while what she had chosen had plunged into the mire, the intense psychological imbalance and utilitarian regret compelled her to dial this number. The purpose of this call, an apology, was likely the most trivial component, testing the waters, seeking to reconcile, and perhaps hoping to elicit a shred of sympathy or assistance from him, was likely the deeper motivation. Li Qian chattered incessantly, only to find that the other end of the line remained persistently silent, save for the steady sound of breathing that indicated the listener was still present. This silence unnerved her far more than any rebuke could. "Lu Qian, are you still there?" she timidly inquired. "I understand that you have changed, that you have become a person of significance. I do not dare to ask for much, but I merely hope for your forgiveness, and perhaps we could still be friends?" Finally, she cautiously revealed her true intentions. Lu Qian finally set down his coffee cup, his voice calm as though discussing the weather, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Are you finished?" Li Qian was momentarily taken aback by his chilling 3 words. unsure of how to respond. I heard your apology. Lu Chen replied indifferently, but I see no reason to forgive you. The past is the past. There exists no relationship between us now. Nor is there a need for friendship. His words were clear and direct, devoid of any ambiguity, slicing through her unrealistic fantasies with the precision of a scalpel. On the other end of the line, Li Qian was evidently stunned, followed by the sound of her suppressed sobs. Are you truly so heartless? After all Heartless? Lu Chen gently interrupted her, a hint of faint derision lacing his tone. It was you who chose to leave. It was you who chose to marry Zhao Mingyu. When you made those choices, you should have anticipated today as reality. As adults, we must take responsibility for our decisions. He paused, his voice growing even more distant. As for my current circumstances, they are of no concern to you. Your well-being, whether good or bad, is unrelated to me. Do not call this number again. With that, he denied Li Qian any opportunity to speak further and abruptly ended the call. He tossed his phone onto the table with casual indifference, producing a soft sound, as if merely brushing away a trivial speck of dust. His inner calm remained unshaken. Li Qian's regret and yearning for connection, in the grand tapestry of his now tumultuous life, amounted to no more than a minuscule ripple. It was merely a chapter long buried, an inconsequential remnant that reminded him of the transience of life and the fickleness of human emotions. His focus swiftly returned to the Neuralink report. The technical challenges posed by Dr. Kohlberg, the greed of the investors' exit clauses, and the potential rival bidders were the real challenges that warranted his attention and energy for future endeavors. As for Li Qian's petty regrets and cautious overtures, they had long been cast aside in his mind. His world had expanded to realms beyond her comprehension, and his gaze was set firmly on a more distant future. The sunlight outside grew ever brighter, and the city awakened beneath him. A new day awaited, filled with far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 30. The next objective, a greater horizon. Li Qian's phone call, laden with regret and hesitance, was akin to a grain of sand cast into a deep abyss, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in Lu Chen's heart before silently sinking away. His concentration remained unwavering, fully absorbed in the detailed report on Neuralink, as well as the broader, more profound world unveiled by the Kunlun Society. Breakfast passed in silent reading and contemplation. The report revealed that the technological core of Neuralink lay in its innovative high-throughput, flexible microelectrode array and its accompanying deep learning decoding algorithms. Dr. Kohlberg's team had successfully enabled paralyzed individuals to control robotic arms through thought alone during primate experiments, achieving precision far beyond that of competitors. However, translating this success to human clinical trials posed formidable challenges: biocompatibility, long-term stability of implants, signal attenuation, and, most critically, the precise conversion of complex neural signal intentions into smooth, natural movement commands. The investors, led by an entity known as Apex Ventures, had already poured nearly $200 million into the project and were losing patience, adamantly demanding the abandonment of the lengthy FDA approval process in favor of developing a simplified version for healthy individuals, aimed at quick financial recovery. This was in stark contradiction to Dr. Kohlberg's original intent to resolve the plight of paralyzed patients, resulting in an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. The report also mentioned that another tech giant, Titan Technologies, was eyeing Neuralink's technology, closely engaging with Apex Ventures, yet seemingly indifferent to Dr. Kohlberg's fate, only concerned with the ownership of the patents. Lu Chun set the report down, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth surface of the table. The situation was clear. This was a classic conflict between an idealistic scientist and short-sighted profit-driven capital. His opportunity lay within the fissure between the two. But how to intervene required a delicate strategy. Should he directly invest in Apex Ventures to acquire the entire company? This was the simplest approach. Yet it could exact the highest premium and did not guarantee Dr. Kohlberg's retention. It might even provoke a bidding war from Titan Technologies, driving the price higher. Supporting Dr. Kohlberg's independent departure while acquiring key patent licenses, this aligned better with his objectives, yet was more complex, necessitating simultaneous appeasement or suppression of Apex Ventures while establishing a new research team and laboratory under the Dr.'s leadership. His limitless funding was an advantage, but it must not be misused, especially under the scrutiny of other Kunlun Society members. He needed to demonstrate a higher caliber of capital operations and strategic foresight. Qin Feng. He re-established the encrypted line. I have reviewed the report. There are currently two directions. One is a complete acquisition of Neuralink, ensuring Dr. Kohlberg's core team remains. The other is to support the doctor in disentangling key patents to start anew. Assemble a specialized team immediately, comprising top-tier neurobiologists, patent attorneys, and business negotiation experts. I need you to evaluate the detailed feasibility, cost estimates, and potential risks of both options within 12 hours, along with a prioritized recommendation. Understood, Mr. Liu. Qin Feng's voice radiated with focused intensity. The team will be in place within an hour, and I will provide you with the final proposal within 12 hours. Having arranged this urgent task, Lu Chun rose and paced to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The city sprawled beneath him, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate through time and space, landing in realms far beyond. His experiences with the Kunlun Society had opened a door to a new world. A mere night of observation had yielded a wealth of information and project scales that surpassed all his previous month's business engagements combined. Superconducting colliders, eradication of malaria, stable global cobalt supply. These were the true levers capable of reshaping the world order. In comparison, while the Neuralink project was avant-garde and immensely promising, it appeared relatively small in scope. It resembled a litmus test, assessing his ability to adeptly wield resources on this new stage of the Kunlun Society. Rather than relying solely on brute force, his thoughts began to rapidly diverge and coalesce. Technological positioning. Should the Neuralink brain-machine interface technology succeed, its applications would extend far beyond medical rehabilitation. It would become the cornerstone of the next generation of human-computer interaction, potentially even the foundational technology for future consciousness uploading and the ultimate virtual reality experience. This aligned with Shun Wangshu's discussions on quantum computing and Isabella's focus on energy, representing future technologies that necessitated long-term investment and strategic significance. He must establish a more systematic portfolio of cutting-edge technology investments, rather than merely pursuing individual projects. Talent network. He cannot perpetually depend on external reports. It is imperative for him to cultivate his own advisory committee comprised of the world's foremost scientists, capable of providing him with the most authoritative judgments on technological trends and project evaluations. Individuals like Dr. Kohlberg are precisely the targets he needs to recruit. Geopolitical considerations. Neuralink is situated in North America, where technology is sensitive. Acquiring or investing in such companies will inevitably subject him to scrutiny from CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. He needs to be proactive, laying the groundwork for legal and political lobbying forces in advance, or consider positioning the final research entity in a more neutral locale, such as Switzerland or Singapore. This also involves exploring potential collaboration with Prince Amir, Isabella, and even Mr. Smith. Personal security. As he delves into increasingly sensitive domains and wields astonishing resources, he will inevitably disrupt the existing balance of interests, attracting both overt and covert hostility. The Kunlun Club may appear amicable, yet internal competition and maneuvering undoubtedly exist. He must swiftly establish a trustworthy security system of his own, rather than relying on hotel security and bodyguards hired ad hoc by Manager Wang. Resources like those of Mr. Smith may be worth pursuing. A grander, clearer strategic blueprint gradually took shape in his mind. He was no longer merely a wealthy individual propelled by the system, but rather a player who began to actively strategize, intending to make his move on the global chessboard. His next objective was no longer a specific company or asset, but rather a multifaceted, resilient global ecosystem capable of continuous innovation. This landscape would be fueled by Tsangqiong Capital and the Dawn Foundation as its dual wings. With limitless funding as the engine, widely investing in and supporting cutting-edge technologies, brain-computer interfaces, quantum computing, AI, renewable energy, biotechnology, etc., while simultaneously constructing his own elite talent network, global information channels, legal political shields, and security forces. Ultimately, he aspired to become, like other members of the Kunlun Club, not only a figure of wealth but a genuine power entity capable of defining the future and influencing reality. At this thought, he felt an unprecedented surge of excitement and a sense of mission. The system had chosen him, perhaps not by mere coincidence. He turned back to his desk, opened a brand new encrypted document, and began to personally draft a foundational paper, tentatively titled the Horizon Project. Within this document, he initially mapped out strategic goals and preliminary action plans across several core directions for the next 5 years, focusing on technology investment, talent development, global positioning, and security infrastructure. Though merely a nascent outline, it signified his transition from a passive recipient of wealth to an active strategist. Time flew by as he pondered and wrote. At noon, the butler gently knocked and inquired about lunch arrangements. Lu Chun emerged from his state of immersion. Just a simple meal delivered to the study, he instructed, his gaze still fixed on the screen. At that moment, the satellite phone on the corner of the desk lit up, and a new message arrived. Dr. Kohlberg would publish a lengthy article titled Choices at the Crossroads, Technology for Good or for Profit, on his personal blog today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately 4 a.m. Beijing time tomorrow. in which he was expected to publicly criticize the short-sightedness of Vertex Ventures and hint at a possible departure from Neuralink. This move could trigger public scrutiny and fluctuations in the capital market, with the source of the information still being confirmed. The message originated from an unknown encrypted number, but Lu Qin instantly understood that this was likely yet another overture from the Kunlun Club's information network, or perhaps a casual act from a member, possibly Isabella. The urgency of the situation suddenly escalated. The doctor's advanced disclosure would disrupt everyone's plans, potentially allowing Titan Technology to lower their offer or prompting Vertex Ventures to adopt more aggressive measures, such as freezing assets or initiating patent litigation. Lu Qin's gaze sharpened as he immediately picked up his phone. Qin Feng. His voice was calm and resolute. The situation has changed. Dr. Kohlberg may announce his break from us sooner than anticipated. Our time is limited. I need you to directly contact him within 1 hour after the publication of the article. Whatever method you use, convey this message. I, Lu Qin, along with my Tsangqian Capital, fully comprehend and support his ideals. We are willing to provide unlimited financial backing to establish a non-profit research institute independent of any short-term profit pressures, under his full leadership, focused on breakthroughs in the medical applications of brain-computer interfaces. The conditions can be exceptionally favorable. The only requirements are efficiency and absolute technological autonomy. On the other end of the line, Qin Feng evidently recognized the urgency of the situation and the boldness of Lu Qin's decision. Understood, Mr. Lu. I will bypass the proposal evaluation and contact the doctor directly, presenting the highest commitment. I will handle it personally to ensure direct communication within the hour. Excellent. Lu Qin ended the call, taking a deep breath as he moved to the window. A storm might be brewing ahead of schedule, but this was precisely the opportunity to test his new strategy and demonstrate his decisiveness. The next objective was not merely to secure Neuralink's technology or talent, but rather to announce the arrival of a new player to that deeper world. His territory would begin to expand rapidly from this decisive strike. Chapter 31. Integration and Layout. Lu Qin's Horizon Project. The information on the satellite phone screen shattered the tranquility of the study like a stone cast into a still lake, disrupting the initial rhythm of the Horizon Project that Lu Qin had just outlined. Dr. Kohlberg was about to disclose his intentions early, which meant that his reaction window had diminished from days to mere hours. Crises often harbor the greatest opportunities. Lu Qin remained unflustered. Rather, this sense of urgency ignited an even stronger resolve within him. His directives to Qin Feng were clear and assertive, bypassing all lengthy assessments and negotiation processes, directly addressing Dr. Kohlberg's core needs: unlimited financial support and absolute technical leadership. This was not a commercial acquisition. It resembled a precise rescue mission for top talent and an investment in ideals. After issuing his instructions, silence once again enveloped the study, save for the faint sound of Lu Qin's fingers unconsciously tapping on the table and his steady breathing. He understood that Qin Feng needed time to execute, while he, in turn, needed to utilize this interval to further refine the Grand Horizon Project in his mind and seamlessly integrate the Neuralink initiative into this larger strategic puzzle. He returned to his desk and reopened the encrypted Horizon Project document, his gaze sweeping over the several core directions he had drafted. 1. Technology Strategic Investment Division, Probe. Objective: to systematically identify, invest in, incubate, and even acquire disruptive cutting-edge technologies. Key areas: brain-computer interfaces, BCI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, quantum computing, renewable energy, fusion, efficient storage. Biotechnology, gene editing, longevity science, aerospace. Strategy: not to focus on short-term financial returns as the core KPI, tolerating long-term losses while pursuing technological barriers and strategic control points. Establish a global panel of leading scientists for evaluation. The inaugural benchmark project, Neuralink, the Kohlberg team, focusing on medical applications of brain-computer interfaces. 2. Talent and Knowledge Network, think tank. Objective: to establish a world-class, interdisciplinary scientific advisory board and a network of premier engineers and researchers, becoming the preferred collaborator and ultimate sanctuary for the globe's foremost technological talents. Strategy: to provide unparalleled research autonomy, resource support, and life security. To institute the Horizon Prize, generously rewarding groundbreaking fundamental research. To forge deep collaborative laboratories with the world's leading universities and research institutions. The initial critical target, Dr. David Kohlberg and his core team. Global Operations and Geopolitical Architecture, SHIELD. Objective: to ensure the security, stability, and compliance of global assets and technological investments, mitigating political risks while optimizing legal and tax structures. Strategy: to establish a robust internal legal and lobbying team covering major economies. To create research and development centers, and holding entities in neutral or friendly regions such as Switzerland, Singapore, and Dubai, to seek collaboration with members of the Kunlun Association on specific projects, e.g., Prince Amir's Middle Eastern channels, Isabella's Latin American resources, Mr. Smith's security services. Current priority: to assess the potential CFIUS review risks facing the Neuralink project and to plan the technical implementation and entity structure in advance. Security and assurance system, barrier. Objective: to establish an absolutely reliable capacity for personal safety, information security, and asset protection. Strategy: to recruit former national intelligence and special forces personnel to form a core security team. To invest in state-of-the-art cybersecurity technology and physical security systems. To establish strategic partnerships with top private security consulting firms, such as Mr. Smith. To provide the highest level of protection for key scientists and management personnel. Urgent demand: to immediately upgrade the security levels of myself and core members, such as the soon-to-join Dr. Kohlberg. The vision is becoming increasingly clear. Neuralink is no longer an isolated investment target, but the inaugural shot fired by the probe department within the Horizon Plan. A banner intended to attract the foremost talent from think tanks, while directly testing the speed and efficacy of the shield and barrier department's construction. This serves as a perfect litmus test to evaluate the execution capabilities of his team and reveal the weaknesses within this nascent system. He immediately commenced action, no longer waiting. Firstly, he contacted Manager Wang. At this moment, Manager Wang, having undergone numerous trials, regarded Lu Chun as a deity, exhibiting exceptional efficiency and loyalty. Manager Wang: 2 tasks to attend to immediately. Mr. Lu, your command. First, in the name of Sangqiong Capital, urgently register 2 non-profit advanced research institutes in brain science and neuroengineering in Geneva, Switzerland, and Singapore. The registered capital must be substantial, and the articles of association must emphasize research independence and non-profitability. Engage the best local lawyers and complete this within 24 hours. Second, contact the world's leading private security consulting firms to evaluate and immediately provide the highest level of comprehensive security protection plans for myself and an important scientist who will soon join us. Details to follow. There is no budget limit. I require the proposal on my desk within 12 hours. Understood. Mr. Lu, I will take immediate action. Manager Wang had no doubts. Only resolute execution. Finishing the call with Manager Wang, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and retrieved the black business card left by Isabella Mendoza. Following the encrypted communication method inscribed upon it, he sent a brief message. Ms. Mendoza, this is Lu Chun. Thank you for the intelligence regarding Neuralink. Additionally, I am interested in the stability of cobalt supply. Perhaps there is room for collaboration. Awaiting your reply. This message expressed gratitude, showcased his initiative, having followed up on Neuralink, while also casting a potential collaboration bait, the cobalt mine, testing the recipient's further reaction. Such interaction is essential for integration into the Kunlun Association circle. After accomplishing all this, dusk was settling outside. The butler discreetly delivered a sumptuous dinner, which he merely sampled before once again immersing himself in planning. He began drafting the framework for the invitation to the future Scientific Advisory Council, contemplating the candidates for the inaugural members, who must not only include Nobel-caliber academic luminaries, but also disruptive, pragmatic scientists like Kohlberg. He envisioned the selection mechanism and prize scale for the Horizon Prize, which must be sufficiently impactful to reverberate throughout the scientific community, emerging as a more radical and future-focused honor than the Nobel Prize. He even sketched rough outlines for several potential colossal projects. For instance, constructing a cutting-edge, jurisdiction-free experimental platform on the high seas, or investing in a large-scale lunar project aimed at completely eradicating a global disease. Each of these ideas was nothing short of audacious and would require astronomical sums. Yet, for him, who possessed systemic unlimited financial backing, the greatest constraints were not monetary but rather time, talent, and how to navigate the obstacles posed by real-world politics. Time raced by in his intense contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, it was already deep into the night. The encrypted satellite phone suddenly rang, signaling a call from Qin Feng's secure line. Lu Chen promptly answered, "Speak." "Mr. Lu." Qin Feng's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was brimming with uncontainable excitement. "We made contact. Half an hour after Dr. Kohlberg's blog post was published. We established a direct video call connection through a Stanford professor with whom he shares a close relationship." "The process?" Lu Chen inquired succinctly. Initially, the doctor was very cautious, even somewhat resistant, believing we were yet another group of capital vultures seeking to exploit technological value. "I quickly conveyed your exact words. Unlimited funding, independent non-profit research institute, absolute technological dominance, focused on medical applications. Furthermore, I showcased the drafts of our legal documents for the institutes we've already registered simultaneously in Switzerland and Singapore. Manager Wang was astonishingly efficient. What was his reaction? He was stunned. Qin Feng replied, his tone laced with disbelief. He repeatedly confirmed that we weren't joking. I assured him of the absolute reliability of the funding and your determination. He remained silent for a full minute, and then he cried. He said he was almost ready to give up, even considering accepting Titan Technologies' offer just to retain some research freedom. What is his stance now? His attitude has completely transformed. He stated that if the conditions are indeed as we described, he is willing to resign from Neuralink immediately and bring his core RD team with him. However, he is concerned that Vertex Venture Capital will entangle him with non-compete clauses and patent lawsuits, Qin Feng added. Tell him that this is not something he needs to worry about. Lu Chen's voice was cold yet confident. Sangxiong Capital will handle all matters concerning Vertex Venture Capital and patent issues. He only needs to focus on the science. Everything else is my responsibility. Have him prepare a team roster and an initial equipment procurement list. The funds will be allocated promptly. Yes, Mr. Lu. Qin Feng's voice brimmed with admiration. I will relay this immediately. The doctor wishes to have a direct conversation with you later today. That is fine. Inform me once the time is arranged. Lu Chen paused. Well done, Qin Feng. Your team has made a significant contribution. It is our honor to serve you. Qin Feng replied excitedly. Ending the call, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The first step, the most crucial step, to earn the trust of talent, seemed to have been successfully taken. Dr. Kohlberg's tears and transformation brought him a peculiar sense of fulfillment, surpassing even the moment he earned his first billion. This was not merely a triumph of capital, but rather a resonance and victory of values. At this moment, the city's neon lights outside had begun to dwindle and the night sky deepened. A fierce competition for top-tier technology and talent had only just commenced. Meanwhile, the Horizon Project, led by Lu Chen, achieved its first successful weapons test in the depths of the night, transitioning from a vague blueprint into a grand reality. He understood that the challenges ahead would only multiply. The retaliation from Apex Ventures, the disruption by Titan Technologies, the scrutiny from CFI US, and the inherent risks of the technology itself loomed large. Yet, he felt no fear, for his domain had already unfurled beneath his feet. Chapter 32. The winds rise from the end of the green grass. The retaliation of Apex Ventures. Following the preliminary agreement with Dr. Kohlberg, Lu Chen felt no hint of relaxation. Instead, he heightened his vigilance to its zenith, much like a ship sensing the oncoming storm. He was acutely aware that Apex Ventures would never relinquish its coveted prize easily, especially after being struck by the fervent public blog post from Dr. Kohlberg, titled The Crossroads, Technology for Good or for Profit. This article, published in the early hours, detonated like a bomb within the tech and investment circles. Its harsh rhetoric condemned certain capitalists for prioritizing short-term gains at the expense of genuinely revolutionary medical technologies, imbued with the idealistic outrage and helplessness of its author. Swiftly garnering support from a multitude of fellow scientists, patient advocacy groups, and technology ethicists, Neuralink and Apex Ventures found themselves at the eye of the public storm, the latter branded as a capital dragon. Yet, this was merely the initial wave of public backlash. The true battle would inevitably unfold in the far harsher and more pragmatic arenas of commerce and law. Lu Chen had spent a sleepless night, yet weariness eluded him. He stationed himself in the study of the presidential suite, which had temporarily transformed into his command center. The vast display screen was partitioned into several sections: real-time news sentiment monitoring, fluctuations in Neuralink's stock price. Though not publicly listed, it was traded in secondary markets. Progress reports from the Qin Feng team, and safety updates from Manager Wang. Mr. Lu, Qin Feng's voice came through the encrypted line, the background noise hinting at his team's tireless efforts. Apex Ventures has made a move. They have just filed for a temporary restraining order, TRO, in the California District Court, accusing Dr. Kohlberg and his core team of breaching fiduciary duty, stealing trade secrets, and attempting to unlawfully transfer intellectual property. They are demanding the court to immediately prohibit the doctor's team from contacting any third parties and to freeze their related assets. Indeed, the anticipated legal battle had commenced. Litigation was the most common and ferocious opening gambit in such conflicts. Should the TRO be granted, even if it ultimately proved unfounded, it would sufficiently stall Dr. Kohlberg's team in the short term, buying Apex Ventures time and potentially deterring other prospective bidders. What is our legal team's stance? Lu Chen inquired with a calm demeanor. Our chief legal advisor, former federal prosecutor Lisa Chun, believes that Apex Ventures evidence is likely tenuous and more a strategic pressure tactic. The Dr.'s blog was posted in his personal capacity after hours, and the patent licensing options were vaguely defined in the initial contract. However, the threshold for applying for a TRO is quite low, and a judge, adhering to principles of caution, may grant a temporary restraining order, which could pose complications for us. At least delaying our progress, Qin Feng reported swiftly. We cannot allow them to succeed, not even for a day, Lu Chen asserted decisively, instructing Lisa Chun to leverage all legal resources and connections to staunchly counter this TRO. If necessary, they could apply for an expedited hearing and countersue Apex Ventures for malicious litigation and defamation of the Dr. S character. There is no budget limit. I want to see a ruling from the judge denying their application. Understood. Lisa was already coordinating her team, having reached out to several influential legal scholars within the California court system to prepare a joint legal opinion supporting the doctor. Excellent, Lu Chen nodded. What about Titan Technologies? Any updates? Titan Technologies had remained silent, but our intelligence channels indicated that their chief technology officer and a managing partner from Apex Ventures had engaged in a clandestine phone call half an hour prior, lasting 17 minutes. The specifics were unclear, but it likely pertained to joint pressure strategies or a new acquisition offer. When the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. Titan Technologies clearly sought to capitalize on the chaos, either by colluding with Apex to drive down prices or waiting for both Apex and Lu Chun to exhaust each other before swooping in for a bargain. Continue monitoring. If they join forces, it may be easier to deal with them. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. A concentrated enemy is always more vulnerable to a decisive strike than a scattered one. At that moment, Manager Wang's urgent communication interrupted. Mr. Liu, the security team has detected unusual activity. Suspicious vehicles and individuals are loitering near Dr. Kohlberg's residence in Palo Alto. Behavioral pattern analysis suggests they may be corporate spies or even private investigators. Their intentions are unclear, but they are likely sent by Apex Ventures to exert pressure, gather detrimental evidence, or simply to intimidate. Ground harassment tactics have indeed emerged. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. Have we made contact with Mr. Smith? We have. His company has provided a preliminary quote and proposal, ready to deploy an elite team immediately to ensure the absolute safety of Dr. Kohlberg, his family, and core team members during this transition period. The cost is high, but their response time is swift, and the personnel are highly professional, Manager Wang quickly reported. Approve it. Sign the contract immediately. Their team must arrive within 2 hours to take over security, replacing all of the doctor's current safety measures. Inform Mr. Smith's personnel that they have top authority, and they may employ any legal means necessary to ensure the safety of the entrusted targets and to deter any provocations. Lu Chen commanded without hesitation. At this moment, the safety of Dr. Kohlberg's team was the highest priority. No mistakes could be tolerated. Yes, we will take care of it right away. Just as the communication ended, the study door was gently knocked upon. The butler entered, carrying a freshly brewed pot of coffee and a morning briefing, his expression tinged with hesitation. Mr. Liu, here is the briefing you requested. Additionally, the front desk reports that a representative claiming to be from Apex Ventures, Richard Wang, insists on meeting with you immediately. He says he has an irresistible proposal for you and is allowing only 10 minutes for the discussion. No sooner had the butler finished speaking than Lu Chen's personal phone rang, a call from an unknown number in North America. The text message was brief and arrogant. Mr. Liu, I am Richard Wang, the executive partner at Apex Ventures. I have arrived at your hotel. A face-to-face conversation would be mutually beneficial. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. RW. A two-pronged approach. Legal action online paired with personal harassment offline and high-level pressure at the door. The retaliation from Apex Ventures was swift and vicious, clearly ignited with genuine fury, attempting to employ this strategic combination to overwhelm this emergent celestial capital into submission in the shortest possible time. Lu Chen stared at the text message, then at the butler, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Pressure? Threats? He lifted the freshly brewed coffee poured by the butler, its rich aroma invigorating his senses. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to personally assess the caliber of his adversary. Bring him up, Lu Chen instructed the butler in a calm and composed tone, adding, inform Qin Feng and Manager Wang that the Apex representative has arrived. Proceed as per our original plan. Yes, Mr. Liu, the butler replied, bowing slightly before taking his leave. Lu Chen rose from his seat, adjusting the collar of his bespoke Zegna suit, his gaze drifting to the sky outside, which was gradually brightening. The wind had begun to stir. Let us see whose boat this storm ultimately overturns. He made his way to the living room and settled leisurely onto the main sofa, awaiting this uninvited guest. Moments later, the butler ushered in a man dressed in an expensive suit, his hair meticulously styled, appearing to be in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, and wearing an expression of haughty superiority. He was Richard Wang, a formidable figure in the world of venture capital at Apex. notorious for his aggressive tactics and unscrupulous methods within the Silicon Valley investment sphere. Upon entering, Richard's gaze swiftly traversed the opulent presidential suite. A flicker of barely concealed surprise crossing his features, quickly replaced by an even stronger air of arrogance. Instead of offering a greeting, he scrutinized Lu Chun as though evaluating merchandise. "Mr. Lu?" His Mandarin bore a pronounced ABC accent, his tone condescending. "You appear younger than I had anticipated." It seems the saying young calves are not afraid of tigers holds true. Lu Chun remained seated, merely raising a hand to indicate the sofa opposite him. "Sit. You have 10 minutes. Richard seemed somewhat taken aback by Lu Chun's indifference, his brow furrowing, yet he complied, leaning forward in a domineering posture. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Mr. Lu, your involvement with Neuralink is ill-advised. This is a quagmire, not a playground for the likes of you, a wealthy second generation." He attempted to provoke Lu Chun with disdain, simultaneously exerting psychological pressure. Lu Chun observed him quietly, as if watching a poor performance, betraying no reaction. Richard continued, "Kohlberg is an idealistic lunatic. His technology is simply not viable for commercialization in the short term. No matter how much you invest, it will ultimately be futile. Apex has committed substantial funds and resources to this project and will not tolerate anyone reaping rewards or being dragged down by that madman." And Lu Chun finally spoke, his tone devoid of inflection. "And I offer you a dignified exit," Richard replied, extracting a document from his briefcase and sliding it across the table. It was an agreement. Apex was willing to acquire the 2 shell research institutes you just registered for $150 million, provided you cease all contact with Kohlberg immediately and publicly declare your disinterest in his technology. Sign it, and you can pocket an easy sum while avoiding a war you cannot possibly win. After the threat, he presented a seemingly enticing buyout. $150 million for 2 shells appeared generous on the surface, yet the true aim was to sever Kohlberg's support entirely and mitigate Apex's public disadvantage. Lu Chun didn't even glance at the document, merely chuckling softly, his smile laced with unabashed mockery. $150 million? For 2 shells? Mr. Wong, is your offer an insult to me or a disparagement of Apex's intelligence? Richard's expression darkened instantly. "Mr. Lu, I advise against rejecting my offer," he warned, his voice tense. "Legal action is merely the appetizer. We have ample means to ruin Kohlberg's team, rendering them worthless. You and your inexplicable Sky Capital will become the laughingstock of the investment community due to this failed investment and the troubles you've invited." "Legal action?" Lu Chun leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a cold blade, finally locking onto Richard Wong. "Do you know what I relish most? Punitive measures." His voice, though quiet, carried a disconcerting weight of intimidation. "My legal team will see this through to the end. Your dispatched corporate spies and PIs will soon encounter the most formidable opponents of their careers. The scientists you attempt to intimidate are now under higher protection than your boss." With each of Lu Chun's words, Richard's complexion grew increasingly ashen. "As for the $150 million, Lu Chun scoffed. "That sum barely covers the interest I accrued in a single day yesterday. You wish to engage in a capital game? Very well." He picked up the encrypted satellite phone beside the sofa, dialing Qin Feng's number and activating the speakerphone. The call connected instantly. "Mr. Lu?" "Qin Feng," Lu Chun said. Observing Richard's face grow pale, informed the marketing department to issue a brief statement on behalf of Sky Capital, in light of Apex Ventures' recent series of malicious actions. "I have decided to indefinitely suspend any potential collaboration with Apex Ventures and its affiliated funds. Furthermore, I advise all companies in my portfolio to reassess their partnerships with Apex Ventures." At this announcement, Richard leapt from the sofa, his face ashen, his fingers trembling. You're insane. Do you know what this means?" "It means that Sky Capital will leverage its substantial financial strength and future influence to publicly blacklist Apex Ventures within the global investment community. For a venture capital firm reliant on fundraising and project exits, this is nearly a death blow. Even if Sky Capital currently invests in few projects, the boundless potential it demonstrates will compel countless startups to distance themselves from Apex Ventures to avoid angering this potential benefactor. This was no longer mere business competition. It was a nuclear deterrent at the level of capital. On the other end of the line, Qin Feng appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure. His voice tinged with restrained excitement. "Understood, Mr. Lu. The statement will be drafted immediately and released across all channels within the hour." Lu Chun ended the call, his gaze returning to the now rigid Richard Wong. Now, Lu Chun's tone remained unperturbed, as if he had merely issued a trivial directive. "Your 10 minutes are up. You may leave with your unrefusable proposal." Richard opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately, no words emerged. The arrogance and haughtiness that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by profound shock and dread. He stumbled to grasp the ignored agreement. nearly frantically retreating from the presidential suite. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chun reclined back against the sofa. The wind stirred at the very edge of the green algae. Apex Ventures' counterattack had been met with an even more forceful and domineering response. But this was merely the beginning. He understood that the true storm lay ahead. Chapter 33, Thunderous Measures, the Deterrent of Global Blacklisting. Richard Wong fled the Bulgari presidential suite in a near-panicked scramble. The carefully crafted facade of arrogance and superiority had been shattered, leaving only a profound sense of shock and chill that penetrated to the marrow. He could almost feel the heavy door closing behind him, akin to the entrance to hell, with that seemingly tranquil young man seated as the terrifying sovereign within the abyss. Global blacklisting. The term echoed violently in his mind, inducing waves of physiological dizziness. He understood better than anyone the implications of such a public ban issued by a mysterious giant like Sky Capital in an industry that heavily relies on reputation, connections, and future fundraising capabilities. This was no longer business competition. It was a ruthless strategy aimed at obliteration. Once the declaration was issued, the existing portfolio companies of Apex Ventures found themselves engulfed in dread, fearful of being implicated. The path to future fundraising would become exceptionally arduous. Which limited partners, LPs, would be inclined to invest in a fund publicly antagonized by an unbounded source of capital? Even their attempts to withdraw from current projects could be thwarted by various unseen obstacles. This was nothing short of a catastrophic blow. With trembling hands, he retrieved his mobile phone, barely able to hold it steady, and finally managed to dial the number of his superior, Mark Anderson, the founding managing partner of Apex Ventures. As soon as the call connected, he screamed incoherently without waiting for a response. "Mark, it's madness. That person is insane. He wants to blacklist us globally." On the other end of the line, Mark Anderson, evidently just awakened from slumber, given the North American time, spoke with heavy irritation and discontent. "Richard, calm down. What on earth are you talking about? Who wants to blacklist us?" "It's Lu Chun, from Horizon Capital." Richard's voice quivered with desperation. "He is utterly unpredictable. I offered him $150 million for his shell company, and he had the audacity to mock us." Then, he immediately called his subordinates, ordering them to issue a statement to indefinitely suspend all collaboration with Apex and to advise all invested companies to reassess their relationships with us. "He aims to completely isolate us." "What?" Mark Anderson's drowsiness vanished in an instant. His voice escalated in alarm. "Does he dare? Who does he think he is? Some inexplicable newcomer from China?" "He did. He just did." Richard nearly roared, and his attitude shows he doesn't care about money at all. He said $150 million is merely his daily interest. "Mark, we are in deep trouble. Real trouble." The line fell into a profound silence, broken only by Mark Anderson's labored breathing. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Return immediately. Now, convene an emergency partner meeting. Also, contact our PR and legal teams at once to prepare a crisis plan. Before his damn statement goes public, see if there's any room for recovery." "Recovery? How can we recover?" Richard despaired. "Fuck." Mark Anderson cursed under his breath. "If he truly intends to escalate this, perhaps we should consider accelerating negotiations with Titan Technology to offload Neuralink at a low price, liquidate some assets, and stabilize the LP sentiments." As Apex Ventures descended into chaos, Lu Chen's directives were being executed with astonishing efficiency. An hour later, a succinct yet explosive statement quietly emerged on Horizon Capital's freshly established official social media account, which had nearly 0 followers and was disseminated through emergency channels of several top financial news agencies. The full text of the statement read, "Horizon Capital's serious declaration on suspending collaboration with Apex Ventures in light of a series of unethical commercial practices, malicious competition, and threats recently exhibited by Apex Ventures and its affiliated funds towards our firm and our partners, which have grossly violated fundamental business principles and the spirit of trust. Horizon Capital has decided, after careful consideration, to indefinitely suspend all forms of investment cooperation and business dealings with Apex Ventures and any associated entities or fund managers, effective immediately. Furthermore, we strongly advise all current and future portfolio companies to reassess and evaluate their relationships with Apex Ventures and the associated risks. Sincerely, the management team of Horizon Capital." This statement detonated like a silent nuclear bomb in the depths of the global fintech sector. Initially, there was a brief silence as everyone processed this sudden, information-laden announcement. Horizon Capital? Which new entity is this? I haven't heard much about them before. What has happened to Apex Ventures? Who have they offended? Unethical practices, malicious competition, threats? These are extremely serious allegations. An indefinite suspension of all cooperation? Advising companies to reassess? The severity is staggering. Soon, inquiries, verifications, and analyses began to circulate wildly through various channels. Insiders from Silicon Valley quickly unearthed the internal turmoil within Neuralink, alongside Dr. Kohlberg's poignant blog post. Some recognized Horizon Capital as the mysterious entity that had recently swept through the Honda technology supply chain with a brutal approach, acquiring competitors. Others, from undisclosed sources, hinted that a super-rich individual with unfathomable financial power might be backing Horizon Capital. Fragmented information gradually coalesced into a narrative, a traditional venture capital institution attempting to bully idealistic scientists, only to encounter a formidable adversary with boundless resources. The scales of public opinion began to tilt swiftly. The scientific community and the public, already sympathetic towards Dr. Kohlberg, applauded Horizon Capital's resolute stance, viewing it as a triumph of benevolent capitalism. Meanwhile, startup companies with ties to Apex Ventures plunged into a state of anxiety and panic. They began urgent internal discussions on whether to distance themselves from Apex to avoid incurring the wrath of the enigmatic Horizon Capital. After all, no one wished to be caught in the terrifying crossfire of an indefinite suspension of collaboration. The phones of Apex Ventures Limited Partners, LPs, were inundated with calls, anxiously demanding to know what had transpired and urging management to provide immediate explanations and responses. Inside Apex Ventures' office, chaos reigned supreme. The PR director was overwhelmed by the flood of media inquiries. The legal team discovered that their planned legal actions against Dr. Kohlberg were now subject to heightened scrutiny due to the statement's emergence, and partners were embroiled in heated debates during the emergency meeting, some advocating for immediate capitulation to Luchin, while others insisted on a steadfast resistance, and some discreetly contacted headhunters for potential escape routes. Mark Anderson gazed at the cold statement on his computer screen. Coupled with the continuously declining internal indices reflecting the fund's reputation and market confidence, his countenance paled, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the magnitude of the situation. They had provoked a fearsome adversary far beyond their understanding. Without resorting to intricate business maneuvers, this opponent had nearly cornered them with a mere public statement. Meanwhile, the architect of this upheaval, Lu Chun, sat calmly in his suite, listening to reports from Qin Feng and manager Wang. The statement had been released as planned. The public response was fervent, and Apex Ventures found itself in a precarious position. Qin Feng spoke rapidly, a hint of excitement in his tone. Moreover, attorney Lisa Chun reports that due to our statement's assertive stance and the ensuing media attention, the California court has adopted a cautious approach regarding Apex Ventures' application for a TRO, and the hearing is likely to be postponed. Excellent, Lu Chun nodded. What is the current situation with Dr. Kohlberg? Mr. Smith's security team has fully taken over the protection, and both the doctor and his family are emotionally stable. Expressing immense gratitude for your decisive support. The core member list of the doctoral team and the preliminary equipment inventory have been received. Manager Wang took the lead to report. Notify the doctor that I will have a video call with him in 1 hour. Lu Chun commanded, simultaneously instructing for the equipment list to be sent to our procurement team, demanding they expedite the purchasing process regardless of cost, directly shipping to Geneva, Switzerland. What is the progress on the Research Institute's registration? The procedures in Singapore have been completed, while those in Geneva are expected to finalize in 3 hours, Manager Wang replied. Accelerate the pace. We must complete the transfer of talent and technology before Vertex Venture Capital and Titan Technology can react, ensuring the new research institute operates substantively. Lu Chun's gaze was sharp. Additionally, Qin Feng, begin assessing which quality assets in Vertex Venture Capital's existing portfolio may have been unfairly devalued or are likely to be sold at a discount due to this upheaval. Perhaps we can see some bargains along the way. Understood. Qin Feng comprehended the dual strategy, to exploit their vulnerabilities while simultaneously acquiring quality assets, achieving 2 objectives in 1 stroke. Under the thunderous measures, not only was the opponent's counterattack neutralized, but the tables were turned, transforming a crisis into an opportunity to accelerate one's own strategy and even weaken the adversary. Lu Chun approached the window, gazing out at the brilliantly illuminated world beyond. The war of capital, devoid of smoke, is equally ruthless. Yet he had already mastered the most formidable weapon. Chapter 34. The birth of the new research institute and the vigil of Kunlun. The atmosphere within the presidential suite remained charged, not dissipating with Vertex Venture Capital's temporary retreat, but becoming increasingly tense and efficient. Every directive issued by Lu Chun operated like precision gears, driving the recently unveiled fearsome machinery of Sangqiong Capital toward its predetermined objectives at high speed. An hour later, the video call with Dr. David Kohlberg commenced punctually. The doctor on the screen appeared considerably worn, with deep-set eyes, yet those eyes burned with a long-lost flame of hope and excitement. Behind him was a study, but a figure clad in a black suit and headset, A security personnel from Smith Company stood silently in the corner. Mr. Liu, the doctor's voice was slightly hoarse, laced with barely contained excitement. Thank you. Truly thank you. Your team's efficiency is astounding. Those security experts and lawyer Lisa, without you, the measures from Vertex Venture Capital. He shook his head, haunted by memories. There is no need to revisit the past, Doctor. Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet powerful, imbued with a reassuring steadiness. From this moment forward, you and your team need only focus on one thing: transforming your technology into a reality that can assist countless patients. I shall clear away the other obstacles. This statement acted as a stabilizing anchor, thoroughly calming Dr. Kohlberg's restless heart. He nodded vigorously. Rest assured. My team and I are prepared. This is our life's ambition. You should have received the equipment list and personnel roster. We are ready to depart for Switzerland at any moment. Excellent. Lu Chen nodded. The Research Institute's site at the junction of Geneva and Zurich had been selected, and emergency renovations were underway to meet the highest biosafety and neural signal shielding standards. The first batch of core equipment purchase orders had been placed, to be expedited directly to Switzerland. My team will take care of your visas, accommodations, and family arrangements. All you need to do is commence work immediately upon arrival. Such efficient and comprehensive arrangements left Dr. Kohlberg once again in awe. This was not merely a financial investment. It represented an extraordinary logistical support that respected the will of the scientist. He profoundly felt that this young employer was distinctly different from all the capital he had previously dealt with. Additionally, Lu Chen added, his tone growing more serious. Given the sensitivity of the technology and the competitive landscape, all your work at the new Research Institute will adhere to the highest level of confidentiality agreements. No details of the research are to be disclosed to any external parties without permission. In turn, you will receive the company's utmost security protection and resource support. We fully understand and accept. Dr. Kohlberg replied without hesitation. Having endured the pressure from Vertex Venture Capital, he had developed a profound understanding of the importance of technological confidentiality. After the call concluded, Lu Chen immediately immersed himself in the next task. He reviewed the preliminary assessment report submitted by Qin Feng's team regarding potential acquisitions within Vertex Venture Capital's portfolio. The report identified 3 early-stage technology companies that had suffered stock price setbacks due to the upheaval, yet possessed robust technological foundations, encompassing fields such as new battery materials, AI-assisted drug development, and space debris cleanup. Approve exploratory acquisition offers for these 3 companies, with a stake not exceeding 20, as a financial investment and strategic observation. Lu Chen swiftly instructed. Now endowed with unlimited capital, he could cast a wide net to capture any future possibilities. Simultaneously, Manager Wang conveyed good news. The Horizon Frontier Research Institute in Geneva, Switzerland, had completed all registration procedures, the bank account was activated, and the initial allocation of $500 million had been transferred. The sister institute in Singapore had also concurrently completed its registration. Everything was progressing at a breathtaking pace. In a brief interlude while Lu Chen managed these affairs, the encrypted satellite phone screen illuminated once more. This time, it was not a text message but a request for an encrypted video call from Isabella Mendoza. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and accepted the request. The screen displayed Isabella's radiant visage, seemingly on a sunlit terrace imbued with tropical charm, with azure waters in the background. Good morning, Lu. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon. She greeted cheerfully in English, her tone light. You seem to be making quite the stir. Global embargo? Truly, an impressive entrance. Her eyes sparkled with unrestrained admiration and a hint of playful intrigue. Good afternoon, Ms. Mendoza, Lu Chen replied, his demeanor composed. I am merely eliminating unnecessary noise to facilitate a clearer dialogue. I also appreciate your previous information. Just a trivial effort. Isabella elegantly waved her hand, as if the invaluable intelligence was of little consequence. It seems Dr. Kohlberg and his treasure have found a new home. Switzerland is a splendid choice, neutral, safe, and tax-friendly. She was evidently well informed about the developments. Indeed, science should not be shackled by short-sighted interests, Lu Chen remarked blandly. Well said. Isabella nodded in agreement, then shifted the subject. So, do you have any preliminary thoughts regarding the cobalt mines? I've just received word that the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is even worse than anticipated. Government forces and rebel militias have clashed near the mining area. While my mines are temporarily secure, the supply chain could be disrupted at any moment. We need a plan B, an arrangement that ensures absolute supply stability. She directly addressed the matter, evidently considering Lu Chen has passed an initial test, thus qualifying for discussions on more substantive cooperation. Lu Chen did not respond immediately, instead rapidly consolidating information in his mind. The cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo are crucial to the global renewable energy sector, particularly for electric vehicle batteries. Any supply disruption could impact Tesla and the entire industry. Plan B could take multiple forms, Lu Chen contemplated aloud. In the short term, we might strengthen local security in the mining areas with assistance from someone like Mr. Smith to ensure production continuity. In the medium term, we could consider investing in or acquiring cobalt mining projects in other regions, such as Australia or Canada, to diversify risk. In the long term, he paused, his gaze sharpening. Perhaps we could invest in next-generation battery technologies to reduce or even eliminate our reliance on cobalt. I recall that there exists a startup on the investment roster of Sanxiong Capital, one that is diligently researching cobalt-free solid-state batteries. A flicker of surprise danced in Isabella's eyes, swiftly morphing into a deeper intrigue. A comprehensive approach encompassing short-term security, mid-term diversification, and long-term technological substitution. I can engage in discussions with Smith, given the proximity of our mining sites. Are you interested in collaborating on mid-term diversification? I am aware of an excellent project in Canada, but it necessitates swift decision-making and substantial capital. As for long-term technology, she chuckled, I eagerly anticipate the success of your cobalt-free battery. However, before that, we must ensure the current mines yield their resources. Certainly. Lu Chen replied succinctly, please send me the details of the Canadian project. Funding is not an issue. Splendid. Isabella's smile widened. It is truly delightful to collaborate with you. I will send you the information immediately. Let us remain in touch, Lu. Oh, by the way, she seemed to suddenly recollect something. Mr. Shun Wangshu entrusted me to convey his commendations regarding your handling of Neuralink. He stated that the power of capital sometimes needs to be wielded to safeguard the spark rather than merely seize the fruits. He looks forward to engaging in a deeper conversation with you at the next gathering. Shen Wangshu's praise. This undoubtedly stems from a higher level of recognition within the Kunlun Club. Thank you. Please extend my regards to Mr. Shun. Lu Chen responded calmly. Concluding the call with Isabella, Lu Chen felt an odd sense of satisfaction. Not only had he successfully protected the ember that is Kohlberg, but he also began to forge substantial strategic collaborations with members of the Kunlun Club, even garnering the acknowledgement of core figures. His Horizon plan is rapidly transforming from a mere concept into a tangible reality, initiating connections with global resource networks. He gazed once more out the window. The sun was setting in the west, painting the sky in a resplendent orange-red hue. In the lingering twilight, within a serene park by Lake Geneva in Switzerland, a plaque draped in red silk was slowly unveiled, revealing the inscribed words, Horizon Institute for Advanced Neuroscience, Hyans, Geneva. There was no grand celebration, no media clamor. Only a few core team members and security personnel observing quietly. Yet this moment marked the inception of Lu Chen's technological empire, welcoming its first true cornerstone. A sanctuary dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the human brain and committed to transforming science fiction into reality was thus born. The world's gaze, particularly those hidden behind the scenes, increasingly turned toward this place, toward that young man far to the east, who was already stirring global affairs. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be longer and more exhilarating. Chapter 35. The Everyday Troubles, Exponential Growth of System Funds. The quiet inauguration of the Horizon Institute for Advanced Neuroscience, Hyans, by Lake Geneva rippled through specific circles like a pebble cast into deep waters, creating subtle yet far-reaching waves. Meanwhile, in a cloud-top suite in that super metropolis of the East, Lu Chen's life rhythm had succumbed to a peculiar and novel norm. Having repelled a counterattack from top venture capitalists, successfully recruited the Kohlberg team, established resource collaboration with Isabella, and received indirect recognition from Shen Wangshu. This series of thunderous maneuvers had preliminarily solidified Lu Chen's position within the clandestine realm of the Kunlun Club. He was no longer a newcomer in need of testing, but rather regarded as a partner of significance, endowed with unique resources, unlimited capital, and decisive action. Consequently, the influx of exploratory invitations diminished, replaced by a select few high-stakes collaboration inquiries and highly confidential intelligence briefings shared among members of the Kunlun Club. His social sphere, having undergone a high-pressure tempering, had completed a qualitative leap. However, with the elevation of status and the unfolding of strategic deployments came a distinctly sweet yet extravagant conundrum. The exponential growth of system funds had escalated to a level that left even his most adept team members feeling suffocated and numb. Every morning at 6:30, the frigid system notification sound and bank messages still arrived punctually, but the figures had burgeoned to dizzying heights. Ding! Daily payment has been credited. Your account 0927 received 35 billion renminbi on July 5th at 6:30:01. Current accumulated daily income, 420 billion renminbi, 42 billion. 42 billion. In a single day? This was merely the salary for one day. And this sum would morph into 49 billion the next day, 56 billion the day after, and so forth, in an endless accumulation. The digits in Lu Chen's personal main account had transformed into a series of astronomical figures that required half a day to count. Manager Wang was compelled to assemble a dedicated team to allocate the frenzied influx of funds into hundreds of distinct subaccounts worldwide, each serving various purposes. To evade scrutiny from financial regulators, though the system assured safety, being overly conspicuous was not advantageous. And to undertake the most basic preservation configurations, such as purchasing the world's most stable government bonds and gold ETFs. Yet even so, the speed of capital sedimentation far exceeded that of consumption and allocation. Mr. Liu, one morning. Manager Wang arrived with dark circles under his eyes and an expression that was increasingly respectful, even tinged with trepidation, to report that the $1 billion transferred to Zhangqiang Capital's main fund yesterday had already been fully deployed according to President Qin's investment plan. The primary allocations were directed towards the 3 companies you indicated were wrongfully undervalued by top-tier firms, along with an additional 5 companies in the AI and new energy sectors, all at Series B or higher. Indeed, Lu Chen glanced at the report on his tablet and nodded. $1 billion deployed within days. Such velocity was terrifying in the venture capital realm. However, Manager Wang's tone grew strained. Your personal main account accrued another 42 billion yesterday. And with the prior sedimentation, the currently available idle cash has reached approximately $150 billion. Moreover, tomorrow we'll see an addition of 49 billion. His voice bore an almost desperate inflection. Previously, it was a concern of lacking funds. Now, it was the issue of having too much money, so much that he was at a loss as to how to spend it, so much that even storage and management had become a monumental burden. This fortunate dilemma was enough to drive any fund manager in the world to despair. Lu Chen rubbed his temples. He began to comprehend why some historical super-wealthy individuals later became engrossed in constructing grand edifices devoid of economic return. As the sheer excess of wealth, once it reached a certain threshold, truly becomes a numerical burden in need of resolution. Continue to amplify the investments towards Zhangqiang Capital and the Dawn Foundation, Lu Chen directed. Inform Qin Feng that the investment strategy can be more aggressive. The scope can be broader. Do not focus solely on star projects. Boldly invest in seemingly obscure, yet potentially transformative foundational research. He added, tell Su Jin that the scope of the charity fund's assistance can be expanded globally, and project scales should have no upper limit. Understood, Mr. Liu. Manager Wang promptly recorded. Yet the furrow on his brow remained. However, even so, the growth rate of funds was still far beyond. Lu Chen interjected, additionally, in my name, initiate a global anonymous bounty to solicit the most imaginative, bold, and even the most audacious scientific concepts and technological blueprints. Establish a future exploration fund. With an annual investment, let's start with $50 billion. Any individual harboring the most fanciful ideas, provided they undergo an initial expert review affirming a semblance of logical foundation, may apply for an unrestricted seed fund. Manager Wang gaped in astonishment, eventually stammering, This will attract countless fraudsters. Then we must establish a vetting mechanism. Lu Chen asserted with unwavering certainty, to draw the finest ideas through financial incentives, subsequently filtered by professionals. It is paramount that no concept capable of altering the future is stifled by a lack of funding. This approach essentially represents a saturating irrigation and high-risk selection of the global foundational research community through the power of capital. I shall execute this immediately. Manager Wang inhaled deeply, striving to digest this increasingly audacious task. After Wang's departure, Lu Chen stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the pulsating financial heart of the city below. A ludicrous thought flitted through his mind. Should the system temporarily cease disbursements? Or perhaps consider converting the funds into some form of credits, redeemable as needed? Yet this notion was fleeting. He understood that the system's rules were immutable. This boundless surge of capital was both his greatest advantage and the ultimate challenge he must learn to navigate and channel. It compelled him to continually expand his horizons, to contemplate grand propositions that transcended individual concerns, pertaining to the collective future of humanity. Only such monumental propositions could possibly assimilate this terrifying force of capital. Personal indulgences? They had long lost their significance. Purchasing islands or aircraft? Merely trifles. Acquiring publicly traded companies? That too had become a routine endeavor. His carefree existence, augmented by the system, had transcended material concerns, transforming into a profound game of wielding almost divine resources to intervene in and shape reality and the future. This burden was beyond the comprehension or even the imagination of 999 of the world's populace. Just as he was immersed in thought, a notification pinged on his encrypted tablet, delivering intelligence from the internal network of the Kunlun Association. The confidentiality level of this information was exceedingly high, with the sender identified as Shun Wangshu. The title was succinct: Invitation to Preliminary Feasibility Seminar for the Prometheus Project. The content was even briefer, inspired by our previous exchanges. We propose to unite certain member resources to explore the commercial viability of deep-sea superconducting supercolliders and near-Earth asteroid mining. Time and location to be determined, awaiting your response. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened abruptly. A deep-sea superconducting supercollider. Asteroid mining. These were indeed colossal projects commensurate with the scale of the system's funding, capable of transforming the trajectory of human technological advancement and resource distribution. Shun Wangshu's decision to include him in such a high-caliber seminar was unequivocal. He had been genuinely accepted into the innermost circle, deemed worthy of participating in this historically significant mega-engineering endeavor driven by private forces. An unprecedented exhilaration washed away his earlier concerns regarding funding. Is there truly an excess of money to spend? No, the previous stage was simply too small. Now, the stage was expanding limitlessly. He inhaled deeply and replied with a mere 2 words: I will attend. Chapter 36, Towards Deep Space and Deep Sea, The Ambitions of Prometheus. Shun Wangshu's brief, yet weighty invitation unfolded before Lu Chun like a grand interstellar navigation map. The deep-sea superconducting supercollider and asteroid mining. Each project, when considered individually, presented technical challenges, funding requirements, and political complexities that would deter the vast majority of nations. Yet now, a coalition of private entities sought to champion these endeavors. The ambition and determination behind this initiative stirred Lu Chun's spirit profoundly. He recognized that this was not a whimsical notion. The Kunlun Association operated with a pragmatic and efficient ethos. Shun Wangshu's invitation implied that substantial feasibility groundwork had been laid, confirming the availability of several core resources, technology, channels, and even some political acquiescence. The Prometheus project was poised to transition swiftly from discussion to tangible advancement. This was no longer merely an investment in a company or technology. It was about assuming the role of a creator of new-age infrastructure. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun replied affirmatively, almost instantaneously after his confirmation. An encrypted pre-reading material package was dispatched to his dedicated terminal. The package was substantial, encompassing a comprehensive overview of the latest technological pathways for the superconducting supercollider, SSC. Resource survey data for near-Earth asteroids, an in-depth analysis of international maritime law and outer space treaties, as well as preliminary budget estimation models that bordered on the fantastical. He immersed himself in the material as hungrily as a famished traveler would devour bread. The knowledge density and foresight contained within these documents far surpassed typical academic papers, evidently compiled through the collaboration of an exceptionally elite network of experts. In the ensuing days, Lu Chun curtailed his outings, dedicating the majority of his time to studying the Prometheus project's preliminary materials. He enlisted the analytical team from Sangqiong Capital to cross-verify and refine the technical challenges and cost models presented in the documents. He tasked Manager Wang with gathering all relevant information regarding international top-tier high-energy physics laboratories and space mining startups, and even urged Qin Feng to keep an eye on marginalized scientists and engineers in related fields who, despite struggling, might possess brilliant ideas. His thoughts oscillated rapidly between the realm of subatomic particles and the vast expanse of the cosmos. Superconducting supercollider, SSC. The objective is to construct a behemoth with energy levels several times greater than CERN's Large Hadron Collider, LHC, aiming to uncover new physical phenomena beyond the so-called God particle, Higgs boson, such as dark matter particles, supersymmetric particles, and even to glimpse the mysteries of the multiverse. Technical challenges include extreme vacuum technology, ultra-high field strength superconducting magnets, potentially requiring new high-temperature superconducting materials, massive data processing capabilities, comparable to current global internet traffic, and critically, energy supply. Situated in international waters, this would circumvent the complex approvals and public scrutiny of sovereign nations, yet it would involve the construction of offshore platforms, precision engineering maintenance in harsh environments, and potential international political disputes. Asteroid mining. The target is to focus on near-Earth asteroids rich in platinum group metals, rare earth elements, and even water ice. Water ice could be decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel, establishing refueling stations in space, while rare metals could address terrestrial resource depletion. The technical challenges are even more daunting. The need for low-cost, reusable heavy-lift rockets, precise asteroid interception and attachment technologies, mineral extraction and initial refining techniques in a space environment, and the capability to safely transport materials back to Earth or utilize them for space construction. This encompasses revolutionary changes in nearly every aspect of the aerospace industry. The preliminary budget estimates for both projects are in the hundreds of billions. With extensive timelines, over a decade, and exceedingly high risks, any single technical hiccup could lead to total failure. Yet this aligns perfectly with Lu Chen's boundless system funding and long-term strategic needs. These projects were akin to bespoke financial black holes, not only capable of effectively consuming the exponentially increasing wealth, but also promising immeasurable strategic returns, whether in technological supremacy, resource control, or that sublime sense of accomplishment that defines humanity's future. Days later, the first informal seminar for the Prometheus project convened as a highly confidential remote video conference. Including Lu Chen, only 7 participants were present. Aside from Shun Wangshu, there were 5 other members of the Kunlun Society, each adorned with simple identifiers next to their virtual avatars. One was a former deputy director of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, codename Particle. Another was a retired general from a superpower space force, now the owner of a private space consulting firm, codename Orion. A third was a wealthy female magnate controlling the world's largest private rare earth refining and trading network, codename Rare Earth. The fourth was a top authority in international maritime law, codename Law of the Sea. And the last was the CEO of a giant company specializing in extreme environment engineering and materials science, codename Forge. Together with Lu Chen, representing infinite funding and strategic investment, and Shen Wangshu, project initiator and chief coordinator, they comprehensively addressed the core aspects of technology, resources, law, engineering, and capital. The meeting commenced without pleasantries, diving directly into the subject matter. As the facilitator, Shen Wangshu first outlined the dual objectives of the Prometheus initiative. Particle then spoke, calmly identifying the primary technological chasms faced by the SSC, particularly concerning energy demands. Even with the latest superconducting technologies, peak power consumption would approach that of a medium-sized nation. Solving this issue on the high seas would either necessitate the construction of colossal floating nuclear power stations or rely on breakthroughs in fusion energy. Forge subsequently elaborated on the material and engineering challenges involved in constructing and maintaining offshore platforms, particularly regarding corrosion resistance, storm resilience, and the maintenance of extreme stability. Orion, using concise military terminology, analyzed the technological roadmap and timeline for asteroid mining, emphasizing the bottlenecks related to heavy rockets and autonomous navigation systems. Rare Earth focused on the economic model. Even if all technologies were realized, the cost of transporting minerals from asteroids would far exceed terrestrial mining in the short term. Unless in situ resource utilization, ISRU, in space could first be achieved, such as establishing processing facilities on the moon or space stations, the economic viability remained in question. Law of the Sea doused these discussions with cold realism, constructing the SSC in international waters, while circumventing sovereignty issues, would still be bound by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The definition of peaceful purposes must be cautiously delineated, and could potentially lead to environmental disputes over marine genetic pollution. The legality of asteroid mining currently resides in a gray area, necessitating the establishment of new international regulatory frameworks regarding ownership and profit distribution, lest it result in interminable complications. Each issue raised was sharp and tangible, sufficient to deter traditional investors. The meeting fell into a brief silence as everyone absorbed the magnitude of these challenges. At that moment, all eyes, intentionally or otherwise, converged on the yet-to-speak Lu Chen. Funding is the most fundamental and critical prerequisite for propelling all of this forward. Lu Chen, feeling the weight of these gazes, spoke calmly. His voice altered to sound deep and composed. Funding is not a limitation. I can cover at least 70 of the R&D and validation costs in the project's early stages, until the technological path is proven unfeasible or reaches physical limits. His statement rendered the other 6 members on the screen momentarily breathless. Even for them, a risk investment on the scale of billions of dollars required careful deliberation. Yet, Lu Chen's audacity in promising to shoulder the majority of the initial expenses exuded a confidence that was palpable. However, Lu Chen quickly pivoted. Funding cannot be invested blindly. I propose the establishment of 2 independent project companies, Prometheus, SSC, and Prometheus, Asteroid. Each company should have 3 core departments: core technology, R&D, engineering implementation, and legal and policy affairs. He articulated his vision with clarity. R&D department, establish a global X Prize to incentivize breakthroughs in various subsystem technologies. Simultaneously, invest in or acquire the most promising laboratories and startups to pursue multiple technological pathways in parallel. Engineering Implementation Department, integrate Forge's engineering capabilities and open up bidding to attract the world's leading marine and aerospace engineering firms. Legal and Policy Affairs Department, led by Law of the Sea, assemble a top-tier lobbying team, not only to mitigate risks, but to actively participate in and shape new international regulations, securing legal foundations and legitimacy for our future endeavors. Regarding the energy dilemma, Lu Chun turned to Particle and Forge, a fusion startup I recently invested in. T Fusion Lights has some novel ideas regarding magnetic confinement, which may be worth exploring. Concurrently, we can investigate coupling large-scale offshore wind and solar energy with the SSC. He paused, finally addressing rare earth. Regarding the economic model, I concur with your assessment. Thus, the first step for Prometheus, asteroid should not directly target precious metal mining, but should focus on capturing small, water-bearing asteroids, establishing a space fuel depot in near-Earth orbit as the primary objective. This will directly serve the growing global demand for space launches, more easily generating cash flow and accumulating technology. We can name this the Oberthaswell project. Oberthaswell, derived from the rocket equation, symbolizes the quest for a source of power deep in space. Lu Chen's remarks not only addressed the funding issue, but also proposed a clear organizational structure, a strategy for technological breakthroughs, and a phased commercialization pathway, revealing him not merely as a wealthy upstart, but as a top-tier player with profound strategic insight and resource integration capabilities. The video conference descended into a longer silence. After a considerable pause, Shun Wangshu finally spoke, her voice tinged with unmistakable admiration. A splendid framework, Mr. Lu. Funding, organization, technology, law, phased objectives. Clearly, you are not here to participate, but to lead. Orion emitted a low chuckle. Oberthaswell? What a splendid name. I appreciate this initial step. Pragmatic and strategically significant. Rare Earth nodded. If we can first resolve the space fuel issue, half the economic model will be revitalized. Law of the Sea adjusted her glasses. Actively participating in rulemaking is a commendable approach, far superior to passive responses. Particle and Forge also expressed their agreement. As Lu Chen's proposal alleviated their greatest concerns, funding and certain technological directions, and significantly stimulated global scientific community engagement. Then, Shun Wangshu concluded, we shall proceed according to Mr. Lu's framework to establish preparatory groups for the two project companies. In our next meeting, we require a more detailed roadmap and preliminary budget. This meeting is adjourned. As the meeting concluded, the virtual conference room closed. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The information density and decision-making pressure of that hour-long meeting far surpassed any business negotiation he had previously encountered. He understood that under his vigorous impetus, the colossal vessel of the Prometheus plan had already sounded its departure horn. His gaze had transcended the immediate financial statements and investment agreements, reaching toward the profound ocean and, further still, the twinkling void of the stars. The ambition to venture into the depths of space and sea had thus ignited. Chapter 37, Shadows of the Past, The Downfall and Madness of Zhao Mingyu. The grand blueprint of the Prometheus plan unfolded before Lu Chen, elevating his vision and scope to unprecedented heights. Collaborating with true players like Shun Wangshu and Isabella allowed him to momentarily cast aside the grievances and disputes confined to a single city and industry. His expedition now resembled the vastness of the stars and the sea, rendering figures like Zhao Mingyu insignificant as mere dust, unworthy of a single glance. However, he overlooked a crucial point. For those who have fallen to the ground, the once reachable clouds can transform into a poison that gnaws at the soul day and night. Especially when the one who cast them down is soaring towards ever greater heights at a despairing speed, the stark contrast and jealousy can instigate the most extreme madness. Zhao Mingyu, a man utterly consumed by envy, found himself engulfed in despair. The loss of Hongda technology marked merely the inception of his nightmare. In a desperate attempt to reclaim his commercial standing through familial influence, he was ruthlessly crushed by Lu Chun's overwhelming capital power, rendering him not only a laughingstock within his circle, but also inflicting severe damage upon his family's enterprise. His father, disillusioned, stripped him of nearly all his inheritance. The regret and departure of Li Qian further stripped away the last remnants of his facade. Once a prodigal heir, lavishly spending and surrounded by admirers, he succumbed to a state of obscurity, grappling with debts that turned him into a pariah. The stark contrast of his fall from grace tormented him day and night. While the increasingly legendary rumors surrounding Lu Chun, his acquisition of Neuralink, the global ostracism of top venture capitalists, his involvement in elite, clandestine circles, felt like salt poured into his festering wounds. Reason had long since been incinerated by hatred. In his obstinacy, he attributed all his misfortunes to Lu Chun, convinced that the latter's sudden affluence had obliterated the smooth trajectory of his life. No longer did he contemplate business principles or weigh advantages and disadvantages. A singular, twisted notion consumed his thoughts: revenge. Even if he could not reclaim what he had lost, he was determined to ensure that the one who had brought about his ruin would pay a price, even if that price was his own self-destruction. He liquidated his last luxury watch, amassing a sum of money to engage a disreputable private investigation agency, notorious for handling unsavory tasks. His request was simple: at any cost, unearth all incriminating evidence concerning Lu Chun's meteoric rise, particularly the origins of his wealth. He irrationally believed that Lu Chun's money must be tainted, undoubtedly derived from illicit paths, massive money laundering, fraud, or even worse. He sought proof, irrefutable evidence that could drag Lu Chun from his lofty perch and plunge him into the mire. The agency, true to its reputation, operated with remarkable efficiency. Days later, they indeed unearthed fragmented and seemingly unusual information. Employing hacking techniques, they intercepted vague data regarding the capital flows of Sangxiong capital, which were, in reality, legally orchestrated pathways. They discovered an alarming frequency and magnitude of transactions, with origins scattered across hundreds of seemingly unrelated accounts worldwide, ultimately pointing to an anonymous entity in the Cayman Islands. They also retrieved records of Lu Chun's initial transactions from an ordinary account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, capturing a series of anomalous deposits of 50 million each over consecutive days. To an ordinary observer, this information might evoke awe at the robustness of his financial foundation and the intricacy of its structure. Yet, in the eyes of the already deranged Zhao Mingyu, it became irrefutable proof. Look, I knew it. His money is undoubtedly problematic. Such frequent, large transfers. The source is hidden in an offshore paradise. It must be illicit funds. Zhao Mingyu shrieked at the distorted data on his computer screen, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness. The private investigator, attempting to temper his fervor, interjected, "Mr. Zhao, this only indicates a complex financial structure with mysterious origins, but it does not directly prove illegality. It would be nearly impossible to bring him down with this alone. Furthermore, our observations indicate that the target has exceptionally high security, with a professional team always nearby, making it difficult for us to approach. Useless, all of you." Zhao Mingyu shoved the investigator aside, panting as he paced the cramped room. If the evidence was insufficient, then he would fabricate it. If he could not get close to Lu Chun, he would target those around him. A more insidious and deranged thought took root in his mind. He recalled Lu Chun's mother, the simple and unremarkable woman living in a small town. Lu Chun appeared to be filial, having previously sent someone to improve the living conditions of his childhood home. If he could not reach Lu Chun, could he not reach his mother? If he could control her, not only could he use her to threaten Lu Chun into relinquishing his wealth, but he could also forge evidence, perhaps coercing her into admitting that Lu Chun's money was illicit. Blinded by hatred, Zhao Mingyu disregarded the consequences entirely. He immediately began frantically searching for information about Lu Chun's hometown, seeking his mother's address and daily routines. He even recruited 2 local thugs, idle and audacious, promising them substantial sums, on credit, to scout the area for opportunities. While Zhao Mingyu schemed in a desperate and perilous fashion, all his actions had already been captured by an invisible yet efficient intelligence network. The first to detect the anomaly was a forward team from the barrier department, tasked with protecting Lu Chun's parents. Though they had discreetly infiltrated the small town, they maintained the highest level of vigilance. The repeated presence of 2 unfamiliar thugs loitering near Lu Chun's mother's residence immediately triggered their alert system. The information was promptly relayed via encrypted channels to Luo Zhan, the temporary head of the barrier department and a security consultant. Luo Zhan, a former Special Forces commander recruited by Manager Wang through Mr. Smith's company connections, was known for his no-nonsense approach and extensive experience. Without delay, he ordered the team to heighten their security measures and, if necessary, take any actions required to ensure the absolute safety of their target while immediately reporting the situation to Lu Chun. Simultaneously, Qin Feng received wind of the situation through another channel, while integrating and absorbing portions of the former Pinnacle Venture Capital's quality assets. One of the acquired data analysis firms had inadvertently captured Zhao Mingyu's unusual communications with the private investigation agency through its surveillance network, though Zhao Mingyu employed an anonymous network. His methods appeared too rudimentary for the data analysis company. As the 2 pieces of information converged, Zhao Mingyu's paltry, frenzied revenge scheme was laid bare before Lu Chun, as transparent as glass. At that moment, Lu Chun was engaged in a remote discussion with Shun Wangshu regarding Prometheus and the SSC Project's superconducting materials technology pathway. When he received urgent alerts from Luo Zhan and Qin Feng almost simultaneously, his expression darkened instantly. Shun Wangshu, keenly perceptive, sensed the shift in his demeanor and paused the technical discussion, inquiring with concern, "Mr. Lu, Is there an urgent matter? Lu Qin did not conceal the truth, succinctly explaining the situation in a cold tone, a trivial matter from the past. A fly attempting to bite the kin of a lion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding and disdain crossed Shen Wangshu's gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses. He gently shook his head. There will always be those who overestimate themselves. Blind to the situation. Do you require assistance? Kunlun society possesses resources that could handle such trivial matters cleanly. His tone was calm, yet it was imbued with a chilling power. For him, ensuring the natural disappearance or permanent silencing of a character like Zhao Mingyu might indeed be a simple matter of a single sentence. Lu Qin remained silent for a few seconds. Shen Wangshu's proposal was undoubtedly the simplest and most definitive solution, aligning with certain darker aspects of Kunlun society's modus operandi. However, he slowly shook his head, his gaze sharp and frigid. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Shun. However, this is my personal affair. My game, my rules. His rejection was not of assistance, but rather of a method that completely eradicated any emotional consideration. While Zhao Mingyu's madness was indeed detestable, more importantly, this matter touched upon his absolutely inviolable boundary, the safety of his family. This was no longer a matter of commercial competition. It was the most despicable of crimes. He needed, in his own way, to ensure that Zhao Mingyu and all those who harbored similar thoughts fully understood the consequences of crossing this line. This was not merely about revenge. It was a declaration of power, a proclamation. I understand. Shen Wangshu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, let us reconvene to discuss the critical current issue of superconductors next time. Wishing you a smooth resolution. Once the call with Shen Wangshu concluded, the warmth on Lu Qin's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost palpable coldness and authority. He promptly connected to the encrypted video call with Luo Zhan. On the screen, Luo Zhan appeared clad in a tactical vest, the backdrop resembling a command center, his expression solemn. Mr. Lu, the target's mother is absolutely secure. Our team has full control of the perimeter. Those two ruffians have been apprehended. The location of the mastermind, Zhao Mingyu, has also been pinpointed. He remains in a rental property within the city. Please advise. Maintain control of the situation without alarming my parents. Lu Qin's voice revealed no hint of emotion. As for Zhao Mingyu, bring him to me. I wish to see him in person. Understood. A glint of determination flickered in Luo Zhan's eyes as he immediately acknowledged the command. Lu Qin then contacted Qin Feng. Cease all commercial assaults on the remaining assets of the Zhao family. Qin Feng was taken aback. Mr. Lu, are you suggesting? Provide them with a false sense of security, Lu Chun replied, a chilling smile curving his lips. Let them believe the storm has passed, and that perhaps I might still harbor some semblance of old affections. I wish to observe which clowns will emerge from the shadows. What he desired was not merely the capture of Zhao Mingyu. He sought to seize this opportunity to uproot all latent dangers and hostilities from the past in one fell swoop, achieving a thorough purge. Having issued his commands, Lu Chen rose and approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of robust whiskey, yet refraining from drinking. He merely watched the amber liquid swirl within the glass. The shadows of yesteryears had not dissipated simply because he had stepped into a new realm. Therefore, let there be a thunderous reckoning to bid farewell to the past. He lowered his gaze, murmuring softly yet with a chilling resolve, the game must come to an end. Chapter 38, Thunderous Reckoning, the Declaration of Rules and the End of an Era. Lu Qin's orders, akin to the highest level of military commands, were transmitted instantaneously to every relevant node via an encrypted network. The barrier security team, the financial tentacles of Sanqiong Capital, and even the legal logistics group coordinated by Manager Wang began to operate swiftly and silently, like precisely interlocking gears. Target, Zhao Mingyu and any residual forces he may possess. Objective, not mere physical eradication, but a comprehensive, public declaration of rules and an epical reckoning, sufficient to intimidate all potential imitators through absolute power. As the night deepened, it enveloped the city where Lu Chun had once struggled to survive, now feeling insignificant. Within a dimly lit and squalid rental unit at the city's edge, Zhao Mingyu remained lost in his malicious and juvenile fantasies of revenge, chuckling nervously at the distorted evidence displayed on his computer screen. He was utterly unaware that he had transformed from hunter to prey, ensnared in a web from which there was no escape. So pitiful that he had forfeited even the right to be considered an adversary. Bang! The already flimsy lock on the rental unit's door was obliterated by a tremendous force, producing a piercing sound of fracture. The door was violently thrust open. Zhao Mingyu leapt from his chair in terror, staring wide-eyed at the entrance. There were no anticipated police officers, nor any fearsome gangsters. Standing at the threshold were two men in black suits, their tall figures and faces as unyielding as stone. Their eyes displayed no flicker of emotion, merely scanning the room before finally settling on Zhao Mingyu, who was pallid and trembling with fear. One of them stepped forward with lightning speed, providing Zhao Mingyu no opportunity to react or scream, executing a precise hand strike to his neck. Zhao Mingyu's vision darkened, and before he could utter a sound, he crumpled to the floor, unconscious. The other swiftly surveyed the room, collecting the laptop containing the so-called evidence and all pertinent documents into a specially designed shielding bag. The entire process was efficient and clean, taking less than 15 seconds. Like dragging a tattered sack, the two men hoisted the unconscious Zhao Mingyu and vanished into the night outside the corridor. They gently closed the broken door behind them, as if no one had ever come. Only the lingering aroma of instant noodles and an icy silence, signifying a complete erasure of existence, remained. When Zhao Mingyu regained consciousness, he found himself seated on a cold metal chair. Blinding white light streamed from above, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He attempted to move, only to discover that his hands were cuffed behind the chair and his feet were securely restrained. Fear seized him instantly, tightening his bladder to the point of near incontinence. He glanced around, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar, windowless room. The walls were made of cold, gray metal panels, and aside from the chair he occupied, there was no other furniture. The air was saturated with the scent of disinfectant, and the silence was so profound he could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. Where am I? The police station? No, it doesn't seem like it. A kidnapping? By whom? Countless questions and fears threatened to engulf him. Just then, a massive LCD screen on the opposite wall flickered to life. What appeared on the screen was not the anticipated interrogator, but rather Lu Chun. Lu Chun seemed to be seated in an extraordinarily luxurious and spacious study, a grand floor-to-ceiling window behind him showcasing the city's dazzling nightscape. Clad in a comfortable dark cashmere sweater, holding a glass of red wine, he appeared calm, even somewhat languid, as he peered down at Zhao Mingyu through the screen, like a deity surveying an insignificant insect at its feet. Lu Chun. Zhao Mingyu's voice cracked in a terrified scream, distorted by fear. It's you. You brought me here. What do you want? This is illegal detention. Let me go? On the screen, Lu Chun gently swirled the liquid in his glass. Seemingly unfazed by Zhao Mingyu's outburst, he spoke in a calm, unwavering tone, each word piercing Zhao Mingyu's heart like an ice pick. Zhao Mingyu, it appears you have yet to grasp the rules of the game. You thought that failures in business could be remedied through unscrupulous means? You believed that by being untouchable, you could meddle with those you absolutely should not? His tone was devoid of fluctuations yet imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression. It seems that merely stripping you of your company and rendering you destitute has not instilled in you a sense of reverence. Zhao Mingyu felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Chen's gaze, and in a feeble attempt to assert himself, he shouted, You can't intimidate me. I have evidence against you. Your money is ill-gotten. You're finished. If you dare to harm me, that evidence will be exposed immediately. Evidence. Lu Chen's lips curled into a near imperceptible smirk, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of claims. Are you referring to the fragmented garbage you purchased from that third-rate detective agency concerning my financial transactions? Or do you mean the fabricated testimony you imagined you could extract from my mother under duress? Zhao Mingyu's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. How? How could you know? I know far more than you can fathom. Lu Chun leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing through the screen, locking onto him with an icy intensity. For instance, I know your father has covertly sold off the last 2 factories to safeguard himself, preparing to relocate the entire family to Australia. I know the 2 thugs you enlisted to scout are now more than willing to testify against you for inciting kidnapping. Furthermore, I know the detective agency you contacted has long been infiltrated by competitors. The evidence you obtained is merely bait that others wanted you to see. Each revelation struck Zhao Mingyu like a heavy hammer, shattering the defenses of his psyche. His greatest reliance and secrets were laid bare before his adversary, appearing as transparent as glass. A piercing chill ascended his spine, surging relentlessly to the crown of his head. No, it cannot be. You are deceiving me, he muttered, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. I have no interest in deceiving you. Lu Chen's voice regained its indifferent tone. I summoned you today not to engage in these tiresome antics, nor to take your life, for that would be too lenient and would sully my hands. I merely wish to convey to you, and to all who may share your foolishness, a few new edicts. His voice suddenly sharpened, clear and unyielding, akin to the pronouncement of law. First, the games of the old era are over. Your reliance on lineage, connections, and those disreputable tactics holds no value here. Second, the source of my wealth transcends your comprehension. It is not your weapon, but your judgment. From this day forth, the Zhao family and all associated enterprises shall be permanently blacklisted by Tsangqiong Capital and all its partners. You shall find yourself incapable of securing a single penny in loans from any reputable financial institution, nor will you forge partnerships with any respectable company. You are utterly exiled from this commercial system. Third, and most crucially, Lu Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. My family is my absolute bottom line. Those who dare to encroach shall face consequences far more dreadful than mere bankruptcy and solitude. As his words echoed, the door to the room swung open. Luo Zhan entered, expressionless, placing a document before Zhao Mingyu on the floor. It was an application agreement for voluntary admission to a certain overseas high-end sanatorium for long-term retreat. Lu Chen's voice resonated once more. The environment there is serene, isolated from the world, perfect for calm reflection, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. Sign it, and you shall have a place to spend your remaining days in peace. Zhao Mingyu gazed in horror at the document, then lifted his eyes to the expressionless face of Lu Chen on the screen, finally comprehending the gravity of his situation. That was not a sanatorium. It was a covert form of lifelong imprisonment. Once he signed, it would equate to voluntarily relinquishing everything, disappearing entirely from this world. No, I refuse to sign. You cannot do this to me. This is illegal. He struggled frantically, screaming in desperation. Illegal? Lu Chen chuckled softly. For what you attempted to do, this is the most lawful and merciful resolution. Or would you prefer I hand you and the evidence over to the judicial authorities, with charges of attempted kidnapping, invasion of privacy, and commercial defamation, coupled with the precarious financial state of the Zhao family? How many years do you think you would be sentenced to? What would await you upon your release? Zhao Mingyu's struggles abruptly ceased, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. In despair, he realized he had no choices left. Whether in a sanatorium or prison, his life was irrevocably over. You have 10 minutes to contemplate. The screen dimmed, and Lu Chen's figure vanished. In the empty, frigid room, only Zhao Mingyu's labored breathing and despairing whimpers remained. 10 minutes later, Luo Zhan re-entered the room, picked up the now-signed document, and without sparing a glance at the dazed Zhao Mingyu, turned and exited. That night, Zhao Mingyu was covertly transported to the airport, escorted by a professional security team, boarding a private plane bound for a certain island nation in the South Pacific. There, a picturesque yet heavily guarded sanatorium awaited his arrival. He would be truly isolated from the world until the end of his days. Meanwhile, a financial and legal purge targeting the remnants of the Zhao family's enterprises and associated personnel commenced with unprecedented swiftness. All company accounts linked to the Zhao family were frozen. Collaborative projects unilaterally terminated, and a flurry of legal litigations began to pour in. The following morning, when the citizens of this city awoke, they remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. Yet, some would vaguely sense that the once magnificent Zhao family seemed to have collapsed, evaporating into thin air overnight. Only a select few well-informed individuals within the upper echelons could perceive the chilling undercurrents surging beneath the placid surface, along with the icy deterrent embodied by the name now perched high above the clouds. The shadows of the past, along with the architect of those shadows, were irrevocably swept into the annals of history. An era had come to a close, and Lu Chen's rules had been firmly established. Chapter 39. Aftershocks and Ripples, A New Order and Undercurrents. Zhao Mingyu's complete disappearance and the instantaneous collapse of the Zhao family's enterprises detonated what appeared to be a deep-water bomb beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the lake. On the surface, related news reports were scant, most merely glossing over the details with vague phrases about a certain Zhao businessman facing bankruptcy due to poor management, failing even to occupy a corner of the financial section. However, in higher circles, the tremors it induced were profound and unmistakable. Those with any inkling of the underlying details, whether allies or adversaries of the Zhao family, felt a chilling breeze. This was not a natural outcome of business competition, but a precise, efficient, and ruthlessly executed formatting purge. The message conveyed was simple yet brutal. The old rules and balances had been shattered. A new order with absolute power and clear boundaries had emerged, and any attempts to challenge or touch its scales would invite devastating repercussions. This deterrent effect was even more potent than Lu Chen's previous capital-driven dominance over peak venture investments. For this time, he wielded a composite force, meticulous intelligence, absolute security control, legal pressure, and comprehensive financial blockade. What was exhibited was not merely financial might, but an almost omnipotent grasp of control. In an instant, those who had previously held disdain, jealousy, or covert aspirations towards Sangxiong capital and Lu Chen himself began to retreat quietly, adopting a more cautious and even reverent demeanor. The invitations to the Bulgari presidential suite became increasingly humble, and the exploratory calls received by Manager Wang shifted from proposals for mutual benefit to expressions of goodwill and requests for guidance. Lu Chen was well aware of this shift, but remained unfazed. What he required was precisely this reverence, as it spared him a multitude of unnecessary troubles, allowing him to focus more intently on truly significant strategies. The Barrier Division seized this opportunity to expand rapidly, with Luo Zhan recruiting and training a compact yet exceptionally elite core security team to establish the groundwork for a global intelligence network, deepening strategic collaborations with Mr. Smith's company. The legal team within the SHIELD division was also strengthened, proactively engaging in the study and lobbying of international regulations. Following this confrontation, Liu Qin's nascent system underwent a brutal yet effective pressure test, emerging more resilient and efficient. Days later, Liu Qin received an unexpected video call request from none other than Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla. When the call connected, Musk appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet his gaze remained sharp, the backdrop seemingly a control center of SpaceX. Liu, he forwent pleasantries, directly addressing Liu Qin by surname, his tone lacking the previous probing. Infused instead with an indescribable complexity, I have heard about how you dealt with a small inconvenience, referring to the Zhao Mingyu incident. Liu Qin's expression remained composed, merely clearing some noise, ensuring I can focus on truly listening to the magnificent symphony. He once again invoked the metaphor previously used by Isabella. Musk cracked a slight smile, half amused, a remarkably efficient method of clearing. He paused, then shifted the topic. However, I did not reach out to discuss your artistry of clearance. It pertains to batteries. Batteries? Liu Qin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, batteries. Musk's expression grew grave as the political turmoil in the Democratic Republic of the Congo intensified, significantly disrupting our supply chain, causing costs to soar and creating instability. The ramp-up of production capacity at both the Berlin and Texas factories faced constraints. Liu Qin immediately recalled his discussions with Isabella regarding cobalt mines. This is a global issue, necessitating a global solution. Musk fixed his gaze upon him, stating, I am aware that you are in negotiations with Ms. Mendoza concerning cobalt mine collaboration. I require a more stable supply or superior technology. You have invested so much in cutting-edge technology. Do you possess any treasures to share? For instance, substantial progress on cobalt-free batteries? His intelligence was indeed well-informed, and his intentions were unambiguous. Liu Qin pondered for a moment, refraining from providing a direct response, instead inquiring, what are the specific bottlenecks in the yield ramp-up of Tesla's internal 4680 dry electrode process? Is it the uniformity of electrode materials, or the precision of equipment in large-scale production? Musk momentarily faltered, evidently taken aback by Liu Qin's interest in such specific technical details, which struck at the heart of the matter. After a brief hesitation, considering Liu Qin's status as the second-largest shareholder and the current necessity for assistance, he divulged some information. Both factors were involved. The compatibility between material formulations and sintering processes, as well as the precise control of temperature and pressure in mass production, posed significant challenges. This required extensive trial and error and iterative processes, which were both costly and time-consuming. If, Liu Qin slowly articulated, I could provide a novel, AI-based material and process digital twin platform, it could drastically shorten the trial and error cycle and accurately optimize parameters. Additionally, one of my invested material companies has made some groundbreaking advancements in cobalt-free cathode materials during the laboratory phase. Although mass production remains a distance away, it may illuminate a path for you. This was precisely a niche yet highly promising AI simulation software company he had noted while perusing the investment list from Sanxion Capital, along with the technological advantages of that cobalt-free battery startup. Musk's eyes instantly sparkled. A digital twin platform to accelerate process iteration. A new direction for cobalt-free materials. This was exactly what he urgently needed. Do you possess such resources? Musk leaned forward, his tone growing urgent. What are the conditions? What do you require in exchange? Exchange? Liu Qin replied with a subtle smile. I am Tesla's second-largest shareholder. Tesla's bottlenecks are my bottlenecks. Supporting your breakthroughs in technological barriers is, in itself, the best assurance for my investment. He shifted his tone. Of course, should Tesla achieve a significant breakthrough in battery technology, I would hope that the Horizon Frontier Research Institute could have priority rights for technology sharing and learning. Furthermore, for future Tesla space projects, such as Starship, I hope to secure some launch service support for our Aubaire's Well project, provided it meets safety regulations. He casually introduced the concept of Aubaire's Well once more. Musk was once again taken aback by Liu Qin's line of thought. The other party was not merely addressing the immediate supply chain issue, but was also envisioning a longer-term technological collaboration and space strategy. This perspective entirely transcended that of an ordinary investor. Agreed. Musk responded decisively after barely 5 seconds of contemplation. Technology sharing and launch services. The details can be negotiated by the teams later. Please send me the information on that digital twin platform and the cobalt-free materials as soon as possible. The materials will be sent to your encrypted email within the hour, Lu Chun nodded. Upon concluding the call with Musk, Lu Chun immediately instructed Qin Feng to coordinate with the two invested enterprises, preparing for the highest-level technical alignment with Tesla. He had successfully utilized his resource advantages to transform a potential supply chain crisis into a strategic opportunity for deepening technical collaboration with Tesla, even binding its future space transportation capabilities. Simultaneously, this indirectly propelled Isabella's cobalt mine collaboration. The more Tesla required a stable supply, the more solidified her position in negotiations became. This ability to adeptly weave resources into a cohesive network drew genuine admiration and astonishment from Manager Wang and Qin Feng, who had been permitted by Lu Chun to overhear parts of the conversation. However, just as Lu Chun appeared to be effortlessly mastering the situation, dispelling the shadows of the past while continuously expanding into new territories, a thread of exceedingly covert undercurrents began to stir discreetly. Within the highest echelons of the Kunlun Society's encrypted communication network, a brief evaluative dialogue regarding Lu Chun transpired between two highly esteemed members. Their conversation records were encrypted to the highest level, even circumventing conventional archiving paths. Member A, identifier obscured. The liquidation was executed with remarkable efficiency and cunning, surpassing expectations. His resource mobilization capabilities, especially regarding intelligence and security, do not seem solely reliant on capital. Member B, identifier similarly obscured. The source of funds remains untraceable. The algorithmic model cannot decipher its patterns, as if it materializes from thin air. This does not align with any known financial model or technology. The Prometheus project, his participation is excessively high, and his capital share is too significant. It may herald unforeseen changes. Member A, continue to observe. If necessary, we may activate the PRISM plan to conduct an in-depth analysis of him. We must ascertain whether he is indeed an ally or an anomaly. Member B, agreed. Authorization for the activation of the PRISM plan is confirmed. This dialogue silently dissipated into the high-dimensional encrypted network, leaving no trace. A probing current, directed at Lu Chun and his core secrets, as well as the system itself, from a higher dimension, had quietly begun to flow. As the repercussions of one event faded, new ripples quietly spread. At this moment, Lu Chun stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling city below, extending toward the distant skyline. He savored the taste of power, relishing the thrill of orchestrating the future. Yet, he remained oblivious to the watchful eyes lurking in the higher, more distant shadows. The tides of the era propelled him ever forward, but beneath the surface, tranquility was far from assured. Chapter 40, Undercurrents, the activation of the PRISM plan. Following the establishment of a preliminary intention for collaboration on battery technology with Musk, Lu Chun did not linger in the euphoria of yet another strategic success. Like a masterful chess player, after making a move, his gaze was already cast toward the tempestuous winds at the far end of the board. The interlude involving Zhao Mingyu felt akin to dust swept away from the edge of the board, while the Prometheus project and the deep binding with Tesla represented the crux of the mid-game struggle. He instructed Qin Feng's team to propel the technical alignment with Tesla forward vigorously and mandated Sangqiong Capital to intensify its scanning and investment efforts in the fields of new energy and new materials, particularly in alternative routes such as solid-state batteries and sodium-ion batteries. One must not place all eggs in a single basket. Simultaneously, he urged Manager Wang to expedite negotiations with Isabella regarding a stable supply plan for cobalt, demanding more actionable short-term and mid-term strategies. The entire system operated efficiently under his will, with funds flowing like blood to strategic nodes, while information coursed rapidly like neural signals. He reveled in this sense of control over the broader picture, orchestrating the future, feeling as if he was gradually transforming the Horizon plan in his mind into reality. Yet, he remained unaware that in a higher dimension, an exceedingly covert investigative net had quietly begun to ensnare him. The PRISM plan had been initiated. This plan's codename symbolized the intention to decompose a complex beam of light, referring to Lu Chun and all that lay behind him, through a prism, analyzing its most essential spectral composition. The execution of this plan was not entrusted to the conventional members of the Kunlun Society, but rather to a more clandestine internal oversight and evaluation department, directly accountable to a select few core elders. The membership of this department remains shrouded in mystery, yet the authority and resources they wield are astonishingly vast. Their very purpose is to ensure the stability of the Kunlun Society and to assess all potential threats or deviations from the established plan. The sudden emergence of Lu Chun, along with his inexplicable financial capabilities, has finally triggered their response mechanism. Their actions are stealthy, executed with a terrifying efficiency. On the financial front, several elite quantitative trading teams, ostensibly affiliated with different hedge funds, have commenced a highly covert operation to construct positions in global financial markets that are either contrary to or correlated with the capital flows of sanctioned capital. Their objective is not profit, but rather, through this intricate financial maneuvering, to inject a tracer akin to a tracking agent, endeavoring to capture and amplify the subtle patterns of sanctioned capital's monetary movements in pursuit of the underlying algorithms or vulnerabilities. The computational resources they deploy far exceed those of typical national central banks, engaging in analyses that encompass chaos mathematics, information theory, and even avant-garde quantum computing models. On the intelligence front, a highly specialized intelligence team has commenced operations. They have refrained from directly investigating Lu Chun, as that would be too simplistic and could easily alert him. Instead, they excavate every aspect of his past with an almost archaeological approach. From his unexpected perfect score on an elementary school exam to an inconspicuous part-time job during his university years. From his familial medical histories to anomalies in utility payments for every rental property he has inhabited. Every minuscule clue that could hint at irregularities is meticulously gathered and fed into a complex probabilistic model for evaluation. Simultaneously, they conduct remote, technical background analyses of core members who have suddenly appeared around Lu Chun, such as Qin Feng, Manager Wang, and Luo Zhan, searching for any signs of implantation or control. On the technological front, this represents the most central and audacious aspect of the PRISM project. A special group composed of top physicists, information theorists, and hackers has embarked on an extremely perilous endeavor. They have injected exceedingly faint, specially coded probabilistic detection signals into several network interfaces commonly used by Lu Chun, including a dedicated line at the Bulgari Hotel and satellite phone channels, via a certain internet route domain server node and submarine cable amplifier controlled by the Kunlun Society. This signal is neither a virus nor an intrusion code. It resembles a minuscule perturbation of the informational ground state that theoretically should not trigger any security alarms. However, the feedback waveforms it generates could potentially reveal whether the target system operates with non-classical computing, such as quantum computing, or displays characteristics that transcend the laws of conventional physics. Their operations are executed with utmost caution, concealed within the vast expanse of normal network traffic and financial transactions, as elusive as phantoms. However, they have underestimated the system's complexity. At the moment, the faint probabilistic detection signal grazes Lu Chun's network interface, even before it has truly penetrated. The wealthy and carefree life system, bound to the depths of Lu Chun's consciousness, situated in an unknown dimension, experiences a subtle tremor in its foundational defense mechanism. No alarms. No counterattacks. The system appears to perceive merely a whisper of probing intent, akin to a giant sensing the slightest movement of microorganisms at its feet. Following some instinct or rule beyond comprehension, the system initiates a trivial, automatic information disruption. It does not directly erase or block the signal, as that would expose its existence. Instead, it employs a more sophisticated method, seamlessly smoothing the feedback waveform, allowing it to blend perfectly into the ambient noise, as though the detection had never occurred. Concurrently, it randomly injects a batch of minuscule noise trades that conform to classical financial Brownian motion models into the thousands of intermediary nodes through which funds flow to Lu Chun. All of this transpires on the scale of picoseconds, trillionths of a second, faster than any biological neural response, exceeding the precision limits of any detection equipment currently employed by the PRISM project. Days later, a preliminary analysis report of the PRISM project is compiled and presented to the two venerable figures who initiated the plan. Yet, the report's conclusions are perplexing. Financial analysis. The capital flows of sanctioned capital exhibit a high degree of complexity. However, their fluctuation patterns, upon analysis by supercomputing clusters, can ultimately be encompassed within an extraordinarily expansive random walk model based on multifractal Brownian motion, albeit with extremely anomalous parameters. No clear signs of retrocausality or supercomputational characteristics were detected. Conclusion. It cannot be disproven that it conforms to the existing framework of financial physics, albeit as an extreme exception. Intelligence analysis. All of Lu Chun's past experiences are traceable, with no evident gaps or logical paradoxes. The backgrounds of his core members are clear, with no evidence of external control discovered. His wealth's point of explosion bears no direct correlation to any known significant historical events or technological breakthroughs. Conclusion. The historical trajectory is excessively normal, presenting a stark contrast to the current situation, contradictory yet lacking substantiation. Technical analysis. The probabilistic detection signal did not receive the anticipated abnormal feedback waveforms. All feedback data conform perfectly to predictions made by classical information theory and electromagnetic theory, with background noise levels remaining normal. Conclusion. No indications of non-classical computing or extraordinary information processing were detected. The report concludes, based on existing methods, the preliminary probe of the PRISM project has uncovered no decisive evidence of anomaly. The source of the target's funding remains untraceable, yet its manifestations do not exceed the conceivable boundaries of current scientific understanding, despite the exceedingly low probability. The rapidity of its ascent and resource consolidation capabilities may temporarily be categorized as a confluence of extreme fortune and extraordinary strategic vision. Recommendation: maintain the planned status. Entering a long-term dormant observation phase while awaiting a more opportune moment or the development of higher-dimensional detection technologies. The two elders, gazing at this report fraught with uncertainty and even a degree of contradiction, fell into silence. Could it be that we are overthinking this? One elder mused. Or perhaps what lies behind him is deeper than we can imagine. The voice of the other elder tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. That which the prism cannot illuminate may not necessarily be non-existent. It could also be that the light has already penetrated through. They ultimately approved the report's recommendation. The PRISM project would transition into a silent dormant phase, yet the monitoring level would remain at its highest. Unbeknownst to them, their investigation, akin to the first tentative raindrop falling into an unfathomable ocean, elicited no response. Deep within that ocean, however, some presence seemed to flutter its eyelids ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, ensconced in the Bulgari suite, remained blissfully unaware. In a moment of brief contemplation, he vaguely sensed that the network over the past few days had experienced an exceedingly brief moment of excessive smoothness before reverting to normalcy. But he paid it no further mind. Undercurrents surged in the depths of the ocean, while the surface remained tranquil. Yet, the seeds of a storm had already been sown. Chapter 41. The Alpine Pact, the summit of Kunlun calls. The clandestine currents of the PRISM project flowed quietly in the unnoticed depths of the sea, while Lu Chen's life continued to race along its predetermined high-speed trajectory. Preliminary connections for the technological collaboration with Tesla proceeded smoothly. Negotiations regarding cobalt mines with Isabella made substantial progress, and a joint security plan aimed at stabilizing the situation in the Congo mining region, involving Sanction Capital, the Mendoza Group, and Smith Security Company, is in the drafting phase. The two subdirections of the Prometheus project, SSC and the Abyss of Oberus, have established international preparatory committees under the efficient coordination of Shen Wangshu, attracting the clandestine attention and interest of numerous top scientists and engineers from around the globe. Vast sums of funding began to flow like lifeblood into various cutting-edge technology research nodes. Although it remains premature to break ground, the colossal machine has begun its warm-up operations. Every day, Lu Chun finds himself inundated with an ever-increasing volume of information and the gravity of decision-making. He stands as a pivotal nexus at the intersection of global intelligence, where countless reports, proposals, and insights converge in his study, transforming into clear directives that radiate across the globe. He revels in this experience, savoring the sense of control and creativity it affords him. His demeanor, too, becomes increasingly profound and reserved through this crucible, exuding an undeniable aura of authority in every gesture and movement. Amidst this bustling rhythm, the encrypted satellite phone from the Kunlun Society emits its distinctive hum once more. This time, it is not a textual message nor a private communication from a member, but rather a formal electronic invitation adorned with intricate encryption verifications. The background of the invitation features the stark yet majestic silhouette of the Kunlun mountain range, etched onto the metallic card. The title reads, Kunlun Annual Gathering, the summit of the snow-capped peaks. The content unfolds as follows. To Mr. Lu Chun, we cordially invite you to attend the Kunlun Annual Gathering, which will be held from August 15th to 18th this year. The event will take place at Switzerland, Valais, Alps, coordinates 742 395 E, 4558 358 N. Attached are detailed transportation guidelines and security verification procedures. The purpose of the annual gathering is to reflect on the past, discuss the future, and deliberate on significant issues concerning the common prospects of humanity. The central themes will revolve around the feasibility report of the first phase of the Prometheus project, a forward-looking perspective on the disruptive transformation of the global energy structure, and the framework for resource allocation principles in the era of deep space. Attendees will include all current core members of Kunlun and select distinguished guests. Given your outstanding performance in the first half of the year and your robust support for the Prometheus project, your participation is of utmost importance. We sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence. Respectfully, the Kunlun Council. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the invitation, and when his eyes landed on the coordinates of the gathering, his pupils contracted sharply. The coordinates were all too familiar. He immediately seized his tablet, and swiftly retrieved the property documents and pertinent geographical information previously sent from Switzerland regarding his unnamed peak in the Alps. 742 395 E. 4558 358 N. Not a fraction off. The Kunlun Society had chosen to host its annual gathering at his very own peak. An indescribable feeling of strangeness seized him in an instant. Was it mere coincidence? Or a deliberate arrangement? The randomly assigned peak by the system just happened to coincide with the Kunlun Society's chosen venue? The odds seemed rather slim. Could it be that there exists a connection between the Kunlun Society and the system that he was yet unaware of? Or perhaps this was the Kunlun Society's subtle test and reminder: we know this mountain belongs to you. Our choice of this location is a statement in itself. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly a profoundly significant signal. The annual gathering, with the full attendance of core members, discussing such grand themes, and the venue being his own territory, transcended a mere collaborative invitation. It resembled a formal acceptance and a degree of recognition. He sensed that this gathering might touch upon the most core secrets of the Kunlun Society, possibly even relating to the enigma surrounding his own system. It was imperative to attend, and he must prepare thoroughly. He meticulously reviewed the attached transportation guidelines and security verification procedures. The process was exceedingly stringent and complex. Conventional commercial flights were prohibited. Attendees were required to board designated private flights to a specified airport in Switzerland, followed by a transfer to a specially modified fleet of helicopters arranged by the Kunlun Society to reach the peak. All electronic devices were to undergo specific security checks, and no weapons were permitted. One personal assistant or security officer was allowed to accompany him, but would also be subjected to rigorous scrutiny. After a moment of contemplation, he connected with Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan, prepare yourself. In mid-August, accompany me on a business trip. Our destination is the Swiss Alps. He forwarded parts of the invitation and security requirements, emphasizing the need to meticulously study their security protocols to ensure absolute safety. Additionally, he instructed to send a letter to the asset management team in Switzerland, informing them of his upcoming inspection of his mountain properties, ensuring they prepared adequately for his visit without disclosing any information regarding the Kunlun Society gathering. Understood, Mr. Liu. Luo Zhan's voice remained as steady and reliable as ever. I will immediately formulate a detailed security plan and contingency measures. Upon concluding the call, Lu Chun pondered for a moment before dialing into Shun Wangshu's encrypted line. The call connected, and he could hear a faint commotion in the background, reminiscent of a laboratory setting. Mr. Shun, I apologize for the intrusion. I have received the invitation to the annual gathering, Lu Chun stated calmly. Oh, quite efficient. Shun Wangshu's voice carried a hint of amusement. So, are you satisfied with the location? I hear it has some connection to you. He was indeed aware, and had directly pointed it out. Lu Chun understood, responding nonchalantly. It is indeed a curious coincidence. It seems I have a certain affinity with Kunlun. Affinity? Shun Wangshu chuckled, his tone laden with implication. Perhaps so. It might also be a kind of inevitability. The terrain there is treacherous, and the air is thin. Yet, precisely because of this, it offers a refuge from the clamor of the world, allowing for a clarity of thought and a broader perspective. It is an ideal place for contemplating the future. Wouldn't you agree? His words hinted at the gravity of the topics to be discussed at the gathering. I look forward to it, Lu Chun replied. And I shall be punctual. Excellent, Shun Wangshu remarked. By the way, there may be some informal exchanges during the gathering. Some of the older fellows are quite intrigued by your bold maneuvers over the past half year, particularly regarding your financial dealings. Be prepared. There may be individuals eager to discuss philosophical matters with you. Philosophical matters? Lu Chun felt a slight chill run down his spine. This was likely a subtle warning that there might be deeper inquiries regarding the origins of his funds at the gathering, perhaps even touching upon discoveries or undiscoveries related to the Prism project. This undoubtedly posed a challenge that required careful navigation. Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Shun. I will prepare some narratives, Lu Chun replied with calm resolve. After ending the call, Lu Chun approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay a bustling metropolis. Yet his gaze seemed to transcend continents, fixating on the distant snow-capped peaks of the Alps, which belonged to him. There, a high-stakes conference poised to shape the trajectory of humanity's development for decades was about to unfold. There, he might finally glimpse the core secrets of the Kunlun Society and perhaps even uncover the truth behind his own system. Excitement, anticipation, and a trace of imperceptible vigilance intertwined within him. He understood that this would be the highest level and most unpredictable circumstance he had faced since entering this world. His preparations would need to encompass not only logistics and safety, but also intellect and the wisdom to navigate the unknown. The Covenant of the Alps. At the pinnacle of the snow-capped peaks, a genuine tempest may be brewing there, with him at the very eye of the storm. Chapter 42. The Night Before the Gathering. The Gaze and Undercurrents of Various Forces. The invitation to the annual gathering in the Alps acted like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples through Lu Chen's life. Its implications extending far beyond mere travel arrangements and heightened security measures. It served as an invisible signal, heralding his formal entry into the inner circle of the global power struggle, bringing with it a more intricate and subtle web of scrutiny and probing from various factions. The first to respond were the members of the Kunlun Society with whom he had already established a collaboration. Isabella Mendoza sent a somewhat teasing encrypted message almost immediately after the invitation was dispatched. A meeting atop the snowy peaks? It seems the old-timers have chosen a splendid venue this year. Do remember to bring an extra coat. The winds at the summit can chill one to the bone. Additionally, I have forwarded the preliminary draft concerning the cobalt mine and the Oberg as well. Perhaps we can find an opportunity to discuss it amidst the gathering. Her messages always artfully intertwine matters of business with personal rapport, conveying both concern and a reminder of their collaborative progress. In contrast, Shun Wangshu sent a more pragmatic memorandum, detailing the core topics likely to be addressed at the gathering, recent focal points and personality traits of several key elders, as well as various social etiquette tips for informal settings. This memorandum was exceedingly comprehensive, akin to a compact survival guide for the Kunlun Society. Its intent unmistakable. He wished for Lu Chun to integrate seamlessly and to forge a more potent synergy with his technological initiatives in the future. Even Prince Amir, whom he had met only once, sent a courteous greeting through official channels, wishing him fruitful outcomes at the gathering while subtly hinting at potential collaborative ventures in extreme environmental engineering, possibly related to SSC's offshore platforms or asteroid mining. These expressions of internal concern were largely infused with goodwill and expectations for collaboration, yet they inadvertently imposed pressure on Lu Chun. He needed to exhibit a level of poise and intellect commensurate with his standing during this gathering. Simultaneously, external scrutiny had sharply intensified, despite the Kunlun Society's stringent confidentiality. The unusual movements of so many prominent figures could not entirely escape the notice of national intelligence agencies and competitors, particularly after the venue was confirmed in the Alpine region. The intelligence agencies of Switzerland and neighboring countries evidently escalated their electronic surveillance and human resource deployment in the area. Recently, the newly formed Barrier Intelligence Group under Luo Zhan had intercepted several covert attempts at cyber infiltration and long-distance surveillance targeting Lu Chun and his core team. The technical sophistication of these attempts far surpassed that of individuals like Zhao Mingyu, evidently emanating from state-level actors or associated elite commercial intelligence organizations. Mr. Luo Zhan reported with a grave expression, based on the signal characteristics and our analysis. The probing attacks over the past week predominantly originate from North America and a certain European intelligence agency. They seem particularly interested in your association with the Kunlun Society, as well as the ultimate destination of your recent large-scale financial reallocations. Although they have yet to breach our core defenses, both the frequency and intensity of their attempts are escalating. Not unexpected, Lu Chun replied calmly. Maintain the highest state of alert, initiate counter-tracking and interference, but refrain from any proactive assaults. Furthermore, enhance the electronic barriers surrounding our Swiss peaks. I do not wish for any unwelcome eyes during the gathering. Understood. The greater pressure, however, stemmed from the commercial realm. The recent, excessively frequent, and substantial financial maneuvers of Sangxiong Capital, alongside its aggressive acquisition of cutting-edge technologies globally, had begun to provoke unease and vigilance among certain traditional financial titans and tech giants. Although the repercussions of the global ban on peak venture capital still lingered, the lure of immense profits was sufficient to tempt individuals into risky endeavors. Several top investment banks and law firms had suddenly begun to approach mid-level personnel at Sangxiong Capital under various pretenses, attempting to glean insights into the scale, sources, and future investment strategies of its financial pool. Some technology companies that had either been invested in or were targets for acquisition by Sangxiong Capital received unsolicited higher bids or lobbying efforts from unidentified forces, aiming to obstruct the completion of transactions. Furthermore, a highly discreet campaign of public opinion against Sangxiong Capital was seemingly brewing. Several overseas financial media outlets, under the sway of certain funds, began publishing insinuating reports questioning whether the funding sources of Sangxiong Capital were tied to state capital or gray areas, suggesting that its investment behaviors could distort the market and threaten technological security. Mr. Liu, Qin Feng reported, fatigue and anger lacing his tone. We have encountered unusual resistance in negotiations for our last 3 projects. The opposing parties have suddenly raised prices or introduced new competitors, seemingly under the influence of a singular force. Additionally, there are troubling signs in public discourse. Foolish jesters, do not pay them any mind, Lu Chen replied icily, pressing forward with their plans. If they raise prices, as long as the project is sufficiently appealing, we will proceed. If they introduce competition, we shall assess the opponents. Should they merely be disruptors, we shall crush them. As for public opinion, he paused. Let our public relations team prepare a statement articulating Sangqiong Capital's investment philosophy, focusing on our commitment to supporting the advancement of human technological development, to be released at an opportune moment. We need not respond directly to their inquiries. Rather, we shall overshadow their noise with a grander vision and narrative. He understood that at this level, mere defense and rebuttal were futile strategies. Only by showcasing greater strength and a more expansive narrative could he intimidate the petty and win the hearts of the people. The pressures from both internal and external sources tightened around him like a gradually constricting net, with the Alpine gathering at its center. Lu Chun recognized that countless eyes were upon him, scrutinizing how he would perform at this assembly. Would he rise above, becoming a true decision-maker among them? Or would he falter, revealing himself to be merely a fortunate upstart, thus inviting a more ferocious hunt? On the eve of the gathering, Lu Chen remained solitary in his study, having declined all interruptions. He refrained from perusing any documents or making any communications. Instead, he sat quietly. Before him lay the cold metallic invitation card embossed with the silhouette of the Kunlun Mountains. His gaze was tranquil, yet within him roiled a tempest akin to the sea before a storm, seemingly calm, yet rife with undercurrents. He mentally simulated the potential scenarios, questions, and strategies for response he might encounter. Shen Wangshu's reminder echoed in his ears, philosophical questions. He understood that this could very well be his greatest test. Regarding the source of the infinite funds, he had to devise a response that would satisfy curiosity without exposing the core of the system, and perhaps even enhance his own aura of mystery and stature. This was a task requiring immense wisdom and linguistic artistry. He pondered the essence of the Kunlun society, contemplating what truly mattered to those elders. Was it wealth itself? No, they had long surpassed mere digits. Was it power? Indeed, but more importantly, it was the creative authority that defines the future and shapes civilization. Thus, his narrative ought to revolve around this core. Time slipped away before he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity and resolve shining within. He had prepared a preliminary answer to that philosophical inquiry. Just then, an unexpected system notification chimed in his mind, but its content was markedly different from the past. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to participate in a high-dimensional information exchange. Temporary permissions granted. The host may pre-draw from next month's asset allocation, limited to temporary use during this gathering to enhance negotiation and presentation capabilities. Pre-drawn asset options are being randomly generated. Option A, permanent usage rights for approximately 15 square kilometers of land in the Sea of Tranquility on the Moon, including subterranean resource rights. Option B, blueprints and all technical patents for a Daedalus-type nuclear fusion device in the experimental prototype stage, capable of achieving a 1 energy conversion rate. Please make a selection within 10 seconds. Failure to respond will be deemed a forfeiture of the pre-draw. Lu Chen's pupils constricted suddenly. The system had once again revealed its incomprehensible capabilities in such a manner at this critical juncture. A pre-draw from next month's assets? Lunar land? A controllable nuclear fusion device? These two options, regardless of which one is chosen, possess an unparalleled shock value and strategic significance. It is nothing short of a divine gift for his impending summit at the snow-capped peak. There is no time for hesitation. Although the lunar land holds immense allure, its current practicality is limited, serving more as a symbol. In contrast, the controllable nuclear fusion device with an energy conversion rate of 1 stands as the ultimate answer to humanity's energy aspirations, even if it is merely a laboratory prototype. The technological breakthroughs and strategic value it brings are immeasurable. It not only promises to eradicate the energy nightmare of Prometheus and SSC, but also has the potential to instantly revolutionize the global energy landscape. Its significance far exceeding countless riches. Option B. Lu Chen silently recited within his heart. Selection confirmed. Technical data for the Daedalus-type nuclear fusion device, highest encryption level, has been transmitted to the host's designated secure server. Temporary access rights have been activated. Any unused portions will be reclaimed post-gathering. Wishing you a pleasant usage experience. The system's voice faded away. Lu Chun felt the vigorous beating of his heart, a surge of unprecedented confidence radiating within him. He approached the window, pushed it open, and the crisp night air rushed in, mingled with the urban clamor. In the distance, the Alps loomed, the night sky profound, stars twinkling. The gazes of various forces, the undercurrents of tension, and the unknown challenges, all of these, at this moment, no longer instilled fear within him, for he held in his hand a trump card, capable of illuminating the future, even reshaping the world. The night before the rendezvous. The winds had begun to stir, and he was ready to ride the waves. Chapter 43. The Summit at the Snow-Capped Peak, Part 1. The True Countenance of Kunlun and the Silent Contest. In mid-August, the Alps stood beneath a high, clear sky, the sunlight piercing yet imbued with the unique chill of glaciers. A massive fleet of helicopters, treated for sound suppression and radar evasion, descended like silent steel eagles, hovering as they landed on a meticulously prepared temporary helipad on the mountain's side. Lu Chun, under the protection of Luo Zhan, disembarked from the helicopter. Instantly, the thin, frigid air filled his lungs, carrying the scent of snowflakes and rocks. Dressed in professional cold-weather attire, he scanned the surroundings with keen eyes. This was the land he ostensibly possessed, yet the sight before him stirred him deeply. The summit area had evidently undergone a brief, yet remarkably efficient transformation. Thick layers of snow were cleared from a vast expanse, revealing the hard, black bedrock beneath. A futuristic, smoothly contoured silver-gray semi-dome structure seemed to have sprouted from the mountainside. Ingeniously nestled against the cliff, its vast curved glass facade reflecting the dazzling light of the snow and the azure sky, creating a striking visual contrast with the jagged snow peaks and ancient glaciers surrounding it. Around the building, no apparent security personnel were visible. Yet Lu Chun could distinctly sense that at least a dozen invisible detection beams swept across him from various angles, cold and efficient. Luo Zhan's body tensed immediately, whispering, "Mr. Lu, the comprehensive biological signal scanning and weapon detection are of a very high level, far surpassing that of ordinary airports." Lu Chun nodded slightly, signaling him to relax. This was Kunlun's territory. Showcasing force was futile. A servant clad in a matching silver-gray uniform, with a countenance as chiseled as stone, devoid of discernible age, silently appeared before them, bowing slightly, and spoke in impeccable English. "Mr. Lu, welcome to the summit venue. Please follow me. Your accompanying personnel will be guided to the designated rest area by my colleagues." His tone brooked no argument, clearly indicating that the rules here were dictated by Kunlun. Lu Chun nodded to Luo Zhan, indicating for him to comply, and then followed the servant toward the miraculous dome structure. The heavy airtight door slid open silently, revealing a spacious interior. The warm, spring-like air enveloped him, contrasting starkly with the harsh cold outside. The internal space was remarkably expansive, with an astonishing height, featuring an abundance of warm wood, natural stone, and soft indirect lighting, creating an atmosphere that was both luxurious and understated, imbued with a sense of technology and nature. Enormous circular floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unbeatable 360-degree view, as if encompassing the entire splendor of the Alps. The hall already housed small clusters of people. They were dressed in various styles, some in tailored outdoor leisure wear, others in simple business casuals. Yet all exuded an aura of calmness and authority born from long-standing positions at the pinnacle of power. They conversed in hushed tones, each holding a glass of wine, as if they were not perched nearly 4,000 meters atop a snow-capped mountain, but rather in a premier urban club salon. Lu Chun's arrival immediately drew numerous glances. These gazes were no longer filled with scrutiny or curiosity, but were instead marked by equal appraisal, composed evaluation, and a subtle, almost imperceptible interest in the new variable he represented. He spotted Isabella Mendoza, engaged in conversation with a snow-haired, sprightly elder, who, upon noticing Lu Chun, raised her glass in a gesture of acknowledgement, her face breaking into a radiant smile. He also noticed Xin Wangshu, who stood before a massive holographic star map, engaged in discussion with two others, nodding in acknowledgement upon seeing Lu Chun. Prince Amir was seated in a relatively quiet corner, meticulously examining an intricate astrolabe model. His expression focused. The servant led Lu Chun to the center of the hall before silently retreating. An elder, exuding a calm demeanor and resembling a butler, approached him. He was the chief steward of the gathering. "Mr. Lu, welcome. Your room has been prepared. You may take a brief respite. The gathering will officially commence in 2 hours. Here is the agenda and important notes for the event." He handed over an ultra-thin, transparent tablet. Lu Chun accepted the tablet and quickly scanned its contents. The agenda was tightly packed, encompassing topic discussions, informal exchanges, and even a small technical demonstration. The notes reiterated the principles of confidentiality and certain activity restrictions in specific areas. "Thank you," Lu Chun nodded. He did not head to his room immediately, but chose a seat near the window, ordering a glass of water, and quietly observed the interior. He absorbed the atmosphere like a sponge, the subtle interactions of energies between individuals, and the fragmented yet information-rich snippets of conversation. He overheard discussions on the political obstacles to a unified African power grid, whispers about the latest ruptures in the ethical conventions surrounding gene editing, and debates regarding the devastating timeline of quantum hegemony on existing encryption systems. Here, The discourse transcended mere business. It ventured into the realm of genuine planetary governance. After a while, Isabella concluded her conversation and gracefully approached Lu Chun, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite him. "So how is it, Lu? This place is rather impressive. Isn't it? Much broader in perspective than that research institute you registered in Switzerland," she teased with a smile. "How does it feel to be here for the first time? Do you find that the money you earned before suddenly seems a bit trivial?" Her words were direct and sharp, laced with a familiar probing. Lu Chun lifted his water glass, took a sip, his gaze still fixated on the undulating snow peaks outside, and replied softly, "Money has never been the goal. It is merely a tool for achieving objectives. Here, it seems that tools can forge a more intriguing future." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Isabella's eyes, a commendable mindset. However, mere tools and mindset are not enough. She lowered her voice. "Do you see that old man over there, engrossed in the painting? He is Wolfgang Klaus, the contemporary helmsman of a venerable European banking dynasty, often referred to as Mr. Euro. He harbors notable reservations regarding your recent disruptions to global capital flows." Following her gaze, Lu Chun observed a tall, slender elder clad in a classical three-piece suit, exuding a frigid demeanor as he stood with his back to the crowd, absorbed in an abstract painting that adorned the wall, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Over there, Isabella subtly gestured towards another direction, where a group was engaged in conversation. Among them was a short, perpetually smiling Japanese gentleman, the president of Matsumoto Heavy Industries, who expressed a keen interest in your investment in space debris remediation technology, albeit with a greater concern that you might become his fiercest competitor. Lu Chun silently cataloged this information. Isabella was extending a gesture of goodwill, preemptively guiding him to be cognizant of key figures and their potential attitudes. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. "You're welcome," Isabella replied with a radiant smile. "After all, we are partners in the well of Oberus now, are we not? I hope my partner can establish a firm footing here." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Isabella was summoned by another member. Lu Chun remained seated alone. Yet his mind was far from tranquil. The atmosphere here appeared casual, yet every laugh, every exchanged glance, might conceal intricate intentions and collisions of power. He felt akin to a novice who had just stepped into an elite chess match, needing to swiftly comprehend the rules, identify adversaries, and even begin making moves. At that moment, the solitary figure of Mr. Euro, Wolfgang Klaus, had inexplicably turned to face him, his piercing blue eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing Lu Chun with an unreserved coldness. Their gazes intersected in the air. Klaus showed no inclination to avert his gaze, nor did he offer any sign of friendliness. He merely regarded Lu Chun with an icy stare, as if appraising an object's worth and risk. Lu Chun did not flinch, returning the gaze with calmness. His eyes deep and devoid of emotional fluctuation, neither shrinking back nor provoking. A silent contest unfolded between them, and the surrounding chatter seemed to fade away in an instant. Klaus's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by Lu Chun's tranquil response. He was accustomed to others feeling uneasy or obsequious under his scrutiny, but this young man. After a few seconds, Klaus averted his gaze first, as though losing interest, redirecting his attention to the painting, although his lips seemed to curl down slightly. The first round of their unspoken confrontation concluded quietly. Lu Chun slowly withdrew his gaze, lifted his glass, and took another sip. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. The gathering had yet to officially commence, yet the silent struggle was already omnipresent. Chapter 44. The Summit at the Snowy Summit. Part 2. Philosophical Inquisition and the Shock of Deadless. The brief intermission concluded, and the members, guided silently by the attendants, proceeded to the main conference hall at the heart of the domed structure. The hall's design exuded a futuristic ambience, featuring a circular tiered layout that ensured a favorable view for every member. At its center stood a colossal holographic projection platform, slowly revolving to reveal a meticulously crafted model of the Earth, adorned with various glowing data streams and hotspots. The seats were spacious and comfortable, equipped with state-of-the-art simultaneous interpretation, secure communication, and personal display terminals. Lu Chun found himself positioned relatively forward, though not in the innermost circle, befitting his status as a new member. He noted that the innermost seats remained vacant, clearly reserved for the yet-to-appear esteemed elders. Shen Wangshu, one of the primary coordinators of this gathering, stood before the central platform, delivering a brief opening address without unnecessary pleasantries, diving straight into the subject matter. The first segment of the meeting involved several members sharing and discussing established topics. A member responsible for the global energy network architecture presented a pessimistic forecast regarding the transformation of the energy structure over the next 30 years, asserting that without disruptive technologies, Existing renewable energy and nuclear fission technologies could not sustain energy behemoths like Prometheus and SSC, let alone accommodate the exponential growth of global digitization. Another geopolitical analysis expert meticulously dissected the great power dynamics behind the chaos in the cobalt mines of the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as the legal vacuum and potential conflict risks surrounding space resource extraction, concluding that while technology and capital might provide solutions, political and distribution issues remained the greatest obstacles. The atmosphere of the discussion was grave and pragmatic, with members posing incisive questions that struck at the core of the issues. Lu Chen maintained silence for the most part, attentively listening and rapidly absorbing these profound insights and unique perspectives that transcended ordinary news. He noticed that Mr. Klaus occasionally contributed, speaking in a cold tone, his inquiries often targeting the economic viability and financial risks of projects, displaying impatience towards nebulous long-term visions. After approximately an hour of discussion, a brief tea break ensued. As the attendees relaxed and chatted, Klaus approached Lu Chen with a cup of coffee in hand. His movements deliberate. The surrounding voices seemed to instinctively lower, and several gazes subtly turned towards them. "Mr. Lu," Klaus began. His voice as unyielding as the rocks of the Alps, thickly accented with German. After listening for a while, it seems all discussions revolve around the monumental plans requiring trillions for the future. I have a more pragmatic question to pose to you, the helmsman of celestial capital. Lu Chen's mind stirred, yet his expression remained composed as he set down his teacup. "Please, Mr. Klaus, go ahead. Your capital," Klaus stated without evasion. His gaze sharp as a blade, its flow patterns and scale have, to a certain extent, disrupted the pricing logic and risk models of certain financial markets. It seems to not entirely adhere to prevailing economic principles. Many, myself included, are quite curious. Where does it originate? What is the foundation of its sustainability? In other words, aside from mere optimism, what underpins your audacity to invest in these projects promising returns over centuries, even millennia? This question was exceedingly direct, bordering on impertinent. Yet it articulated the doubts harbored by many present. Infinite capital? That itself posed the greatest mockery and challenge to existing economic theory. An almost complete silence enveloped the room. Isabella cast a worried glance, while Shun Wangshu furrowed his brow slightly, but did not intervene. This appeared to be an implicit test of consent. Lu Chen, meeting Klaus's piercing gaze, did not respond immediately. He paused for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts, but in reality, he was engaging in final contemplation. "Mr. Klaus," he finally spoke, his voice steady and clear, "your question fundamentally pertains to a philosophical inquiry about value and trust." He did not directly address the source, but elevated the discourse. Traditional economics is predicated on the assumption of scarcity. But have you ever pondered that if a certain resource is no longer scarce, even approaching the infinite, whether models built on scarcity would still suffice to describe and guide future economic behavior? Klaus scoffed. "Infinite? Aside from knowledge and imagination, I do not believe there exists anything truly infinite in this world. Even knowledge and imagination require carriers and energy." "You are correct," Lu Chen nodded. "Yet, the eruption of knowledge and imagination can itself create new resources, even redefine scarcity. My confidence does not stem from an inexhaustible gold mine, but from a belief and an investment strategy grounded in that belief." He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the attentive members surrounding him. "I firmly believe that many of the dilemmas currently confronting humanity are fundamentally rooted in technological and energy bottlenecks. Once these barriers are surmounted, we shall witness exponential growth and the emergence of an entirely new civilization. The crux of this breakthrough lies in our ability to attract and inspire the world's foremost intellectual resources, providing them with an environment for exploration devoid of any inhibitions. Thus, my funding can be perceived as a catalyst, a token of confidence. Its purpose is not to engage in the traditional zero-sum game, but to purchase a possibility, to reduce the friction faced by the world's elite minds in their high-risk explorations. Its sustainability does not hinge on its own regeneration, but rather on its capacity to continually catalyze the emergence of new sources of value that could redefine the rules of the game. As for its origin, he paused slightly, revealing a faint, meaningful smile. It is sourced from an ancient trust fund dedicated to propelling human civilization toward a higher evolutionary form. The benefactor of this fund believes that humanity currently stands at a critical juncture, requiring unconventional forces to facilitate its leap. I am merely the steward of this phase. The specifics of the fund are bound by stringent confidentiality agreements, so I am unable to disclose further details. He vaguely described the system as an ancient trust fund, which not only illuminated the vast scale and longevity of the funding, but also imbued it with an air of mystery and noble purpose. artfully sidestepping direct inquiries about its source while elevating the discussion to a grand narrative concerning humanity's destiny. A profound silence enveloped the venue as everyone absorbed his response. Klaus furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with such a philosophical and nebulous answer. Yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable point of entry to continue pressing for answers. Indeed, Lu Chen's response transcended mere financial considerations, ascending to a level of civilization that he could not easily refute. An ancient trust fund? Klaus scoffed, sounding as though he had stepped straight out of a science fiction novel. Perhaps, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, but many world-changing inventions initially resembled mere figments of science fiction. Did they not? At that moment, Shun Wangshu gently applauded, breaking the impasse. A fascinating perspective, Mr. Lu. Viewing capital as a catalyst for the leap in civilization, rather than merely a tool for value appreciation, may indeed be a direction that we at Kunlun should contemplate more deeply. He deftly provided Lu Chun with an avenue of escape while diverting the topic. However, Lu Chun had no intention of stopping there. He understood that mere words and philosophy might temporarily suffice, but they could not truly assuage the most fundamental doubts harbored deep within the hearts of these seasoned magnates. He needed to present something more tangible, something with greater impact. During the recent intermission, he had confirmed, through a secure terminal, the authenticity and completeness of the technical documentation regarding the deadless device that the system had advanced. It represented a veritable treasure trove of technology, far beyond the capacities of the current era. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze once more across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the central holographic projection platform. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Regarding the catalysis of civilization's leap, perhaps mere ideals and funding are insufficient. We require concrete tools capable of breaking the shackles. His voice rose slightly, capturing the attention of all present. Having recently engaged in discussions concerning energy bottlenecks, I found myself in complete agreement. Whether it be SSC, space mining, or global digitization, the ultimate constraint lies firmly within the realm of energy. He paused, then dropped a true bombshell. What if I were to say that there exists a technology that could potentially shatter these shackles in the foreseeable future? All eyes instantly converged upon him, brimming with astonishment and curiosity. On my way to this meeting, the trust fund I manage has just unlocked and authorized me to handle a project codenamed Deadless, Lu Chen stated, his tone steady, yet each word resonated like thunder. It is a design scheme for a compact nuclear fusion device. A palpable stir rippled through the assembly for the first time. Nuclear fusion. This was akin to the holy grail of the energy sector. Of course, it has a long way to go before commercialization, Lu Chun continued, suppressing the commotion. But according to the data, its current laboratory prototype theoretically achieves a net energy gain of 1, with AQ value slightly greater than 1. 1. AQ value greater than 1. These words held an almost magical power, causing every member present, fully aware of their significance, to hold their breath in disbelief. Though it was merely 1, it signified a breakthrough from 0 to 1. It represented proof of concept. It indicated that a viable path to infinite energy had been unveiled. The implications far exceeded the discovery of 10 new superoil fields. This technology, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, is governed by the trust fund's principle of sharing and promoting, rather than monopolizing. I hereby formally propose to incorporate it within the framework of the Prometheus project, led by Kunlun, to assemble a global team of premier scientists and engineers for collaborative research and validation. Chongqing Capital will cover all initial R&D expenses. Silence. An absolute silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sudden, overwhelming revelation. Klaus's coffee cup tilted slightly in his hand, spilling a few drops of brown liquid, yet he remained oblivious. For the first time, an expression of incredulous shock crossed his perpetually stoic face. Shen Wangshu abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with an intense light. Mr. Lu, is this true? AQ value of 1. How confident are you? The technical documentation resides securely within our absolute safe servers, Lu Chen replied calmly. After the meeting, I can authorize a designated team of experts for preliminary verification. Isabella covered her mouth in disbelief, while Prince Amir nearly dropped the astrolabe model he held. Daedalus, this name, derived from the craftsman of Greek mythology who built the labyrinth of Minos, symbolized a flight toward the sun. At this moment, the technology Lu Chun unveiled shone brighter than the sun itself. It illuminated the entire venue and irrevocably altered the existing power dynamics. Chapter 45. The Summit at the Snow-Capped Peak. Part 2. The Foundation of a New Order and the Return Journey. Daedalus. This name, accompanied by the staggering energy gain of 1, detonated like a thought bomb within the conference hall. Following an instant of absolute silence, an eruption of sound surged forth, nearly overturning the very dome of the room. This is impossible, exclaimed a member focused on energy investments. but his eyes were alight with an undeniable yearning. AQ value greater than 1. Which laboratory achieved this? Why was there no prior indication? Compact? How compact? What is the engineering technical route? Magnetic confinement or inertial confinement? We need to see the technical documentation immediately. Skepticism, shock, euphoria, urgency, an amalgamation of emotions intertwined, rendering these titans of industry. Usually unflappable in the face of calamity, utterly uncharacteristic in their response. Even Klaus, who had remained a detached observer, now fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Chun, as if seeking any trace of deceit upon his countenance, yet all he found was an unfathomable calm. Shen Wangshu struggled to suppress the tumultuous waves within, pressing his hands down to restore order in the venue. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Mr. Liu, your proposal and statement hold significant weight, potentially influencing the trajectory of human civilization. Can you provide more details? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. As Lu Chun met his gaze, he solemnly nodded. Mr. Shun and esteemed colleagues, I comprehend the astonishment and skepticism that permeates the room. The intricate specifics of the deadless technology encompass a vast array of highly specialized physics and engineering concepts, which cannot be succinctly elucidated. However, I stand here, ready to vouch for the veracity of my claims with my personal integrity and the complete assets of the celestial capital. His eyes scanned the assembly, and his tone was steady and resolute. I propose the immediate establishment of a technical verification committee composed of the foremost nuclear physicists, fusion engineers, and materials scientists within the Kunlun Society. Once the meeting adjourns, the committee members shall be granted instant access, through the highest level of secure channels, to a selection of non-core technical summaries and preliminary experimental data stored on our impeccably secure servers. Following initial validation, all technical documentation will be progressively disclosed to the committee under stringent confidentiality agreements. This proposition is both reasonable and demonstrates sincerity, while ensuring the safety of the technology and the professionalism of its evaluation. I am in agreement, Shen Wangshu promptly expressed, casting a glance at several members from the energy and physics domains, who immediately nodded emphatically, their eyes ablaze with fervor. I second the motion. Let us promptly form the committee. No one hesitated any longer. Regardless of lingering doubts, the prospect of controllable nuclear fusion, akin to a beacon of hope, rendered all caution and protocol susceptible to acceleration. As for the subsequent developments of the Deadless project, Lu Chun continued, maintaining the rhythm, as I previously mentioned. I suggest integrating it into the broader framework of the Prometheus plan, spearheaded by the Kunlun Society, thereby harnessing global intellect to tackle this challenge. Celestial Capital will bear all research and development expenses, and I am willing to reinvest the majority of profits generated from the successful commercialization of this technology into other grand initiatives led by the Kunlun Society that pertain to the future of humanity. He exhibited a vision that was nearly selfless, focusing on the collective advancement of civilization. This dispelled the final remnants of doubt regarding his potential desire to monopolize this technology. The atmosphere in the conference hall transformed completely. The prior subtle scrutiny, probing, and sense of distance melted away in an instant, eclipsed by the monumental impact and promising future heralded by Deadless. In its place emerged an unprecedented excitement, anticipation, and a burgeoning respect and acknowledgement for Lu Chun as the provider of this technology. The mere fact that he could present such a breakthrough, regardless of its enigmatic origins, was sufficient to attest to its value and the formidable heritage of the ancient trust fund he represented. The subsequent proceedings of the meeting revolved almost entirely around Deadless and the prospects of energy. The previously pessimistic tones concerning SSC's energy supply dissipated, replaced by fervent discussions on the feasibility of colossal projects, including SSC, in a future characterized by limitless energy. The economic evaluation of asteroid mining was entirely rewritten. If the cost of energy for space transport could become negligible, then anything would be possible. The agenda of the meeting was compelled to undergo significant revisions. Other previously scheduled topics were swiftly bypassed, as all minds converged on nuclear fusion. Mr. Klaus, who had previously voiced reservations about Lu Chun, maintained his silence throughout the latter half of the meeting, yet his sharp gaze frequently darted towards Lu Chun, revealing an intricate complexity of emotions. The earlier skepticism and coldness were supplanted by a profound scrutiny and calculation. While he may still disapprove of Lu Chun's foray into capital, he could not overlook the terrifying force that Deadless represented, one capable of reshaping the entire global economic and political landscape. Ultimately, under Shen Wangshu's summary, the meeting reached a series of pivotal resolutions. 1. The immediate establishment of the Deadless Technical Verification Committee, comprising 7 top-tier experts, to commence remote validation post-haste. 2. The elevation of the Deadless plan to the highest priority subproject of the Prometheus initiative, mobilizing all resources to ensure its advancement. 3. In principle, the approval of Lu Qin's proposal, wherein Celestial Capital, as the primary funder and technology provider, will possess rights to future profit distribution, although the majority of revenues will be reinvested to support other projects led by the Kunlun Society. 4. The contents of this gathering, particularly those pertaining to Deadless, will be classified at the highest level of confidentiality, with any breach regarded as a betrayal of the entire Kunlun Society. When the meeting officially concluded, it was already deep into the night. Yet, no one felt fatigued. Instead, they were invigorated. Members gradually departed from the conference hall, many pausing to shake hands or exchange contact information with Lu Qin, their demeanor markedly transformed from that at the beginning of the meeting. Isabella even bestowed upon him a grand embrace, whispering in his ear, "You truly are a master of surprises. Now, no one dares to underestimate you." Finally, Shun Wangshu approached, offering a firm handshake to Lu Qin, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. "Mr. Lu, after today, the history of Kunlun will be altered because of you. We welcome you to join us wholeheartedly. The upcoming technical verification may require your utmost diligence." "It is my duty," Lu Qin replied calmly. He had no intention of lingering atop the snowy peak. After a brief exchange with a few core members, he departed with Luo Zhan, taking the arranged helicopter to leave the mountain that had ushered in a significant turning point in his life. The helicopter soared through the night sky over the Alps, with the inky mountains and glimmering glaciers beneath. Lu Qin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to reflect on the scenes from the summit. He recognized that the card he played with Deadless was indeed a masterstroke. It not only adeptly addressed the philosophical inquiries regarding funding sources, but also propelled him into the very heart of the Kunlun Society's core circle, positioning him as an indispensable figure in the upcoming energy revolution and the entire Prometheus initiative. An unparalleled sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Yet, simultaneously, he felt the weight of an even deeper pressure. The expectations surrounding the Deadless technology were exceedingly high. The forthcoming technical validation must be flawless. Sharing such a pivotal technology, while it garnered status and alliances, also entailed risks and responsibilities. Moreover, the specter of the Prism project still lingered in the shadows. While his introduction of nuclear fusion technology was indeed shocking, would it incite even deeper scrutiny? The helicopter gently descended at Switzerland's international airport, where his private jet awaited. Upon boarding the aircraft and settling into the spacious, comfortable cabin, Lu Qin gazed out at the dawn breaking beyond the horizon and took a deep breath. The summit encounter had concluded. However, a brand new, more tumultuous era was just beginning to unfold before him, and he stood at the center of the stage. Chapter 46. The Returning Layout, Progress of Neuralink and the Aftermath of the Prism. The private jet pierced through the clouds, smoothly landing on the runway of Donghai International Airport. Outside, the familiar silhouette of the city loomed, shrouded in the morning mist. What had been a brief excursion to the Alps felt like a century of monumental events. Lu Qin's state of mind was now starkly different from when he departed. At the foot of the aircraft's stairs, Manager Wang awaited with palpable excitement intermingled with reverence. It was evident that he had gleaned some knowledge of his boss's astounding achievements at the Kunlun Summit through various channels, and though the details might be unclear, the transformation in Lu Qin's aura was unmistakable. "Mr. Lu, welcome back." Manager Wang approached swiftly. Indeed, Lu Qin acknowledged with a slight nod, his steps unwavering as he made his way toward the waiting Rolls-Royce Phantom. Once inside the vehicle, the soundproof windows rose, effectively shutting out the clamor of the outside world. "How is everything at home?" Lu Qin closed his eyes in a meditative state, yet the concern in his tone was unmistakable. "Everything is normal, Mr. Lu," Manager Wang promptly reported. "Your parents are in good health, and the security level remains at its highest, with no anomalies detected. The operations of various companies within the group are stable, and the new batch of investment projects from Sangqiong Capital is progressing as planned. Additionally, the first phase of aid projects from the Dawn Foundation has been successfully implemented in certain regions of Western China and Africa, receiving an excellent response." Lu Qin opened his eyes. What is the status of Dr. Kohlberg's team at Neuralink? This was one of his foremost concerns at present. Deadless represented a strategic nuclear weapon for the future, while Neuralink was poised to yield the first ripe fruit within his technological landscape. "I am just about to report." Manager Wang's spirits lifted as he retrieved his tablet. Dr. Kohlberg and his core team of 27 have all safely arrived in Geneva, Switzerland. The temporary laboratory and office space at the Horizon Institute of Advanced Research, HINS, have been activated, equipped to the highest specifications. The initial batch of critical equipment you authorized for procurement has also been fully installed and calibrated. Dr. Kohlberg himself is in excellent condition, almost tirelessly immersed in work. He asked me to convey his sincerest gratitude to you and express that the team's morale is high as they have commenced a new round of primate experiments aimed at validating a novel, high-throughput neural signal decoding algorithm. Manager Wang's tone conveyed admiration as he continued, with unwavering support. They are confident in submitting the application for the initial human clinical trials within a year. Very well. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. The efficacy of talent can only be maximized in the right environment. Inform the doctor that funding and equipment are not concerns. I only require results and efficiency. Additionally, remind Luo Zhan that the security level at Hyan's must remain at its highest, and all confidentiality agreements signed by researchers must be rigorously enforced. This technology is a crucial cornerstone of our biotechnology sector. Understood. Manager Wang swiftly noted this down. Furthermore, regarding Pinnacle Ventures and Titan Technologies, General Qin Feng inquired whether there should be any adjustments to our subsequent strategies. After all, Pinnacle Ventures, our initial adversary, is now on its last legs. And the real target, Dr. Kohlberg's team, is already in our grasp. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The financial blockade against Pinnacle Ventures remains unchanged. This is a rule we cannot alter at will. As for Titan Technologies, we will temporarily cease active targeting but maintain surveillance. If they are wise and refrain from interference, we shall coexist peacefully. If they attempt to provoke us, his tone turned frigid, then let Qin Feng know how to proceed. Yes, Manager Wang comprehended the unspoken implications. As the vehicle entered the city and merged into the morning rush hour traffic, the interior of the Phantom remained serene. Lu Chen gazed out at the rapidly passing cityscape before suddenly inquiring, any recent developments regarding the Prism project? This question caught Manager Wang slightly off guard, but he quickly assumed a grave expression. According to intelligence from Luo Zhan and our own monitoring, the previous high-intensity multidirectional probing waves have noticeably diminished during and after your trip to the Alps, almost falling silent. Silent. Lu Chen's brow furrowed. Such unusual calmness often heralds trouble. The Prism project cannot possibly abandon its investigations due to a mere summit. Indeed, it appears to be silent on the surface. Manager Wang lowered his voice. However, Luo Zhan has noted several very covert, seemingly unrelated financial information flows and network access paths, whose origins and destinations, after layers of disguise, vaguely point towards a foundational research foundation associated with the Kunlun Society's elders. They seem to be adjusting their probing direction, becoming more patient and discreet, as if engaged in a form of long-term data accumulation and pattern analysis rather than seeking a short-term breakthrough. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the Prism had not vanished. It had merely entered a deeper phase of concealment, altering its strategy. From a frenzied assault, it had transformed into a subtle infiltration and observation. This was, in fact, more troubling, indicating that the adversary was taking the matter more seriously and would be more difficult to contend with. Inform Luo Zhan to maintain the highest level of vigilance, expanding the monitoring range to ensure no minute anomalies are overlooked. Focus particularly on those data flows that appear normal but exhibit slight deviations in frequency or pattern. Lu Chen instructed. Moreover, let our technical team begin reverse engineering the coding rules and source characteristics of those probing signals. Even a minor analysis could prove valuable. Understood. I will relay this immediately. Manager Wang felt the weight of responsibility intensify. At that moment, Lu Chen's private encrypted phone rang. The caller ID displayed Isabella Mendoza. Lu Chen gestured for Manager Wang to be silent as he answered the call. Hey Lu, back in your Eastern Kingdom? Isabella's voice remained bright, laced with a hint of languid amusement, as if the tension and shock of the Alpine summit had never transpired. Just landed, Lu Chen replied, acknowledging Mendoza's usual promptness and information. Of course, I must keep an eye on our partners, Isabella chuckled lightly. On to business, 2 matters. First, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the initial personnel and equipment for the joint security plan have been deployed, yielding immediate results. The armed leaders in the most tumultuous areas have suddenly become much more reasonable. The stability of cobalt supply is expected to significantly improve next month. I can assure you of the stable supply you promised to Tesla. Impressive efficiency. It was evident that Mr. Smith's security firm and Isabella's local resources had played a pivotal role. Good news. I appreciate your efforts, Lu Chen acknowledged. The second matter. Isabella's tone grew slightly more formal, pertains to Deadless. The technical validation committee has been established, and I am one of the liaisons. Those old scholars, with no disrespect intended, were nearly overcome with excitement after reviewing some summaries and data. They have largely acknowledged the preliminary feasibility of the technology, but insist on seeing the core constraint field design and initial wall material data as soon as possible. When can you grant access to the next level of permissions? There was a hint of barely concealed urgency and excitement in her voice. I need to confirm the data desensitization and encryption processes with the technical team first. Lu Chun did not immediately acquiesce, exercising necessary caution. I will provide you with a definitive timeline by tomorrow at the latest. Make it quick, Isabella emphasized. Those old men are like children who have waited 10 years for candy. They're about to overwhelm my communicator. Oh, by the way, she seemed to suddenly recall something. That old curmudgeon Klaus has privately inquired about you a few times after the meeting. Although he still wears that sour expression, his tone has softened considerably. It appears that the allure of Daedalus is indeed quite sweet. Even Klaus's attitude is beginning to shift. That's an intriguing signal. As Lu Chun concluded the call with Isabella, the Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly descended into the underground garage of the Bulgari Hotel. Upon returning to the long-awaited presidential suite, everything remained lavish, tranquil, and orderly. Yet Lu Chun felt that this once vast space seemed to have shrunk somewhat. His vision and stage had long transcended this place. He removed his coat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the awakening city below. The grandeur of the snow-capped Alps still echoed in his mind. But the reality of the situation had unfolded. Neuralink needed to progress steadily, yielding its first technological achievements. The threat posed by Prism had not dissipated. It had merely transitioned into a deeper shadow, requiring constant vigilance. The immense expectations ignited by Daedalus must be managed and fulfilled with utmost care. There could be no missteps. Relationships with Isabella, Shun Wangshu, and even the potentially shifting Klaus needed to be meticulously maintained and leveraged. With myriad threads to manage, he felt an unwavering sense of order. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power and clarity of purpose within him. At that moment, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind, like the unchanging morning bell, punctually announcing, "Ding, the daily payment has been credited. Your account 0927 received a deposit of 42 billion renminbi on August 20th at 6:30:01. Current cumulative daily income, 504 billion renminbi, 50 billion and 4 million. Gazing at the astonishingly lengthy string of numbers on the screen, Lu Chun's state of mind had transformed entirely. Money continued to flood in at an insane rate, but now it resembled a form of fuel, a key to unleash the vast and intricate machinery capable of altering the world. His gaze transcended the city before him, seemingly once again catching sight of that snow-capped peak in the boundless starry sky. On the first day of his return, the groundwork had already begun. Chapter 47. The Mundane Concerns, the Burden of 50 billion and the Dawn of Technology. 50 billion and 4 million. This figure lay quietly on the phone screen, akin to a newspaper delivered punctually each morning. Yet the worth of this publication was enough to acquire the majority of the world's newspapers. Lu Chun regarded it with an inner calm that had long since settled, a near numbness towards the habitual growth of numbers. The system's bounty, once a staggering revelation, had now morphed into a sweet, yet burdensome aspect of daily life. The challenge of efficiently expending this ever-increasing sum of money had become a more pressing concern than the act of earning itself. Seated in his study, he faced a hefty stack of funding utilization reports freshly presented by Manager Wang. The team had exhausted every effort, extending their investment reach into nearly every seemingly promising domain. An additional $2 billion into Sangqiong Capital to expand the frontier technology investment portfolio. Even venturing into realms that sounded like the stuff of dreams, such as room-temperature superconductors and the theoretical foundations of consciousness uploading. An additional $5 billion to the Morning Light Foundation to broaden charitable efforts to encompass global climate change responses and the protection of deep-sea exploration. Approval had been granted for the first batch of 100 audacious ideas for the Future Exploration Fund, ranging from a colossal seaweed farm project to cool the Pacific Ocean to a new array of radio telescopes for conversing with extraterrestrial civilizations, imaginative and costly endeavors. Plans were even underway to invest in the construction of the most luxurious superyacht in history, equipped with research functionality for informal scientific exchanges and high-end conferences. The speed at which money was being spent was nothing short of frenetic, yet even so, the funds accumulating in his account continued to swell at an even faster pace. The laws of mathematics dictated that, in the face of exponential growth, any linear consumption was futile. Lu Chun rubbed his temples and cast the report aside. He understood that unless a colossal money-consuming endeavor like the Prometheus project was officially launched, this accumulation of funds would be difficult to rectify. He instructed the butler standing nearby to convey to Qin Feng and Manager Wang that the investment strategy could be bolder, without excessive pursuit of short-term logic and visible returns. Some projects, even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of success, were worth investing in if their potential impact was sufficiently revolutionary. What we need to do is broaden the scope of our bets. Yes, Mr. Liu, the butler noted respectfully. This signified the forthcoming commencement of a more extensive and cost-unconscious technological gamble. Having dealt with these vexing daily matters, Luchan shifted his focus to what truly piqued his interest. He connected to a secure video link with the HINS Research Institute in Geneva, Switzerland. As the screen illuminated, it was not Dr. Kohlberg who appeared, but the Institute's chief operating officer, a poised Swiss scientist named Alina Moser. "Good morning, Mr. Liu," Alina greeted, her tone imbued with the succinctness and precision characteristic of a researcher. "The doctor is currently engaged in critical biocompatibility testing in a sterile laboratory and cannot be interrupted. I will report the latest progress on his behalf." "Please proceed," Luchan nodded. "In the past 72 hours, the progress has exceeded our expectations." Alina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "With the unrestricted resources you provided, we have successfully optimized the fabrication process of the flexible microelectrode array, achieving a 300 increase in yield and a 15 enhancement in signal clarity." She displayed real-time data graphs and images captured under the microscope. The new neural signal decoding algorithm had made groundbreaking strides in experiments with macaques. The latest experiment demonstrated that the subject macaque could control a robotic arm with its thoughts, executing the complex sequence of grabbing a grape and delivering it precisely to its mouth with a success rate of 92. This far surpassed our initial timeline expectations. The screen showcased a video of the experiment, a macaque with tiny cables connected to its head, intently watching the robotic arm, which moved fluidly in response to its thoughts, deftly grasping a grape before carefully delivering it to its mouth. The macaque's eyes even exhibited a hint of anthropomorphic surprise and delight, even for the resolute Luchan. Witnessing this visible leap in technology stirred a wave of warmth within him. This was the essence of his substantial investment, the opportunity to witness science fiction merge with reality, to see how technology could transform lives. "What about the preparations for human clinical trials?" he inquired, suppressing his excitement and adopting a calm demeanor. "We are proceeding concurrently," Alina responded, her pace quickening. "The ethical review materials are ready, and preliminary communication channels with the FDA and the European Medicines Agency, EMA, have been established. The doctor's team is drafting the first clinical trial protocol, planning to recruit 3 volunteers who are completely paralyzed due to spinal cord injuries. If all goes well, we anticipate submitting the formal application within 4 months. For months, this speed, in the rigorous realm of medical research, was nothing short of remarkable. It was entirely a product of the efficiency brought forth by financial resources. "Excellent," Luchan nodded in satisfaction, instructing the doctor not to feel any pressure, emphasizing that safety and ethics were paramount. "What I seek is ultimate success, not a rushed timeline." "Understood." The doctor reiterated this point. "It is precisely because of your support that we can avoid hasty decisions and pursue the most perfect and safest path," Alina expressed earnestly. After concluding the call with HINS, Luchan felt a surge of clarity. The rapid progress of Neuralink shone like a clear dawn, illuminating a corner of his vast technological landscape, validating that his model and investments were indeed effective. After a brief respite, he attended to several follow-up matters related to the Kunlun Association, primarily confirming some procedural details regarding the Deadless Technology Verification Committee and finalizing the data transmission schedule. Isabella had sent another message, urging him to expedite the opening of the next level of data access, teasingly stating that a few old scientists were practically living in her office. As noon approached, an unexpected video call request came through from Elon Musk at Tesla. Luchan was taken aback but connected the call. Musk appeared somewhat fatigued yet intensely focused. The background seemingly a Tesla design studio adorned with a large blueprint of the Cybertruck. "Lou," Musk bypassed pleasantries, diving straight in with the rapidity of a bullet. "Your AI material simulation platform is fucking incredible." His opening was laced with expletives, but it was evident that he was expressing profound excitement. "We integrated it into our 4680 battery production line debugging system, and within just 3 days, we optimized 3 critical parameters of the dry electrode process. The yield rate forecast can improve by at least 5 percentage points. This saved us at least 6 months of trial and error and hundreds of millions of dollars in costs." Luchan smiled faintly. The result was within his expectations. The technology from that AI simulation company was inherently promising, albeit lacking sufficient data and computational power, which Tesla's vast production data and supercomputing resources perfectly complemented. "Good news, Elon." "Not just good news. The cobalt-free material data you shared has provided my team with a new direction. Although mass production is still a way off, we now see another clear path ahead. Hence, I have made a decision." He fixed his gaze on the screen, his tone becoming unusually serious. "The next-generation flagship model's autonomous driving computing platform at Tesla will allocate dedicated interfaces and computational power to explore the potential for deep coupling with the brain-machine interface technology of the HINS Research Institute. This is not merely about control. It delves deeper, such as monitoring driver states and even thought-assisted decision-making. We shall be the pioneers. This decision undoubtedly represents a significant endorsement and advancement of Neuralink technology. Should Tesla be the first to implement it, the demonstrative effect would be monumental. A remarkably forward-thinking decision. Lu Qin remarked with appreciation. Heinz will be more than willing to collaborate with you. Then it's settled. My technical team will reach out to Switzerland next week. Musk declared with determination. Oh, and regarding the launch services for the Abyss of Aubers, my team has assessed it, and there are no technical issues. After the next successful test flight of the Starship, we can discuss the contract in detail. Another piece of good news. The Space Transport Channel has also been secured. After concluding the energetic call with Musk, Lu Qin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His substantial investments were quietly bearing fruit across various sectors, generating synergistic effects. At that moment, his butler gently knocked and entered. Mr. Lu, lunch is ready. Additionally, we have made contact with the down-and-out mathematician who posted the Dyson Cloud concept online. He is willing to accept funding but insists on retaining complete freedom in his research. Approved, Lu Qin replied without hesitation, establishing an independent research fund for him. Starting with a sum of $100 million. Tell him I do not want short-term papers. I only desire his imaginative ideas and calculations. Understood. The butler's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he respectfully complied. $100 million, merely to acquire an imaginative idea. After lunch, Lu Qin took a brief respite. In the afternoon, he had initially planned to review the latest conceptual design report for Prometheus from SSC. However, a report from Luo Zhan, marked as top secret and urgent, was directly delivered to his study. The contents of the report instantly dispelled Lu Qin's drowsiness. Significant discoveries had been made through reverse tracking in the barrier department. Those highly disguised anomalous data streams pointing to the Kunlun Elder Foundation concealed fragments of an extremely ancient protocol, nearly obsolete in the modern internet age. This protocol appeared to be linked to a highly classified global financial settlement backup system project from the last century that had ultimately been abandoned. One of the few insiders of this abandoned project, according to vague intelligence, seemed to have intricate connections with a certain founding elder of the Kunlun Society. The probe by the prism had surprisingly traced back to the founding era of the Kunlun Society. Lu Qin furrowed his brow tightly. The matter seemed to be growing increasingly complex and profound. Daily trivialities continued to abound, yet the undercurrents hinted at a more distant past. Chapter 48. Protocol Fragments. Clues pointing to the founding elders. The air in the study seemed to drop in temperature abruptly. Lu Qin's gaze was fixated on the final lines of the top-secret report from Luo Zhan, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth mahogany desk, producing a rhythmic and muffled sound. Ancient protocol fragments, the abandoned global financial settlement backup system from the last century, the founding elders of the Kunlun Society. These terms coalesced into a chilling possibility. The energy and origins behind the Prism project might be far deeper than he had imagined, potentially touching upon the very core and oldest secrets of the Kunlun Society itself. This was no longer mere external scrutiny, but rather an extraordinarily clandestine examination occurring within Kunlun, directed at him, a newly inducted member. The catalyst for this scrutiny was his inexplicable, system-endowed infinite funding. What was the name of this abandoned financial settlement system? What publicly available information exists? Lu Qin inquired, his voice resonating clearly in the silent study. Luo Zhan's expression turned grave during the video call. Public information is scarce. It seems to be code-named the Golden Bounty Project, initiated secretly by several major powers towards the end of the Cold War, aimed at establishing a backup system for global financial settlements independent of SWIFT, capable of sustaining basic global financial transactions under extreme circumstances, such as a full-scale nuclear war. It was ultimately abandoned and sealed due to the conclusion of the Cold War and rapid technological iterations. The underlying communication protocol used is highly classified, designed for resilience against destruction and absolute concealment, thus possessing strong evasion and adaptive characteristics. The protocol fragments we discovered align closely with certain technological features recorded in the archives of the Golden Bounty Project, albeit modernized and reinforced. Most critically, Luo Zhan added, based on fragmented, declassified files we infiltrated and vague recollections from some retired personnel. One of the early concept proposers and primary proponents of the Golden Bounty Project was a financier codenamed the Founder. According to Scan Intelligence, following the failure of the Golden Bounty Project, this founder seemingly became involved with a more secretive private group composed of global capital and academic leaders. The implications were clear without needing further elaboration. That private group was highly likely to be the precursor of the Kunlun Society. The PRISM project is utilizing ancient protocols potentially related to the founding elders of Kunlun to probe into me. Lu Chun leaned back against his chair, his gaze sharp as an eagle. What does this indicate? Is it an individual elder's personal action, or a formal examination sanctioned by the entire Kunlun Council? Currently, it remains uncertain, Luo Zhan responded cautiously. The opposing counter-tracking capabilities are exceedingly strong. Capturing this thread is already the limit. We cannot trace it back to the specific source of the directive. However, it is certain that the level of inquiry is very high and that they possess the authority to access Kunlun's early technological heritage. Lu Chun fell into silence. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. He initially believed that the PRISM was an internal department responsible for security within Kunlun, but it now appeared that the waters ran deeper. This could even involve a power struggle between different factions or elders within Kunlun, and he, due to his uniqueness, had become a variable in need of evaluation, perhaps even a pawn being tested. A sensation of being at the center of a vast whirlpool arose within him. Strangely, however, he did not feel fear. Rather, a cold excitement surged within him. Continue monitoring, Luo Zhan. Lu Chun issued the command, his tone calm. The focus was no longer on interception and confrontation, but rather on learning and analysis. Analyze their probing patterns, frequency variations, and the types of information to which they are particularly sensitive. We must, like students, reverse engineer their knowledge boundaries and areas of concern through their inquiries. Understood. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Luo Zhan's eyes. In such a passive state, the boss still contemplated learning and countermeasures rather than mere defense. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chun devised a way to subtly convey a faint signal regarding the interference from the remnants of archaic technology in the realm of cybersecurity to Mr. Shen Wangshu, all without revealing our awareness. Mr. Shen Wangshu is currently the core member of the Kunlun Club who has extended the most goodwill and engaged in the most profound collaboration with him. This serves as a test to ascertain whether he is aware of the situation or how he might react. Indeed, we shall craft a most natural opportunity. Luo Zhan received the order. After concluding the call with Luo Zhan, Lu Chun sat alone in his study for an extended period. Outside the window, the city's lights began to shimmer, neon signs flickering, yet they could not illuminate the deepening fog within his soul. The Jinsui project, the founders, PRISM. Is there an obscure connection between the system's boundless funding and this abandoned global financial backup system? Or is it merely that PRISM has appropriated its technology? Throughout the long years, what secrets do the founding elders of the Kunlun Club still conceal? What attitudes do they hold towards the sudden emergence of themselves, wielding infinite funds? Are they welcoming, exploitative, cautious, or something else entirely? He knew he stood at the threshold of a monumental historical enigma and a labyrinth of power. The key to unraveling this mystery might well be hidden within the fragments of ancient agreements and the very history of the Kunlun Club itself. He picked up the internal phone and dialed Manager Wang's number. Manager Wang, please adjust some of the recent investment directions of Sangqiong Capital. As you command, Mr. Liu. Focus on and invest in individual researchers, independent studios, or small think tanks that specialize in the history of financial technology, the development of cryptography, and the archaeology of information technology during the Cold War. Lu Chun instructed clearly, emphasizing that they need not produce specific results, but should endeavor to excavate and organize as many technical archives and anecdotes from that era as possible, particularly information related to the Jinsui project, early internet protocols, and those scientists and financiers who are lauded as founders yet remain relatively obscure. The funding is unlimited, aimed at encouraging in-depth exploration. He intended to cast a wide net, seeking potential clues from the dusty annals of history. This may be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but it was the only investigative method he could conceive that would not directly provoke the sensitive nerves of Kunlun. Understood. I shall arrange this immediately. Although Manager Wang was taken aback by the boss's sudden interest in history, his resolute execution remained unchanged. Once everything was arranged, Lu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He approached the liquor cabinet, poured himself a small glass of spirits, but did not drink. Instead, he watched the amber liquid ripple within the glass. PRISM, Jinsui, founders. These words swirled in his mind. He felt an intense premonition that his entanglement with this enigmatic organization extended far beyond the current collaboration and probing. Perhaps, from the moment he acquired the system, he had already been swept into a silent torrent that transcended decades, or even further back in time. And now, what he needed to do was learn to navigate it before being engulfed by the current. Chapter 49, Shen Wangshu's Hint and the Whisper of History. The orders issued by Lu Chun were like pebbles cast into a deep pond, sending ripples silently radiating outward. Manager Wang efficiently executed the directive to shift investments. directing substantial funds towards researchers and institutions delving into the obscure and remote fields of financial technology, history, and cryptographic archaeology. These actions were inconspicuous within the vast portfolio of Sangcheon Capital, akin to a few drops of ink merging into the ocean, failing to attract particular attention from the outside world. However, at the level of the Kunlun Club, any subtle changes could potentially be captured and interpreted. On the third day following the issuance of the directive, while Lu Chun was reviewing the enthusiastic preliminary positive assessment report from the Deadless Technology Validation Committee, he received an encrypted communication request from Shen Wangshu. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Lu Chun as he accepted the request. On the screen, Shen Wangshu appeared to be in the library of a classical university, surrounded by towering dark wooden bookshelves laden with ancient tomes. He wore his customary gentle smile, yet his eyes bore an imperceptible depth not typically present. "Mr. Lu, I hope I'm not interrupting?" Shen Wangshu's voice resonated through the headset, clear and steady. "Not at all, Mr. Shen. I am currently reviewing the committee's report. The progress is quite exhilarating," Lu Chun responded, maintaining an impassive facade. "That's good to hear. Those old fellows are treating the materials you provided like scripture, studying them day and night." Shen Wangshu chuckled. He then casually pivoted the conversation. "By the way, I recently heard that your Sangcheon Capital has suddenly developed an interest in financial history and antiquated technologies, investing in a few projects researching Cold War-era communication protocols. Here it comes." The probe had indeed arrived, and it was rapid and direct. A shiver ran through Lu Chun, yet he managed to present a suitably curious smile. "I must apologize, Mr. Shen. I merely believe that many current technological breakthroughs often stem from the rediscovery of past wisdom. Some concepts forgotten by time might, when viewed from a different angle, breathe new life." "Oh, does Mr. Shen also have an interest in these bygone matters?" He deftly reframed his motivations as sparked by technological innovation rather than an intentional investigation, while simultaneously questioning his counterpart to seize the initiative. Shen Wangshu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze beyond the lenses appearing somewhat distant. "Research is perhaps too grand a term. It's merely that with age, one tends to experience and remember certain things. The Cold War era was indeed a time filled with grand visions and unfortunate abandonments. Many projects that demanded immense effort but were stifled by political or technological constraints still leave their technological legacies influencing us in various forms today." He spoke as if reflecting, yet with an underlying significance. "Oh, for instance?" Lu Chun seized the opportunity to inquire further, feigning keen interest. "For instance?" Shen Wangshu paused slightly, as if recalling. "Certain global network architectures designed to emphasize absolute security and concealment in response to extreme situations. And some audacious experiments attempting to break traditional financial settlement barriers and establish entirely new trust mechanisms. Many ideas, though seemingly astonishing and perhaps somewhat naive at the time, still evoke admiration today for the foresight and problem-solving approaches they embodied." His words nearly echoed the essence of the Gene Sui project. Lu Chen's heart quickened slightly, yet his countenance remained one of attentive learning. "Hearing you speak, Mr. Shen, is indeed inspiring. It seems my unintentional actions have serendipitously borne fruit." Whether they were unintentional matters little. Shen Wangshu's smile took on a more profound significance. What truly matters is that history serves as a mirror, illuminating the path ahead while also reflecting shadows that ought not to be forgotten. Delving into the past is commendable, yet sometimes, digging too deep may stir some dormant foundations. Foundations? That term instantly conjured the codename from Luo Zhan's report. The founder. Was Shen Wangshu warning him? Or perhaps reminding him? "Are you suggesting, Mr. Shen?" Lu Chen feigned ignorance. "What I mean is..." Shen Wangshu's smile faded, his tone taking on a slightly more serious note. "The Kunlun Club's continued existence and its ability to guide the world to some extent is precisely because it understands the value of history, maintaining a delicate balance between innovation and tradition, exploration and stability. Some foundations must remain untouched and should not be disturbed. Some nascent powers must learn to flourish upon recognizing their foundations." His words were as elusive as a flower seen through mist. Yet the core message was crystal clear. Refrain from further probing into matters related to the foundational roots of Kunlun, for such inquiries bear no benefit for you. Simultaneously, it implied that as long as he remains compliant, cooperating within the established framework, his burgeoning strength would be safeguarded. This felt more like a benevolent warning and demarcation from the upper echelons. Grateful for Mr. Shen's guidance, I grasped the implications. Lu Chen solemnly nodded in acceptance, affirming that Sangcheon Capital would concentrate on investments in future technologies, with historical research serving merely as an interest and supplementary endeavor, never to be prioritized over the main objectives. His declaration seemingly pleased Shen Wangshu. "Excellent. Shen Wangshu smiled once more, adding, by the way, the committee is very optimistic about the preliminary validation results of Daedalus. They are eager to see the data from the next phase. When would be convenient for you? The conversation was deftly redirected back to the secure realm of technological collaboration. The encrypted transmission channels and permissions had been established, allowing for the opening of the next data packet by tomorrow. Lu Chen readily responded, excellent. Then I shall not disturb you further, and I look forward to our next exchange. Shen Wangshu concluded the call with a smile. As the screen dimmed, the tranquility on Lu Chen's face vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming gravity. The sheer volume of information from Shen Wangshu's call was staggering. Firstly, it confirmed that the investigation into the Prism project was indeed linked to the higher echelons of Kunlun, at least to someone of Shen Wangshu's caliber. He might even be privy to the knowledge or one of the tacit approvers. Secondly, he explicitly warned Lu Chen against delving deeper into the foundational roots, i.e., the founding elders and related history, which conversely almost validated the conjecture linking the Jin Sui project to the founders of Kunlun. This served as a form of reverse confirmation. Lastly, he extended an olive branch, assuring that as long as Lu Chen ceased intrusive investigations and cooperated within the Kunlun framework, especially by contributing technologies like Daedalus, his position and interests would be safeguarded. A blend of soft and hard measures, a balance of grace and authority. This was the true strategy of a top-tier player. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Chen unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. Cease investigations? Remain content with the status quo? No. The secrets of the system loomed over him like Damocles' sword. Without understanding its origins, he could never truly feel at ease. The history of Kunlun might very well be one of the crucial clues to unraveling it all. Shen Wangshu's warning only ignited a stronger desire for exploration within him. Yet, evidently, the direct path of historical archaeology had been effectively blocked, at least on the surface. A more circuitous approach was necessary. His gaze fell upon the report from the Daedalus Technology Validation Committee. Technology. Perhaps the answers need not be sought in the annals of history. Perhaps they could be inferred from the future. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He once again picked up the encrypted phone, this time dialing Qin Feng's number directly. Qin Feng, the progress of the Daedalus project is to be elevated to the highest priority from now on. I need you to oversee it personally, mobilizing all resources to ensure absolute smoothness in both the technical validation and subsequent research and development. Additionally, select a group of the most elite, reliable, and fervently dedicated physicists and engineers from the team to form an independent, top-secret theoretical tracing group. The group's task is to reverse engineer the core physical principles and theoretical implementation pathways of the Daedalus device without involving specific engineering technical details. I need to know whether this technology represents an ultimate optimization based on the existing physical framework or if it conceals entirely new physical laws that we have yet to comprehend. His voice was calm, yet resolute. Since direct historical investigation had been cautioned against, the approach would be to delve into the very technology of the system itself, transcending the era, to listen to the whispers of history that might be hidden behind formulas and data from a higher dimension. Chapter 50. Technological Tracing. Peering into the mysteries of the system through Daedalus. Lu Chen's directives resembled a high-level mobilization order for scientific research. The Daedalus project itself was elevated to an unprecedented strategic height within Songqiong capital and the entire Lu Chen system. While the newly established theoretical tracing group commenced operations under utmost secrecy, its confidentiality rating surpassing even that of Neuralink's core laboratory. The group, personally selected and led by Qin Feng, comprised only 7 members, all of whom were top-tier geniuses, possessing exceptional talents in theoretical physics, high-energy physics, plasma physics, and mathematics. While maintaining clean backgrounds, nearly isolated from the world, they were sequestered in a hidden mountain bunker laboratory in Switzerland, severing all unnecessary ties with the outside world. With the sole mission of reverse analyzing Daedalus, they were not provided with complete engineering blueprints. Instead, under Lu Chen's instruction, the system directly supplied, after the highest level of encryption and desensitization, the core physical model of the Daedalus device, the energy confinement field equations, and key performance parameters of the first wall materials. This information was sufficient to support theoretical deductions, but could not be directly used for replication or construction. Inside the bunker laboratory, whiteboards were covered with complex and dizzying partial differential equations, tensor calculations, and Feynman diagrams. A supercomputer cluster operated day and night, processing vast amounts of simulation data. As the days passed, preliminary reports were delivered to Lu Chen through absolutely secure channels every few days. The language of the reports was exceedingly professional and obscure. Yet the conclusions increasingly pointed toward a shocking direction. The models indicated that the stability of the confinement field of the Daedalus device far exceeded the limits predicted by current magnetic or inertial confinement theories. Its efficiency in suppressing plasma turbulence approached perfection. The achievement of the energy gain process, Q1, seemingly introduced an extremely subtle symmetry-breaking effect that existing theoretical frameworks had yet to describe, which perfectly compensated for the unavoidable energy dissipation in traditional calculations. The theoretical high temperature and radiation resistance of the first wall materials could not be explained based on current materials science. Their performance parameters hinted at a new form of strong interaction or a reinforced utilization of the microstructure of spacetime to some degree. In brief, the Daedalus technology was not a mere extension or ultimate optimization of existing physical theories. It resembled a more intricate and robust new edifice, constructed alongside the existing physical structure, yet standing apart. While largely compatible, it employed superior new materials and processes not documented in the existing building's blueprints at the most critical load-bearing nodes. This analytical report plunged Lu Chun into prolonged silence. The system's technology indeed transcended the cognitive limits of the current era. This stirred a mix of unease and unprecedented excitement within him, for he held the key to unlocking the future. More importantly, this pathway of technological tracing appeared genuinely viable. By analyzing these advanced technologies, it might truly be possible to reverse engineer certain technical characteristics or even thought processes of the civilization that birthed the system. He ordered the theoretical tracing group to delve deeper, focusing on those anomalies, attempting to describe and define those new materials and processes using existing mathematical tools, even if their essence remained temporarily elusive. As Lu Chun immersed himself in the technical intricacies of the system's mysteries, the formidable shockwave initiated by Daedalus was continuously reverberating within the Kunlun society, profoundly altering the power dynamics at play. Preliminary positive outcomes from technical validations had already circulated among a select group of core members, although the specifics remained confidential. The mere announcement of a principled breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion was sufficient to incite fervor among all privy to the information. Lu Chen's stature soared as he transcended the role of a mere affluent investor or a provider of technology. He was now regarded as a co-creator and guiding light in the dawn of a new energy era. An increasing number of pivotal issues began to solicit his insights, and his authority within the internal communications network of the Kunlun society was quietly elevated to a higher echelon. Isabella's correspondence with him grew increasingly frequent, extending beyond discussions of cobalt mines and the Auber's well to encompass inquiries regarding his perspectives on the overall energy investment strategies in Latin America. Prince Amir even proactively proposed to open certain specialized experimental sites controlled by his family in the Arabian Peninsula for extreme environmental testing of future Daedalus prototypes. Even the usually aloof Mr. Euro, Klaus, communicated through formal channels regarding a draft soliciting opinions on how to leverage the forthcoming limitless energy prospects to reconstruct the global debt system and stabilize the euro, displaying a markedly different demeanor despite his still rigid tone. Shen Wangshu emerged as Lu Chen's closest ally and mouthpiece within the Kunlun society, ardently supporting him in internal meetings while emphasizing the shared nature of Daedalus technology and its immense impetus for the Prometheus project, effectively alleviating any potential jealousy and concerns. Everything appeared to be progressing toward the most favorable outcome. However, Lu Chun was not beguiled by this superficial prosperity. He was acutely aware that the scrutiny of the prism had merely shifted to darker recesses, and Shen Wangshu's warnings echoed in his ears. Beneath the veneer of reverence, undercurrents of discontent continued to surge. Days later, an unexpected incident corroborated his foreboding. Luo Zhan urgently reported. The peripheral group he had dispatched to monitor the remnants of the Zhao family's influence had discovered that Zhao Mingyu's father, Zhao Hongyi, had been infiltrated at his hideaway in Australia by unidentified individuals the previous night. The intruders exhibited an exceptionally professional technique, refraining from stealing any valuables, seemingly intent only on duplicating all electronic and paper materials from Zhao Hongyi's personal computer and secure cabinet, followed by a brief yet thorough inquiry directed at Zhao Hongyi. Remarkably, Zhao Hongyi appeared entirely oblivious to the episode until our surveillance personnel detected anomalies via remote sensors. The content of the inquiry remained untraceable, but the target, Zhao Hongyi, exhibited extreme panic upon the intruder's departure, attempting to secure the earliest flight back home, only to be inexplicably dissuaded. Luo Zhan's tone was grave. Mr. Lu, the target of the intruders is unequivocally clear. They are after all historical information and details concerning the Zhao family's enmity with you. They are employing the most professional methods to excavate your past. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. He had presumed that his connection to the Zhao family had been irrevocably severed with Zhao Mingyu's disappearance, and the family's collapse. To his astonishment, the prism had resurrected this thread, delving deeper and more thoroughly than ever before. What were they seeking? Any trace of his life before his sudden wealth? Any potential vulnerabilities in the system's existence? Or were they attempting to utilize Zhao Hongyi to identify threats or methods to manipulate him? Have they reacted to our personnel? Lu Chen inquired coldly. No, they completely disregarded our surveillance points, seemingly aware of our presence yet utterly indifferent, or perhaps contemptuous, Luo Zhan replied, his voice tinged with humiliation and shock. The sensation of being entirely seen through, yet unable to intervene, was profoundly unsettling. Understood. Lu Chen's voice betrayed no emotion. Elevate the security level for my parents to the highest possible. As for Zhao Hongyi, refrain from any actions for the moment. Continue monitoring and document all anomalies. He could not afford to lose composure. The more the intruders acted in this manner, the more it indicated that they had yet to uncover anything genuinely threatening, resorting instead to these peripheral scraps. Yet, it served as a clarion call. The prism's patience was waning, or rather, they were intensifying their multi-pronged approach. The day after he managed the Zhao family crisis, Shen Wangshu sent another communication request. This time, the backdrop behind him was no longer a library but a highly technological office, and his expression bore an unprecedented gravitas. Mr. Liu, I need to alert you to a situation. Shen Wangshu spoke directly, his tone serious. Within the council, divergent voices have emerged regarding the handling of deadless technology. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Divergent voices? Indeed, Shen Wangshu nodded. The majority of members, including myself, advocate for adhering to the established plan led by Kunlun in a shared development effort. However, a small faction of elders, primarily older and more cautious members, has proposed a motion. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. They suggest that, given the extreme strategic significance of deadless technology and the unpredictable risks it may entail, its core data and prototype development should be conducted within a black box facility directly controlled by the Council, with the strictest limitations imposed on the dissemination of technical information. They even proposed temporarily restricting the primary technology provider, referring to Lu Chen, from deep participation until the technology is fully matured and controllable. Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. A black box? Restricting participation? This is tantamount to ousting him from the inner circle and usurping his dominion over Deadless. Cloaked in the guise of risk control, it is likely that certain individuals seek to seize this opportunity for their own gain, or, more insidiously, to control him as a variable. Which elders proposed this motion? Lu Chen's voice remained calm, yet a chill permeated his tone. Shen Wangshu hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. The motion was anonymously initiated, complying with certain confidentiality clauses in the Council's ancient statutes. However, I personally speculate it is likely connected to the conservative faction of the Founders. The Founders. Again, this codename. The Prism's radical scrutiny, the conservative motion within the Council. Everything seemed to subtly point toward the Kunlun Society's most ancient and enigmatic source. The dawn of technological enlightenment had indeed emerged, yet the shadows of power grew ever more pronounced. Lu Chen knew that a new tempest was brewing within Kunlun, and he had no choice but to confront it. Chapter 51. The Calm Before the Storm. The Black Box Motion and Lu Chen's Dilemma. The news Shen Wangshu brought was like a frigid boulder cast into the tranquil lake of Lu Chen's heart, instantly suppressing all the fervor ignited by technological breakthroughs and elevation in status. Terms such as anonymous motion, black box isolation, and participation restrictions conveyed meanings that could not be clearer. This was not a matter of commercial negotiation. It was a power struggle, a cautionary and oppressive response from the conservative elements within Kunlun toward this newly ascendant player wielding formidable leverage. What is the Council's stance on this motion? Lu Chen's voice revealed no hint of emotion, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to him. It is still in the preliminary discussion phase, with both supporters and opponents present. Shen Wangshu's brow furrowed in concern. Supporters believe that Deadless does indeed pose significant risks, and cautious handling is justifiable, aligning with Kunlun's traditional principles of risk control. Conversely, opponents argue that this undermines the spirit of collaboration and may dishearten contributors, especially since you have just provided such critical technology. He paused, adding, I, Isabella, Prince Amir, and others have explicitly expressed our opposition. However, several venerable elders who truly wield the ancient voting rights have yet to express their stance. Their attitudes will ultimately determine the outcome. The notion of an anonymous proposal aligns with the archaic statutes. Lu Chen gently reiterated these words, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Shen Wangshu. Mr. Shun, does this imply that within the regulations of Kunlun, I am unable to ascertain who is suggesting my exclusion? A hint of resignation flickered across Shen Wangshu's face. Regrettably, yes. The founding charter established an anonymous mechanism to ensure that members could address sensitive topics without hesitation in extreme circumstances, unless the proposal progresses to a formal voting stage. The proposer retains the right to conceal their identity. The convenience of the rules now served as the best shield for the opposition. Lu Chun fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, what if the technological provisions from Daedalus were not a one-time gift, but rather a phased and conditional authorization? What if the transmission of core data required a specific, non-replicable key that was solely tied to my personal biometric information? Upon hearing this, Shen Wangshu's eyes ignited with a spark of realization. He instantly grasped Lu Chen's intent. Are you suggesting that you have embedded a backdoor in the technical documentation? Or perhaps a biometric encryption lock? His voice rose slightly, tinged with astonishment. Not a backdoor, merely a reasonable technical safeguard, Lu Chen calmly corrected, his tone imbued with an undeniable poise. Such crucial technology undoubtedly necessitates certain assurances, does it not? I trust the Council will comprehend this prudence. This was indeed a masterstroke of counter-strategy. If the technical documentation itself could neither be fully replicated nor utilized independently by Lu Chun, then the so-called isolation and restrictions on participation became a farce. How could one discuss isolation when the box could not even be opened? Shen Wangshu inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his shock. He realized once more that he had underestimated the depths and capabilities of this young man. Not only had he produced the technology, but he had also preemptively laid such a pivotal groundwork. If, his voice turned exceedingly grave, such an encryption mechanism truly exists, the nature of the proposal would entirely transform. It would shift from risk control to an attempt to forcibly seize another's core assets, which gravely contravenes the fundamental spirit of the Kunlun Covenant. Once made public, the neutral elders would never lend their support. The initiative had once again returned to Lu Chen's hands. Verification of the technical details will require the Council's experts. Lu Chen stated nonchalantly, I believe they will uncover this matter soon enough. Shen Wangshu immediately understood. I see. I will prompt the experts to verify the technology, allowing them to inadvertently discover the existence of this encryption mechanism. By then, the proposer of the motion will likely find themselves in a precarious position. A potential crisis seemed to have been deftly averted by Lu Chun. Yet both men understood that this was but a facade. The emergence of the anonymous proposal itself indicated that deep-seated trepidation and distrust towards him existed within Kunlun. This time, they could counter with technology. What about next time? Mr. Lu, Shen Wangshu's tone grew earnest. While we may navigate this challenge, you have observed that the winds of change are relentless. The brilliance of Daedalus has rendered you a thorn in the side of certain individuals. You require more steadfast allies, beyond mere technical collaboration. He hinted at the necessity for Lu Chun to proactively cultivate relationships within Kunlun, to forge his own coalition of interests. Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Shun. I understand what must be done, Lu Chun nodded, having long ceased to be merely a fortunate individual reliant on the system. He was swiftly learning and mastering the rules of the power dynamics at play. Once the conversation with Shen Wangshu concluded, the calmness on Lu Chen's face finally faded, replaced by a cold, sharp intensity. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city that never sleeps. Yet his gaze was drawn to the silent struggle atop the snow-capped Alps. The black box proposal, the founders. The shadows of the past had yet to dissipate, while new storms were already looming. He picked up the internal phone and this time directly dialed Isabella Mendoza's private encrypted line. The call was almost instantly connected, with the background filled with the vibrant rhythms of Latin music. Lu, it's rare for you to reach out to me. Have you come to your senses? Ready to join my carnival party in Brazil? Isabella's voice was laced with mirth. The party will have to wait for another time. Lu Chen's tone was devoid of jest. Isabella, I require your assistance. Upon hearing Lu Chen's serious tone, the music on Isabella's end immediately softened. What has transpired? A black box proposal has been put forth against Daedalus by members of the council, Lu Chen succinctly stated. Silence reigned on the other end for 2 seconds before Isabella's voice erupted, cold and furious, those antiquated relics lurking in the shadows. Is there only concern control and fear? Who initiated this? Anonymous, Lu Chen replied. However, I need you, along with Prince Amir and any other members you can influence, to voice a clear and forceful opposition within the council against this act that undermines our collaboration. This is not merely my affair. It concerns everyone who hopes to benefit from Daedalus. Of course, this is not solely your concern. Isabella responded without hesitation. If they can treat you this way today, they can do the same to anyone tomorrow. Rest assured, Amir and I have already conferred, and we stand firmly against this. I will reach out to a few more allies. If they wish to take a piece of the pie, they must consult us who are hungry. Her metaphor was direct and blunt, yet it struck at the core of the matter, the alliance of interests. Thank you. Lu Chen paused, offering a sweetener. Additionally, as a token of my gratitude, I can relinquish 2 percentage points from the Mendoza Group and Prince's share in the Abyss of Orbis plan. On the other end, Isabella's breath caught sharply. 2 percentage points. In the forthcoming space energy empire, this represents an unimaginable boon. Lou, Isabella's tone shifted to an unusual seriousness. I have made up my mind about you as a friend. This matter will be my responsibility. After concluding his call with Isabella, Lu Chen replicated the approach and contacted Prince Amir, securing a similar commitment. He even reached out to Mr. Klaus of the Eurozone, who had previously softened his stance. Though he did not directly mention the proposal, he engaged in an in-depth discussion about the future stability of the Eurozone's finances in an environment of infinite energy, subtly tying his own interests to the future of European financial stability. Once the series of calls concluded, Lu Chun let out a slight sigh of relief. Political maneuvering often revolves around the exchange of interests and the construction of alliances. He was rapidly learning this lesson. However, a lingering question echoed in his mind. Was the anonymous proposer of the motion indeed a member of the conservative faction associated with the founders? What relationship existed between the radical exploration of the PRISM project and this conservative proposal? These two seemed contradictory, one advocating radical exploration, the other advocating conservative suppression. Yet perhaps this indicated that Kunlun was not a monolith? Or could it be a dual strategy? Applying pressure with one hand while stripping away rights under the guise of conservatism? The lack of information left him unable to make an accurate judgment. He turned his gaze once more to the window, his eyes deepening with contemplation. A storm was brewing, and he was no longer a mere pawn swayed by the winds. He held deadless, he possessed capital, and now he was weaving his own alliances. He picked up a pen and inscribed 2 words on a blank sheet of paper. Black box proposal. PRISM project. In the center, a colossal question mark was drawn. Regardless of the origins of the storm, he must be prepared. It was time to proactively delve into the depths beneath the surface, to confront the true behemoth. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 52, Proactive Strike, the wall-breaking plan of Lu Chun. The shadows of the Black Box Initiative and the whispers of the PRISM project loomed over him like a sword of Damocles, preventing Lu Chun from remaining complacent. Passive defense and reactive measures would forever leave him at a disadvantage. The warnings from Shen Wangshu, along with the support from Isabella and Amir, were merely external factors. He needed a more fundamental approach to break the stalemate and transform passivity into proactivity. In the dead of night, the study of the presidential suite was brightly lit. Lu Chun dismissed everyone, confronting a vast intelligent whiteboard alone. The board was densely inscribed with keywords, arrows, and question marks. System, unlimited funding, monthly assets. Source: Kunlun Society, Founding Elders, Pioneers, Golden Spike Plan, PRISM Project, Deadless, Technological Supremacy, Biological Cryptolock, Black Box Initiative, Investigation Blocked, Historical Archaeology, Technological Tracing, in progress. The clues were intricate and convoluted, yet the core conflict was clear. The existence of the system touched upon Kunlun's deepest secrets and the interests of certain individuals, inciting investigation and suppression. His ignorance regarding the system and his own fate was his greatest weakness. It could not continue like this. He must uncover the true nature of the system. What connection did the founding elders of the Kunlun Society, particularly the Pioneer, have with it? Waiting for the theoretical tracing team to yield results was agonizingly slow and singular in direction. Relying too heavily on Shen Wangshu's intelligence was excessively passive and potentially withheld. Expecting the PRISM to self-disclose was naive. He required a more direct, more daring approach. A plan gradually crystallized in his mind, the wall-breaking plan. The essence of this plan was simple. Since he could not breach Kunlun's secrets from the outside, he would leverage his greatest assets, funding and system authority, to create a bait from within, a new variable, colossal and enticing enough to potentially touch upon Kunlun's core interests, compelling the most hidden forces to emerge from the shadows and engage with him, even negotiate. He already had the bait in mind. He picked up the encrypted communicator and contacted the head of the theoretical tracing team, one of his most trusted scientists, Dr. Andrei Volkov. Andrei, a leading theoretical physicist from the former Soviet Union, had relocated to Switzerland, possessing a reclusive yet brilliant character, with a pursuit of truth that far surpassed any concern for worldly gains. Dr. Andrei, I need you to temporarily set aside all your current model derivations. Lu Chen's voice rang through the encrypted channel, clear and composed. I need you and your core team to conduct an extremely audacious extrapolation and theoretical construction based on the anomalous symmetry-breaking effect found in deadless technology. Extrapolation? What are we constructing? Dr. Andrei's voice bore a hint of bewilderment and irritation at being interrupted. A purely theoretical framework for a space-time curvature drive engine. Lu Chen articulated deliberately. A A silence enveloped the other end of the line for several seconds, as if the signal had been interrupted. What did you say, Doctor? Andre's voice returned, filled with sheer astonishment and disbelief. A space-time curvature drive? Are you suggesting something akin to the warp drive in Star Trek? This is entirely science fiction. The existing physical frameworks do not support it at all. The existing physical frameworks do not entirely support the stability of Daedalus's constraint fields either, do they? Luchin countered, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What I need is a theoretical conjecture based on the existing mathematical tools, as self-consistent as possible. Even if it appears utterly insane, there is no need to consider engineering feasibility, only the logical possibility and sufficiently stunning imagination. But what significance does this hold, Doctor? Andre was utterly perplexed. The significance lies in the fact that I need a report, Lu Chun replied slowly. A theoretical report titled Preliminary Exploration of Local Perturbations in Spacetime Metrics based on Anomalous Symmetry-Breaking Effects. The conclusions may be exceedingly cautious, but they must include potential implications for the feasibility of superliminal travel. Dr. Andre gasped, though he was an engrossed researcher. He instantly comprehended the tumultuous waves this report would unleash upon the realm of physics and the entire world should it be leaked. This was 100 times more shocking than Daedalus. Mr. Liu, this is utterly insane. It will be deemed heretical. It will invite countless mockeries and attacks. I am aware. Lu Chen's voice remained tranquil. Thus, I require absolute confidentiality. Once the report is completed, encrypt it and send it directly to me. After which your entire team will enter a period of silence. Forget this matter. Your task is to propose conjectures, not to prove them. Doctor. Andre fell into silence for a long while. Ultimately, the curiosity for unknown truths and the impulse to challenge authority seemed to overpower his reservations. Very well, Mr. Liu. Although I do not know what you intend to do, this is indeed quite intriguing. We will need time. Expeditiously, Lu Chen concluded the call. The first step, bait creation, was initiated. Next was the second step, how to cast the bait. He picked up the communicator again, this time contacting Qinfeng. Qinfeng mobilized $10 billion from the offshore accounts of Tsangxiong Capital and injected into a newly registered, absolutely clean holding company in the Cayman Islands. The company shall be named, after a moment of contemplation, the Event Horizon Fund. 10 billion? A new fund? What is the investment direction? Qinfeng, although accustomed to his boss's grand gestures, was momentarily taken aback by this sudden directive. The investment direction, space exploration, fundamental physics research, and any projects related to cutting-edge theories. Lu Chen instructed. Moreover, spread the word that the Event Horizon Fund has my full backing and holds an exceedingly open attitude towards groundbreaking, even seemingly impossible theories. With no upper limit on funding, he intended to create a funding pool specifically designed to attract the most audacious and daring ideas, closely binding it to himself. The third step, and the most crucial one, proactive leakage. He would not be foolish enough to publicly disclose that astonishing report. He needed an exceedingly discreet yet reliable channel that would ensure the report reached the upper echelons of Kunlun. He thought of one person, Mr. Smith, the individual who controlled the world's top private security forces and had deep collaborations with several Kunlun elders, yet remained relatively neutral as a problem solver. He dialed Mr. Smith's encrypted line. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, the background silent. Mr. Liu, Mr. Smith's voice was, as always, steady and deep, devoid of any emotional inflection. Mr. Smith, I apologize for the intrusion. I have a matter of great sensitivity that I would like to entrust to you. Remuneration is not an issue, Lu Chen stated directly. Please proceed. I possess a highly confidential, unverified theoretical research report pertaining to some fields that could potentially upend existing paradigms. Lu Chen carefully chose his words. I hope you can ensure that the contents of this report are known only to a select few core elders of the Kunlun Society. My request is thus, the information must remain absolutely confidential, and the transmission process must leave no traces linking back to me, while ensuring that the elders are aware this report originates from an anonymous research project funded by the Horizon Fund. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Smith was evidently assessing the risks and implications of this peculiar commission. To what extent is the content sensitive? He inquired. It may pertain to the future of human transportation. Lu Chun provided a vague, yet sufficiently intriguing response. Another silence ensued. It can be arranged, Mr. Smith ultimately replied, though the cost will be substantial. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee the elders' reaction. Cost is not an issue. I merely require the information to be delivered, Lu Chen emphasized. Understood. Once the report is prepared, send it to me through the usual channels, Mr. Smith concluded succinctly before hanging up the phone. The three-step plan was fully deployed. To craft a theoretical bait capable of stunning any scientific understanding, the curvature of space-time drive. to create a corresponding financial facade that appears competent and willing to support such a wild notion, the Horizon Fund, and to precisely deliver the bait through an absolutely reliable and neutral channel to a select few at the highest echelons of Kunlun. Lu Chun set down the communicator, feeling a slight wave of exhaustion, but more so a resolute sense of release. This was an exceedingly perilous plan. The audacious theoretical report could very well be dismissed by the elders as nonsense, or even provoke their ire, leading them to believe he was engaging in tomfoolery, thus inciting even harsher repression. Yet, the greater possibility was that the report, grounded in the genuine data from Daedalus, would contain an unsettling rationality that transcended the era, akin to a stone cast into deep waters, accurately striking at the deepest doubts harbored by those elders privy to more profound secrets, such as that enigmatic founder. If they were to uncover any truths regarding the system or the secrets of extraordinary technologies, then this report would transform into an undeniable signal. A clear challenge. Is this what you possess? And it appeared that he too had grazed a similar threshold. This would compel them to reevaluate him, to consider engaging in some form of dialogue rather than merely probing and suppressing. This was a gamble, wagering on the boundaries of the elders' cognition, the depth of their connection to the system's secrets, and his own weight in their estimation. He approached the liquor cabinet, poured a glass of the strongest spirit, and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, yet heightened his clarity. The storm had already arrived, and he chose not to await its passing, but rather to actively raise his sails and navigate toward the heart of the tempest. Regardless of whether the path ahead led to an abyss or a new continent, he would face it with equanimity. Chapter 53. Awaiting change? No, the moment of breakthrough. Awaiting change. These 4 words resonated within Lu Chun, rippling through the still waters of his heart. On the surface, the crisis seemed temporarily averted, the withdrawal of the black box proposal granting him a brief respite. Certain factions within Kunlun had become ensnared in evaluation and confusion due to the ambiguous gift he had cast forth. Yet, this was hardly a reason for complacency. Quite the opposite, it served as a higher-level warning. To observe means that the other party has not relinquished their pursuit, merely shifting their strategy from overt pressure to covert scrutiny. They were like seasoned hunters, retreating into the shadows, patiently awaiting their prey to reveal a flaw or showcase value capable of tipping the scales. To passively await observation was tantamount to relinquishing control of one's destiny. Lu Chun never entrusted his safety to the judgments of others. The breakthrough must unfold at an unexpected moment, in a manner unforeseen by the other party. His gaze turned toward the depths of the laboratory, to the location codenamed Daedalus. The true point of breakthrough lay not in the intrigues of the Council's roundtable, but in the disruptive realities that technology itself could engender. It was time to add some weighty stakes to this game of observation. He directly connected to Isabella Stratton's encrypted channel. In the holographic projection, Isabella's figure materialized clearly, set against the backdrop of her penthouse office in New York, with the dazzling nightscape of Manhattan beyond the window. Yet, a trace of undeniable fatigue marred her features, indicating that the Stratton Group was still grappling with public opinion and regulatory pressures. Mr. Liu, Isabella initiated, her tone maintaining its customary elegance, albeit with a slightly accelerated pace. I've caught wind of some turbulence from the Council. It seems you've temporarily defused a crisis? Merely postponed the detonation, Miss Stratton, Lu Chun interjected, diving straight into the matter. Behind the facade of awaiting change lies a greater uncertainty. We can no longer afford to wait. Isabella's expression sharpened. What do you mean? I require the Stratton Group to publicly announce a communiqué within 3 days, Lu Chun stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The core of the announcement encompasses 2 points. First, to formally declare that the Group's Strategic Investment Department will provide an initial funding commitment of $1 billion towards the global open-source standard construction of brain-machine interface, foundational protocols, and neuroethics frameworks. Second, to announce the establishment of an Open Neural Interface Alliance, ONIA, led by the Stratton Group in collaboration with the world's leading academic institutions and independent laboratories, aimed at promoting the safe, transparent, and inclusive development of technologies in this field. Isabella was momentarily taken aback. Even a business titan of her caliber was jolted by Lu Chun's sudden proposal. This was a complete departure from the previously discreet support and low-profile development approach, thrusting her and her powerful family into the limelight, standing in stark opposition to the current mainstream technology route supported by Kunlun, which leaned towards closure and commercialization. Mr. Liu, are you aware of what this entails? Isabella inhaled deeply, her tone turning exceedingly grave. This will be a public declaration of war. Not only a challenge to the conservative factions within Kunlun, but also a direct assault on the existing tech giants' layouts. The Stratton Group will endure unimaginable pressure. I am well aware. Lu Chun's gaze was sharp as a blade. But this is the sole method to shatter the current deadlock. Kunlun is observing. They are weighing our value against the risks. If we merely bury ourselves in research, no matter how successful Daedalus may be, in their eyes, it remains merely a fruit ripe for harvest or a threat to be controlled. We must proactively define the rules of engagement, transforming the concepts of technological ethics and open ecosystems into a public force they cannot ignore, one supported by widespread public opinion and academic backing. He paused momentarily, intensifying his pressure. Neuralink's progress has exceeded expectations. We are now equipped to discuss standards and frameworks with preliminary confidence. For a reputable century-old consortium like Stratton to step forward, waving the banner of openness and ethics, could rapidly attract a multitude of scholars, developers, and the public who are uneasy with the current technological monopoly. This would not only secure us a valuable bulwark of public opinion, but also compel the observers within Kunlun to reassess their allegiances. Will they side with closure and potential moral hazards, or with openness, transparency, and future trends? Isabella fell into a prolonged silence. She understood well the astuteness of Lu Chen's strategy. This was a transformation from passivity to proactivity, elevating the competition between business and technology to the moral high ground of shaping future industry standards. Once ONI successfully establishes itself and gains widespread recognition, any attempts to stifle Daedalus through opaque means will inevitably face significant moral and public backlash. However, the risks inherent in this endeavor are staggering and suffocating. The Stratton Group will find itself under intense scrutiny. Mr. Liu, this is an exceedingly bold wager, Isabella remarked slowly, risking the reputation and future of the Stratton family. We are all at the gaming table, Mrs. Stratton, Lu Chen replied, his voice deep and resolute. The distinction lies in whether we await the dealer to unveil unfavorable cards or take the initiative to reshuffle. Prince Amir has already expressed a keen interest in deep cooperation, and the resources he represents could provide crucial support for ONI. What remains is a sufficiently weighty initiator. Across the holographic projection, Isabella's gaze clashed with Lu Chen's from a distance, as if engaged in a silent contest. The only sound in the office was the gentle tapping of her fingertips against the mahogany desk, slow and heavy. Minutes later, the rhythmic tapping ceased. The weariness that had clouded Isabella Stratton's face dissipated, replaced by the decisiveness and sharpness of a top predator. Very well, Lu Chen. She called his name, omitting formalities, a shift denoting a transformation in their relationship, leaning towards equal allies rather than mere collaborators. You have convinced me. The Stratton family does not favor passive waiting. 3 days hence, at 9 o'clock in the morning New York time, the Stratton Group will issue the announcement as planned. A wise choice. A weight lifted from Lu Chen's heart, yet his tone remained tranquil. However, Isabella swiftly changed her tone, her eyes gleaming with intensity. I need to witness more robust progress with Daedalus to underpin this gamble. Prior to the announcement, I require a top-tier project demonstration, not for the engineers, but for myself and the pivotal allies I may need to persuade. Certainly, Lu Chen replied without hesitation, scheduling it for 24 hours before the announcement, at my main laboratory. Agreed. The communication concluded, and Lu Chen immediately plunged into an intense deployment. On one front, he instructed Luo Zhan to collaborate with the Stratton Group SPR and legal teams to ensure the announcement's content was flawless and capable of sparking the widest possible discussion. On another front, he personally visited the core laboratory of Daedalus to communicate with academician Li's team. Li, in 72 hours, we need a demonstration that will astonish. Lu Chen spoke to the sprightly academician Li, clad in a white lab coat. The demonstration must not only showcase technical feasibility, but also highlight the advanced safety and ethical design. Academician Li adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he welcomed the challenge. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we have recently made critical breakthroughs in signal stability and consciousness feedback delay. Just in time, we can showcase the bidirectional closed-loop calibration model, which best exemplifies our respect for the user's subjective will and safety. Bidirectional closed-loop calibration? Lu Chen inquired further. In simple terms, the device not only reads neural signals, but also feeds back processed information, such as simple sensory simulations or intent confirmations, to the user. The user can make real-time micro-adjustments based on their experiences, forming a dynamically optimized feedback loop. This significantly reduces the risk of external manipulation or misreading. Embodying a human-centered ethical design, academician Li explained. Excellent. Let us proceed with this demonstration. Lu Chen affirmed decisively. It perfectly aligned with the forthcoming open ethics theme. In the ensuing 3 days, Lu Chen's base operated with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. The laboratory was ablaze with light, conducting final adjustments and rehearsals. Luo Zhan commanded the cybersecurity team to elevate the security level to its highest, guarding against any potential information leaks or disruptions. just 24 hours before the Stratton Group's announcement. A highly confidential high-level demonstration quietly took place in Lu Chen's main laboratory. Only 4 participants were present: Lu Chen, Isabella Stratton, accessed through a highly secure holographic remote system; Prince Amir, also remotely connected, and the demonstrator, Academician Li. The demonstration lacked grandeur. It was marked solely by the subtle hum of intricate machinery and the incomprehensible data streams flowing across the screen. However, when a volunteer, a rigorously selected and trained base member, under the bidirectional closed-loop calibration mode, astonishingly controlled a mechanical arm to perform a series of complex actions solely through thought. With real-time feedback of tactile and force adjustments, even Isabella and Amir, accustomed to grand spectacles, were moved. This was not merely a technological breakthrough. It signified a profound contemplation on the future form of neural interfaces, asserting that technology should enhance humanity rather than replace or control it. Remarkable, Mr. Liu. Following the demonstration, Isabella's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement, sufficient to silence any doubters, at least temporarily. The Stratton Group's announcement now stood on a solid foundation. Prince Amir also expressed strong support and pledged to leverage his influence to garner additional backing for ONIA from the Middle East and Asia. Thus, Lu Chen had successfully made his opening move. 24 hours later, a proclamation from the Stratton Group detonated like a heavy bomb in the global tech and financial sectors. Open, ethical, open-source standards, $1 billion in support, global alliance. These keywords, when combined, generated a shockwave far beyond expectations. Supporters cheered, heralding this as a milestone in the fight against technological monopolies, while opponents were caught off guard, vehemently criticizing the Stratton Group for seeking attention and jeopardizing healthy industry development. Meanwhile, a multitude of onlookers began to seriously contemplate the future trajectory of brain-machine interface technology. The wave of public opinion surged instantaneously. At a serene estate by Lake Geneva, within a study, an elderly man observed the scrolling news and fervent comments on the screen, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of his wheelchair. Before him, a holographic screen displayed real-time analytical graphs from the PRISM system concerning global public sentiment following the announcement, complex and intricate charts, proactively breaking the deadlock, open alliance. The old man murmured, his murky eyes revealing no discernible emotions. Lu Chen, you have indeed chosen not to remain a passive observer. He closed the analytical display and turned his gaze towards the shimmering surface of the lake outside. Now, how will you make your next move? This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 54, Foundation and Olive Branch. The Stratton Group's announcement detonated like a subterranean bomb in the seemingly tranquil depths of global power dynamics. The shockwave swept not only through the financial and technological realms, but also triggered intense upheaval within intelligence agencies, clandestine organizations, and ancient families across nations. The concept of the Open Neural Interface Alliance, ONIA, with its distinct ethical stance and ambition to challenge the existing order, instantly reshaped the battlefield. However, unlike the external speculation of new elites challenging the old order, the very few who truly understood the situation recognized that Lu Chen, the man suddenly thrust into the limelight, was far from an ordinary tech mogul. His rise was indeed astonishing, but the elusive iceberg lurking beneath was the true source of apprehension. Deep within the Swiss Alps, in a modern fortress constructed entirely of rock and reinforced glass, Lu Chen was receiving a briefing from Luo Zhan. This was not the headquarters of Zhangqiang capital, but rather one of his genuine command centers, codenamed Kunlun Mirror, unrelated to the Kunlun Society, derived from the meaning of insight. Its security level far surpassing that of any world leader's residence. Boss, within 72 hours following the announcement from Stratton, the volatility in relevant sectors across major global capital markets surged by 300. Our hedge fund, the Deep Blue Matrix, has already garnered profits exceeding $7 billion. Furthermore, through a network of 137 anonymous entities distributed across the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the blockchain, we have significantly increased our holdings in key technology firms and upstream material suppliers, with an average concealed stake reaching 85. Luo Zhan's voice was calm, as if he were reporting on a routine matter. Lu Chen stood before the expansive arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the undulating snow-capped peaks and the billowing sea of clouds. He gently swirled a glass of pure water in his hand, his gaze profound. For him, these financial maneuvers were merely necessary means to ensure operational freedom, as natural as breathing. His true wealth had long transcended the realm of mere numbers, permeating the capillaries of the global economy, from Africa's rare minerals to South America's agricultural gene banks. From the shipping networks of the Far East to the clean energy grids of Northern Europe, omnipresent. Public opinion direction? Lu Chen inquired, his tone devoid of any ripple. Ms. Isabella's public relations team has proven remarkably effective. Openness and ethics have become the core narrative of mainstream media. The 17 global media institutions we control, along with over 300 influential digital KOLs, key opinion leaders, are amplifying this voice in unison. The opposition's clamor is largely confined to a few media outlets influenced by the traditional military-industrial complex and competitors, and has been effectively suppressed. Additionally, the activity of PRISM has significantly diminished following the announcement, although its detection mode has become more clandestine, seemingly reassessing its strategy. Luchin nodded. All of this was anticipated. Money, in his hands, had long ceased to be a tool for indulgence. Rather, it had transformed into a fundamental weapon and shield. He inherited not only bloodline and certain protections from his illustrious grandfather, but also a deeply ingrained strategic vision and resource integration capability. His background as a red second generation was not merely a label of privilege. It signified his profound comprehension of the rules governing the power brokers and his ability to wield an immense network of resources hidden behind national narratives, transcending borders. His security forces were far from ordinary mercenaries or bodyguard companies. The core members comprised many elite retired operatives from the world's top special forces. Recruited through clandestine channels and equipped with individual combat systems and intelligence support networks far more advanced than those of most national special forces. Additionally, he secretly controlled several internationally renowned, yet elusive private military contractors, PMCs, strategically stationed at critical global nodes, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This was not merely defense. It was a form of strategic deterrence. At that moment, a special encrypted signal was received, prioritized even above communications from the Kunlun elders. The signal source was marked with a simple codename, Great Wall. Lu Chen's eyes flickered, signaling Luo Zhan to pause his report before he stepped into a deeper soundproof chamber. Upon connection, a steady, authoritative voice resonated, devoid of pleasantries. Chun, you've stirred quite a commotion. ONIA is on the right path, but perhaps the pace is a tad hasty? Some senior comrades are concerned this may disrupt existing balances. The voice belonged to an individual capable of influencing national policy to a certain extent, an elder within Lu Chen's family circle, representing a stabilizing force in the nation's approach to cutting-edge technology. Third uncle, Lu Chen responded with familiarity, his tone respectful yet direct. The tide of technological innovation waits for no one. Rather than passively adapting to rules set by others, it is preferable to actively participate in, or even lead, the formulation of these rules. The openness and ethical foundation of ONIA align with our long-term interests, allowing us to seize the moral high ground. As for balance, only by dismantling the old can we establish a new equilibrium more favorable to us. I am well aware of my limits. A moment of silence followed on the other end, as if weighing his words. After a brief interval, the voice softened. You make a valid point. In principle, the family supports your pursuit of technological innovation, but remember, a tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. Do not reveal all your trump cards too readily. When necessary, the Great Wall can offer some asymmetric support. Understood. Thank you, third uncle. Lu Chen felt reassured. This call served as both a caution and an endorsement, signifying that his actions had received a form of tacit approval, even expectation, from the highest echelons, provided he did not cross any true red lines. After concluding the call with the Great Wall, Lu Chen returned to address the communication request from the Kunlun elder. Bolstered by recent confidence, his demeanor was steadier. Upon connection, the familiar shifting neural patterns and the elder's calm, aged voice greeted him. Mr. Lu Chen, the elder began. Elder, Lu Chen replied, maintaining a balanced tone. The elder seemed unperturbed by Lu Chen's brief delay and directly broached the subject. The announcement from Stratton, along with the underlying vision of ONIA, has indeed stirred the landscape. You have proven more adept at leveraging forces beyond the established rules than we anticipated. This statement carried insinuations, hinting at their awareness of Lu Chen's manipulation of public opinion and capital, perhaps even sensing the presence of the Great Wall's influence. Rules exist to be redefined. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, especially when the old rules can no longer accommodate new productive forces. A very astute observation. The elder did not refute him. Rather, it seemed to express accord. Thus, my purpose in reaching out is to offer an opportunity to redefine the rules, a platform that may be more efficient than your solitary efforts. He elaborated on a vision grander than previously imagined, not merely an invitation to join forces, but a proposal for Lu Chen to lead the establishment of an entirely new frontier technology ethics and development committee within the Kunlun framework. ONIA could serve as the committee's public-facing entity, while the committee itself would possess immense authority to mobilize core resources from Kunlun, coordinate with top global laboratories, and even participate in shaping international technology trade regulations. The elder assured Lu Chun that he would wield substantial autonomy within this committee. The allure of this proposal far surpassed the previous one. It was no longer an absorption. It recognized Lu Chun and his power's position to a certain extent. Lu Chun listened quietly, his mind racing. This indeed could significantly accelerate the implementation of Deadless, reducing friction. But at what cost? Once integrated into the Kunlun system, he would inevitably be subjected to its intricate internal power dynamics, and his hidden global assets and private forces might gradually come to light. More importantly, his pursuit was not merely technological success, but rather a quest for true independence, unbound by any antiquated power structures. After considerable contemplation, Lu Chun lifted his gaze. Penetrating through the virtual light patterns, his tone resolute and clear. Elder, I am grateful for your kindness and your highly constructive proposal. However, I believe the value of ONIA lies in its independence and purity. It should be a genuinely open, neutral platform, rather than a mere subsidiary of any single organization. The trajectory of Deadless ought to be determined by its own technological core and the global wisdom it consolidates, rather than being subsumed into a preordained hierarchical structure. Collaboration can be based on equality, not integration. He rejected the proposal once more, but this time his reasoning was more profound and his stance more equitable. A prolonged silence fell on the other end of the line. The shifting neural patterns seemed to momentarily stagnate. After a full minute, the elder's voice finally returned. Calm as ever, yet imbued with a deeper sense of detachment and a hint of elusive sentiment. Independent flight, very well. The tale of Icarus may be most poignant not in the altitude he achieved, but in his very choice to soar. Thus, Mr. Lu Chun, let us await the trajectory that your Deadless shall carve in the skies. Yet, do not forget, above the heavens, there exists not only the sun, but also the omnipresent force of gravity and the capricious gusts of wind. The call concluded. Lu Chun gently set down the communicator. Fully aware that he had opted for a path fraught with challenges and dangers, yet one that maximizes his autonomy, he approached the control panel, summoning the global asset distribution map and the deployment status of the barriers. The screen illuminated with countless points of light scattered across the world map, symbolizing his wealth and power. Gravity? The gusts? Lu Chun murmured to himself, a coldly determined smile gracing his lips. What I possess is not merely wings. Chapter 55. Not wings, but the sky itself. After the communication with the elder concluded, the command center, Kunlun Mirror, fell into a profound silence. The only sound being the low, rhythmic hum of the server clusters, akin to the heartbeat of some colossal beast. Luo Zhan stood nearby, sensing the blend of resolve and tranquility radiating from his boss, a rare calm that transformed immense risk into a driving force. Boss, the signal source for the prism, located at the estate by Lake Geneva, experienced a 500-fold increase in activity frequency following the call, lasting approximately 3 minutes before returning to silence. Luo Zhan promptly reported his findings, noting that the other party was conducting an intensive analysis. Lu Chun turned, his countenance inscrutable, yet a calculating glint flickered in his gaze. Predictable. Rejecting their goodwill would necessitate some digestion on their part. He approached the global strategic sand table, where a three-dimensional projection vividly delineated his asset network, sphere of influence, and known nodes associated with Kunlun. Our previous strategy was one of defense and probing. Now, having clarified the other party's stance and revealed our bottom line, it is time to shift our rhythm. Lu Chun's fingers glided over the sand table, ultimately resting on several key areas. To observe the changes? We shall not grant them that comfort zone. He turned to Luo Zhan, issuing clear and swift commands. First, on the financial front, activate the proactive mode of the Deep Blue Matrix, targeting the core listed companies under Kunlun's visible control, particularly those involved in cutting-edge technology, biomedicine, and new energy. There is no need for immediate devastation. Rather, we shall implement periodic, high-frequency fluctuations to deplete their liquid assets and market credibility. Concurrently, let our media holdings begin to release moderate reports on the technological bottlenecks or ethical controversies surrounding these firms, blending truth and falsehood to obscure the focus. Second, on the technological front, the formation of ONIA must be expedited. In the name of Stratton Group and Prince Amir, extend invitations to the top 100 neuroscience laboratories and independent research institutions worldwide, offering highly attractive open data interfaces and research funding support. We aim to swiftly establish an academic and research alliance capable of rivaling Kunlun's traditional technological framework. Third, on the security front, Lu Chun's gaze sharpened. The barriers must enter a state of proactive defense. Implement the highest level of security protection for all our core facilities and key personnel. Additionally, initiate the Phantom Protocol. The Phantom Protocol? Luo Zhan's expression sharpened. This is one of the highest-level countermeasures, implying the utilization of forces concealed in the shadows for asymmetric deterrence and retaliation. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded, instructing to identify potential physical nodes or important transit points of the prism system beyond Geneva. No destruction is required. Merely let them know we possess the capability to locate them and can strike at any moment. Furthermore, send a small token of appreciation to several active Kunlun peripheral members who harbor vehement opposition to ONI, such as anonymous copies of some of their undisclosed trading records, igniting a fire in their own backyard. Understood. Luo Zhan promptly acknowledged the orders. These coordinated actions aim to exert pressure from multiple dimensions, exhausting the opponent's resources and preventing them from focusing on Deadless itself. Also, Lu Chen called out to Luo Zhan, who was about to depart. Connect me with Isabella and Amir. We need to synchronize our forthcoming operational steps. In the ensuing hours, Lu Chen engaged in intensive video conferences with Isabella and Amir. Upon learning that Lu Chen had outright rejected the substantive overture from the Kunlun elder, Isabella, while taken aback, expressed even firmer support, stating that the Stratton Group would mobilize all resources to propel the establishment of ONI. Prince Amir pledged to leverage his influence in the Middle East and Asia to secure additional political and commercial allies for ONI, hinting that he could provide non-traditional security support if necessary. An alliance centered around Lu Chen, uniting the foremost consortiums, sovereign capital from the Middle East, and clandestine technological prowess, began to reveal its true potential. Just as Lu Chen was meticulously laying the groundwork, an urgent communication request emerged from the depths of the Deadless laboratory. It was Chief Scientist Academician Li, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. Mr. Lu, please come to the laboratory immediately. We have made a significant discovery. Lu Chen felt a surge of anticipation and promptly set aside the strategic game, hurrying to the core laboratory. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with tension and exhilaration. Academician Li and several core researchers were gathered around a massive neural signal visualization screen, where the data flow appeared more intricate and orderly than ever before. Mr. Lu, look. Academician Li pointed to a uniquely repetitive and reinforcing signal pattern on the screen, while analyzing ultra-high-density neural signals. We unexpectedly detected a coordinated fluctuation in the hippocampal and cortical connection area of the volunteer's brain, one that transcends conventional biological electrical signals. What does this mean? Lu Chen inquired intently. Though not an expert in neuroscience, he could sense an ineffable regularity within the signal pattern. We tentatively call it consciousness harmonics. Academician Li explained passionately. It is not akin to specific cognitive commands, like moving a finger. Rather, it resembles a foundational field that maintains the unity and coherence of consciousness. More importantly, the prototype of Deadless exhibited unprecedented stability and low invasiveness when attempting to synchronize with this harmonic. Volunteers reported feeling an unparalleled clarity and completeness, as if the device had become a natural extension of their thoughts rather than an external tool. Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately recognized the immense potential of this discovery. This was not merely an enhancement of precision, but a possible resolution to the compatibility and safety issues of brain-machine interfaces. If the device synchronizes with the background field of consciousness rather than interfering with specific cognitive commands, the risk of malicious external manipulation would be drastically reduced. What can this prove? Lu Chen's voice remained steady, though his mind was in turmoil. This could mean, Academician Li inhaled deeply, articulating a groundbreaking hypothesis, that we may bypass the complex interpretation and simulation of specific neural signals and establish a more harmonious and safer connection interface directly with the foundational level of consciousness. This is not just a technological breakthrough, it is a philosophical leap. It may very well be the key to achieving genuinely safe and equitable brain-machine interconnectivity. A profound silence enveloped the laboratory, all present shaken by this possibility. Lu Chen gazed at the exquisite consciousness harmonics on the screen, instantly linking it to the current global landscape. This discovery could not have come at a more opportune moment. It was not merely a technological ace, but also the most compelling support for ONI's ethical and safety principles. He had previously expressed to the elder that the flight trajectory of Deadless is determined by its technological core. Now, this core has blossomed with a radiance far beyond anyone's imagination. This is not the tragic flight of Icarus, soaring towards the sun on waxen wings, but rather, it seems as though Icarus himself has begun to comprehend and master the laws of the sky. He picked up the internal communicator and re-established contact with Luo Zhan. His tone imbued with an undeniable power. Suspend the direct stimulation operations on the prism nodes under the Phantom Protocol. Luo Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Boss, why? A confident and profound smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Because we no longer need to touch their nodes to prove anything. Pass it down. 1 week from now, The founding conference of ONIA and the phased technical release of Deadless will take place as scheduled. At that time, we will reveal to the world what a true revolution of consciousness entails. We must show everyone that what we possess is not merely wings to withstand the storm. We are becoming the very sky upon which the storm can depend. Chapter 56. The Rise of the Wind and the Last of the Green Rushes. Lu Qin's decision reverberated like a silent thunderclap within the core team. Suspending the direct stimulation of the prism nodes and instead devoting all efforts to preparing a technology release aimed at publicly unveiling the breakthrough in consciousness harmonics was undoubtedly an extreme strategic gamble. Boss, we just refused Kunlun, and now we're revealing our cards so ostentatiously. Could this provoke them into taking more extreme actions? Luo Zhan posed his concerns. In his view, the priority should be to fortify defenses rather than to provoke. Lu Qin stood before the main control console of Kunlun, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of flickering points on the global dynamic map. These represented his capital, his influence, his hidden power. Luo Zhan, do you remember why the Gene Sui project was ultimately shelved? He inquired instead of answering directly. Luo Zhan was taken aback, shaking his head. The details of Gene Sui were classified, even internally. It was not merely due to technological bottlenecks or external pressures. Lu Qin's voice took on a chilly edge. More importantly, the leaders at that time relied too heavily on a singular technological advantage, attempting to seek recognition and breakthroughs within the confines of the old system, ultimately exhausting their strength amid the intricate internal power struggles and external encirclements. They forgot that true transformation requires the creation of a new ecology, one that attracts a sufficient number of followers to form an irreversible tide. He turned, his eyes sharp as a blade. What we are doing now is not playing chess on Kunlun's board. We aim to overturn the board and redefine the game. The discovery of consciousness harmonics is the magnet that can most effectively attract followers. To unveil it not only serves to intimidate our adversaries, but also allows all genuine scientists, capitalists, and the public who are concerned about the future of technology and uneasy with the existing monopolies to see hope and gather under the ONIA banner. When our alliance becomes strong enough to establish a new normal that cannot be ignored, the moderates and fence-sitters within Kunlun will naturally realign their stances. Even the conservatives themselves will be divided by this tide. What we must do is not to attack individual nodes, but to alter the very environment in which they exist. Lu Qin concluded, this is the most efficient and thorough way to break the deadlock. Luo Zhan was enlightened, his heart shaken by the grand vision of his boss. This was not mere bravado. It was the true path of a sovereign, winning hearts and creating momentum. With the strategy set, the entire machine began to operate at peak efficiency. The first battlefield, financial undercurrents. The deep blue matrix, like a colossal whale submerged in the depths of the ocean, began to stir up waves in the turbulent waters of the global capital markets. It did not seek to topple its targets in a single blow, but rather employed its nearly limitless capital and extraordinary informational advantages to launch precise, harassing attacks against several tech giants closely associated with Kunlun. Periodic and unpredictable fluctuations in stock prices incessantly drained these companies' cash flow and market confidence. Simultaneously, meticulously crafted research reports began circulating through covert channels within professional investor circles, pinpointing potential flaws and ethical risks in these companies' critical technological pathways. The blend of truth and falsehood, laced with professional financial analysis, was sufficient to sow doubt even in the most seasoned investors. The effects were immediate. In just a few days, the market capital of the relevant companies evaporated by over $100 billion. Their financing costs surged, forcing them to divert substantial resources to address market skepticism and short-selling pressures, thereby inadvertently weakening their potential support for Kunlun's encirclement of ONIA. The second battlefield, the competition for academic talent. Under the vigorous promotion of Isabella and Amir, ONIA's invitations flew out at an astonishing pace to premier research institutions worldwide specializing in neuroscience, computational biology, artificial intelligence ethics, and more. Accompanying the invitations were not only substantial financial support and data-sharing commitments, but also a noble vision of participating in the shaping of future technological ethical standards, along with a preliminary theoretical white paper on the groundbreaking concept of consciousness harmonics after desensitization. This was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The academic community was abuzz. Many top scholars, long discontent with the monopolistic direction of existing major companies, saw a truly open platform that prioritized ethics. Within a mere week, over 40 top laboratories and hundreds of renowned scholars expressed strong intentions to join. A silent battle for talent and intellectual resources had begun, and ONIA emerged victorious in its initial skirmish. The third battlefield, public opinion and narrative. The media network under Lu Qin's control ramped up its efforts. no longer merely promoting the ideals of openness and ethics, but rhythmically releasing favorable news regarding Onia's progress, fostering a positive atmosphere of a future that has arrived. One of open collaboration and mutual benefit. Simultaneously, through third-party analytical articles, subtle associations were drawn between the traditional path represented by Kunlun and labels such as closed, monopolistic, and fraught with potential risks. The public's perception began to quietly tilt. By the shores of Lake Geneva, deep within a manor, the elder remained seated in his wheelchair, observing the stream of information scrolling across the holographic screen before him, the abnormal fluctuations in the capital market, the enthusiastic movements within academia, the shift in the winds of public opinion. His aged face bore no expression, only his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the wheelchair, betraying his inner turmoil. Changing the environment, a clever tactic, he murmured to himself, as if admiring a masterfully crafted chess game. Leveraging technological breakthroughs as a banner to pry apart the two greatest forces of capital and academia, in turn shaping public opinion and constricting our living space. This young man possesses not only capability, but also grand vision. A shadowy assistant clad in a black suit silently appeared behind him, reporting softly, "Elder, several associated companies are under considerable pressure and hope the council can provide support. Additionally, we have detected that at least 3 previously ambivalent council members have had secret contacts with representatives from Stratton Group and Prince Amir." The elder gestured dismissively, indicating he understood. The assistant withdrew quietly. The winds are beginning to change. The elder gazed out at the calm surface of the lake, beneath which turbulent undercurrents swirled. He realized that the path Lu Chun had chosen was more intricate than mere confrontation. This was not a battle that could be won through brute force. It was a struggle for the authority to define the future. If openness and ethics, through ONIA and consciousness harmonics, were to successfully establish themselves as mainstream consensus, then the very foundations upon which Kunlun maintained its influence would be shaken. It seemed that passive observation was no longer an option. A flicker of resolve flashed in the elder's murky eyes. He could not allow Lu Chun to easily reshape the battlefield's rules. Something must be done before the ONIA founding conference, at the very least, to ascertain the veracity of consciousness harmonics or to introduce some variables into the impending storm. He activated a seldom-used secret communication channel, which connected him to a covert operations department codenamed Styx. Initiate the probe program. Objective: verify the authenticity and core parameters of Daedalus's latest breakthrough. Authorization: Level 7. Requirements: absolute discretion. Non-contact information acquisition methods may be employed if necessary. The wind, stirring at the edges of the green rushes, heralded the onset of rising tides, while the behemoth lurking beneath the depths began to stir its tentacles hidden in the shadows. A grand game of strategy, encompassing technology, capital, public opinion, and clandestine warfare, was poised to enter a new phase. The founding conference of ONIA was destined for turbulence. Chapter 57: Undercurrents and Cornerstones. On the eve of the ONIA founding conference, the gaze of the world converged upon Switzerland. What could have been merely a gathering within the tech sphere transformed into a spectacle of far-reaching significance due to the Stratton Group's audacious gamble, Prince Amir's endorsement, and the nebulous presence of Lu Chun and his Daedalus project lurking in the background. It had evolved into a prelude concerning the discourse of the future. Within the command center of Kunlun Mirror, the atmosphere was heavy yet orderly. A colossal screen displayed multiple windows, the setup of the Zurich press conference. A heat map of global public sentiment, real-time financial flows within the deep blue matrix, and a global threat assessment monitored by the barrier system. Streams of data flickered and flowed like a galaxy. "Boss, all scheduled procedures have been confirmed," reported Luojan. "Ms. Stratton and Prince Amir's teams have arrived in Zurich, with security jointly managed by our personnel and a top-tier external security firm. Everything is normal." Despite his report on the routine preparations, an unresolved anxiety lingered in Luojan's expression. Since the elders issued their directive, Styx had seemed to vanish without a trace, remaining utterly silent. This quietude was, paradoxically, disquieting. Lu Chun stood before the sand table, his gaze fixed on the pinpoint representing the lakeside estate of Lake Geneva. Styx was no mere street thug. They either remained still or struck with lethal precision. Their silence indicated they were either seeking the opportune moment or had already commenced their actions unnoticed. He paused before inquiring, "What is the security level at the Daedalus laboratory?" "It has been elevated to the maximum. The fortress protocol is now active. Physical isolation, electronic shielding, and active defense systems are all online. There are 3 layers of concealed sentries on the perimeter, and all researchers must undergo triple biometric verification to enter the core area. Theoretically, not even an unauthorized mosquito could penetrate," Luojan replied confidently. "Theory is but theory," Lu Chun remarked calmly. "Our adversary is Styx. Notify academician Lee to physically isolate and back up the core data modules and consciousness harmonic synchronization algorithm intended for the press conference. Activate the NOAA protocol. The NOAA protocol? Luo Zhan was taken aback. This was the highest level of data preservation measure, implying that core data would be duplicated to multiple absolutely offline secure storage devices, safeguarded by different teams in secrecy, ensuring that even if the main laboratory were destroyed, the technological spark would endure. Better safe than sorry, Lu Chun stated coolly. His caution stemmed from a profound understanding of Kunlun's legacy. This clandestine organization, with its roots extending over centuries, wielded power that transcended mere commerce and technology. At that moment, a highly classified communication request from inside the base interrupted, coming from Dr. Chun, who was responsible for the development of the peripheral sensing system for the Deadless project. His voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. Mr. Liu, we have just detected a set of anomalous signals on the micro-vibration sensing network surrounding the laboratory. The signals are extremely faint and do not match any known geological activity or equipment operational frequency, resembling the harmonic remnants produced by some highly precise stealth apparatus. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. Locate the source. The signals are erratic and of very short duration, making precise localization impossible. However, they originate approximately 1.5 kilometers southeast, near the entrance of an abandoned mine shaft. This mine system is intricate, and certain areas approach our base's underground structure, Dr. Chun reported swiftly. Styx's tentacles had indeed reached out, choosing an unexpected route, the abandoned mine. This indicated that the adversary had conducted exceptionally thorough reconnaissance, possessing intimate knowledge of even this long-buried geographical information. Luo Zhan immediately dispatched the Shadow Blade team to conduct covert reconnaissance in the abandoned mine area. Activate life detection and non-metallic anomaly scanning. Notify the laboratory to initiate the silent protocol. Non-core research is to be paused, and all personnel must proceed to designated safe positions. Lu Chun ordered rapidly, his demeanor calm and unflinching. Understood. Luo Zhan executed the command without delay. After issuing the orders, Lu Chun pondered alone for a moment before connecting to the encrypted line with Isabella Stratton. In the holographic projection, Isabella was in her Zurich hotel suite, finalizing preparations, clad in a sharp suit that exuded formidable presence. Mr. Liu, everything is ready. We await tomorrow, Isabella smiled. Yet, she keenly sensed the subtle shift in Lu Chen's expression. Is something amiss? A minor complication. Styx may attempt to breach our laboratory before the conference, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. It won't affect the overall scheme, but I wanted to alert you that the security level at the venue may be temporarily heightened, with additional security measures in place. I hope this won't cause any inconvenience. Isabella's smile faded, her gaze turning serious. Do you require the support of Stratton's security forces? No need. We can manage, Lu Chun declined firmly. Your and Prince Amir's safety is the paramount concern in the public eye. Diverting resources would be unwise. This is merely a contest in the shadows. Understood. Take care of yourself, Isabella said, casting a deep glance at Lu Chun before ending the call. She recognized that the minor complication Lu Chun referred to was likely indicative of a far more perilous confrontation. As time ticked away, the tension within the command center intensified. In the area of the abandoned mine, the Shadow Blade team reported back with preliminary findings. They had discovered several exceedingly subtle traces, including nearly imperceptible fiber remnants and the scent of a specialized lubricant, confirming the presence of highly skilled infiltrators. However, the adversaries proved to be exceptionally cunning. The traces abruptly ceased deep within the mine, suggesting they had either withdrawn or entered a more concealed state of concealment. They are testing our response speed and defensive weak points, Luo Zhan analyzed. They may also be preparing for a genuine operation, Lu Chun remarked, coldly scrutinizing the trace photographs transmitted to the screen. Notify Shadow Blade to expand the search perimeter, focusing on all potential pathways leading to below the laboratory, including ventilation systems and old cable conduits. Additionally, activate the echo system. The echo system? Luo Zhan was again taken aback. This was an active acoustic detection system capable of comprehensive, three-dimensional scanning of specific areas, though it consumed vast amounts of energy and risked alerting the adversary. Yes. Conduct an active scan of all voids and anomalous structures within a 5-kilometer radius beneath the base. Since they favor burrowing underground, let's uncover how many rats are hiding below. Lu Chun commanded. He resolved to no longer wait passively, but to compel the hidden threat into the open. The low-frequency sound waves initiated by the echo system resonated like invisible hammers striking the earth. The command center's screens began to construct a complex, three-dimensional image of the geological structure beneath the base. Simultaneously, within the core area of the Deadless laboratory, academician Lee, adhering to the silent protocol directives, was preparing to transfer the most critical data modules to a physically isolated vault. Just as he was halfway through the operation, the main lighting system of the laboratory flickered slightly, lasting less than half a second, almost leading one to believe it was an illusion. Yet, both academician Li and the senior engineers present felt a chill run down their spines. In a laboratory of this caliber, the power supply system had multiple safeguards. Such fluctuations should be impossible. Check the backup power supply and circuits. Academician Li issued the command with urgency. Almost simultaneously, the alarm in the command center blared sharply. Report. A nanoscale data probe targeting the internal network of the laboratory has been detected. The source of the attack is masquerading as an internal equipment maintenance signal and is attempting to penetrate the third layer of the firewall. The voice from the cybersecurity team was tinged with shock. Report. An echo system has identified an extremely concealed artificial cavity on the side wall of an abandoned underground water resource survey well, approximately 3 kilometers below the base, showing signs of high-intensity electromagnetic shielding. Report. The peripheral microvibration sensors have once again captured an anomalous signal originating from this newly discovered cavity. The characteristics of the signal indicate that a high-energy device is being activated. A flurry of information converged instantly, pointing to a singular conclusion. The River Styx was not mounting a frontal assault from the abandoned mine shafts, but had already established a forward base utilizing an unknown underground space. The previous traces of the mine were merely a diversion, intended to attract attention. The real threat lay in this precise cyber attack and the potential for an underground incursion. A glint of cold light surged in Lu Chen's eyes. So it has indeed arrived. Initiate the furnace protocol. Target the underground cavity. Authorize the use of non-lethal suppression weapons. Shadow Blade Team, secure all possible surface exits. Cyber Team, trace the source of the data probe and implant a phantom virus. A series of commands were issued like a tempest. The Kunlun Mirror Command Center instantly transformed into the nerve center of a battlefield, where the cold electronic tones and command confirmations intertwined. The struggle deep underground erupted suddenly on the eve of the press conference. The outcome of this clandestine battle would directly determine whether Lu Chun, standing under the global spotlight the following day, would wield an indomitable cornerstone or a mere house of cards. Chapter 58. The night before the press conference. Red wine, supercars. An underlying tenderness. The confrontation deep underground was entrusted to the Furnace Protocol and the Shadow Blade Team. Lu Chun did not involve himself directly. For someone who wielded such vast resources, it was far more efficient to trust a professional team and issue strategic directives. After delegating the specifics of the offensive and defensive maneuvers to Luo Zhan, he engaged in an activity that would seem highly incongruous to others on the eve of a great battle. He departed from the Kunlun Mirror Command Center, taking a private high-speed elevator directly to the viewing terrace of his mountaintop villa. The night sky over the Alps was studded with stars, and the crisp air was invigorating. On the terrace, a servant had already prepared everything. A bottle of 1945 Romanée-Conti exuded the rich aroma of aged wine from a decanter, accompanied by a handcrafted crystal goblet. In the distance, a sleek, shadowy Bugatti La Voiture Noire stood quietly beside the helipad, one of the most expensive production cars on Earth. Yet merely a toy he occasionally used to relieve stress on the winding mountain roads. With daily income surpassing $50 million, and often much more, money had long since become a mere abstraction to him. His nonchalance was not manifested in ostentatious displays, but rather in a seamless integration into the very marrow of his being, a casual command over the world's premier resources. This bottle of wine, worth as much as a lavish mansion, could calm his spirit, while this speed machine allowed him a fleeting escape. This was how he managed the immense pressures he faced. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, the deep red liquid shimmering under the starlight, his gaze seemingly piercing the night to rest upon the distant twinkling lights of Zurich. At that moment, a distinctive alert tone emanated from his internal communicator, not an urgent matter, but a private encrypted line from Phoenix. Phoenix was the code name for Su Wanqing, the daughter of the Su family, renowned in the international art and fashion circles, with whom he shared a complex and nuanced relationship. Upon connecting, a stunning visage materialized in the holographic projection, exuding a blend of languor and concern. She appeared to be on a private island's beach, the backdrop a horizon kissed by the setting sun. "Mr. Liu, I hear you're planning to make quite the splash tomorrow. Stirring the world into chaos?" Su Wanqing's voice held a distinct magnetism, laced with a subtle undertone of care. Her family's background was equally enigmatic, and while their families had a long-standing connection, an unspoken tension had always lingered between them, transcending mere friendship. "What, Miss Su? Are you sunbathing in the Maldives and also taking an interest in mundane affairs of the technology sector?" Lu Chun took a sip of wine, a rare smile gracing his lips. Conversations with Su Wanqing always provided him a temporary reprieve from the vortex of scheming. Mundane. When has anything you, Lu Chun, engaged in ever been mundane? Su Wanqing shot him a playful glare, her charm undeniable. I'm merely concerned that you might get too carried away and forget about my private art exhibition in Paris next month. You promised to be my chief guest. And if you bail on me. She trailed off, the hint of a threat lingering in her voice. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I shall be there for your exhibition. By the way, I just acquired a Monet's haystacks. Consider it an early gift to warm up your exhibition. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she admonished playfully, You're wasting money again. That painting fetched nearly $100 million at the last auction, and you just handed it over so casually? The value of that painting lies in the smile it brings you, Lu Chun replied, his tone steady yet infused with an undeniable conviction. Such extravagant gestures for a cherished companion came to him as naturally as breathing. Umph, I suppose that shows your thoughtfulness, Su Wanqing remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Before adopting a serious tone, on a more serious note, I've caught wind of some murmurs here. Several old European families seem restless regarding ONIA, possibly in collusion with the conservative faction within Kunlun. Be cautious tomorrow. Do you need me to? No need. Lu Chun interrupted her, his tone calm, yet resolute. Focus on preparing for your exhibition. I can handle these clowns. Your stage is in the art world. Don't let my troubles taint your canvas. Su Wanqing regarded him with a deep look, understanding that this was both his protection and pride. All right then, stay safe. I'll be watching the live broadcast tomorrow. After concluding the conversation with Su Wanqing, Lu Chun felt a greater sense of tranquility. These cherished confidants were akin to various hues in the tapestry of his life. Isabella stood as a steadfast ally, while Su Wanqing represented a sanctuary where he could unwind. Sipping his wine, he cast his gaze once more towards the starry sky. At that moment, Luo Zhan's communication came through, his voice tinged with excitement. Boss, the threat from the underground cavity has been neutralized. A reconnaissance team from the River Styx was trapped inside, and we employed high-intensity infrasound weapons for non-lethal suppression. They have all been captured. The cyber attack has also been successfully thwarted, with a tracking virus implanted in return. They didn't manage to steal any core data. Excellent, Lu Chun replied, unfazed. This was merely an anticipated minor hiccup. Clear the scene and hand the captives over to the shadows for interrogation. I need to know the entirety of the River Styx's operational plans. Understood. Additionally, everything is normal with Lady Isabella and Prince Amir. The press conference venue is ready. Noted. Lu Chun set down his wine glass, casting one last glance at the dazzling night sky before turning to head indoors. The crisis had been temporarily averted, and the grand spectacle of the following day was about to unfold. He aimed not only to astonish the world technologically, but also to assert dominance over any potential adversaries. He approached the Bugatti. Tonight, he needed a surge of speed to maintain his peak state. The roar of the engine shattered the mountain's tranquility as the jet-black supercar shot forth like an arrow along the winding road, leaving behind the intricate calculations and swirling emotions. Even if just for a moment. Tomorrow, in Zurich, he would reveal to the world what it truly meant to live a life of unrestrained elegance. Chapter 59, Zurich Storm, the stage of the magnate and the spotlight on the leading lady. In the early morning, as the thin mist over the Alps had yet to dissipate, a sleek Bombardier Global 7500 private jet roared down the exclusive runway at Zurich Airport. This is not the aircraft typically utilized by Lu Chun, but rather a model from his extensive fleet that is more suited for short distances and swift arrivals. As the airplane's cabin door swung open, Lu Chun descended the ladder with measured grace, attired not in the customary business formal wear, but in a meticulously tailored casual suit from a top Italian luxury brand. The understated dark gray fabric shimmered subtly in the morning light, exuding an indescribable texture. Adorning his wrist was a seemingly unadorned Patek Philippe custom watch, discreetly embedded with satellite communication and life monitoring systems, its value sufficient to procure a small convoy of vehicles. Outside the airport, a convoy consisting of 3 fully armored Maybach S-Class sedans awaited silently. Standing by the lead vehicle in a black suit, the formidable Luo Zhan stood ready. Although the underground threats had been temporarily neutralized, the security level for the press conference had been elevated to the highest standard. As one can easily dodge bullets, but not hidden arrows. Boss, all is in readiness. Ms. Isabella and Prince Amir are en route to the venue. Luo Zhan reported in a hushed tone as he opened the car door. Lu Chun nodded slightly and entered the vehicle. The interior was nothing short of opulent, yet imbued with a cool, technological essence. A small refrigerator housed rare mineral water from Tahiti, and the sound system was the finest available, but he merely closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the key points of the upcoming press conference. To him, this spectacle was merely routine, not a display of ostentation, but rather an essential configuration befitting his stature. The convoy glided silently into the streets of Zurich, where local police and elite hired security personnel had already coordinated to ensure a clear passage. This intangible privilege was one of the most direct manifestations of immense wealth and influence. The venue for the press conference was selected at a modern exhibition center along the shores of Lake Zurich, where the periphery was already thronged with media, cameras poised to capture every arriving guest. As Lu Chen's convoy came to a halt, the moment he stepped out of the vehicle, despite the swift formation of a human barricade by security personnel, his innate commanding aura and strikingly deep Eastern features stirred a flurry of excitement among the media and a barrage of flashing lights. He did not linger. Instead, under the protection of Luo Zhan and others, he walked calmly towards the VIP passage, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor, his tranquil control adding an air of mystery and allure. Within the VIP lounge, Isabella Stratton was already present, having chosen a royal blue Chanel haute couture ensemble for the day, which not only showcased the prestige of the Stratton family, but also reflected her formidable presence as a woman of influence. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, she set down her coffee, rising to greet him, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "Mr. Lu, you appear well. It seems you had a restful night?" Isabella smiled, her tone hinting at an awareness of last night's minor episode. "Thank you for your concern. A trivial entertainment program. It does not affect the main event." Lu Chen replied with a calm smile, accepting the Evian water offered by a server. "But you, Isabella, are one of the stars today. Are you prepared?" "Absolutely," Isabella replied confidently, lifting her chin. "Once the Stratton family places a bet, we never retreat. But you, Lu Chen, don't let us down during the demonstration later." Her tone held a teasing familiarity, as their multiple collaborations had forged a trust and understanding that transcended ordinary business partnerships. At that moment, the lounge door swung open once more, and Prince Amir, clad in a custom white Armani suit, entered, accompanied by two attendants. He warmly embraced both Lu Chen and Isabella. "Lu, Isabella, today Zurich shines because of us." Prince Amir's laughter resonated. "I just received news that the Royal Fund has added an additional $5 billion to support the initial development of the ONIA open source protocol. Money is no object." His words, delivered with nonchalance, yet again underscored the astonishing power of the sovereign wealth fund behind him. The three core figures of the alliance converged, their energies intertwining, enveloping the entire lounge in an invisible aura. They were not merely business allies. They represented three formidable driving forces behind the future of technological advancement: the elusive Eastern magnates, the venerable Western conglomerates, and the representatives of Middle Eastern oil capital transformation. Meanwhile, on a private island in the Maldives, Su Wanqing lounged in a relaxed morning robe, her bare feet sinking into the soft carpet, while a colossal high-definition screen before her streamed live footage from the Zurich press conference. As the camera swept past Lu Chen's striking figure at the VIP entrance, a subtle smile crept across her lips, and lifting a glass of freshly squeezed juice, she murmured, "This fellow is increasingly exuding charisma." On her work desk lay the design plans for an imminent Paris art exhibition. Yet a portion of her thoughts had evidently already flown to Switzerland. Simultaneously, in a manor by Lake Geneva, an elder sat quietly before a screen, observing the unfolding events. His expression remained inscrutable, yet the fingers resting on his knee tightened imperceptibly. At the press conference venue, the hall, capable of accommodating thousands, was filled to capacity. The world's foremost scientists, investors, media representatives, and delegates from various nations gathered together. When Lu Chen, Isabella, and Amir ascended the podium, the audience fell silent, all eyes fixated upon them. Isabella, as the public initiator of ONIA, commenced with the opening address, elucidating the alliance's vision and principles. Prince Amir spoke from the perspective of global cooperation and capital support. Their speeches were met with resounding applause. Yet everyone knew that the true highlight rested upon Lu Chen. When it was his turn to take the stage, he did not reference a script. He simply strolled to the center, his calm gaze sweeping across the audience. His formidable presence rendered the previously bustling hall utterly still. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice, amplified through the speakers, resonated clearly and magnetically. "Thank you all for being here. Today, we gather not merely to announce the formation of an alliance, but to showcase a possibility of harmonious coexistence between humanity and technology." He bypassed excessive preamble, delving straight to the crux. "Now, I would like to invite Academician Li, the chief scientist of the Daedalus Project, to present to you a recent key breakthrough." As the lights dimmed, only the immense circular screen illuminated the space. Academician Li's figure appeared on the screen, set against the backdrop of a core laboratory hidden deep within the Alps. A technological demonstration poised to astonish the world was about to commence. Lu Qin stood at the edge of the stage, his silhouette somewhat ethereal in the interplay of light and shadow. He was acutely aware that below him were allies, onlookers, and adversaries alike. Yet, at that moment, his heart remained as tranquil as still water. His grace did not stem from the wealth he possessed, but from the composure of standing at the center of the world stage, poised to unveil the curtain on an era. And this grand performance had only just begun. Chapter 60, Consciousness Harmony, a 7-minute revelation that shook the world. The spotlight of the venue focused on the circular giant screen, where academician Li, situated far away in the Alpine-based laboratory, appeared before the world through a high-definition connection. Behind him stood the futuristic Daedalus prototype, while a volunteer, a rigorously selected and trained member of the base, sat calmly in a seat connected to numerous intricate wires. Ladies and gentlemen, academician Li's voice resonated through the hall, where one could hear a pin drop. Traditional brain-machine interfaces, whether invasive or non-invasive, generally strive to interpret specific directive signals emitted by the cerebral cortex, such as moving the left thumb or envisioning an apple. This method, while precise, is complex and fraught with the risk of misinterpretation or potential interference. He cut straight to the chase, identifying the current technological bottleneck. Many experts in relevant fields nodded in agreement. This was indeed one of the core dilemmas plaguing the industry. The Daedalus project has chosen a divergent path. With a deft shift in his discourse, academician Li directed attention to the screen behind him, which transformed to reveal a complex and vibrant dynamic map of cerebral neural signals. Among these, a particular fluctuation was highlighted, exhibiting a harmonious and orderly rhythm that sharply contrasted with the surrounding chaotic electrical signals. We refer to this phenomenon as consciousness harmonics. Upon the utterance of this term, a subtle stir rippled through the audience, many adorned with expressions of confusion and curiosity. This is not a specific cognitive command, but rather a fundamental background fluctuation that sustains our consciousness in a state of alertness, unity, and coherence, akin to the ground state or field of consciousness. Academician Li endeavored to elucidate in the most accessible language possible, asserting that the revolutionary breakthrough of the Daedalus prototype lies in its departure from the attempt to forcibly interpret each discrete neural command. Instead, it achieves synchronization and resonance with these consciousness harmonics through an ultra-high precision array of sensors. The image transitioned once more, showcasing the real-time signal graph of a volunteer's brain. When the Daedalus device was activated and synchronized with the consciousness harmonics, the previously chaotic signals appeared to be meticulously arranged by an invisible force, becoming extraordinarily clear and stable, with the rhythmic waveform representing consciousness harmonics emerging as the dominant tone among all signals. When the device coexisted harmoniously with the ground state of consciousness, the user's control over the device transformed from rigid commands into a natural extension of intent. Academician Li indicated that the demonstration was about to commence. The volunteer exhibited no overt physical movements, merely sitting in tranquility. Yet, on the other end of the screen, a highly dexterous robotic arm sprang into action. It first grasped a delicate tulip cup filled with water with remarkable steadiness, causing barely a ripple on the surface. Then, with micron-level precision, threaded a metal wire as fine as a hair through a needle's eye. Finally, it struck a complex program code on a virtual keyboard at an astonishing speed, achieving a flawless execution. The entire process was seamless, precise, and stable to the point of breathtaking. This performance far surpassed the capabilities of any current brain-machine interface technology. Even more astonishing was the volunteer's expression, which remained relaxed, even exhibiting a hint of pleasure, devoid of the usual tension associated with high-precision mental control. The volunteer's current feedback, as academician Li aptly noted, indicated that he felt no sense of controlling the robotic arm. Rather, it felt as natural as his own hand. The presence of the device diminished to a minimum, drastically alleviating the burden of consciousness. The audience, no longer merely stirred, erupted into waves of uncontrollable awe. Reporters fervently clicked their shutters, while scientists murmured among themselves, their faces betraying disbelief. Isabella and Amir, seated in the front row, although already somewhat aware of the situation, were nonetheless captivated and shaken by the perfection of the demonstration. In the VIP lounge, Su Wanqing witnessed this spectacle through the live broadcast, her lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Although she did not comprehend the intricate technology, she could sense the disruptive potential underlying this demonstration and grasp the power wielded by the man standing at the side of the stage. She swiftly picked up her phone and sent a cryptic message. "Congratulations, my great hero. The Paris Art Exhibition awaits your storytelling." At the Lakeside Manor in Geneva, the elder quietly observed the demonstration on the screen, his hands resting on his lap, finally clenching slightly. He murmured to his shadowy assistant behind him, "Record all data. Notify the technical analysis department to assess the true potential and threat level of this technology at any cost. In the final phase of the demonstration, academician Lee showcased another tremendous advantage of the consciousness harmonics synchronization mode: safety. When researchers simulated external attempts to forcibly inject interference signals or control commands, these malicious signals were immediately recognized and isolated by the system due to their inability to synchronize with the stable consciousness harmonics, leaving the volunteer's consciousness entirely unaffected. This implies, as academician Lee summarized, that the brain-machine interface based on consciousness harmonics fundamentally reduces the risk of hacking or malicious manipulation, laying a solid foundation for future large-scale applications requiring high security, such as in medical, military, and precision industrial fields. This is the core achievement of the safe, ethical, and open technological route advocated by ONIA. The 7-minute demonstration was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb onto a tranquil lake. The massive circular screen displayed ONIA's logo alongside the slogan, "The future is open, the future is ethical." The venue fell silent for several seconds before erupting into thunderous, resounding applause. This applause was not merely for a groundbreaking technology, but also for a new, hopeful possibility for the future. As the lights illuminated once more, Lu Chun returned to the center of the stage. He needed say no more. The 7-minute demonstration had spoken volumes. Standing beneath the dazzling lights, bearing the fervent gaze of the audience, his demeanor remained serene, as if everything unfolding was merely a matter of course. He raised his hand slightly, and the applause gradually subsided. As the demonstration concluded, he spoke, his voice resonating through the microphone with clarity and strength. "This is only the beginning. The doors of ONIA have swung open, and we invite all like-minded individuals to partake in this grand consciousness revolution." His words were succinct yet imbued with unparalleled confidence and charisma. In that moment, he was not just a titan of wealth but a harbinger of the era's tides. His nonchalance lay in his ability to stir the very winds of the world with a mere gesture. The main segment of the press conference drew to a close amidst a fervor. Yet, the genuine contest and tempest, with the revelation of this technology, had merely begun to stir greater waves. Chapter 61, Celebration Feast, an enveloping night of champagne and queens. The tsunami of public opinion triggered by the press conference seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier the moment Lu Chun stepped out of the convention center. Outside lay the frenzy of the media and the clamor of the world, while the realm he inhabited instantly transitioned to one of extreme luxury and tranquility. Without granting any interviews, Lu Chun, under the meticulous protection of Luo Zhan and the security team, ascended directly to the top floor of the convention center via a private elevator. The space had been entirely reserved and transformed into an exceedingly private and lavish celebration banquet venue. The 360-degree floor-to-ceiling glass walls offered a breathtaking view of Lake Zurich's nocturnal splendor and the distant silhouette of the Alps. Inside, a dinner prepared by a Michelin 3-star team was already set, with silent waiters gliding through the air, the atmosphere infused with the mingling scents of champagne, cedar, and expensive perfumes. Lu Chun had changed into a more comfortable dark cashmere leisure outfit, expensive yet understated, its exquisite tailoring and fabric discernible only to those with an eye for quality. In his hand, he held a glass of Cru Classe d'Ambonnet champagne, the golden liquid swirling within the crystal glass, one of many treasures on that evening's menu. Isabella Stratton was the first to approach him. She had shed her professional attire, donning a wine-red Elisabeth haute couture evening gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette, while a dazzling Graf diamond necklace around her neck sparkled under the lights, complementing her formidable presence. "Congratulations, Lu Chun." Isabella raised her glass, lightly clinking it with his, her eyes sparkling with the delight of conquest and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. "From this day forth, the world will perceive us in an entirely different light." Her words resonated with the unwavering certainty of a queen, as if Onia's triumph were the most resplendent jewel upon her crown. "It is we, Isabella," Lu Chun interjected calmly, his gaze steady as it met hers. Without the Stratton banner, Onia would not have garnered such swift attention. His acknowledgement of her worth, this stance of equality, deepened the smile that graced Isabella's lips. Together, they stood as a perfect amalgamation of power and beauty, wisdom and wealth, drawing countless covert glances from those present. Prince Amir, displaying a more extroverted demeanor, approached with hearty laughter, clapping Lu Chun on the shoulder with exuberance. "Lu, I knew it. I always knew you could do it. Just moments ago, I received calls from several previously ambivalent old-timers, all eager to jump into Onia's next round of financing. Let them go to hell. Tonight, we must celebrate in style." He beckoned for the attendants to bring forth an entire bottle of Louis XIII Black Pearl Cognac, signaling for it to be poured generously. The atmosphere of the celebratory banquet was both relaxed and vibrant. In attendance were not only the core team, but also a select few influential figures, bankers, and top scientists who had provided crucial support during Onia's inception. Lu Chen navigated this milieu with effortless grace, his demeanor poised and unhurried. Each seemingly casual remark imbued with the potential to sway market directions. Occasionally, he would lean in to whisper with Isabella, exchanging opinions on certain attendees, and at times, he would raise a toast with Amir, envisioning future collaborations. This effortless command of the situation epitomized the aura of a true magnate. However, the soiree's leading lady appeared to be more than one. Midway through the banquet, Lu Chen's private phone vibrated, a number known to only a select few. He stepped onto a quiet terrace, and upon answering, the teasing voice of Su Wanqing came through. "Mr. Lu, the celebration must be quite the spectacle? I can almost smell the champagne through the screen." In the holographic projection, she seemed to have just concluded a beach soiree, adorned in a flowing gown, with the sounds of the Maldives waves as her backdrop. "Not quite. It pales in comparison to your Maldives serenity," Lu Chun replied, leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant nightscape. His tone relaxed. "Don't be modest. After witnessing your performance today, I found inspiration for the piece de resistance of my Paris exhibition. How about calling it Awakening Harmony?" Su Wanqing playfully suggested. "However, my esteemed guest must not arrive merely with the scent of champagne. I want our first dinner in Paris to be aboard the little boat I've reserved on the Seine, just the two of us." Her words were candid yet tantalizing, imbued with the romantic audacity characteristic of an artist, starkly contrasting the camaraderie of an ally Isabella embodied, presenting a different kind of allure. "Very well, I acquiesce." Lu Chun responded readily, willing to indulge Su Wanqing's whims with a sense of affectionate indulgence. "That is more like it. I shan't disturb your victory. Do remember to think of me," she concluded with a radiant smile before ending the call. The terrace door gently creaked open, and Isabella emerged, wine glass in hand. She seemed to have caught a fleeting glimpse of the softness that graced Lu Chen's expression during the call. "Miss Su's call?" she inquired, her tone even, betraying no emotion. Yet her gaze was sharp as a blade. Lu Chun did not deny it, turning to face her. "Yes, she extends her congratulations." Isabella stepped closer, standing beside him as they both surveyed the night view. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remarked, "Su Wanqing is remarkable, beautiful, talented, and knowledgeable about life. But her world is one of art and romance, while ours," she paused, sipping her champagne, "is governed by rules, iron will, and the future. Lu Chun, you must understand who is truly capable of walking alongside you until the very end." This declaration was almost a brazen proclamation of rivalry. Isabella Stratton, the Queen of Wall Street, was evidently unsatisfied with merely being a business ally. Lu Chen did not respond directly, merely offering a faint smile as he swirled the wine in his glass. "The night is truly beautiful." At that moment, Luo Zhan approached, whispering a report. "Boss, I've just received word that a previously neutral elder from the Kunlun Council has expressed a desire to meet privately through an intermediary. Additionally, the head of DARPA wishes to arrange an informal discussion at the earliest opportunity." New olive branches and potential collaborators had begun to reach out following the success of the press conference. The chessboard of the world was shifting in response to his influence. Lu Chun nodded in acknowledgement, re-entering the bustling banquet hall with Isabella closely behind. Under the lights, he remained the undeniable focal point, surrounded by power, wealth, and exceptional women. This was the epitome of a magnate's life, after changing the world, relishing all that it offered in return. As for Isabella and Su Wanqing, along with any potential future paramours, he felt no urgency to choose. For the sky never accommodates but a single bird in flight. Chapter 62, The Player and the Board, a profound significance from the East. The champagne at the Zurich celebration had yet to chill, and the tremors of the world still reverberated, yet Lu Chun had quietly departed from the cacophony's epicenter. His Gulfstream G750 private jet did not return to the secluded depths of the Alps at Kunlun Mirror, but followed a pre-established itinerary, landing at the exclusive tarmac of the capital's international airport as night fell. This arrival was in stark contrast to the spectacle in Zurich. There were no media throngs, no grand welcoming committees, only three seemingly ordinary, yet meticulously modified domestic Hongqi N701 sedans awaiting at the foot of the gangway. The license plates were of that unassuming white series, overlooked on the streets but commanding respect from those in the know. Only one individual came to receive him, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his demeanor composed. He was Mr. Zhao, the secretary to his uncle. "Mr. Lu, I hope your journey was comfortable." Secretary Zhao stepped forward, his words concise, his manner neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a distinct institutional rigor. "Thank you, Secretary Zhao." Lu Chun inclined his head slightly, exchanging a glance with Luo Zhan, who understood and led the majority of the security team to follow in subsequent vehicles. leaving only the core group of 4 to accompany Lu Qian in the central Hongqi N701. The convoy glided silently out of the airport, merging into the flow of the capital's nocturnal traffic. The neon outside flickered, presenting a stark contrast to Zurich's classical elegance. This was another center where power and wealth intertwined. Lu Qian reclined in the comfortable back seat, closing his eyes to rest. He knew that this meeting back home held significance far exceeding that of addressing 10 elders from Kunlun. The observers here were the ones truly capable of influencing the world's chessboard. The vehicle did not head towards any prominent department or hotel, but traversed several tranquil alleys, ultimately arriving at a heavily guarded, unassuming large courtyard. After passing through several stringent security checks, Lu Qian, guided by Secretary Zhao, entered an antiquated yet elegant study, suffused with the faint aroma of sandalwood and the scent of books. Behind the desk sat a venerable elder, vigorous yet exuding an innate authority, who was none other than Lin Huaimin, whom Lu Qian referred to as his uncle. He wore a simple gray jacket rather than formal attire, yet the aura of someone accustomed to power filled the room. "Uncle," Lu Qian greeted respectfully. Lin Huaimin did not immediately lift his gaze. Only after completing the final stroke of his calligraphy did he set down the brush, taking a hot towel from beside him to wipe his hands, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Lu Qian. "Xiao Qian, the commotion you've stirred outside is quite notable," Lin Huaimin remarked, his voice steady yet imbued with gravity. "Conscious resonance? Open alliance? Are you intent on puncturing the heavens?" Lu Qian maintained a calm demeanor, taking a seat in the Wangwali wooden chair before the desk as a staff member silently presented tea before retreating. "Third uncle, if the sky were so easily pierced, it would indicate that it was never truly robust. With the advent of a technological revolution, rather than passively adapting, it is far more prudent to actively guide it. The openness and ethical foundation of ONIA align with our advocacy for a shared human destiny, positioning us advantageously in the formulation of future technological standards." "Oh," seizing a position, Lin Huaimin lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the foam, speaking lightly. "How do you plan to respond to the situation at Kunlun? Those old foxes will not idly watch you establish a separate stronghold. They have already made their move." Lu Qian succinctly recounted his probing of the underworld river, his counter-financial suppression, and his strategies for academic competition, including direct communications with that elder. "It appears that their internal cohesion is not as solid as it seems. My counteractions and the momentum of ONIA have begun to waver some of the onlookers." Lin Huaimin listened intently, his fingers lightly caressing the edge of his teacup, noncommittal. Only after Lu Qian concluded did he slowly pose a seemingly unrelated question. "Beyond controlling robotic arms, what further capabilities does your consciousness harmonic possess? What is its significance for the nation?" Lu Qian understood well that this was the crux of their meeting tonight. He straightened in his seat, his tone growing earnest. "Third uncle, the implications of consciousness harmonics extend far beyond civilian applications. Firstly, it may offer novel approaches to treating a range of neurodegenerative diseases, such as Alzheimer's, severe mental disorders, and consciousness impairments resulting from brain injuries. This represents immense value for public welfare and healthcare." He paused, gauging Lin Huaimin's expression, and continued. "Secondly, in the realm of security, brain-machine interfaces based on harmonic synchronization, with their anti-interference and anti-manipulation characteristics, could be applied to the highest echelons of secure communication, human-machine interactions in advanced weapon systems, and may even provide a theoretical foundation for brain-controlled defense systems to guard against potential external consciousness interventions. Lastly, and most forward-looking, it may pave a safer and more controllable path for the future exploration of human-machine intelligence integration, enhancing cognitive boundaries. This is crucial to the national core competitiveness in the coming decades." The study fell into a brief silence. Lin Huaimin's gaze was sharp as an eagle, seemingly penetrating into Lu Qian's heart to discern the veracity and weight of his words. After a long moment, Lin Huaimin set down his teacup with a soft clink. "Your report, along with Onia's vision, has been reviewed by several comrades above. The consensus is that the direction is correct, the technology is cutting edge, but the risks are also considerable." He rose and approached the window, gazing at the towering pine trees in the courtyard under the night sky. "A tall tree attracts the wind. You are now not only a thorn in Kunlun's side, but will also become a focal point for other Western powers. They will not permit an organization led by Chinese to wield such disruptive authority over technological standards. Thus, you will require a more formidable backing, one that transcends mere commercial alliances." Lin Huaimin turned to face Lu Qian, his eyes burning with intensity. "The nation can support you, but this support must not be overt. ONIA must maintain its international and open facade. This guise serves as both camouflage and the key to exerting influence in the future." Lu Qian comprehended the underlying message. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. I understand. ONIA will be an independent international organization. Yet we can engage in profound collaboration through discrete channels regarding core technologies and security frameworks, ensuring both technological superiority and safety boundaries. Indeed, Lin Huaiman nodded. The specifics of technical sharing and collaboration will be coordinated by the technical experts of the relevant departments with your team. In principle, civilian domains will encourage open cooperation for the benefit of humanity, while areas concerning core security and future strategies must establish firewalls. This set the tone. Lu Chun had gained tacit approval, even support, from the profound depths of Eastern power, yet this backing was clandestine and conditional, aimed at leveraging the ONIA platform to secure an advantage in the global technological contest. Moreover, Lin Huaiman shifted his tone, infused with deeper meaning. You must also exercise caution personally. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Your assets and the hidden strengths you possess must be wielded judiciously, and you must know when to conceal your brilliance. Sometimes, being overly conspicuous can be counterproductive. Particularly in your personal life, you must remain discreet and prudent. This latter remark seemed to hint at Isabella and Su Wanqing, amongst others. Lu Chun naturally grasped the reminder from his third uncle. It served as both protection and caution. Thank you for the reminder, third uncle. I will be mindful. Lu Chun replied respectfully. The meeting lasted over an hour, predominantly consisting of Lin Huaiman listening to Lu Chun's reflections on future technological trends and industrial layouts, occasionally offering overarching insights. When he departed from the tranquil courtyard, it was already deep into the night. As he settled into the Hongqi sedan, Lu Chun exhaled deeply. This meeting had cleared the most significant potential obstacles for his forthcoming actions, instilling him with renewed confidence. He retrieved his phone, noticing messages from Isabella and Su Wanqing. Isabella inquired about his return to Europe to discuss the next steps for ONIA, while Su Wanqing sent him several photos from the Paris art exhibition setup, asking which painting she should use as inspiration for her new work. Observing the two markedly different messages, Lu Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. The chessboard had been laid out, the opponents were already in position. And now he possessed not only his own capital and strength, but also a profound strategic backing from a great Eastern power. He first replied to Isabella, I have returned to attend to urgent matters. We shall meet in Zurich in 3 days to discuss the details. His tone was formal, yet contained an implicit agreement for their subsequent meeting. Next, he opened the dialogue with Su Wanqing, selecting a bold, vibrant abstract painting filled with life-s tension, and replied, This one is excellent, reminiscent of burning harmonics. See you in Paris. Having addressed these messages, he leaned back in the rear seat and instructed Secretary Zhao in the front. Secretary Zhao, please take me to the Xishan Hotel. He required a night of quiet contemplation to digest the discussions from tonight and to strategize the next, more intricate moves. In this grand global play, he was no longer a solitary dancer. Behind him lay enduring ramparts and far-reaching strategic visions. This intangible power defined his profound wealth far more than the daily flow of $50 million. Chapter 63, An Afternoon in Paris. Masterpieces, Gunpowder, and the Fire of Prometheus. The meeting in the capital had infused Lu Chun's supertanker with even greater nuclear propulsion, clarifying his direction and fortifying his resolve. After receiving tacit approval for deep strategic backing from third uncle, he did not linger in the country. After merely resting for a night in the heavily guarded courtyard of the Xishan Hotel, he set forth once again. His bombardier Global 7500 soared across the Eurasian continent, with its destination not being the stormy center of ONIA in Zurich, but the romantic city of Paris. This was a promise long made to Su Wanqing. A deliberate rhythm he maintained amidst the overwhelming tides. A true luminary knows when to display strength and when to exhibit tenderness. As the plane landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport, a gentle drizzle fell over the Parisian sky, without attracting any media attention. A convoy of 3 black Bentley Mulsans quietly collected Lu Chun, transporting him to one of Paris' finest hotels, the Hotel de Crillon. Situated on the right bank of the Seine, the hotel had already reserved for him the royal suite on the top floor, boasting a private terrace overlooking the Eiffel Tower. Su Wanqing was not waiting at the hotel. She was an artist who understood how to create anticipation and romance. A succinct message lay in Lu Chun's encrypted phone. Final arrangements for the art exhibition tonight at 7 p.m. by the Seine, aboard the Pearl. Let us not miss each other. Lu Chun was in no rush to contact her. He first indulged in a soothing bath, washing away the fatigue of his long-haul flight, and donned a discreet yet comfortable ensemble of Brunello Cucinelli cashmere loungewear. Subsequently, he ventured out alone, accompanied only by a personal bodyguard, strolling towards the 8th arrondissement of Paris, just a stone's throw from his hotel, where Christie's Paris headquarters is located. This afternoon, An important evening auction of post-war and contemporary art was taking place. His visit was not a mere whim. With Su Wanqing's Paris art exhibition on the verge of opening, he sought a gift of significant weight, one that would convey his sentiments while aligning with her artistic aspirations. Among the lots at Christie's was an abstract expressionist masterpiece by Willem de Kooning, titled Untitled XXI. Its wild and vibrant brushstrokes resonating remarkably with the style of one of Su Wanqing's earlier works etched in his memory. The auction room was filled with luminaries, the air thick with the unique ambience of mingling wealth and art. Lu Qin's arrival did not cause much of a stir. He opted for an inconspicuous seat at the back. However, when the de Kooning piece was unveiled and the bidding commenced, he revealed his formidable prowess. The starting bid was set at 8 million euros, swiftly escalated by several European collectors and phone bidders to 15 million. Lu Qin remained a silent observer until the bidding surpassed 20 million, at which point, as the pace slightly slowed, he raised his paddle for the first time. 22 million. The auctioneer's voice carried a hint of excitement. A competitor resembling a Middle Eastern prince immediately raised the bid to 23 million. Lu Qin's demeanor remained composed as he raised his paddle once more. 25 million. The price soared, soon breaching the 40 million euro threshold. Whispers began to circulate, and all eyes fixated on the remarkably youthful and distinguished Eastern visage. The Middle Eastern prince, seemingly determined to win, raised the stakes through phone bidding to 43 million. Lu Qin subtly inclined his head to his bodyguard, whispering a brief instruction. The bodyguard promptly contacted the waiting financial team via a secure line. Moments later, Lu Qin raised his paddle again, his voice low yet resonant throughout the auction hall. 50 million. A single increase of 7 million euros. This overwhelming bidding style showcased his absolute command over wealth. The room erupted in astonishment. The Middle Eastern prince, momentarily silenced, ultimately chose to withdraw. The auction hammer fell, and de Kooning's masterpiece, Untitled XXI, was claimed by Lu Qin for the staggering sum of 50 million euros, approximately 380 million renminbi. He did not linger to accept congratulations, but, under the respectful guidance of the auction house staff, completed the requisite formalities and arranged for the artwork to be delivered directly to Su Wanqing's exhibition preparation center, accompanied by a card bearing a simple message for Wanqing. May your art, like these colors, never fade. Having accomplished all this, the city of Paris shimmered under the evening lights after the rain. Lu Qin returned to the Athena Plaza Hotel, took a moment to refresh himself, and changed into a deep blue patterned suit by Tom Ford, preparing for his appointment. At precisely 7 o'clock, the Pearl, a private yacht modest in size yet exquisite in elegance, quietly docked at a secluded pier on the Seine. The vessel was devoid of other guests, manned solely by trained crew and a violinist. As the drizzle subsided, the surface of the river mirrored the lights of Notre Dame and the buildings lining the banks, creating a dreamlike ambience. Su Wanqing had long awaited him aboard. She wore a smoky gray Dior haute couture gown, its hem cascading like blooming petals, accentuating her snow-like complexion, and under the dim lights, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Upon seeing Lu Qin board the yacht, a radiant smile illuminated her face, her eyes sparkling with joy and a hint of pride. I thought the esteemed Mr. Lu was too busy to keep his promise, she teased as she naturally linked her arm with his. How could I forget my promise to you? Lu Qin replied with a slight smile, allowing her to guide him to the elegantly arranged dining table at the center of the cabin. The table was adorned with vibrant red roses, silver cutlery gleaming, while the chef prepared an exquisite French feast nearby. The yacht glided smoothly away from the dock, meandering along the Seine. The enchanting strains of the violin, flickering candlelight, delectable cuisine, and the enchanting presence of an exquisite companion created an idyllic romantic tableau. Lu Qin temporarily cast aside the complexities of ONIA, Kunlun, and conscious harmonics, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and tenderness. He and Su Wanqing engaged in discussions about art, anecdotes of Paris, and their recent experiences, the atmosphere warm and imbued with a hint of intimacy. Thank you for the painting, Su Wanqing said, delicately slicing into a piece of pan-seared foie gras, her eyes shimmering. De Kooning's wildness has indeed inspired me greatly. However, please don't feel the need to spend so extravagantly next time. Despite her words, the delight on her face was unmistakable. As long as you appreciate it. Lu Qin raised his glass, clinking it gently against hers. Art is priceless, especially when it ignites your creativity. Just as the warmth of the evening reached its zenith, Lu Qin's encrypted phone vibrated subtly in his pocket, a notification reserved for messages of the highest priority. He discreetly signaled to Su Wanqing and moved to the observation platform at the other end of the cabin to take the call. It was Luo Zhan, his voice tinged with gravity. Boss, we just received confirmed news. An alliance called Prometheus Fire has been officially announced in New York just an hour ago. The initiators include several American defense contractors we previously monitored, along with 2 established European pharmaceutical companies and a Japanese precision instrument manufacturer. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Gazing at the shimmering lights on the Seine, his tone steady. They are quick to react. What are their declared objectives? They claim to be committed to responsibly developing the next generation of human-machine interface technology, emphasizing safety and control. Yet they implicitly allude to the unpredictable risks of ONIA's open model, calling for a stricter international regulatory framework. Clearly, this is a direct challenge to us, likely propelled by conservative factions within Kunlun, or perhaps even more complex forces. Prometheus Fire, Lu Chun echoed the name, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Stealing fire, yet seeking to monopolize the spark? Intriguing. Continue to monitor closely, gather detailed information on all member institutions and their potential vulnerabilities. Understood. Additionally, Ms. Isabella has also sent a message. She wishes to meet with you in Zurich tomorrow to discuss counter-strategies. Reply to her, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in Zurich. After ending the call, Lu Chen stood in place for a moment. The river breeze carried a hint of chill against his cheek. New challengers had entered the arena, attempting to wield the cudgel of safety and regulation to curb ONIA's momentum. This contest, indeed, would not be smooth sailing. He composed his expression and returned to the cabin. Su Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the night scenery, her profile illuminated softly by the lights. Is there trouble? She perceptively detected the subtle shift in his demeanor. Just a minor hiccup, nothing to detract from our enjoyment of Paris's night, Lu Chen replied, settling down and lifting his glass, his tone reverting to its previous lightness. He did not wish to mar this beautiful evening. Su Wanqing regarded him deeply for a moment, refraining from further inquiry, merely smiling sweetly. That's good. Here, try this dessert. I hear the chef has just been poached from a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The yacht continued its leisurely course along the Seine, the cabin filled with the melodic strains of the violin, and the warmth remained intact. Yet Lu Chen knew that this romantic Parisian afternoon and evening were merely a brief tranquility before the storm. The emergence of Prometheus Fire heralds the commencement of a true global tech war, and he has long found himself at the very eye of this storm. Chapter 64. The Zurich Confidential Talks, Allies, Serpents, and the Firewall Initiative. The romantic warmth lingering over the Seine has yet to dissipate, as Lu Chen's private jet has landed at Zurich Airport. In stark contrast to the gentle rain of Paris, the sky over Zurich is a brilliant blue. The air crisp and imbued with a sense of precision and efficiency characteristic of a financial capital. He does not proceed to a hotel, but rather heads directly to the entire top-floor executive club, long contracted by the Stratton Group, situated in a prime downtown location. Here, an excellent vantage point and absolute privacy render it an ideal venue for high-level discussions. Isabella Stratton has long been awaiting his arrival. Today, she is adorned in a slate-gray Zegna suit, her hair impeccably styled, and her makeup meticulously applied, yet exuding a cool demeanor, clearly indicating her readiness for battle. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she rises to greet him, forgoing pleasantries and promptly delving into the subject at hand. Lu Chen, you have seen the announcement of Prometheus Fire. Its momentum is formidable. Isabella hands him a freshly received summary of classified intelligence. According to preliminary analysis, the core driving force behind this alliance indeed stems from the conservative faction within Kunlun, led by Elder James Holden. They have united traditional powers in North America and Europe, who perceive the ONIA philosophy as a threat, attempting to shackle us under the guise of security and regulation, even seeking to exclude us from mainstream standard setting. Lu Chen swiftly scans the document, which enumerates the principal members of the Prometheus Fire, several American tech giants closely linked to defense projects, a powerful European pharmaceutical oligarch, and Japanese firms renowned for precision manufacturing and conservatism. This is a quintessential coalition of vested interests, aimed at preserving the old order. Predictably so, Lu Chen remarks, placing the document down and stepping to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze upon the picturesque landscape of Lake Zurich. Elder Holden has consistently opposed our openness within the Council. The successful launch of ONIA, particularly the demonstration of consciousness harmonics, directly touches upon their fundamental interests. Forming a puppet alliance to contend against us is the least costly option, yet we must acknowledge that their chosen entry point is quite insidious. Isabella approaches him, her brow furrowed. Safety and ethics were originally our banners, yet they have now weaponized them against us. They insinuate that ONIA's open model could lead to technological abuse or data breaches, calling for the establishment of a more stringent regulatory framework under their dominion. This poses significant challenges for us in public opinion, with some previously supportive politicians and citizens beginning to harbor doubts. Confounding the issue and shifting the narrative, Lu Chen scoffs. Our security is built upon the foundational architecture of technology, such as the anti-interference properties of consciousness harmonics. Their notion of security merely serves as a pretext for maintaining monopoly and stifling competition. However, the average citizen finds it challenging to discern these distinctions. Indeed, Isabella nods. Thus, we must retaliate immediately. I propose, first, to harness the media at our disposal, articulating clearly the security of ONIA's technological framework while exposing the historical shortcomings of Prometheus Fire members regarding data security and ethics to counter public opinion. Second, we must expedite the establishment of internal technical standards and working groups within ONIA, aiming to produce a more detailed security white paper for third-party assessment, responding to doubts with professionalism and transparency. Third, at the political level, Prince Amir must leverage his network to obstruct the swift passage of proposals dominated by Prometheus Fire within key international organizations, such as ISO and IEC. Lu Qin regards Isabella with approval. Her acuity and decisiveness in the commercial and political arena indeed render her an indispensable ally. Agreed. You shall spearhead the counteroffensive on public opinion and standard setting, as Stratton's resources hold an advantage in this domain. I will reach out to Amir at once. He pauses, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. However, mere defense is insufficient. If Elder Holden and Prometheus Fire believe they can manipulate puppets from the shadows and remain unscathed, we shall draw them into the light or sever their outstretched hands. Isabella's gaze sharpens. What do you imply? Do you recall that gift regarding the topology of the Golden Ear Project nodes? Lu Qin replies meaningfully. Elder Holden exhibited an unusual interest at that time. I suspect that he, or the forces behind him, are somehow linked to the project's failure, even connected to the external forces that once sought to infiltrate Golden Ear. This conjecture causes Isabella to gasp in shock. The Golden Ear Project is an ancient top-secret initiative, and if one could unearth Elder Holden's negative associations with it, it would undoubtedly serve as a bombshell, capable of obliterating his reputation within Kunlun and potentially triggering broader investigations. Yet this requires irrefutable evidence and is exceedingly perilous, as it may touch upon Kunlun's most sacred taboos, Isabella cautions. I am aware, Lu Qin nods. Thus, this maneuver must be approached with utmost caution. I will instruct Luo Zhan to employ the power of the shadows to commence a covert investigation from the periphery, focusing on Elder Holden and his confidants during the Golden Ear Project's financial flows and overseas networks. This will require time, just as the two strategize. Isabella's assistant knocks and enters, visibly anxious as they report. Miss Stratton, Mr. Liu, we have just received news. Our inaugural joint laboratory for ONIA at ETH Zurich encountered a targeted cyber attack half an hour ago. The methods employed were highly sophisticated, attempting to steal core data regarding the design of consciousness harmonic sensors. Fortunately, our preemptively deployed barrier system intercepted them in time, thwarting their efforts. But they left behind traceable clues. Lu Qin and Isabella exchanged glances, each recognizing the cold intensity in the other's eyes. The actions of Prometheus Fire are swifter and more ruthless than they had anticipated. This is no longer a battle of public opinion, but a direct act of technological theft and sabotage. Where do the traceable clues lead? Lu Qin inquires immediately. Preliminary analysis indicates that the IP address underwent multiple redirects, but ultimately traces back to a shell company located in Luxembourg, which has clandestine financial dealings with an American defense contractor within the Prometheus Fire Alliance. The assistant swiftly replies. Indeed, it is them, Isabella exclaims, a mix of fury and irony evident in her tone. It seems that merely countering public opinion is insufficient. We must deliver a more direct warning. Lu Qin ponders for a moment before issuing orders. Notify Luo Zhan to initiate Phase 1 of the Firewall Initiative. The target, to execute an asymmetric financial strike against the American defense contractor involved in the attack. Simultaneously, in the spirit of reciprocity, let our cybersecurity team deliver a small gift to their headquarters server, perhaps exposing some of their less than flattering internal emails to the public. Understood. The assistant departs with urgency. Isabella observes Lu Qin, a complex light flickering in her eyes. This man, who often appears calm and composed, reveals a decisiveness and ruthlessness in retaliation that is striking once he has been pushed to his limits. Such formidable control and decisiveness instill both reassurance and a sense of unease within her. It seems that peaceful coexistence is no longer feasible, Isabella sighs softly. From the moment we chose this path, it was destined to be impossible, Lu Qin replies, turning once more to gaze out the window. Since they have chosen to become serpents, we must be ready to crush their vulnerable spots at any moment. The future of ONIA shall not be obstructed by anyone. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow upon him, delineating his tall and resolute silhouette. The war over the supremacy of future technologies had escalated comprehensively, from public opinion to commerce, from espionage to cyber attacks. Lu Xun, a man of boundless wealth and an enigmatic background, was strategically placing formidable pieces on this global chessboard, executing his unique strategy with lethal precision. Chapter 65, The Prelude to Counterattack, Financial Noose and Nighttime Confrontation. The clandestine discussions within Zurich's elite club established the tone for retaliation. Lu Chen's directives rippled through the depths of global capital like pebbles cast into a still lake, initiating the first phase of the firewall project. The first to act was the Deep Blue Matrix, a hedge fund under Lu Chen's direct control, uniting the world's premier quantitative traders and strategy experts. No longer merely a tool for capital manipulation, it had transformed into an intangible yet razor-sharp financial weapon. Its target, Raytheon Dynamics, the American military-industrial giant that had instigated the cyber attacks as part of the Prometheus Fire Alliance. Raytheon Dynamics, a behemoth closely tied to the Pentagon, had always maintained a stable stock price. However, the Deep Blue Matrix's approach was far from conventional short selling. Under the direct oversight of Luo Zhan, the fund deployed dozens of offshore accounts to orchestrate an exceptionally intricate and covert operation, utilizing high-frequency trading algorithms. They executed rapid-fire buy and sell orders of Raytheon Dynamics stocks and related derivatives, creating abnormal trading volume fluctuations and distorting prices instantaneously. Concurrently, through discrete channels across major financial media and social networks, they disseminated mixed rumors about a critical defense contract facing congressional scrutiny and potential technological flaws in the new generation of drone systems. The impact of this multifaceted assault was immediate. The market abhors uncertainty, despite Raytheon Dynamics' prompt attempts to dispel the rumors. The unusual volatility and the difficulty in swiftly clarifying the misinformation still undermined investor confidence. The stock price began to show a slight but persistent decline, and more crucially, the credit default swap, CDS, spreads on their bonds quietly widened, signaling rising concerns over default risk. This seemingly non-lethal blow tightened like a noose, gradually draining Raytheon Dynamics' cash reserves and market credibility. Simultaneously, the network at Raytheon Dynamics Arlington, Virginia headquarters fell victim to a precise and enigmatic counterstrike. A group of unidentified hackers, naturally, experts from the barrier team, exploited a highly concealed zero-day vulnerability, bypassing multiple firewalls. Their intent was not to steal data, but rather to package and deliver a selection of meticulously curated internal emails and documents to various international media outlets known for their exposés, as well as to several influential members of congressional oversight committees. The leaked materials included discussions among company executives on evading environmental regulations, memos detailing lobbying strategies to influence defense procurement decisions in gray areas, and even suppressed internal reports regarding unintended casualties during overseas testing of their products. The revelation sparked an uproar. Raytheon Dynamics was thrust into the limelight, with its stock plummeting over 15 and nearly 10 billion in market value evaporating. While facing immense pressure from the media, environmental organizations, and even Congress, the company's CEO was forced to convene an emergency press conference to quell the turmoil, leaving the public relations department in disarray. This counterattack was swift, precise, and ruthless, striking directly at the opponent's most vulnerable points. It not only showcased Lu Chen's formidable prowess in the financial arena, but also served as a stern warning to all who coveted ONIA technology. Those who dared to reach out would risk having their claws severed. In the upper echelons of Stratton Group, within Isabella's office, she observed the plummeting stock price of Raytheon Dynamics and the deluge of negative news on her screen. A cold smile gracing her lips, she picked up her encrypted phone and called Lu Chen. "It seems your firewall is proving effective. The elder Horton and his Prometheus fire should be feeling some pressure now." On the other end, Lu Chen's voice remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "This is merely interest. If they do not relent, we shall reclaim both principal and interest." He paused and inquired, "How is the progress on the internal standards for ONIA?" "Very smoothly," Isabella replied confidently. "The demonstration of consciousness harmonics was exceptional. Several top-tier laboratories and experts, previously on the fence, are now actively seeking to join our technical task force. The preliminary framework for the security white paper has been established even faster than we anticipated. Responding to doubts with professionalism and transparency is the best approach." "Excellent. And what of Prince Amir?" "He has just informed me that he has successfully delayed the proposal that Prometheus Fire was attempting to push at a certain international standards organization meeting in Geneva. He is leveraging royal influence to actively lobby Gulf nations and other emerging markets in support of ONIA's open standards." The situation seemed to be shifting favorably for ONIA. However, both Lu Chun and Isabella understood that entrenched powers like Elder Horton would not easily concede after a single setback. Indeed, that very night, as the Raytheon Dynamics incident unfolded, abnormal activity was detected once more around the Deadless main laboratory nestled deep within the Alps. This time, it was not mere reconnaissance. According to data analysis from sensors strategically placed throughout the mountainous terrain, at least 3 well-trained and well-equipped teams were infiltrating the mountain from different directions, utilizing the complex landscape and darkness as cover. Their operational patterns were professional and elusive, clearly indicative of the highest level of military training. With a direct aim at the core area of the laboratory. Boss, it's the elite action team from the River Styx. They mean business this time. Luo Zhan's voice crackled through the encrypted channel, tinged with a mix of tension and excitement. At that moment, Lu Chun was in his suite at the Zurich Hotel, remotely monitoring everything through the Kunlun mirror system. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Was Elder Horton desperate enough to resort to violence to salvage Prometheus Fire's losses in the realms of public opinion and commerce? Activate the highest level of the Furnace Protocol. Authorize Shadowblade and Darkguard to employ all necessary means to ensure the laboratory's absolute security. Remember, I want at least one of them alive. Lu Chen's voice was as frigid as ice. He needed to extract evidence of Elder Horton's direct involvement from these individuals. Understood. The tranquil night in the Alps was shattered by a silent, dark battle. Among the dense forests and jagged rocks, shadows representing death moved stealthily, engaging in fierce confrontations. The advanced individual equipment, the faint sounds of suppressed weapons, and the muffled thuds of close-quarters combat constituted this brutal struggle occurring beneath the world's gaze. Lu Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at Zurich's dazzling nightscape, as if he could pierce through distant realms to witness the life-and-death struggle within the darkened forest. His expression remained unchanged, yet the aura emanating from him seemed to chill the air in the suite. Isabella's message arrived once more. Do we require external resources from Stratton's assets? She referred to some special forces cultivated by the Stratton family. No need, Lu Chen replied swiftly. This is my territory. I shall handle it myself. This nocturnal confrontation was not merely about the safety of a laboratory. It was a clash of 2 clandestine forces, each vying for supremacy. Lu Chun aimed to utilize this victory to sever the insidious grasp of the Horton Elder upon Deadless and proclaim to all of Kunlun who truly wields the authority to shape the future of the game. As night deepened, the gunfire and the sounds of struggle in the mountains would eventually subside. Yet the chain reaction ignited by these events would undoubtedly reshape the future landscape profoundly. Chapter 66, Reckoning and Olive Branch, a white envelope from Kunlun. The gunfire and clashes deep within the Alps ceased utterly in the darkest hour before dawn, when the first rays of light illuminated the snow-capped peaks. The cleanup crew had silently concluded their work on the battlefield. 3 elite teams from the underworld, comprising a total of 18 individuals, were all intercepted. Among them, 12 lay dead, 4 were gravely injured and captured, and only 2 managed to escape into the vast wilderness, relying on their intimate knowledge of the terrain and their resolute abandonment of their comrades. However, they had become mere frightened birds, unlikely to pose a threat in the near future. Boss, the battle has concluded. The captives have been escorted to the Shadow interrogation room. Preliminary examinations reveal they were equipped with high explosives and specialized electromagnetic pulse devices, aimed at completely dismantling the core server cluster of the laboratory. Luo Zhan's report came through the encrypted channel, tinged with the fatigue of a sleepless night, yet more so with the chilling aura of task completion. Lu Chen stood before the window of his suite in the Zurich Hotel, the horizon just beginning to blush with the light of dawn. He listened to the report with an impassive expression, merely responding with 2 words, interrogate them. Understood. Additionally, we discovered an encrypted physical beacon on one of the team commanders, which appears not to be a communication device, but rather an identity marker or a token of task completion. The technical team is working on deciphering it. Inform me immediately of any results. Lu Chen concluded the call. He turned around to find Isabella Stratton, who had arrived unbeknownst to him, seated on the suite sofa, holding a cup of black coffee. Clearly, she too had not slept throughout the night, her concern for the battle in the mountains evident. She donned a simple silk robe, draped with a cashmere cardigan, and had shed her usual assertive makeup, revealing a hint of languor and an unusual vulnerability. Is it resolved? She set down her coffee cup, her voice slightly hoarse. Yes. Lu Chun moved to the bar cabinet, pouring himself a modest measure of single malt whiskey, drinking it neat in one swift motion. The warmth of the alcohol coursed down his throat, dispelling a slight chill. Horton has suffered considerable losses. The elite of the underworld are not easily replaced. Isabella gazed at his sharply defined profile, her heart a tumult of emotions. The man before her, who had dined romantically on the Seine in Paris just the previous night, could so swiftly issue cold commands against a cadre of elite intruders and emerge victorious. This seamless transition between utmost gentleness and iron resolve was both captivating and awe-inspiring. "What do you intend to do with the captives?" "And Horton?" Isabella inquired. "The captives are both leverage and daggers. If utilized wisely, they could silence Horton within the council." Lu Chun swirled the empty glass, his gaze profound. "As for Horton himself, he has struck at my foundational core. There will be a price to pay. However, any action within Kunlun requires a more opportune time and manner." Just then, Lu Chen's personal assistant, a young woman who had also spent the night awake yet still appeared impeccably made up, knocked and entered, holding what seemed to be an utterly ordinary white envelope, devoid of any signature or marking. "Sir, 5 minutes ago, the hotel front desk received this envelope, explicitly stating it must be delivered to you in person." The messenger was a child, claiming to be entrusted by an elderly gentleman playing chess in a park. The assistant's voice carried a hint of confusion and anxiety. An elderly gentleman playing chess in the park? Isabella furrowed her brow. Yet Lu Chen's eyes flickered with interest as he accepted the envelope. It felt weighty in his hand, its material possessing a unique, ancient texture. He gestured for the assistant to leave, then carefully opened the envelope. Inside, there was no letter, only a small, unadorned black token. Neither metal nor wood, engraved with an archaic seal. Oh. Upon seeing the token, Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. "What is this?" Isabella leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. "This is the balance token of the Supreme Council of Kunlun." Lu Chen's voice took on a serious tone. "The bearer of this token may request arbitration from the council regarding significant disputes, and during the arbitration period, both parties must cease all hostilities." Isabella gasped. "The Supreme Council? Arbitration? Which elder's directive is this?" Lu Chen caressed the cool token, mentally sifting through the profiles of several elders. Excluding Horton, the only one with the authority and potential motivation to issue the balance token at this moment was the elder who had remained aloof, the one with whom he had conversed by the lakeside. "It is that observer of the game," Lu Chen said slowly. "He has intervened." The appearance of this balance token carried profound implications. Firstly, it acknowledged Lu Chen and Onia's possession of sufficient power and standing to compel the council to initiate arbitration. Secondly, it halted the escalating conflict at present, granting both parties an opportunity for negotiation and respite. Lastly, it suggested that this particular elder might not fully endorse Horton's aggressive tactics. Or perhaps, he perceived the detrimental effects of continued conflict on Kunlun's overarching interests. Is this a good or bad development? Isabella was uncertain. It is both an opportunity and a test. Lu Chen tucked the token away. The positive aspect is that we have gained the privilege of engaging in equal dialogue with the highest echelons of Kunlun, while Horton's actions will be temporarily restrained. The test lies in the fact that the outcome of the arbitration may not entirely favor us, and this token itself serves as a warning, cautioning us not to push matters to extremes. At that moment, Lu Chen's encrypted phone rang again, this time from Prince Amir, his voice brimming with excitement. "Lu, my dear friend, guess what? Just now, a secretary from the Kunlun Council reached out to my royal office, expressing a desire to engage in informal discussions regarding the potential collaboration between ONIA and Kunlun. My God, they have finally relented." The messages continued to pour in, affirming the immediate effects brought about by the balance token. Lu Chen approached the window. The sunlight had entirely dispelled the night, and the surface of Lake Zurich shimmered. In a single night, the tide of offense and defense seemed to be quietly reversing. He had transformed from a challenger threatened by a black box initiative and an assault from the underworld into an equal player holding significant leverage, compelling ancient titans to sit down and negotiate. Reply to them, Lu Chen instructed Isabella and Amir. ONIA is willing to engage in dialogue with the Kunlun Council within the framework of the balance token. However, the precondition is that Elder Horton and his faction must take responsibility for this attack and withdraw from discussions on the relevant issues. He laid forth his conditions, a test as well as a means of establishing the baseline for negotiation. After hanging up, Isabella joined him at the window, observing his figure bathed in the morning light, and softly inquired, "What shall we do next?" Lu Chen's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. "Next? We shall certainly enjoy a hearty breakfast. Then, we shall await our opponent's response." The reckoning had commenced, and a new game board was quietly unfurling with the arrival of this white envelope. This time, however, the party holding the pieces was firmly seated on the opposite side of the board. Chapter 67, A New Game Board, Official Channels, and the Dragon Scale Group. The emergence of the balance token acted as an invisible boundary, temporarily freezing the direct conflict between Lu Chen and Elder Horton. The sanguine atmosphere at the foot of the Alps was dispersed by the biting mountain winds, while the ongoing battles of public opinion online and the undercurrents in the financial markets continued, albeit with noticeably diminished intensity as both sides appeared to be assessing the new stage's rules. Lu Chen did not linger long in Zurich. Engaging in arbitration dialogue with the Supreme Council of Kunlun required time for preparation, involving a more intricate exchange of interests and a game of rules that could not be rushed. He seized this relatively tranquil period to redirect his focus towards another critical aspect, strengthening deep collaboration with domestic authorities. In the capital, at a discreet reception hotel in Xishan, the formality of this meeting surpassed that of his previous encounter with his uncle Lin Huaimin. Rather than convening in a private study, they gathered in a small conference room. In addition to Lin Huaimin, there were two middle-aged men of composed demeanor and keen gaze. One, clad in casual attire, yet sitting with military precision, was introduced simply as Minister Wang, responsible for coordinating the application of high-tech innovations related to national security. The other, impeccably suited and articulate, was Director Li, in charge of industrial policy and technological development. Comrade Lu Chun, we have been closely monitoring your press conference in Zurich, as well as your subsequent response to the Prometheus fire and the Styx attack, Minister Wang stated directly, his tone calm yet authoritative, decisively illustrating the prowess and wisdom of Chinese entrepreneurs in the realm of international competition. Minister Wang, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my obligations, Lu Chun replied humbly. Yet his posture remained composed, exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. The concept of ONIA and the technological prospects of consciousness harmonics align splendidly with our national development strategy. Director Li interjected, adjusting his glasses, particularly in fostering technological self-reliance and leading the formulation of future industrial regulations. Director Lin, referring to Lin Huaimin, has already provided us with a detailed account of your ideas and plans, and we are fundamentally supportive. Lu Chun understood that this represented a higher-level official endorsement, indicating that their collaboration would transition from mere tacit approval and limited support into a more actionable, substantive phase. Thank you for the trust placed in me by the state and esteemed leaders, Lu Chun responded. As an international organization, ONIA's openness and independence are foundational. However, in the realms of core technological development, security standard formulation, and specific applications aligned with national strategic interests, we are eager to engage in profound collaboration with relevant domestic institutions and teams to safeguard technological advantages and national interests. Minister Wang nodded, indeed. This line of thought is clear. After due consideration, we have decided to establish a special coordination group, codenamed Dragon Scale, tasked with liaising with you and ONIA. The Dragon Scale Group will comprise multiple departments to ensure fluid communication and decision-making efficiency. Pausing momentarily, he turned his gaze towards Lu Chun. The group's daily operations will be overseen by Comrade Lin Yu, who will also serve as your primary contact for technical matters. As his words concluded, the conference room door swung open, revealing a young woman appearing to be in her late 20s. Dressed in a well-tailored navy professional suit, she stood tall and graceful. Her features striking, yet it was her clear, bright eyes that captivated attention, radiating an unsettling calmness and insight beyond her years. Holding a tablet, she approached the conference table with measured steps. Comrade Lin Yu reporting to the leaders, she announced, her voice crisp and imbued with rationality. Comrade Lin Yu is one of the youngest doctoral supervisors in neural engineering at the Academy of Sciences, a leading expert in brain-machine interfaces and signal processing, and possesses extensive cross-departmental project management experience. Lin Huaimin introduced, his tone subtly laced with admiration. There could be no better choice than her to handle the technical liaison for the Dragon Scale Group. Lu Chun rose to shake her hand. Her hand was cool and firm, parting quickly, conveying a strong sense of professionalism and boundaries. Mr. Lu, I have long admired your work. Your consciousness harmonics theory has greatly inspired me, Lin Yu stated, diving straight into technical discourse without any pretense of small talk. Dr. Lin, you are too modest. I hope we can exchange ideas frequently, Lu Chun replied with a slight smile, leaving a profound impression of this competent and direct female expert. He realized that the officials dispatched were not mere bureaucrats, but true technical stalwarts, reflecting the sincerity and pragmatic attitude towards collaboration. The ensuing meeting delved into more specific discussions. Lin Yu presented the preliminary cooperative framework drafted by the Dragon Scale Group, which included establishing ONIA technology verification centers in several national key laboratories, jointly cultivating high-end talent, and conducting joint research on the potential applications of consciousness harmonics in specific fields, such as advanced medical rehabilitation and human-machine interaction in extreme environments, under conditions of absolute safety. Throughout the process, Lin Yu articulated her thoughts clearly, demonstrating precise grasp of technical details. While her proposals balanced ONIA's international character with robust safeguarding of national interests and security boundaries. As Lu Chun listened, he offered his opinions and suggestions. He found communication with Lin Yu remarkably efficient, She swiftly comprehended his intentions and provided professional feedback from both technical and policy perspectives. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious yet pragmatic, imbued with a sense of strategic planning. The meeting extended for nearly 3 hours before concluding. Minister Wang and Director Li departed first, leaving Lin Huaimin, Lu Chun, and Lin Yu behind. Comrade Chun, Lin Yu is an exceptional talent and a trustworthy colleague. You should communicate frequently regarding technical collaboration and national needs, Lin Huaimin advised. Rest assured, Uncle, I understand, Lu Chun nodded. Once Lin Huaimin also left, only Lu Chun and Lin Yu remained in the conference room. Mr. Lu, here is the detailed electronic draft of the cooperation framework. Along with the initial list of proposed joint technological endeavors, Lin Yu handed the tablet to Lu Chun. You may review it at your convenience. And should you have any questions, feel free to contact me via encrypted channels. Certainly, I will review it promptly. Lu Chun accepted the tablet, gazing at Lin Yu's calm and professional visage, and suddenly inquired, Dr. Lin, what is your perspective on the so-called security risks posed by the Prometheus fire? Lin Yu answered without hesitation, technology itself is neither good nor evil. The risks lie with the users and the regulatory frameworks. If ONI's open model can establish a robust open-source community oversight and ethical review mechanism, its transparency may indeed mitigate systemic risks more effectively than the opaque nature of closed systems. The accusations regarding the Prometheus fire are largely commercial and political rhetoric, lacking rigorous technical scrutiny. Her incisive response garnered Lu Chen's admiration. I am delighted to collaborate with you, Dr. Lin. Likewise, Mr. Lu, for our shared objectives. Lin Yu replied with a slight nod, then gracefully pivoted and departed without any hint of hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chen realized that a more solid and strategically profound collaborative bond had been established. The emergence of the Dragon Scale Group and Lin Yu signified that he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood the wisdom and resources of the entire national apparatus. This was a force far more potent than any commercial alliance. Upon leaving the Shishan Hotel and entering the Hongqi limousine, Lu Chen opened the tablet and began to meticulously review the materials Lin Yu had provided. Outside the car window, the bustling scenery of the capital whizzed by, while within Lu Chen's mind, a grander blueprint was slowly unfolding. The arbitration with Kunlun represented an overt battleground, whereas the collaboration with Dragonscale constituted a deeper, pivotal move shaping the future landscape. A new chess game had commenced, and this time, the stakes in his hands were unprecedentedly substantial. Chapter 68, Subtle Fragrance in the Air, the strategic moves of the 3 female leads on the eve of arbitration. The engagement with the Dragonscale Group infused Lu Chen's global strategy with a significant national weight. Yet, this did not disrupt his predetermined rhythm. In the interim before returning to Zurich to prepare for the impending Kunlun Council arbitration, he strategically maneuvered in his unique manner, while 3 distinctly styled women played their indispensable roles on his chessboard. Scene 1. Zurich, Strategic Alliance within the Stratton Group's safe house. Isabella Stratton arranged an informal working dinner at a highly confidential safe house owned by the Stratton Group, situated by the serene shores of Lake Zurich. In this secluded space, there were no attendants, only the most essential aide who had meticulously prepared exquisite cold dishes accompanied by a bottle of the finest burgundy red wine. Dressed in a sharply tailored dark suit, Isabella personally poured wine for Lu Chun, her movements graceful, yet her gaze sharp as that of an eagle. The preliminary agenda for the arbitration meeting had been released. That old fox, Horton, was indeed attempting to obfuscate the issues, focusing the discussion on the potential systemic risks posed by the openness of ONIA, while conveniently avoiding the fact that he orchestrated the attack by the River Styx. She slid a thin agenda summary across the table towards Lu Chun. He glanced at it, unperturbed. It was as expected. He was stalling, seeking to utilize the arbitration process to drain our time and energy while carving out space for the Prometheus project to develop. He savored a sip of the rich wine, a testament to Isabella's exquisite taste. We cannot allow him to succeed. Leaning slightly forward, Isabella lowered her voice, revealing that through special channels, she had acquired some records of the Horton faction's elders overseas, somewhat irregular asset allocations. Though insufficient to directly topple him, it was enough to make his people hesitant during the arbitration meeting. Lu Chun regarded her with appreciation. This Wall Street queen never failed to deliver when it came to uncovering her opponent's dark secrets. It was a strong card, but it needed to be played at the opportune moment. What we needed now was to garner the support of the centrist elders. The elder who issued the balanced decree remained ambiguous in his stance. He was the key. Isabella nodded, recalling that her father had crossed paths with him several times in the past, remarking on his unfathomable depth and substantial ambitions. We might need to prepare a gift that could truly resonate with him, one that transcends mere technical sharing and possibly encompasses grander designs. Within the quiet safe house, The two engaged in an in-depth and meticulous discussion regarding arbitration strategies, ally recruitment, and the utilization of leverage. Under the soft glow of the lights, they resembled sovereigns conspiring side by side, each exuding trust while retaining their own inscrutable cards. This alliance, founded upon absolute interests and mutual admiration, was both sturdy and effective. As dinner concluded, Isabella escorted Lu Chun to the door, suddenly remarking in a hushed tone, "The art exhibition in Paris has reportedly been quite successful. Miss Su is truly talented." Lu Chun paused momentarily, casting a glance back at her. Isabella wore an impeccable social smile, yet her eyes held a depth that was difficult to decipher. He responded with a faint smile, "Indeed, art possesses the power to bring relaxation." Without further elaboration, he turned to leave, leaving Isabella standing still, her gaze flickering, lost in thought. Scene 2. The Transcontinental Connection and Romantic Gambit Post-Art Exhibition. Upon returning to his hotel, Lu Chun found a beautifully wrapped gift awaiting him on his desk, a limited edition art catalog from Su Wanqing's Paris exhibition. Its frontispiece adorned with her elegant signature and a phrase in French: "Mon heroes avec tout mon admiration," to my hero, with all my admiration. Concurrently, a video call request from Su Wanqing came through the encrypted communication channel. On the screen, she appeared to have just concluded a celebratory gathering, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling, dressed in a striking black evening gown, with the twinkling lights of the Eiffel Tower visible from her Parisian apartment terrace. "Boss Lu, have you finally wrapped up your important matters and thought of me?" She teased playfully, a hint of languid intoxication in her tone. "I received the catalog. It's a splendid documentation. Congratulations on the success of the exhibition." Lu Chun relaxed into his chair, his tone easing. Engaging in conversation with Su Wanqing always allowed him a reprieve from the tension of strategizing. "The success stems from your artwork gracing the event," she replied with a charming smile. "However, more than the exhibition, I am curious about where my hero plans to venture next. I've heard that the so-called Kunlun Council is convening an arbitration meeting. Might there be danger?" Her concern was candid and fervent, unabashedly expressed. "It's merely a meeting. Hardly something to be deemed dangerous," Lu Chun replied dismissively. "But what about you? Any plans to remain in Paris?" "I think I'll take a brief respite. Perhaps find a sun-drenched island to bask in the warmth. When you're finished with your affairs, will you come to join me?" Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with temptation, as if extending an irresistible invitation. She knew how to weave a web of tenderness, and Lu Chun relished the occasional immersion in her charm. "All right, once I conclude my responsibilities here," Lu Chun acquiesced. His relationship with Su Wanqing was a sanctuary away from the tumult of conflict, an embodiment of exquisite enjoyment, and he cherished the ease and ambiguity it provided. As he ended his conversation with Su Wanqing, the air lingered with her fragrance and romantic essence. Lu Chun smiled faintly and began to address his next task. Scene 3. Technical resonance within the encrypted channel and the emergence of dragon scales. He initiated a connection through the dedicated encrypted channel with Lin Yu. There was no video, only a pristine audio and data transmission interface. "Dr. Lin, I have thoroughly reviewed the draft of the collaboration framework, and there are no fundamental issues. Regarding the technical list for the initial joint research, I am particularly intrigued by the ultra-high bandwidth neural communication encryption project based on consciousness harmonics, as I believe it holds tremendous strategic value," Lu Chun stated directly, his tone reflecting pure professional discourse. From the other end, Lin Yu's clear and composed voice resonated. "Mr. Lu, your insight is astute. This project is indeed one of our top priorities. Our preliminary simulations indicate that by utilizing the uniqueness and individual differences of consciousness harmonics to construct encrypted channels, we could theoretically overcome certain limitations of traditional quantum encryption, achieving more efficient and harder-to-crack secure communications. The Dragon Scales team has assembled a joint group of cryptography and neuroscience experts, eager to hold our first online seminar with the ONIA technical team as soon as possible." "Very well. You may set the time. My team will cooperate accordingly," Lu Chun replied succinctly. Engaging with Lin Yu was efficient, direct, and intellectually stimulating. They rapidly finalized several technical details and the next steps for their collaboration. Before concluding the call, Lin Yu added, her tone unwavering, yet the content significant. "Based on the intelligence we have gathered, the Prometheus Project Alliance has recently been in frequent contact with a mysterious laboratory in Eastern Europe, seemingly seeking breakthroughs in biocybernetic fusion technology, possibly attempting to circumvent the patent barriers of consciousness harmonics. Relevant materials have been securely dispatched to you. Please remain vigilant." "Thank you. I will keep an eye on it," Lu Chun responded, a chill running through him. Lin Yu and the Dragon Scales team brought not only collaboration but invaluable intelligence support. This young expert was akin to a sword hidden in its sheath, calm, precise, and capable of unleashing tremendous force at critical moments. After concluding his interactions with the three women, Lu Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling nightscape of Zurich still vibrant. Isabella's power and strategy, Su Wanqing's tenderness and romance. Lin Yu's wisdom and professionalism intertwined like three distinct hues of light, weaving into the intricate tapestry of his expansive life. He was not merely a passive recipient. He adeptly maneuvered his relationships with each, ensuring they became integral parts of his strength across different dimensions. On the eve of the arbitration, a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. This was not merely a contest with Kunlun. It also subtly reflected his mastery over his vast empire and intricate social network. The finesse of a magnate lies in his ability to play multiple games simultaneously, ensuring victory in each. As he pondered, Luo Zhan sent an urgent message. Boss, we have just received formal notification from the Council Secretariat that the arbitration meeting will take place aboard the ferry to the other shore. The ferry to the other shore? Lu Chun's expression sharpened. That was the most enigmatic and elusive mobile headquarters in Kunlun's lore, a supervessel that never docked. Setting the arbitration venue there undoubtedly introduced numerous variables. It seemed that from the very selection of the location, this arbitration was shrouded in mystery. Chapter 69. The Ferry to the Other Shore, the Art of Leverage and Compromise. The vessel of the other shore is not a mere boat in the literal sense, but rather a magnificent supercruise ship that perpetually roams the high seas. However, it is far from an ordinary holiday liner. It serves as the most enigmatic and heavily fortified mobile headquarters and supreme deliberative chamber of the Kunlun Council. Its precise location is highly classified, and its routes are elusive. Only those who receive an invitation and pass through stringent scrutiny may be escorted aboard at designated coordinates. Lu Chen did not utilize his private jet, but instead followed instructions to board a specially modified Gulfstream G650 dispatched by the Council. After several hours of flight, he finally landed at a secret airport on a remote island, before being transported by a stealth helicopter. Arriving at this colossal vessel, navigating the profound waters of the Pacific as night fell. Even with Lu Chun's extensive experience, the moment the helicopter door opened and he stepped onto the deck of the vessel of the other shore, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. This behemoth was less a ship than a synthesis of a mobile steel city and a luxurious palace. The deck was expansive enough for medium-sized helicopters to take off and land, its hull gracefully streamlined and cloaked in special stealth materials. While the main structure merged minimalist futuristic design with classical opulence, illuminated yet imbued with an austere tranquility. He was met by the Council's chief secretary, an elderly man with a stern expression and meticulous demeanor. Without excessive pleasantries, Lu Chun, accompanied by two taciturn, composed guards, traversed the grand and spacious corridor adorned with priceless artworks, arriving at the arbitration hall located in the core area of the ship. The design of the arbitration hall echoed that of the ancient Roman Senate, featuring a semicircular amphitheater layout, solemn and imposing. At the center stood the chair of the arbitration chairman, flanked by the seats of the council's elders, nearly 10 of whom had already arrived, most with aged faces, profound gazes, and an aura as weighty as the sea. Among them was Elder Horton, seated prominently on the right side. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, a flicker of icy disdain crossed his murky eyes, quickly masked by a veneer of composure. Lu Chen was directed to the relatively isolated podium in the center of the hall. Isabella Stratton, recognized as the overt co-founder of ONIA, was granted a seat in the front row of the audience, casting Lu Chen a calm and encouraging glance. The arbitration was presided over by the transcendent elder who had issued the balance decree, now seated in a wheelchair pushed to the chairman's position. He spoke little, merely signaling the commencement of the meeting. The representative from Elder Horton's faction struck first, launching an aggressive assault on ONIA's openness, arguing that it could lead to technological chaos and pose a threat to global security. They invoked historical precedents of technological misuse leading to disasters. Attempting to seize the moral high ground, they deftly sidestepped the River Styx incident, either omitting it entirely or downplaying it as the reckless actions of isolated individuals. When it was Lu Chen's turn to present, he remained undisturbed by the onslaught. He rose, his gaze calmly sweeping over each elder present. His voice steady and powerful. Esteemed elders, the openness advocated by ONIA is based on a secure foundational architecture of technology, just as the interference-resistant characteristics of consciousness harmonics demonstrate. Its safety emanates from the technology itself, rather than from closure and monopoly. Conversely, relegating technology to the obscurity of a select few vested interests is the greatest source of uncertainty and risk. He shifted directly to the crux of the matter. As for security threats, I wish to inquire whether the utilization of River Styx's power to attempt an armed assault on ONIA's core laboratory and steal critical technological data constitutes a genuine threat to the global technological security order? Moreover, did this action receive authorization or tacit approval from any elder present here today? At his words, the atmosphere in the arbitration hall became palpably charged. Elder Horton's countenance soured significantly, while several neutral elders sharpened their gazes. Lu Chun had placed the most pointed issue squarely on the table. Youth, accusations require evidence. The presiding elder intoned slowly, his voice calm yet infused with an invisible pressure. Evidence, indeed, exists. Lu Chun gestured, and Luo Zhan, through encrypted devices, projected preliminary testimonies from some captured River Styx operatives, as well as traced financial connections linked to Horton's faction, onto the central screen of the arbitration hall. Although not irrefutable proof, it was sufficient to forge a formidable chain of suspicion. Elder Horton's faction immediately began to counter and defend themselves, plunging both sides into a fierce debate. Isabella timely provided information regarding Horton's faction's overseas assets, which, while not directly linked to the attack, further undermined Horton's credibility. The arbitration continued for several hours, the atmosphere taut. Lu Chun acutely sensed that most of the elders were less concerned with right or wrong, but more with how to balance internal power dynamics, ensure the overarching interests of Kunlun remained unscathed, and how to carve out a share from the burgeoning yet astonishingly promising entity that was ONIA. At a critical juncture, the presiding elder spoke again. His gaze fixed on Lu Chun. Mr. Lu Chun, the council has already perceived ONIA's potential. However, intense internal strife serves no benefit to either party. The centuries of accumulation by Kunlun cannot be wholly supplanted by ONIA in the short term. Perhaps we could seek a method of coexistence and mutual benefit. He proposed a preliminary compromise. 1. Elder Horton's faction must assume managerial responsibility for the River Styx attack, with Horton himself and his key confidants barred from participating in any council decisions related to brain-machine interface technology for the next 3 years. 2. ONIA must acknowledge Kunlun's historical position in the accumulation of relevant technological standards and partial global resource coordination, and when formulating key standards in the future, consult with the technical committee designated by Kunlun. 3. Both parties must suspend all forms of hostile actions, including commercial suppression, cyber attacks, etc. And the Prometheus Fire Alliance must cease any public denigration of ONIA in Kunlun's name. 4. As a gesture of goodwill and cooperation, ONIA must grant Kunlun Council limited access to certain non-core technical documents pertaining to consciousness harmonics applications for evaluation and research purposes. This is a quintessential power balance proposal. Elder Horton's faction faced repercussions. ONIA gained room for survival and a degree of recognition, yet was compelled to relinquish some transparency in technology and complete autonomy in future standard formulation. Lu Chun remained silent, his mind racing. A total rejection would be unwise, appearing overly aggressive and potentially pushing the neutrals towards opposition. Conversely, complete acceptance would signify excessive concession. After a moment, he raised his head, gazing at the elder in the chairman's position, and spoke solemnly. In principle, I agree to seek a path of coexistence. However, the details require refinement. First, the scope of the document access must be strictly limited and solely for evaluation purposes, not for commercial development. Second, the leading authority in the formulation of ONIA's standards must be respected. Negotiation does not equate to veto power. Third, Prometheus Fire must cease all hostile actions, including its ongoing attempts to circumvent our patents through alternative technological research. He articulated his bottom line, while seemingly nonchalantly pointing out the underhanded maneuvers of the opposing side, showcasing both intelligence capabilities and issuing a warning. The presiding elder's deep gaze locked with Lu Chun's for a long moment. Before he slowly nodded, detailed memorandums of understanding can be drafted by the Secretariat based on this foundation. Thus, a tense arbitration concluded with a subtle compromise, temporarily drawing the curtain. There were no absolute victors, nor were there complete losers. This may well be the most common outcome when ancient organizations confront emerging challengers. As he departed the arbitration hall, Elder Horton, passing by Lu Chun, leaned in to whisper in a tone only they could hear, "Kid, don't celebrate too soon. The game is far from over." Lu Chun maintained an impassive expression and responded coolly, "I am at your service anytime." Accompanied by Isabella, he boarded the helicopter, departing from the enigmatic vessel that lingered at the edge of another world. The horizon melded seamlessly with the sea, and the colossal ship gradually faded from sight. "Have we won?" Isabella inquired aboard the helicopter. "We have secured time and space," Lu Chun remarked, gazing out at the vast ocean. "Horton has been temporarily subdued, and Kunlun has officially acknowledged our existence. Yet, this is merely a ceasefire, not peace. The forthcoming period will reveal how swiftly we can utilize this precious time." especially as the power of the Dragon Scale Group begins to gradually infuse ONIA. This contest is far from over. It has merely transitioned into a deeper, more intricate realm. Lu Chun was keenly aware that the cards he held were far more numerous than Kunlun could possibly conceive. Chapter 70. Integration and Strategy. The Global Symphony of the Wealthy. Upon leaving the vessel, Lu Chun felt no sense of relaxation. The delicate balance achieved through arbitration resembled a ceasefire agreement with a time limit. He understood better than anyone that true security stems from absolute strength and meticulous foresight. Upon returning to Zurich, he immediately plunged into the efficient consolidation of his vast resources and the establishment of a new strategic framework. First movement, the Symphony of Capital, Global Asset Reallocation. In the Kunlun Mirror Command Center, Lu Chun confronted an unprecedented global asset dynamic model. It not only illustrated the intricate tapestry of his commercial empire, but also highlighted potential areas for collaboration with the Dragon Scale Group and the core industry distribution of the Prometheus Fire Alliance members. Luo Zhan, initiate the second phase of the Reaper Protocol for the Deep Blue Matrix, Lu Chun commanded, targeting the gradual reduction of our non-strategic holdings in Prometheus Fire Alliance members, particularly within certain military and pharmaceutical enterprises, to liquidate funds. Simultaneously, he aimed to amplify invisible holdings and strategic investments in cutting-edge sectors such as renewable energy, quantum computing, and biogenetic editing, as well as key industry chain nodes delineated by the Dragon Scale Group. Understood, boss. The anticipated liquidation will exceed $200 billion. And we have locked in 17 new investment targets, Luo Zhan promptly replied. The flow of capital, under Lu Chun's guidance, resembled a maestro conducting an orchestra, with each note, fund flow, precisely serving the overarching strategic symphony. Additionally, Lu Chun added, under the guise of an offshore fund, he would provide non-directed donations totaling $500 million to several politically neutral think tanks and environmental organizations in Europe recommended by Isabella. We need to cultivate more allies in the realms of public opinion and policy. Yes, for Lu Chun, money had long transcended mere consumption. It was the fuel of power, a pawn in his strategic game, and the cornerstone for constructing his envisioned future world. Daily revenues in the tens of millions were efficiently transformed into a network of global influence and strategic depth. Second movement, the resonance of technology. The profound integration of ONIA and Dragon Scale. The collaboration with the Dragon Scale Group, led by Lin Yu, progressed into a substantive phase. Lu Chun transferred certain non-core, yet highly applicable technological modules from the Daedalus project, such as cost-effective solutions for high-precision neural signal collectors, to top domestic research institutions designated by the Dragon Scale Group through a meticulously designed intellectual property licensing model. Moreover, several esteemed Chinese experts, recommended by Lin Yu, joined the ONIA Technical Standards Working Group as individuals, carrying the mission of advancing national technological standards. During a video conference, Lin Yu calmly reported the progress to Lu Chun. Mr. Lu, the initial equipment for the joint laboratory has arrived. The prototype for encrypted communication based on consciousness harmonics is expected to undergo preliminary validation within 3 months. Additionally, we have made a new discovery regarding the alternative technology sought by Prometheus Fire in Eastern Europe. They seem to have acquired fragmented documentation from the Cold War era regarding the enhancement of bioelectric fields. The technical path diverges significantly from ours, but it poses potential risks. Relevant materials have been encrypted and transmitted to you. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Lin. Lu Chun observed Lin Yu's meticulous expression on the screen, feeling a sense of approval. Collaborating with her was efficient and grounded, with each step firmly rooted in reality. The backing and support from the national level in terms of technology were irreplaceable by Isabella's consortium and Prince Amir's capital. Third movement, a tender variation. A brief respite in the Seychelles. After a period of intense work, Lu Chun accepted Su Wanqing's invitation and flew to the jewel of the Indian Ocean, the Seychelles. He reserved an entire island known for its exceptional privacy, with white sands and azure waters, a stark contrast to the tumultuous atmosphere of previous business battles. Su Wanqing appeared to have completely shed her identity as an artist, donning a flowing beach dress and walking barefoot like a joyful sprite, as she led Lu Chun on strolls along the shore, snorkeling, and dining under the stars. She refrained from mentioning ONIA or Kunlun, instead sharing amusing anecdotes from her time in the Maldives and Paris while discussing themes for her next artistic creation. Do you see that coral? Doesn't it resemble the whirlpool beneath Van Gogh's Starry Sky? Su Wanqing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the scenery beneath the crystal-clear waters. Lu Chun gazed at her sun-kissed profile. Feeling the tension within him ease slightly, he wrapped his arms around her waist and gently kissed her forehead. Indeed, but it pales in comparison to the brilliance in your eyes. This was the luxury of the wealthy, amidst the tumult of global affairs. To possess moments of complete detachment and exquisite romance, Su Wanqing acted as a perfectly timed bomb, allowing him to recharge and reassess the bigger picture. Of course, even on vacation, his encrypted communication device remained primed to receive the highest priority information at any moment. Fourth movement, the underlying currents. Horton's resentment in the shadows of the river Styx. The brief respite did not quell Lu Chen's vigilance. Regular briefings from Luo Zhan indicated that although Horton's faction ostensibly adhered to the arbitration agreement, the commercial forces within his camp were covertly active, attempting to indirectly influence certain secondary suppliers associated with ONIA through complex equity transactions. More concerning was the disappearance of the two remnants of the river Styx, who had seemingly evaporated into thin air, eluding even the combined efforts of the barrier and shadow to locate them. This unusual calm instilled a sense of unease in Lu Chen. He ordered heightened security for all core facilities and key personnel, while instructing Luo Zhan to closely monitor global underground activities, particularly those involving high-level mercenaries and arms dealers. Epilogue, a new prologue, the charity gala in Monaco. Upon returning from the Seychelles, Lu Chen received news from Isabella. A charity gala hosted by the Monaco royal family, gathering Europe's elite aristocrats, magnates, and celebrities, was soon to take place. This event promised not only a social extravaganza, but also an excellent opportunity for information exchange and the formation of potential alliances. "We need to make an appearance there," Isabella stated during a video call. "Members of Prometheus Fire will undoubtedly attend. We must showcase Onia's unity and strength, while also observing which opportunists begin to waver post-arbitration." Lu Chen glanced at the intricate heraldry on the invitation and nodded. "All right, I shall attend." He recognized the necessity of observing, assessing, and displaying strength at this seemingly glamorous affair. The life of the affluent was not solely about luxury cars and beautiful women or private islands. It was also about navigating the upper echelons of society, forging silent alliances amidst the clinking of glasses. The flight path of his private jet was once again set. Destination, Monaco. The next movement of the global symphony was poised to resonate along the Azure coast, and Lu Chen would forever remain the maestro, orchestrating the rhythm and melody. Chapter 71. Gunshots on the Azure coast and warnings from the Dragon Scale. Monaco, Monte Carlo. Within the grand banquet hall of the Paris Grand Hotel, the brilliance of crystal chandeliers cascaded down, illuminating the opulence of the room as if it were midday. The air was suffused with the intoxicating blend of high-end champagne, perfumes, and cigars as elegantly attired guests mingled, their laughter and clinking glasses resonating throughout. European royalty, financial magnates, tech tycoons, and fashion icons congregated in a display of unparalleled grandeur for this charity gala. Lu Chen, adorned in a midnight blue velvet tuxedo by Tom Ford, stood tall and composed, exuding an air of quiet confidence derived from profound depth and immense power. Though he did not seek to draw attention, his presence was magnetic, effortlessly attracting the fleeting glances of those nearby. Beside him stood Isabella Stratton, clad in an elegant silver mermaid gown. Together they resembled a king and queen upon their throne, receiving a mixture of genuine and insincere compliments and inquiries. "Look over there," Isabella whispered, inclining her head slightly towards a group conversing with the Prince of Monaco, led by the loyal henchman of the German industrial giant, Mr. Krupp. They seemed remarkably composed. Lu Chen raised his champagne flute, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembly without lingering. Merely jesters. Following their arbitration, they would refrain from overt actions, yet covert maneuvers would undoubtedly abound. Tonight, we merely need to assert our presence. He engaged effortlessly with several European bankers and a duchess renowned for her investments in cutting-edge technology, maintaining a polite yet appropriately distanced demeanor. His French was impeccable, and he navigated conversations about art, horse racing, and fine wines with ease, earning subtle nods of approval from the seasoned elite of Europe. However, as the evening reached its zenith and the charity auction was about to commence, Lu Chen's encrypted phone vibrated imperceptibly in his pocket, bearing an urgent alert of the highest priority. The vibration pattern corresponded to the specific frequency agreed upon by the Dragon Scale Group. Maintaining a composed expression, Lu Chen excused himself gracefully from the Duchess, stating the need to take an important business call. He exchanged a knowing glance with Isabella before discreetly making his way towards the terrace through the side door of the banquet hall. The terrace overlooked the Mediterranean, with the night sea breeze carrying a briny scent. Lu Chen swiftly connected the call, and Lin Yu's calm, yet urgent voice came through immediately. "Mr. Lu, we have an emergency. We just intercepted and decrypted a highly encrypted communication fragment originating from an Eastern European arms dealer channel linked to the remnants of the river Styx. The content points to Monaco, and the target is likely you." Operation Codename Sea Serpent may involve remote sniping or precision demolition, and the timing is tonight. We cannot ascertain the specific means or location. Please remain vigilant and consider immediate evacuation of the area. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. So, Horton was indeed audacious enough to strike in such a high-profile public setting? Or was there a more complex force at play, aiming to manipulate the situation to their advantage? Understood. Keep the communication lines open, Lu Chun replied tersely, severing the call with Lin Yu and immediately connecting with Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan, maximum alert. Dragon scale warning. An assassination operation codenamed Sea Serpent is targeting me, likely at the hotel or its vicinity. Initiate the emergency protocol, confirm all security points, and investigate suspicious individuals and potential sniper locations. Inform Isabella's team to cooperate with the operation. Understood. Luo Zhan's voice instantly tightened with resolve. Lu Chen swiftly returned to the banquet hall, seeking out Isabella, and whispered urgently, "We have a situation. We must leave immediately." Upon seeing the fleeting glint of danger in Lu Chen's eyes, Isabella did not hesitate for a moment. She set down her glass, linked her arm with his, and maintained a composed smile, as if merely accompanying her partner for a breath of fresh air. Yet her steps matched his urgency as they moved gracefully towards the exit of the banquet hall. Their abrupt departure attracted slight attention, but did not incite chaos. However, just as they were about to exit the grand doors of the main banquet hall, a muffled sound, distinct from the festivities inside, echoed from afar, resembling a tire blowout but with a different nuance. Almost simultaneously, a large floor-to-ceiling glass window facing the sea shattered, a bullet piercing through, splintering into a web of cracks. The bullet struck a decorative column within the hall, sending fragments scattering. A momentary silence was shattered by a chorus of screams as panic erupted among the crowd. Not a sniper? A detonation? Or a diversionary tactic? Lu Chen's mind raced, yet his movements remained unfaltering as he shielded Isabella behind him. Swiftly retreating towards the predetermined safety corridor, flanked by Luo Zhan and several elite security personnel. "Protect Mr. Lu and Ms. Stratton," Luo Zhan shouted, gripping a concealed weapon, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the chaotic throng and all exits. The designated evacuation route remained clear, and the hotel's security personnel evidently received directives to manage and secure the area. Despite the tension, the process was executed without incident. Lu Chun and Isabella were safely escorted into a fully armored Mercedes Pullman in the hotel's underground garage. The convoy promptly departed, disappearing into the flow of Monte Carlo's night traffic. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Isabella appeared slightly pale, yet her gaze remained steady as she clutched Lu Chen's hand tightly. "Are you all right?" "I am unscathed." Lu Chen reassured her with a gentle squeeze of her icy fingers before immediately inquiring with Luo Zhan, "What is the situation?" "We discovered the remains of a small drone outside the hotel, equipped with a rudimentary explosive device. The earlier sound was its detonation after being shot down during an attempted crash into the hotel's exterior. The bullet hole in the glass originated from another wave of attack, likely from a commercial building's rooftop approximately 800 meters away at 1 o'clock. The sniper has since evacuated, and our team is in pursuit." The adversary's plan was meticulous, with at least 2 contingencies. Luo Zhan reported at a rapid pace. "And the casualties?" "Aside from a few guests experiencing shock and minor abrasions, there are no serious injuries. The target was unequivocally you." Lu Chun leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, inhaling deeply. A charity gala hosted by the Prince of Monaco, under the watchful eyes of many, employing drones and snipers. This was no mere personal vendetta from Horton. It was an overt provocation, a blatant disregard for the arbitration results, possibly intended to stir the waters and incite a larger conflict. "Investigate. Deploy all resources to unearth every participant in Operation Sea Serpent and their backers." Lu Chen's voice was frigid, laced with undeniable intent. "Yes." At that moment, Lin Yu's communication reconnected, her voice retaining its calm demeanor but tinged with gravity. "Mr. Lu, we traced the signal source of the detonating drone through multiple relays, ultimately pinpointing it to a virtual server cluster in North Africa, which has indirect ties to several international terrorist organizations. This attack may have been meticulously disguised as a terrorist act." The cold light in Lu Chen's eyes intensified. Disguised as a terrorist attack? Was this an attempt to frame someone or to incite international concern regarding the safety of high-end technology gatherings, thereby indirectly undermining Onia's reputation? "I understand. Thank you for the timely alert, Dr. Lin," Lu Chun expressed sincerely. Had it not been for the Dragon Scale Group's early warning, the consequences would have been dire. "It is our duty. Please ensure your safety, Mr. Lu." With that, Lin Yu concluded the call. Isabella gazed at Lu Chen's stern profile, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, taking in the swiftly passing nightscape of Monaco through the car window, and replied, "To our estate in Nice. Additionally, inform the media that the Stratton Group will be donating an extra 50 million euros for the upgrade of Monaco's public safety facilities. In the aftermath of the attack, rather than retreating into the shadows, we must boldly exhibit our strength and sense of responsibility. This is the hallmark of a true magnate's retaliation." The gunfire along the Côte d'Azur shattered the fleeting tranquility, heralding the advent of a more intense and covert storm. Lu Chen was already prepared to meet the challenge head-on. Chapter 72, Thunderous Counterattack, the establishment of a security zone worth billions. Nestled on a cliff overlooking the Mediterranean, the private estate in Nice boasted high walls and deep courtyards, resembling not merely a residence, but rather a modern fortress. Following a harrowing night in Monaco, Lu Chen and Isabella temporarily found refuge here. Beneath the veneer of calm lay turbulent undercurrents and an impending tempest. Within the underground command center of the estate, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. A massive electronic screen displayed real-time data streams from global financial markets, updates on the investigation into the Serpent's attack, and the latest intelligence analyses from the Dragon Scale team. Luo Zhan stood before Lu Chen, swiftly delivering his report. "Boss, the preliminary findings from the attack site have emerged. The explosive materials used by the drones are quite common, making them difficult to trace. However, there is a minute hardware feature in the detonation control system that links back to an anonymous supplier closely associated with the Eastern European underground arms market. Regarding the sniper, a unique 762mm shell was discovered at the extraction point. It is neither NATO nor Warsaw Pact standard, but rather a custom product from a small South African manufacturer, with very limited production. We are currently tracing its purchase records. Continue digging. Leave no stone unturned." Lu Chen's voice was calm, but his gaze was icy, emphasizing the importance of finding irrefutable evidence linking to Horton or the core members of Prometheus's fire. "Understood." Luo Zhan nodded and continued. "Moreover, per your directives, the Deep Blue Matrix has completed its short-selling strategy against the 3 publicly listed companies at the heart of Prometheus's fire: Raytheon Dynamics, Atlas Pharmaceuticals, and Nordic Precision. The cumulative short position has now reached a staggering $15 billion and is ready to be unleashed at any moment." Lu Chen slightly inclined his head, shifting his focus to another screen displaying the analysis report recently decrypted and transmitted by Lin Yu. The report indicated that although the virtual server cluster in North Africa had been utilized by the terrorist organization, its underlying technological architecture bore a striking resemblance to a tech company based in Silicon Valley, which ostensibly engaged in cybersecurity but had ambiguous ties with several American intelligence agencies. This added a layer of complexity to the attack's backdrop. "It appears that those wishing for my demise are not limited to Horton alone," Lu Chen scoffed. "Some seek to use others as pawns, while others wish to fish in troubled waters." "Mr. Lu," Isabella approached, holding a cup of coffee, her composure and sharpness restored. "While it is undeniably crucial to retaliate in the financial markets, we must simultaneously fortify Onia's own security zone. I propose we immediately initiate the global deployment plan for Onia's independent server cluster, ensuring that core data and research materials are stored in a distributed, encrypted manner, with physical locations kept strictly confidential. Furthermore, we should establish Onia's own security advisory committee, composed of absolutely reliable top-tier experts, tasked with formulating and enforcing the highest level of security protocols." Agreed. Lu Chen promptly accepted the suggestion. "You will have full authority over this matter. I will ensure the funding and equipment. We must transform ONIA into a hedgehog, making it abundantly clear that any attempt to encroach will result in grievous consequences." At that moment, Lu Chen's private encrypted line received a video request from Prince Amir. Upon connecting, the prince's furious visage filled the screen. "Lu, my dear friend, I have heard of the events in Monaco. It is utterly lawless. I have already contacted the heads of intelligence agencies in several Gulf nations. They will utilize all available resources to assist in the investigation. Should you require any support, do not hesitate to ask. Furthermore, I have decided that the Royal Sovereign Fund will inject an additional $10 billion into ONIA, specifically for the construction of security systems. We must ensure that those lurking in the shadows understand that attacking ONIA equates to jeopardizing our future." Prince Amir's declaration was undoubtedly a timely boon, providing not only funding but also significant geopolitical backing. "Thank you, Amir. I will remember this gesture of friendship." Lu Chen expressed his sincere gratitude. In times of crisis, true alliances are revealed, and Amir proved to be a worthy ally. Upon concluding the call with Amir, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before issuing his final directive. "Luo Zhan, notify the Deep Blue Matrix that when the New York Stock Exchange opens tomorrow, we will strike without delay. Our targets: Raytheon Dynamics, Atlas Pharmaceuticals, and Nordic Precision, with the objective of suppressing their stock prices by over 30%. Simultaneously, we shall instruct our controlled media to concurrently disseminate their latest negative news, footage of Raytheon Dynamics' new drone crashing during desert testing, an internal report summary revealing undisclosed side effects of a certain flagship drug from Atlas Pharmaceuticals, and an anonymous analyst report alleging financial fraud at Nordic Precision. Understood. Luo Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been eagerly anticipating this financial strangulation. Isabella, Lu Chun turned to her once more. The construction of Onia's security zone will commence immediately. Concurrently, we will publicly release a forceful statement in Onia's name, condemning the attack in Monaco and declaring our unwavering commitment to protect our members and research outcomes at any cost, offering a bounty of 100 million euros for credible leads on the attackers. Absolutely. Isabella responded with resolute efficiency, promptly beginning arrangements. Orders were issued in succession, and the formidable machinery of their operations whirred into efficient motion. Lu Chun then stepped alone onto the estate's observation platform, gazing at the shimmering Mediterranean under the moonlight. The surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath it stirred tumultuous currents, mirroring the turmoil within him. The clarion call for counterattack had sounded. This was no longer merely a contest of business. It had escalated into an all-encompassing war involving finance, technology, intelligence, and even violence. He would respond with a financial strangulation worth billions, declare his resolve through an impregnable security zone, and demonstrate his strength through the support of international allies. He would ensure that all potential adversaries understood the exorbitant cost of challenging him. The following day, as the New York Stock Exchange opened, the stock price of Raytheon Dynamics plummeted like a severed kite, diving sharply. Panic selling spread like wildfire. Atlas Pharmaceuticals and Nordic Precision followed suit, with all three stocks triggering multiple circuit breakers in a short span. While the veracity of the negative news circulating in the market was difficult to ascertain, it was sufficient to obliterate investor confidence. The deep blue matrix, akin to a concealed leviathan, expertly leveraged derivatives to maximize short-selling profits. Wealth amounting to billions evaporated in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Onia's resolute statement and extravagant bounty graced the headlines of major global media outlets, reigniting interest in the Monaco attack while showcasing the resilience and determination of this nascent organization. Lu Chun, in his nice estate, calmly observed the fluctuating numbers and rolling news on the screen. This was merely the beginning. The financial markets assault served as an overt warning, while the pursuit of the true masterminds behind the serpent operation would unfold in the depths of darker shadows. He picked up the phone and dialed a seldom-used number belonging to a mysterious intelligence broker known only by the codename Nightingale, reputed to unearth secrets that eluded others. "Help me uncover everything about the serpent. Price is no object." A languid and sultry voice responded from the other end. "Mr. Liu, this is quite the undertaking. However, I relish a challenge. Await my news." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold, austere arc. The thunderous counterattack had already commenced, and this tempest had only just begun to unveil its initial waves. Chapter 73, The Queen of the Night and the Phantom Protocol. The intervention of the Nightingale was akin to dropping a deep-water bomb in the dark web. This enigmatic information dealer, with her pervasive network and nearly flawless transaction success rate, held an almost mythical status within certain circles. Her demands were exorbitant, yet undeniably justified. Lu Chun was not perturbed by the costs. What he sought was speed and irrefutable evidence. As the deep blue matrix unleashed a storm of chaos in the financial markets, drawing global attention to Onia's security statement, another invisible front quietly unfurled beneath the depths of information. In the underground command center of the Nice estate, Lu Chun received the first encrypted information package from the Nightingale. There was no superfluous chatter, only several processed screenshots from surveillance footage, a few vague yet critical summaries of phone records, and a succinct analytical report. The screenshots revealed that 48 hours prior to the attack in Monaco, a live man wearing a baseball cap had rented a black van from an inconspicuous car rental agency in Nice using forged documents. This vehicle's model bore a striking resemblance to a suspicious car captured by surveillance footage near the remnants of the drone that was later discovered. The summaries of the phone records pointed to a prepaid phone number located in Lithuania, which had briefly contacted an encrypted IP address in Vienna before the attack. That Vienna IP, traced by the Nightingale, ultimately linked back to a shell company named Europa Security Consulting. While the registration details of this company were shrouded in mystery, financial transactions revealed a recent influx of funds from the Cayman Islands, precisely matching the pricing for drones on the Eastern European arms market. The conclusion of the analytical report was incisive. The Sea Serpent operation exhibited classic mercenary traits, well organized, compartmentalized, Yet the tail of the command chain seemed to inadvertently point towards Central Europe, overlapping with the potential operational areas of the remnants of the river Styx. However, the operational methods bore the hallmarks of the obfuscation style commonly employed by North American intelligence agencies. The puppeteer was exceptionally cautious, employing multiple layers of buffering, far from Horton's direct approach. Isabella regarded the report, her brows furrowing. She favored the clean and decisive methods of the river Styx's direct forces. This roundabout approach appeared to suggest that someone was deliberately muddying the waters, attempting to divert our attention elsewhere, or inciting a full-scale war between us and Horton, or even the entire Kunlun. Lu Chen pondered, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. The Nightingale's intelligence had validated some of his suspicions while introducing new enigmas. The adversary was more cunning than anticipated. Rojan, he commanded, focus on investigating Europa security consulting based on the clues provided by the Nightingale. Employ all means necessary to unearth its actual controllers. Simultaneously, expedite the interrogation of the River Styx captives in the Shadow interrogation room. I want to ascertain whether they received any directives or whispers, however indirect, related to the Monaco attack. Understood. Just as Lu Chun was orchestrating the next course of action, Lin Yu's encrypted communication came through. Her voice bore the hallmark concentration of a technical expert. Mr. Liu, we have conducted a deeper technical analysis of the drone wreckage collected from the Monaco site. We discovered a rather obscure backdoor vulnerability in one of the firmware versions of its flight control system, which was mentioned in an academic paper 3 years ago but did not garner widespread attention. Theoretically, it could allow for the hijacking of this type of drone's control in a remarkably short time frame. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting? There exists a possibility, Lin Yu calmly analyzed, that the attacker's original plan was far more complex, potentially involving a dual operation. One overt force of mercenaries executing the attack, while a covert technical team may have prepared contingencies, possibly capable of altering the drone's target or methods at the last moment, either to frame someone or to incite greater chaos. Our jamming gun merely shot down the drone prematurely, disrupting this process. This analysis rendered the situation even murkier. If this were the case, the machinations of the puppeteer grew increasingly profound. Is it possible to trace the signal source attempting to exploit this backdoor? Lu Chen inquired. The difficulty is immense. They would undoubtedly employ highly anonymous communication methods. However, we are attempting to sift through fragmented electromagnetic signal records for any clues. This will require time, Lin Yu replied. Ending the call with Lin Yu, Lu Chun felt the weight on his shoulders intensify. The adversary was not only lurking in the shadows, but was also astutely meticulous, employing sophisticated technical means. At that moment, Su Wanqing's overseas call came through. Her voice rife with concern and trepidation. Lu Chun, I saw the news. Monaco is in such disarray. Are you all right? You scared me to death. Where are you now? Are you safe? The background seemed to echo with her hurried footsteps. Hearing her unmasked concern warmed Lu Chen's heart slightly, and his tone softened considerably. I am fine, Wanqing. I am in a very secure location. Do not worry. How can I not worry? Su Wanqing's voice cracked with emotion. Those villains are too despicable. Do you want to come stay with me? I have a little cabin in Switzerland. It's quite secluded. Not for now, Wanqing, Lu Chen gently declined. There are matters that require my attention. Once I finish this bout of work, I shall come see you. After reassuring Su Wanqing, Lu Chun took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his familial sentiments. He approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the Mediterranean, his expression gradually hardening with resolve. Regardless of who the adversary may be or how intricate their motives, having struck, they must now bear the corresponding consequences. The financial assault was merely an appetizer. The true counterattack was only just beginning. He returned to the control panel and connected with Rojan, issuing a new directive: initiate the Phantom Protocol. The Phantom Protocol was among Lu Chen's most clandestine and perilous assets. It did not directly belong to the Barrier or Shadow, but rather comprised a network of ghost operatives, an elite cadre of individuals, utterly loyal, possessing unique skills, and entirely concealed in identity. These phantoms lay dormant across the globe, activated only for missions of the utmost priority. Their tasks typically did not involve direct combat, but rather infiltration, theft, deception, or even precise social engineering attacks to dismantle targets from within. The objectives? Rojan's voice grew solemn, aware of what activating the Phantom Protocol entailed. First, infiltrate Europa Security Consulting to ascertain its background. Second, endeavor to reach out to the potential user of that prepaid phone in Lithuania. Third, closely monitor the physical location and relevant personnel associated with that encrypted IP address in Vienna. Lu Chen paused, adding, authorize them to employ all non-lethal means necessary to obtain information. I must uncover whose mind the tongue of the sea serpent is truly connected to. Understood. The Phantom Protocol is now activated. Rojan acknowledged. With the initiation of the Phantom Protocol, a more clandestine and lethal shadow war began to unfold in the unilluminated corners of existence. Lu Chun, akin to a chess player seated before a board, not only maneuvered the visible pieces, but also quietly dispatched deadly assassins across the threshold of conflict. All of this transpired within the seemingly tranquil days following the gunfire in Monaco. The wrath of the wealthy was never merely a financial onslaught. It was a multi-layered, all-encompassing reckoning that reached to the very roots of conflict. As night descended once more upon the Nice estate, the Mediterranean sky glittered with stars. Yet Lu Chun understood that beneath this tranquil night sky, countless invisible signals were traversing, dictating the course of the impending storm. Chapter 74. The Aroma of Bordeaux and the Nightingale's Lethal Gift. The tumult of the financial markets has yet to dissipate, and the clandestine war against the puppeteers behind the Serpent operation has already commenced. Yet, amidst the eye of the storm, Lu Chun exhibits an almost paradoxical composure. After a brief respite at the Nice estate to confirm that the initial counter-offensive preparations have been set in motion, he makes a decision that surprises even Isabella. He accepts a private invitation from the proprietor of a historic vineyard in Bordeaux to partake in a tasting of the latest vintage. At such a time, to indulge in wine tasting? Isabella raises an eyebrow, observing Lu Chun as his personal attendant meticulously arranges his belongings. Lu Chun, adjusting the strap of a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, replies with a tranquil demeanor. In moments of heightened tension, it is imperative to maintain a normal rhythm. Hiding within the fortress will only convey to our adversaries a sense of our trepidation. Moreover, the sunshine and wine of Bordeaux are conducive to contemplation. Isabella nods thoughtfully. She understands that this is a game of psychological finesse at a higher level, a means through which Lu Chun navigates immense pressure. She, on the other hand, must remain in Zurich, overseeing the daily operations of ONIA and the construction of a secure zone. Stay in touch, be cautious. Rest assured. Lu Chun responds with a slight smile as he boards the awaiting Bell 525 luxury helicopter on the estate's helipad. The helicopter will fly directly to Bordeaux, landing on the vineyard's private lawn. The sky over Bordeaux is a deep azure, and the sprawling vineyards shimmer enchantingly under the sunlight. The owner of Chateau Latour, a dignified count in his 60s, personally welcomes Lu Chun at the helipad. For a client of Lu Chun's esteemed stature and exquisite taste, the vineyard extends the highest level of hospitality. The tasting takes place in the vineyard's cool, ancient stone cellar, where the air is imbued with the rich aroma of oak barrels and wine. The old count, like a proud father introducing his children, elaborates on the subtle differences among wines from various plots and years. Lu Chun, far from a mere dilettante, offers insights that elicit frequent nods of approval from the count. However, amidst this seemingly leisurely wine tasting, Lu Chun's encrypted communicator vibrates softly, receiving information from various sources. Luo Zhan reports, the ghost has provided feedback. The actual controller of Europa Security Consulting may be a mysterious figure referred to as the agent, linked with multiple intelligence organizations and mercenary groups, operating under a shroud of secrecy. The telephone leads in Lithuania are currently interrupted, with the user exhibiting extreme caution. The physical location of the IP address in Vienna has been pinpointed to an upscale apartment, and we are currently investigating the resident information. Lin Yu conveys technical analysis progress. We have made breakthroughs in reverse engineering the backdoor vulnerability, discovering that its coding habits bear distinctive markings characteristic of a particular academic circle, and are narrowing down the potential research team. Prince Amir sends words of condolences and support, hinting that he has exerted pressure on certain Middle Eastern intelligence agencies through special channels, urging them to share relevant intelligence. These fragments of information continuously coalesce in Lu Chun's mind as he analyzes. On the surface, he engages in light-hearted banter with the old count, savoring the exquisite nectar, while his brain operates at lightning speed, akin to a highly efficient information processing center. As evening descends, the tasting concludes. Lu Chun signs an astonishing order for the futures, bringing joy to the old count. He is assigned to the most luxurious guest room in the vineyard's castle. Outside the window lies an endless expanse of vineyards bathed in the golden glow of sunset, a breathtaking sight. Just as he prepares to indulge in a rustic dinner crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef, the special encrypted signal representing the Nightingale flickers to life once more. This time, the Nightingale does not transmit an intelligence summary, but rather a compressed file and a succinct message. The gift is ready, along with the instructions. The final payment has been transferred to the designated account. Lu Chun feels a rush of energy and promptly returns to his study, opening the heavily encrypted computer. He decompresses the file, revealing several high-definition videos, complete transcripts of phone calls, and multiple detailed reports on the flow of funds. One video clearly shows the man in a baseball cap who rented the van before the Monaco attack, briefly handing over a briefcase to a figure clad in a trench coat, obscured from view at the nice dock. Through technical enhancement, a vague scorpion tattoo becomes discernible on the right hand of the trench-coated man. The second video captures surveillance footage near the upscale apartment in Vienna, revealing a familiar figure entering the building. It is Kenichi Yamamoto, the European vice president of the Japanese precision instrument manufacturer associated with the Prometheus Fire Alliance. The phone call transcripts are equally astonishing. One segment features a conversation between the agent and a voice altered but condescending, discussing the confirmation of the delivery of goods, referring to drones and snipers, and the preparations for the event, referring to the Monaco Gala. Another segment features Kenichi Yamamoto reporting respectfully to an individual known as Mr. Horton's consultant, stating, "Everything is proceeding as planned. The smoke has been released, and I believe it will effectively divert attention and escalate tensions." The funding flow report delineates a clear lead. Funds from a shell company in the Cayman Islands flow into Europa Security Consulting, then onto Eastern European arms dealers and mercenaries. While the origins of the Cayman Islands shell company's funds are heavily obscured, they ultimately point to a family fund closely tied to the Japanese enterprise of Kenichi Yamamoto. The evidence is irrefutable. The true mastermind behind the Serpent operation is not the elder Horton himself, but rather the Japanese enterprise within the Prometheus Fire Alliance. They aim to eliminate Liu Chun, a significant threat, while framing Horton or intensifying the conflict between ONIA and Kunlun, thereby reaping the rewards from the chaos. The trench-coated man with the scorpion tattoo is likely the agent or one of his key subordinates. Liu Chun leans back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The truth has finally surfaced, though many mysteries remain, such as the identity of the voice-altered commander. The primary adversary has been identified. He swiftly compiles the critical evidence and sends it to Isabella, Luo Zhan, and Lin Yu. His postscript is succinct: target locked, Kobe precision in Japan. Action plan: comprehensive suppression. Upon sending the information, he rises and approaches the window. The night sky over Bordeaux is studded with stars, and the vineyard's lights exude a warm tranquility. Yet, he knows that a new storm is about to descend upon Tokyo, thousands of miles away. He retrieves his phone and dials Su Wanqing. The call is quickly answered, and Su Wanqing's voice, filled with excitement, resonates. "Liu Chen, are you done with your business?" "Yes, for the moment," Liu Chen replies, his tone relaxed. "The wine in Bordeaux is quite delightful. I shall bring you to taste it next time." "Really? That sounds wonderful," Su Wanqing exclaims with delight, then lowers her voice, adopting a tempting tone. "So, do you want to see me right now? I can fly over immediately." Liu Chen gazes out at the serene nightscape, a slight smile gracing his lips. "That sounds good. However, I shall be leaving Bordeaux tomorrow." "That's fine, as long as I can see you," Su Wanqing responds without hesitation. After hanging up, Liu Chen feels a significant lift in his spirits. His interaction with Su Wanqing serves as a rare balm amidst his tense nerves. He understands that before engaging in battle against Kobe Precision and the even larger forces behind it, he requires this fleeting moment of tranquility and tenderness. However, tranquility is ever so fleeting. Luo Zhan's communication request comes through once more, his tone a mix of excitement and gravity. "Boss, based on the clues provided by the Nightingale, our team has locked onto the trench-coated man with the scorpion tattoo. He is currently at the Marseille port, seemingly preparing to depart Europe." A cold glimmer flashes in Liu Chen's eyes. "Keep a close watch on him. If necessary, we can move to capture him. I want him alive." "Understood." The intoxicating aroma of Bordeaux wine remains enchanting. Yet Liu Chen's thoughts have already drifted towards the chaotic port city by the Mediterranean Sea. The moment of netting is imminent. Chapter 75. The Undercurrents of Marseille and the Scorpion's Capture. The tranquility of Bordeaux has been utterly shattered by the undercurrents at the port of Marseille. Liu Chen did not wait for Su Wanqing's arrival. Upon receiving precise intelligence from Luo Zhan regarding the identification of the tattooed man known as Scorpion, he immediately boarded a helicopter and flew overnight to this ancient port city by the Mediterranean. The romantic wine-tasting journey abruptly came to an end, replaced by the chilling and ruthless reality of action. In the old port district of Marseille, where the good and the bad intermingle, the air is thick with the briny sea breeze, spices, and a faint hint of decay. This place serves as a breeding ground for crime and stands as a gray area in the world of intelligence and mercenaries. According to the precise coordinates provided by Nightingale and the real-time surveillance of ghost agents, the target, Scorpion, is hiding in what appears to be an ordinary fisherman's barn nestled deep within a labyrinth of narrow alleys, seemingly awaiting a vessel for extraction. Liu Chen did not place himself directly at the front lines. Instead, he commanded from a luxurious suite on the top floor of a hotel in the port district. which served as both a temporary command post and a vantage point to overlook most of the harbor. The suite was equipped with various surveillance devices, with screens displaying real-time footage captured by the ghost agents and miniature drones. Boss, the target remains inside the bar, showing no unusual activity. At least 4 of his accomplices are stationed outside the bar, their equipment unknown. There are signs of suspicious vessel activity around the periphery of the port. A medium-sized fishing boat with vague registration details, Luo Zhan's calm and professional voice came through the encrypted earpiece. "What is our force deployment?" Luchin inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the solitary figure of the man in the bar corner. The scorpion tattoo barely visible in the dim light as he sipped his drink. The Shadow Blade team of 6 has already infiltrated the nearby high ground and key alleyways, while 4 dark guards have mingled with the crowd inside and outside the bar. Our personnel are positioned within the port customs and maritime departments and can coordinate to seal off the relevant waterways at any moment to ensure absolute certainty, Luo Zhan reported. Luchin pondered for a moment. Capturing Scorpion alive is crucial for obtaining direct testimony and solidifying the evidence against Kobe Precision. However, taking action in such an environment carries immense risks, including potential civilian casualties and uncontrollable crossfire. Notify the dark guards to create a minor disturbance, perhaps a dispute among the patrons, to divert the attention of his accomplices. The Shadow Blade team will look for an opportunity to execute the capture using non-lethal weapons such as powerful tranquilizer darts or a net gun. The operation must be swift, precise, and ruthless, resolving the conflict within 30 seconds. Should there be fierce resistance, authorize the use of lethal force, but Scorpion must remain alive. Luchin issued his precise commands. Understood. After the orders were given, the suite fell into a brief silence, broken only by the soft hum of the equipment. Luchin approached the window, gazing out at the night over Marseille's port, where the flickering lights concealed an impending shadow war. He lifted a glass of ice water, sipping it slowly as he awaited developments. A few minutes later, the surveillance footage from the bar revealed 2 patrons disguised as dark guards suddenly embroiled in a fierce argument over a trivial matter, quickly capturing the attention of most inside the bar, including Scorpion's accomplices. Amidst this chaos, a faint whoosh pierced the air. In the footage, Scorpion's body stiffened momentarily as he instinctively reached for his waist, but his motion was only half completed before he slumped lethargically to the ground. A small tranquilizer dart embedded in his neck. Almost simultaneously, the front and back doors of the bar burst open, and several shadows pounced in like cheetahs, swiftly overpowering the few accomplices who had just reacted, their movements clean and efficient, nearly silent. The entire operation took less than 20 seconds. Target secured. Scene cleared. Luo Zhan's voice echoed with a hint of excitement. Excellent. Immediately withdraw and return to the safe house via the designated route, Luchin commanded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, just as the Shadow Blade team was escorting the unconscious Scorpion out the back door of the bar into a narrow alley, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Bang! Bang! The sharp report of gunfire shattered the night. It did not emanate from the bar, but from the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse across the alley. Ambush! Sniper! The captain of the Shadow Blade team exclaimed in alarm over the earpiece. The screen shook violently, revealing 2 Shadow Blade members collapsing to the ground. The bulletproof vests had absorbed the brunt of the impact, but they were evidently injured, forcing the team to retreat back into the bar, seeking cover to return fire. A street battle erupted instantly. Luchin's expression hardened. The adversary still had a backup plan. This was certainly not Scorpion's accomplices, but another force intent on silencing them. Luo Zhan, what is going on? Sniper location. Luchin's voice remained calm, though his pace quickened, currently pinpointing. They're highly skilled. The opposing firepower is fierce, and their equipment is sophisticated, unlike ordinary mercenaries. The Shadow Blade captain reported urgently, amidst the crackle of gunfire and labored breaths. At this critical juncture, a calm female voice suddenly interjected in Luchin's encrypted channel. It was Lin Yu. Mr. Liu, we have conducted an analysis through maritime satellites and urban surveillance systems and discovered that the suspicious fishing vessel emitted a faint laser guidance signal towards the abandoned warehouse 10 minutes ago. The sniper is likely working in concert with them. I recommend immediately disrupting their communications and attacking the fishing vessel to force it to reveal itself or retreat. Execute. Luchin unhesitatingly commanded Luo Zhan to deploy drones for a deterrent attack on the fishing vessel and disrupt all unofficial communication frequencies in that area. Yes. A concealed small drone swiftly locked onto its target and launched 2 non-lethal flashbangs near the fishing vessel's cockpit. Boom, boom. The explosions rippled across the water's surface, violently rocking the fishing boat and severing its communications. Simultaneously, the interference took effect, and the sniper on the warehouse rooftop hesitated momentarily, causing confusion among their ranks. Now, charge. The Shadow Blade captain seized the opportunity and ordered an assault. Trained operatives surged forth like drawn swords, utilizing crossfire for cover as they rapidly traversed the alley and stormed into the abandoned warehouse. The sounds of intense gunfire echoed within, but for a brief duration. Minutes later, Luo Zhan's voice returned, bearing a report. Boss, 3 snipers inside the warehouse, 2 neutralized, 1 captured. 2 of our team sustained minor injuries. Scorpion is safe, sedated, and in transit. The fishing vessel has been secured by the Coast Guard, and its crew has surrendered. The crisis is averted. Lu Chun slowly sank back into the sofa, finally aware of the fine sheen of sweat that had formed on his back. This operation had been fraught with twists and near failures. The emergence of the silencing faction signaled that the waters surrounding Kobe Precision ran deeper than anticipated. They had even prepared a secondary contingency plan. At that moment, his personal phone rang. It was Su Wanqing. She must have arrived in Bordeaux, only to find Lu Chun absent. Lu Chun rubbed his temples, steadying his breath before answering the call, striving for a gentle tone. Wanqing, have you arrived? Lu Chun, where are you? The people at the Bordeaux vineyard said you left suddenly for an urgent matter. Is something wrong? Su Wanqing's voice brimmed with concern and a hint of tears. A minor inconvenience has been resolved, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. I'm in Marseille handling some business. I've saved some Bordeaux wine for you. I promise to make it up to you next time. You always say that. Su Wanqing's tone bore both worry and reproach. Are you safe now? Is Marseille chaotic? Very safe. Once I finish my matters here, I will come to pick you up, Lu Chun reassured her. After hanging up, Lu Chun's expression once again turned steely. He turned to Luo Zhan and instructed, enhance surveillance and interrogation of Scorpion. I need to know everything he knows as soon as possible. Furthermore, ascertain the origins of that nefarious group responsible for silencing others. Their sophisticated equipment suggests they are no ordinary players. Understood. The night in Marseille has returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet a thunderous counteroffensive against Kobe Precision has commenced with the capture of Scorpion. Meanwhile, Lu Chun has gained a significant piece in his strategic arsenal.